Mm-mm. Mm. Good Thursday morning, everybody. John and Lance, along with Dell, for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And off we go, starting with the Astros this morning. A couple of things. Holy crap. Lance McCullers, his out pitch, which is something that is kind of a big deal, because a lot of guys, can get a couple of strikes on a guy and they just can't get him out. Lance McCullers in 6 innings had 12 strikeouts yesterday.
It's the second game in a row he's punched a lot of people out.
He is that curve, that slider, that the movement on his ball is just back. Now, it's no wonder that he depends so much on the spin rate. He depends so much on spin on his balls, and we've joked about it, how much time he misses and everything else. But when you're spinning it like he does, I'm convinced that the spin rate, and the importance of the spin rate, and that's what the Astros really rely on. I mean, they love spin rate. They look at spin rate and they say, okay, we want that guy, and then they work on spin rate and get the decibels or the velocity up there, and let's go and let's spin that ball, because that's what makes it hard for hitters. That's what swing and miss is awfully important to the Astros and always has been. But um, I don't know how many guys spin it. Honestly, spin it like Lance McCullers. It's incredible.
He's
It's
always had that too.
incredible.
Yeah, he's always had that. His dad was a major league pitcher. He's a pitcher. His dad had a good fastball, but was kind of he worked off about 3 different pitches, if I remember correctly. Lance has kind of changed over the years. He's always had a good curveball. It's just a matter of where where his release point was, and it's just nasty, and it's been filthy here lately. When he doesn't hit his spots, he gets in trouble, and he's always had issues with, when he doesn't locate his fastball. It's always been an issue for him.
Well, and when he hangs it,
Well, yeah,
like yesterday he hung one. Oh, he
boom,
crushed that.
yeah,
Crushed it. I mean, yeah. If a guy's waiting on your curve and you hang it up there for him, I mean, that's like one of the. It just is. It can be devastating, and it was yesterday. Gave up 3 runs, but hey, I got to give it up because Sean Dubin. He's got. He's worked 9 2/3. He's
yeah.
got a 0 ERA. He's got 11 strikeouts and 9 2/3. He's been fantastic. Brian King has been off. Ord has been. Okert has been. I'm here in L.A. and I was playing poker yesterday, and the Dodgers at bullpen was getting its ass kicked, and it was fun. It was fun watching, and they're all melting down here, which is great. I love to see. And they were like, "Man, this our bullpen just sucks. It just sucks." And I was like, well, that's what you get. That's what you get for being an a-hole organization. When you're a great organization like the Astros, you get a great bullpen. This bullpen has been phenomenal, and it's basically a bunch of no-name guys. It basically is.
Yeah,
you
it
make
is.
fun of Ort every time he comes out there. Every time Ort comes out, and you know what? You need to apologize to him by saying Ort.
No, that's his name. Or
Yeah, I know.
I'm not apologizing. I didn't say anything bad about him. Or
no, but you make
ever
fun
since
of.
I started doing that, he's pitched really well. Or
See.
what's he done? He's been great since I started doing it, and I won't stop. I won't stop until he starts being terrible. You're welcome,
I would imagine you'd call him Russell Westbrook to his face.
You're
right?
welcome, Ort.
See, that's ugly because he's a heavier
keep going.
guy.
It'll never.
He's a big
I
bone
literally
guy.
won't stop until he's
got big back energy.
At his funeral, I'll say Kyle Ort. Until then,
oh wow.
And
wow.
Kurt.
And then listen, I'm going to tell you this.
What did you say you'd say at his funeral?
Oh, he said.
I said Kyle Ort. Or no.
Well, maybe call him by his right name.
It's not
Caleb.
You really being insulting.
Yeah. I know. I've got.
I don't know why, but I think Kyle too when I see him. He's Caleb. He's
Caleb. I know, but he looks like a Kyle to me.
So
we used to call him Kyles, and then the parents started naming him Caleb's. The millennials started naming babies. Well, no, actually, I don't know. He's kind of
Caleb
with a
K.
He is
too.
a millennial.
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't know that. I don't know that Yiner just automatically just gets his job back.
Oh, come on.
No, Caratini.
Caratini's pitched well. Yiner is one of your future.
I'm telling you this right now.
What are you doing with Yiner then? Just sit him on the bench?
I don't know. All I know is Caratini's behind the plate. Caratini, Yiner catches once or twice a week now. And Caratini's behind the plate all the time. And Caratini is ripping the ball. And came up with another huge hit yesterday that wins the game for you. Okay, gun to your head. You feel more comfortable right now with Yiner at the plate or Caratini at the plate?
Well, right now, Caratini, but in the long run, Yiner.
Well, Yiner is obviously a young guy that you're going – but let's face it, Caratini's better right now. Caratini is better hitter right now.
Offensively.
Yeah. Well, and defensively, he's catching Caratini every day, dude.
Yeah, I know he's playing him all the time, but Caratini also is not a guy who throws out a lot of runners.
Neither. Yiner ain't either right now. Go look at the numbers. Yiner ain't either. I mean,
I'll look at Caratini's defensive numbers right now.
The knock on the book on the Astros is run because they're. And by the way, okay, you got to apologize to Israel too.
I'm not apologizing to anybody. Ort.
You got to apologize.
What am I apologizing for? That he yanks all of his home runs down the left field line? What am I apologizing exactly for?
Who? Israel?
Who am I apologizing to Paredes for?
No, not Paredes.
You're
apologizing.
I thought you said Isak. Hold on.
No. Israel.
I got to put my headphones on now.
Let's see.
Oh, Israel, the guy?
Yeah, because Cam Smith with another.
Here.
Well, I mean, you
apologize to him. I'm a Cam Smith fan. Maybe you didn't hear the promo. The only person I got to apologize to is I got a little overboard on Jeremy Branham.
You did.
I got to apologize to Israel. Israel's got to apologize to me, and I want him to make amends with financial. I want him to make a big payment to my church. No, not reparations. As you're going to say, I don't need all that smoke. I want payment to my church. He can pay $500 a month to my church, and I'll talk to him again.
Wow!
And it's the Church of Lance.
$500 a month to the Church of Lance.
Venmo. I'm not paying. I'm not talking to him again until he starts making monthly payments to me.
Well, I will tell you this. I know that Israel's already got Cam Smith as the Rookie of the Year. Forget about it.
Yeah, Dana Brown is GM of the year in the second week of the season.
No, you know who's the Rookie of the Year? We just saw him. This Jacob Wilson kid.
Yeah, he's good.
Holy crap!
He
good. Looks like he's 12. He's up there moving around like and he's just raking. His OPS is at 900. He's got a 353 average. This kid is something. Holy crap! He made a big error, but playing shortstop. But man, oh man, we just saw the rookie of the year, and it ain't Cam Smith.
No, but Cam is playing really well lately.
Cam's playing well.
Cam's hitting the ball. He's hitting the ball. He's putting a little charge on it. He looks much more comfortable at the plate right now. Cam's coming along just like we thought he would. It's, you just have to be patient. It doesn't just happen right away. That's why he's got to play. That's why Yiner has to play. I mean, young players have to play. That's why Jeremy Pena had to play. These guys take a little time. They need reps. They need to play.
And yeah, no, absolutely. And Jacob Wilson needed a little time. Jacob Wilson had, he had nearly an 800 OPS last month. His OPS is over 1,000 this month. Holy crap! This kid, he looks like a skateboarder, but he can play now. He can hit. This dude can rake. They just ran through. He ain't gonna get. Nobody's gonna know who he is because he plays for the A's, and nobody will ever see him. But when they, sports writers should at least look at numbers and see what this kid is doing. He is phenomenal. He is phenomenal.
By the way, going back to something I said, Victor Caratini's caught one guy stealing out of 28.
Yeah.
28 stolen bases out of 29 attempts. A 3.4, his lowest percentage in his life. Now, he's been better. So some of that, you wonder if some of it's on the pitchers because he's been better during his career. His career caught stealing percentage is 19.2. Which isn't great, but it's way better than 3%.
Yeah, no. I thought the book on the Astros is Run.
Yeah.
Him and Yiner. Just run on the Astros because and it might have to do with the pitchers too.
I mean, that's always something you have to take a look at.
Yeah.
Yiner Diaz from a caught stealing perspective this year is 12.2%, but his career is 22.4%. So he's caught 5. They've got 36 stolen bases on him. He's got 5 caught stealings. So, yeah, they have the Astros have allowed 64 stolen bases and caught 6.
That's awful.
It's not great.
Awful. The Astros now. And, okay, you can apologize to the organization again.
I'm not apologizing to anybody or anything.
Okay.
Unless they win a World Series.
Oh, maybe you said
what do I have to apologize for? I didn't say anything bad about them.
Oh, yeah. Maybe you said they can't win at home. And, they just won 5 out of 6 at home.
Will you apologize to Reagan about the Astros needing to get their wags and children in check so that they could win and that they had to put their foot down so that they could win at home?
That had nothing to do with Reagan. Okay.
Yes, Reagan was the first to figure this out, that they had real problems with kids being out of control and wives and girlfriends, and they wanted to get on the road where they could win.
Reagan. And Reagan's wrong because we got a young team that doesn't care about that stuff.
We're not that young.
Well, they're young. Okay.
I don't know if we're actually younger than Verlander's off now.
Yeah, a lot younger. Yeah.
But how old is Christian Walker?
Christian Walker's not Verlander. Holy crap!
No, but and we've had some old. Well, we had some. Jonathan Singleton was probably about the same age, so didn't matter. Christian Walker's 34. We're not the youngest team. Jose Altuve's not young. Pena's young. Paredes is
in his mid-20s.
Is that all Paredes's?
Did you see? There's a piece on Paredes that this guy broke down. Paredes,
his home runs. Okay, so basically, last year he would have had 8 total home runs if he played in Baltimore. It's literally 9. Every home run is a dead pull. He doesn't hit home runs anywhere else.
He hit 30 homers, and 9 of them would have been out in Baltimore.
Yeah, not 9 of them would have been outs. 9 of them would have been home runs in Baltimore. Yeah. So he takes advantage. But you got to give Dana credit and his staff credit for. It's not the hardest thing in today's era of StatCast and the info and intel that's out there, but they basically said, this is a dead pull hitter. We got a favorable left field porch. Let's target Paredes. And it was smart. It was good. I mean, that's where he hits his home runs. He is a dead pull hitter, period.
Yeah. And 66%.
And you can't super shift on him anymore.
No. 66% of homers are pulled. And he just takes advantage of that short porch. I mean, in Chicago, the ball would fly out a lot. Sometimes it'd come in, but when the wind was blowing out, he'd take advantage of that. In Tampa, he took advantage of that. That's not. It's especially down the line. It's real short. And here, of course, he's the perfect hitter here.
Yeah,
he's perfect.
yeah.
So no, we're doing just fine with. We got to keep that dude as a Isak around for a little while because we got a ballpark built for him.
Man, only 26 too. I mean, that's
how about how much he's moved around and he's hitting 30 homers and he plays a good third base. I don't get the thing. Maybe I don't get it. And apparently he's a well-liked guy in the locker room too.
Yeah, 8 home runs at home. 7 at home and 4 on the road. So it's not crazy splits. He's got 130 plate appearances to 106, home to away. He's played 30 games at 24 games. So, yeah, I mean he's been terrific. He's got an ERA. He's got an OPS in the mid 800s. He's hitting with some power. Once again, and my dad, we were talking yesterday about the Astros, and he's like, well, they're down right now 3-2 to the A's and blah, blah, blah. I said, well, Dad, they scored like 65% of their runs in the sixth inning or beyond.
Yeah.
In the final stages of the game. And sure enough, the same thing happened yesterday.
Yep.
They get the win with late heroics yesterday. And that's kind of what they've done. That's one of the things that's really turned them around. I mean, it's a nice little run right now. Nice little run. Cam Smith's waking up. I'd like to see Yainer Diaz become a big factor. So I think he's going to be a good major league player. But if not Yainer, you have another guy stepping in and doing a job at the position. So, it's not him. It's not Yainer, but it's the catcher position.
Oh, well. All right, we got a break. We got to talk a little Craig DeSurf. If you want in, 713-780-3776.
Let's talk about Craig DeSurf. I talked to him yesterday. I'm dealing with Jeff, who's one of the head honchos over there that I'm dealing with, and my wife and I are going to her lease is coming to an end, and we're going to get out of that lease, and she's just putting a lot of miles on the car. Lease doesn't make any sense, so we're getting out a little bit early, and we're going to get a vehicle. And when I went there on Friday, they had 3 vehicles for 3 different types of vehicles: Buick, GMC, and a Chevy to all test drive for the wife. And she went in, looked at the interior, some things that are important to her, and then she test drove the vehicles. And I definitely recommend test driving a vehicle. Maybe it's not done as much because you just think, oh, they're all going to be the same. But there are differences. The way they handle, the way the seat feels, there's a lot of differences. And they want you to come in and experience it for yourself. Right now, they've got incredible offers on the Buick Envision. Man, the Buick Envision has tremendous dealer incentives right now. I mean, thousands and thousands off right now. That is one of the best. I just want to tell you about this because the interior is luxurious. You can change the colors of the interior, the little mood lighting that's in there, which I'll change from time to time with my Enclave. But the Envision right now it's a 5-seater, but it has tremendous discounts. It's handles smooth. It's got a good engine, and really across the board, it's a terrific looking vehicle, very sporty looking. I think you're going to really enjoy it. Take a look online. Go shop online at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com. But don't forget, there's other vehicles there to choose from. But right now, I want to tell you that Buick is exceptional by design.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Texans OTAs started yesterday, and I think, well, I mean, it's the first day. That's the first thing that D'Amico says. We got some sound on the offensive line, and, you know, there's going to be, I predict there's going to, a 17-game season. How many different starting lineups will the Texans have at the offensive line?
How many different players will be starting?
No, how many different? How many different lineups? Okay, if let's say they
Different
all
lineups?
five.
I think they'll have at least 5 different lineups.
I think there's a possibility of more than that,
Yeah,
especially with injuries.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah, and you know, you could.
I think there's a good chance there's about 10.
Well, if there is, then it's going to be
it's a problem.
They'll have a losing record. Yeah, if
they have we're not concerned about it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Well, I know you're not concerned. Dell.
The offensive line.
He loves that. You love that line.
We're not concerned about it. You certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Thing, his dismissal of any concerns. Because all we did was disrupt the entire unit from last year.
And add some of the poorest pass protectors in the league.
Yeah, you keep saying stuff like that, Lance, but listen.
For D'Amico and I, we're not concerned about it, so we're not concerned about it. You guys certainly shouldn't be concerned about it either.
Yeah. Don't tell me how to feel, Nick.
Yeah.
You shouldn't be concerned about it. Well, guess what? I am concerned about
it.
Well, I actually studied and watched Ed Ingram. I know what Laken Tomlinson's holes are. I watched the Texans play, so I know how Juice Scruggs played and Howard played, and I know how all these guys played. We watch with our human eyes. So if I'm going to be worried, I'm going to be worried, Nick. Don't tell me what to do.
Lance, didn't you hear what he said?
I know. John's going to have me apologizing to Nick.
Well, I hope you are. But what's more likely is that at this time next year is going to be, hey, you weren't very concerned about that offensive line last offseason. You concerned now?
Do you have another question? Is there a point you're trying to make? He'll just get pissy.
Now, the problem is we're the only ones who find what he said funny. No one else is going to remember this and bring it up. But
we can keep it alive.
Think so. I'm the only one. Well, the one person who did, because I grabbed it from Aaron Wilson's account. So he may be the one, because he's the one who had a whole commentary on it after it's from his YouTube. So he probably would be the one. But just going to talk to us like we didn't just see your offensive line last year and pretend like you have a good track record of building one
and
drafting the players.
And the guys you picked up, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Girl, stop. Or is it stop, girl?
It's girl stop.
Yeah, it's girl stop.
So if there are this many iterations of the offensive line, it's going to be a problem. It's going to be a problem. Here's D'Amico asked about the offensive line after one day.
This is our first day in OTA, so when it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots, and seeing which 5 guys work well together. So one thing about the O-line is a lot of smart guys in that room, and they can move around, they can play multiple spots, so that helps them. But it's just a matter of finding that 5 once we actually get in training camp, put pads on. Nobody's making the team right now. It's shorts and help.
I felt bad. I was reading through I didn't hear it, but I read the transcript, the questions, and it's nobody's fault. Like, it's uncomfortable. Not uncomfortable.
It's always the first day.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally everyone's asking these football questions that I get it. They all want to get content for their sites, or they want to ask the important question, or they're excited. They want information. But from a coaching standpoint, this stuff is literally nothing. Like, it's literally, you are just having guys walk through this is the most basic stuff. This is not, hey, how did he look? My son Mason yesterday goes, it was Mason or may have been Sebastian. One of them said, hey, did you hear what happened with Shador? I said, what happened? He goes, 3 touchdown passes. He was 7 of 9 or like 8 of 11 or something like that. 7 of 9, 3 touchdown passes. I'm like, what? And he goes, but I mean, Dylan Gabriel also was 8 of 11. So Dylan Gabriel also was pretty good, 8 of 11, and he had 2 touchdown passes. I said, what are you talking about? What touchdown pass? What games are you talking about? He goes, it was at OTAs. They were keeping stats at OTAs. I'm like, okay, get out of this kitchen where I am right now. And don't talk to me for at least 2 hours. They're keeping stats. I said, where did you hear that? Oh, ML Football, which is one of the worst. Yeah, one of the worst sites that you can possibly have on Twitter. And I'm like, ML Football, not NFL Rookie Watch, not JP Football, not Dove Kleinman, all these other showed spots that are out there. I mean, literally, they're keep somebody for engagement because they know Shador will get a lot of engagement. This guy's got stats for OTAs. I mean, this is the dumbest thing I have ever seen in my life. Now, what's not dumb is Mike Vrabel having to deal with the Stephon Diggs fallout. Are you keeping up with this at all, John?
Yeah.
I want to be careful because I don't want to say anything that can get me sued because I know that people can get sued off of stuff. But I'm just going to say this. What is on Twitter is that people are making comments about this bag of pink stuff that he has. And they're making comments about if it's drugs and how the women are going crazy over it. And he's on this boat. And I can tell you this, that is 100%. The Texans avoided. We actually got to avoid a potential nightmare with Stephon Diggs. We had no issues that I know of, none. But that's already Mike Vrabel's having to deal with this. On a boat, he's on a boat with Cardi B. I mean, he already, Stephon Diggs. And, you know, why? Here's what I don't get. Why is Stephon Diggs letting anyone with a camera tape anything? Why is Cardi B? Why don't you just say, and how is that getting out? Why don't you just take up their phones? I mean, honestly, I don't get the generation of having to put all your business out there. It's stupid.
But the problem is it was one of the girls with the baggie, and Diggs might not even have known it was on there. You don't know.
Maybe. He's holding it at first in the video I saw. He's holding it, and then the girls are calling Daddy. Come on, Daddy. Come on, Daddy. Daddy. It's just the creepiest video.
Oh, I didn't see that version.
Oh, yeah. And he's got it, and then the big girl kind of grabs it from him.
She asked him maybe he just took it from him and was making fun. You know, we don't know.
The fact that he's holding it at all isn't
good. The fact that, you know, that people have drugs on a boat.
By the way, it's taped. Like, what are you doing? I just got to say, from just a standpoint of self-snitching, how has no one learned to stop self-snitching? I don't understand this. He can do, you know, I'm sure there's lots of guys who've done, there are lots of guys who've done lots of things and they don't get in trouble because no one knows, because they keep their business private. This idea that you got to put all that was on the boat out there. Like if I'm Stephon Diggs, I'm saying, y'all are messing my money up. What are y'all doing? Everyone, I'm going Dave Chappelle. Everyone I had to put my phone into a locked up case at Othello and at the Comedy Cellar because the Comedy Cellar's not playing. The Comedy Cellar, iconic comedy spot in New York, and it's very small. You go down there, when you go in, put your phone in this bag because they're not trying to have a bunch of people outraged with viral content because a comedian made a joke. They don't even play. They say, put your phone in here, and that's what you do. You don't want to, beat it. And if I'm Stephon Diggs, I'm like, and even Cardi B, I'm like, put your phones in this bag or you don't get on the boat.
Yep. All right. Hey, that was Derek Jeter. You had to leave your phone at the door.
Yeah, because Jeter's not stupid. That's why that man's a Hall of Famer. Y'all need to stop playing with Jeter.
And he had a Hall of Fame list, too.
Well, it was.
Yeah.
Jeets is known. He's known for things.
But it doesn't matter how big you leave your phone at the door because we ain't doing that here.
We're not playing that.
We ain't snitching. John Daspit. Okay, that's different.
If somebody had been injured on that boat, somebody had been injured on that boat, you better stop playing with John Daspit's name because John Daspit has offices around the country. He has them around multiple states. He's got offices. Now, you know, his big ones are his bread is butter right here in the city of Houston and really throughout the state. He's got Dallas. I think he's got Austin, San Antonio. He's got 12 offices in the state. So, I mean, they're all over the place. He does a lot of work with water accidents too, boating, things like that, offshore accidents, people who are working. When somebody has been negligent and it causes injury to you or a family member or a friend, John Daspit's the first call you should make, because what's going to happen is the insurance companies get their, adjusters, claims adjusters, and they get their insurance agents or their lawyers and everything with their insurance agent. They're on the scene for the client so that they can manage and handle things. Do you think you're going to get a fair treatment? I mean, I've never felt that way when it hasn't been my fault. And John Daspit's there to make sure you get a fair shake. And so he's going to make sure any medical bills, any time off from work, he's going to make sure the pain and suffering for injuries and whatnot, that that's going to go smoothly and that you're going to get a fair shake. And he battles. I mean, John Daspit battles and he wins. He's like hard to get out at the batter's box. And he's pretty much always, imagine somebody hitting about 920 in the batter's box. You can never get out. That's John Daspit at the plate. So make sure you give a call to him and his agency, his law firm, and they'll take care of you. 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW, or go to daspitlaw.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776 is the number. Our Astros win yesterday. They've won 4 in a row. They're a half game out of first place. Lance McCullers look good. Tampa in town. Got to pay them back a little bit for what they did to Hunter Brown. Hunter Brown will be pitching against them on Sunday. 4-game series starting tonight at Daikin. I'm getting used to saying Daikin instead of Minute Maid. Getting used to it. A lot of stuff to get to today. You mentioned, what he. This is a really good. It's good to be a Texan fan because we don't get the controversies. But I mean, you walk in and you got to explain the pink bag, right? You got to explain what's going on with your wide receiver that you just picked up. And at Bears camp, Caleb Williams, he's like, oh, God, that book is really is a problem. Is really a problem. And it's so nice to not have. Well, we got a fingernail painting guy, but we don't have our quarterback as a fingernail painting guy. Our quarterback. Did you see the video? CJ's running routes and catching balls on the sideline. That's
he's a
our
teammate.
guy.
We got a good teammate.
That's right. And we don't have that. We don't have that kind of controversy. And you know what? Make fun of the Texans or whatever. But that's a really, really good thing. We got a solid head coach. We got a solid quarterback. I think that room now, without Laramie Tunsil, without Stephon Diggs, is there any? I don't know that there's anybody in there that isn't. I mean, we got a bunch of guys that are committed to football, right?
Yeah, I think so. And that's it starts with what you look for and what you covet. The Patriots right now are typically that was known as the Patriot way. And honestly, I just think they are a little bit desperate right now they got to kickstart some things. And they said, let's just take a chance on Diggs, and he's got talent, but you already knew. I mean, look, there's already issues. Like if you do enough, so the NFL has security. They have NFL security. They have league security. They have team security. They know about a lot of the stuff that goes on more than you would think. And so everyone knows that, he's got a guy who parties. He's got a little bit of reputation of being out and about, and that's fine. A lot of guys are. Now, is he serious about ball? I don't know. He's always been ready to play. He's always been productive. I know that. I think he likes football a lot. But he likes partying. He likes doing that. So, if you have a guy like that, you want to make sure it doesn't get out of control. With the Texans, I don't think D'Amico wants any. I just think he wants guys who love football. You can go out and do your stuff. He doesn't seem to mind that at all. But the main thing has to be the main thing. And so you sign guys like that and you draft guys like that. And then you don't have to worry about it. If the main thing's the main thing for him, CJ Stroud can run around and do podcasts and go play celebrity softball and drive home Amber Rose and all that. He's still football's still the main thing for him. He just didn't play well last year, but it's not like he decides I'm not going to show up. I'm not the first one in, last one out. I mean, I don't have any doubt that CJ Stroud's always going to put his time in. I mean, there's levels to it, but are you ever worried that CJ's not going to? I mean, David Carr was a great guy, great dad, great human being, and great person. He did not have high football character by his own admission. Was not the first in, last out. Couldn't wait to rush home to get to the kids and wife. And that's great, but it's not great if you're a quarterback in the NFL. And he didn't put the time in. And he even told me in an interview, he said, I didn't really know how I was supposed to go about it until I was with Eli Manning and Tom Coughlin with the Giants. He said that was the first time I knew what I was supposed to be doing. CJ Stroud, to me, I feel like he's already there. I don't have any doubt about him from a football character standpoint. No.
Not football character. Goodness.
And when he starts making $60 million a year, which will happen, I still think he's going to still be, I mean, he may change personality-wise a little bit. Most of those guys do, unfortunately. But I think the main thing will still be, I think it's important for him to be a great NFL quarterback and to have a legacy. And as long as you have a guy who wants to have a good legacy, they're more likely to put time in.
So on that subject, the story came out yesterday that the Texans are possibly looking to get Will Anderson Jr. done before they do CJ. Before Michael Parsons gets his deal. It would be nice to not have Michael Parsons' deal out there when Will Anderson Jr. comes up. I don't know. I mean, because they're talking about Micah just breaking just stupid money. And the Cowboys, I don't know. I guess. And Will Anderson Jr. doesn't even have a podcast yet. So how can he get that kind of money? I'm not sure. But but it sure would. And then, okay, so do you almost have to do Will Anderson Jr. before you do CJ?
Yeah, I CJ is going to be the monster. So yeah, I think you have to know what you're dealing with every year that you wait on Will Anderson. It's more expensive.
Yep. Well, and I don't know what kind of money is going to be around after CJ.
And David Mulgeta is not looking to do an early deal with CJ Stroud as a quarterback. I mean, the numbers are changing so drastically every year, and they're not going down. So if you're Mulgeta, you wait and wait and wait.
Did you see the top 10 paid quarterbacks in the NFL have not won a Super Bowl? The top 10.
Wait. So wait.
Top 10.
That can't be true because it must be on a technicality because Mahomes was.
Well, it's AAV or whatever it is.
Yeah, I don't know if that's actual cash value though. That's an interesting stat, and it does speak to the point that. Well, first of all, it speaks to the point that I don't know what does it speak to the point of. I mean, you had Tom Brady winning a bunch of them, so he's gone.
Here are the top 10. Dak Prescott 60, Joe Burrow 55, Josh Allen 55, Jordan Love 55, Trevor Lawrence 55, Tua 53, Jared 53, Brock Purdy 53, Herbert 52, Lamar Jackson 52. Top 10.
Wow. What?
None of them.
No, that does sound like they're more than.
None of them have.
Look how fast every one of those guys has ascended past Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah.
Patrick Mahomes' contract is considered a bad
contract. Is there
contract
ever been a? I mean, it's supposed to be a meritocracy. It's the exact quarterback is all who's up next.
No, it's just it's literally just they're all standing in a queue, as we say in London, a queue.
Yeah,
they're standing in line, and you literally get here you go, and you just get handed a contract that's going to pay you more than $50 million a year. That's all it is. Trevor Lawrence has been a massive disappointment relative to. He was supposed to be a generational quarterback. He's been a massive disappointment.
Did you happen to see the statistics? I've got it in my life.
With Daniel Jones?
Daniel Jones.
Yeah, it's terrible.
I mean, they're almost identical.
It's terrible. If you want to argue, well, he hasn't had anybody. Daniel Jones hadn't really had anybody either. Not a wide receiver. I mean, he did have a very good running back, but you also had Saquon Barkley had high ankle sprain his rookie year, and then no offensive line his second year. And Daniel Jones hadn't had a lot of help. And guess what? They're not mutually exclusive. I don't think Daniel Jones is very good, and he didn't have help. Both are true. Right now, Trevor Lawrence, until I see more from Trevor Lawrence, and look, I had a high grade on Trevor Lawrence, but I'm not trying to be right. I'm trying to be accurate. I'm not right on Trevor Lawrence because Trevor Lawrence is not the player I thought he was going to be. He's not until he proves otherwise. And this dude is given this much money. You said some names on that list that I was like, good Lord, I couldn't believe it. Who are some other ones you had? I mean, I get it. Justin Herbert's had good stats and all that. I mean, all of them you get. Trevor Lawrence
Prescott's number one.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's dumb, but it was the timing. Dallas just couldn't take a chance of not going with them. So
Joe Burrow 2, Josh Allen 3.
I get it.
Okay.
Good quarterbers.
Jordan Love.
Yeah, I mean, Jordan really hadn't done anything.
Nothing.
Not really.
He's not done anything.
But it was his net. He was tied. You either were going to let him go or you're going to give him league value. Tua.
Trevor Lawrence
is a joke. Tua, frankly, I mean, Tua's had so many injuries. You'd really rather him be in the $30 million range. But
Jared Goff. Okay.
No one will stand tight. Yeah, but Jared Goff, to me, I get it. But Jared Goff's also a game manager.
Yeah, but he's a really good game manager.
Well, he has been with Ben Johnson.
They're a winning team.
He has been with Ben Johnson.
Brock Purdy is the definition of a game manager.
Oh,
Jared Goff makes plays. Brock Purdy is a game manager. Justin Herbert and Lamar Jackson's 10th. He needs to get rid of his mom and get a new agent.
His mom did a terrible job.
Terrible job.
How much is he making again?
52. Yeah. I mean, how are you going to live on that? His mom did all right. How are you going to live on that?
His mom did all right. Because a lot of those contracts will come after.
Rich people have a lot more expenses, Lance.
Do you know that Pat Mahomes? I know I was told that by Pat Ewing, I think.
Was Pat Ewing?
We make a lot, but we spend a lot. I think it was somebody else who said that. Might have been Ewing.
No, that was Ewing.
It was Ewing. we make a lot, but we spend a lot. But that is true. Rich people spend a ton of money. You hear
spend
about
more than poor people.
Oh, what? Well, that's why most people, if you told most people in America, I'll give you $100,000, they would say, I'm set. I am good. There are no problems, because they would live a lifestyle. Well, in your mind, you're always going to live a lifestyle that you're living now that's relative to the money you make. But every time, our consumerism is, when you make more money, your spending goes up. You start getting stuff, well, I got lots more paycheck on this one. Let me kick it up a little bit. That's why people have a hard time downsizing, because you get so used to spending high and you downsize, it's an issue. You know who did Pat Mahomes' contract is Lee Steinberg. And Lee Steinberg used to be a super agent. Lee had a lot of issues with alcohol and made a comeback. His comeback was he had two guys. I think Paxton Lynch, that was a miss, and Patrick Mahomes. And Mahomes, to get this is actually accurate, to get back in the good graces of NFL players, he did Patrick Mahomes' rookie year free, no commission.
Wow.
That's how he had to get Pat Mahomes. And Pat Mahomes has stayed with them. He stayed with his agency. And I don't know. I mean, the commission's probably not 3%, probably closer to 1.5%, if I'm guessing, on the second contract. But he did the first deal free to try to get Patrick. I mean, he was desperate.
That's how drug dealers do it.
Yeah, but you're the one paying them, for, like, you're the one making
you the stuff for free.
Yeah, but you make more money
and then they give you, yes.
The drug dealers are the ones making the money.
You make money, you give it away free.
No,
first.
This is like a restaurant. You're more like a restaurant here, John. You're like a restaurant GM where you give somebody who's making a bunch of money free stuff, just so you hope they come in and spend a little bit of money with you later, and you still give them free stuff.
I like the drug analogy better. But I also like Underdog and what they're doing.
Underdog Fantasy, man, it was not good for me yesterday. I thought, okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to, the team's really they're going to lock in on stopping Jalen Williams. And so his points are going to be lower. Wrong. Well, actually, points from rebounds I looked at. Wrong. It was a runaway freight train. Sometimes that happens. You got to analyze the games, and you go higher or lower on the stats that they have. Chet Holmgren, I was looking at him. Points and rebounds. I thought Chet just was kind of an afterthought and somehow got to 20 points the other day. But I think Minnesota's going to put up a fight here. Wrong. Chet went higher on points and rebounds. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander went higher on points. His was 33.5. He hit 34. Listen, you gotta figure out these games, these NBA playoff games, the WNBA games. If you want to jump on that, the Major League Baseball, this happens on a daily basis. Just you're watching the games anyway. Take your sports knowledge and start making money with it by going higher or lower on the stats. You just pick two or more players, and you're going to win multipliers. For every player extra that you add on there, a stat higher or lower, you win multipliers. And they even have flex option, which means that you don't have to win every pick. You can win 3 of 4, and you're still going to win money. You can win 4 of 5 and still win money. They've got that available for you at Underdog Fantasy as well. Use promo code Lance. You get up to $1,000 in bonus cash. But guys, right now during the summer, you want something to do, man, throw some money into Underdog Fantasy. You can start as low as $10, but put more in there if you can afford it. And they're gonna, they got that match going, or they got the bonus cash going. And let's have some fun. Use your sports knowledge, watch your baseball games, and start making money with Underdog Fantasy. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncbgambling.org.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We've got a lot of stuff to get to. We haven't mentioned Ronel Blanco. Congratulations. That was like the most obvious thing ever, that once they said, oh, he's got to go back and he's got some elbow discomfort. Tommy John. Elbow to Tommy John. I mean, it was the most obvious thing ever. Ronel's missing his start, but you know what? We're not worried. We shouldn't go back and get Tommy John. Tommy John surgery for Ronel Blanco.
Yeah, I just assume anytime you miss a start, I'm assuming.
So we're
Tommy
into
John.
this season. We're getting towards the halfway point.
Yeah.
We won't see him the rest of this year. Next year, you'll see Ronel Blanco, who's had basically one major league season in 2027. Oh, there's that. You got, the starting lineup, the starting rotation. Christian Javier, followed by Luis Garcia, followed by Ronel Blanco, followed by J.P. France. We're missing somebody. Who else is on what other starter that's
just J.P. France isn't Tommy John. He did have Tommy John, but it was back in 15 at Tulane.
Yeah, no. But he's also not.
Just guys
here.
out? You're talking about just guys out?
Yeah. Who's there?
Well, Blanco, Garcia, Javier, and France.
There's one more. We got a whole rotation.
Well, that's 4. Oh,
Eric Getty's out.
Yeah, it's not Wisniewski.
Yeah, Wisniewski.
Oh, Wisniewski did have.
Yeah.
He was one too. That was when I was out of town.
Yeah, and we're not even we got a 6-man rotation with Eric Getty. But Eric Getty is hopefully coming back.
Well, have the Astros ever? I've never heard them speak on this about concerns or if there's any I've never heard them question. Have you heard it? Have you heard anyone put their feet to the fire? At least ask, have you looked at internal practices to see if there's any correlation to the amount of arm injuries? I'm sure they'll just say, well, if you look around the league, it's very high around the league. Because there's been other people will tell you, if you look at the minor league systems, there's numbers much higher than the Astros since they started tracking these. But I'm here to tell you that since 2000, I doubt anyone's lost the amount of actual starters in the Astros have. Verlander, McCullers. We're not counting Garrett Cole, but Garrett Cole had Tommy John surgery too. So, I mean, he's not counted. He hadn't been here for a while, but Verlander, McCullers, Garcia, and this is the recent Urquidy. We didn't mention Urquidy the other day because he's not on the team, but Garcia, Urquidy, McCullers, Verlander, Javier, Wisniewski. I mean, that's 6, and I feel like I'm missing one other one. France is not a Tommy John. That's 6. That's 6 and I'm just coming up with off the top of my head since 2020. That's and every one of them is going to miss, the numbers look like 2-year misses. Verlander was a 2-year miss. Lance McCullers was a 2-year miss. Although he wasn't officially a Tommy John, actually. He just waited it out for 2 years. But he had previously had Tommy John in 20 when he came the year before, in 19, I think is when he had the Tommy John. And then he came back in 20 because remember he said everyone might die if they pitched during COVID.
Right.
He was upset that they were taking the chances. But yeah, it's I mean, I don't know. I just feel like more has got to be done. Someone sent something to me, might have been Dustin, about someone was talking about the late cocking of the arm. There's something about the mechanism that creates more torque. And when you follow through all the way, when you're a quarterback, right? A lot of times you kind of short arm things because you're getting rid of the ball quickly. It's kind of a snap release. It's not a long, prolonged release. It's more of a snap release. You got bodies around you, and it's a real tight, compact delivery. They talk about there's injuries that occur in javelin throwers because they have they have a late cocked arm motion, and it's a long, prolonged delivery. The same as baseball, and that creates more torque on the UCL. I was reading this, he sent it to me. And I thought, okay, I mean, there has to be studies. There's missing so many people. Like if there was any kind of a prevention mechanism in place where somebody found a best course of action and prevention to keep this from happening, how much money would they make?
Well, that's funny because I just liked, and I'm going to look at, somebody was talking about on my timeline about how to deal with elbow pain. As a golfer, you're going to get elbow pain every now and again, and because it's dangerous. It's dangerous out there. And so he was talking about how you deal with, and I'm looking for it right now. Trevor Bauer, top 3 exercises to fix elbow pain. And so maybe Trevor Bauer should take a look at our pitchers and see what's going on. Okay? Maybe Trevor Bauer can help the organization. He wanted to pitch here. I haven't seen Trevor Bauer in a while. Is there anybody that has been ostracized from a sport? Yeah.
He's up there pretty high.
Well, yeah.
Ray Rice.
No, yeah, him too.
Ray was on video.
Quarterback for the 49ers.
Colin Kaepernick. Yeah.
Colin Kaepernick.
Well, no, he was ostracized from a sport.
Yeah. I mean, and Trevor Bauer's in that.
Yeah.
Everybody said, no, we don't want no Trevor Bauer. I don't care.
No.
I don't care how well he's pitching. We don't need none. Of course, he didn't pitch. He really kind of fell off after starting pretty well.
I would say that Trevor Bauer hurt himself with his personality too.
Yeah.
Trevor, like sometimes in those instances, Kaepernick there was some financial stuff that I think he could have taken smaller deals potentially. There were some things that could have helped out Colin Kaepernick. There was behavior stuff with Trevor Bauer where I think some guys just didn't like, his own team didn't like him. The Dodgers didn't like him. They didn't want him back in the locker room at all. And you would think that they would say, okay, we're gonna distance ourselves, but
well,
when the time comes, if he's found innocent, we're going to bring it back. Oh no, they didn't want anything.
No, usually players will get behind the player.
Yeah, no players seem to want.
Well,
Trevor
because
Bauer.
And one guy anonymously said, "Yeah, my wife." I mean, it's hard to justify having him around with the wives.
Yeah.
All right. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, I want to talk about Robin. I want to talk about what's going on over at Houston Powder Coaters. I don't know about you. I mean, if you've got anything that's metal, Houston Powder Coaters is the place. Houston Powder Coaters. Robin is fantastic. At getting whatever metal that you have, making it look great again. And here's the deal. I thought it was awesome. She brought out to one of our golf tournaments, and it was the blue and the orange of one of your favorite baseball teams. And I'm like, that is a really cool chair. And if you're a huge fan, you put that in your backyard, or when you tailgate, you bring it out. For those of you that are football fans of whatever team, if you're a fan of burnt orange or maroon or red, white, and blue, okay, you can get your chairs out there that you're tailgating with, those colors, and everybody's going to go, wow, that is awesome, right? You ain't ripping them off. You're just making them the colors, making them look great at Houston Powder Coaters. Boat parts, car parts, patio furniture, whatever metal that you have, Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. Robin is awesome. They're going to do a great job. Pickup and delivery absolutely free. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. All right, welcome back here. ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. We have not heard from you today, so get in if you want. 1 hour in, 2 to go. And we are here, 713-780-3776. The story is Texans OTAs and Astros win. Tampa in town now for a 4-game series. And Astros have won 4 straight and 5 out of 6 on this homestand, which is nice. 10-game homestand, finishing up with Tampa here. Continue to roll. The Astros looking good, just a half game out of first place. The bad news, Ronel Blanco going to have Tommy John surgery. We found that out yesterday. So we got that. Texans OTAs. We got so apparently Jaden Higgins looks pretty big. I saw some. Did you see? The video
dude, he's a good sized guy. He's as big as he's like Nico Collins size.
Yeah. No, that's a comparison. Is almost tight end bigish. That's how big he is. Nico was asked about Jaden Higgins, and I just think this is going to be a really, really nice duo. I know, maybe he's going to learn the intermediate routes and whatnot and be pretty good. Nico catches a lot of balls in the about 10, 12 yards down the field and runs with them. We'll see if Jaden can't do that on the other side and see what kind of combination this is. But here was Nico talking about Jaden Higgins.
The boy's nice, man. Both of the whole rookie receivers, man, the type of guys we got bringing in, man, it's playmakers, man. And it's an honor to share the field with them, and it's only right we go out here and just get each other better, learn from each other, man, and talk to each other, on the route they see, anything they need to work on, man. I'm here for him to lean on, and I'm here to learn from him as well. You know what I'm saying? So I feel like that's the only way you can improve on your game, just having an open mindset and being a book, just being a learner,
Nico Collins at the Combine in 2021, 6'4", 215. Jaden Higgins, the Combine, 6'4", 214.
Well, it's a big difference.
Now, Nico has crazy long arms, 34-inch arms for a tackle, for a wide receiver his size. I mean, that's really good. Hand size, very similar, 33 1/8, which is actually it's good for a wide receiver. It's just Nico's like elite. Yeah. But honestly, they have basically the same. Well, Nico's actually faster than Jaden Higgins, but yeah, it's a good combination. I did hear the argument. There was a good football argument with some Texans fans talking about, is this replication at wide receiver? Are you getting another Nico Collins? And okay. I know, yeah, and it's a good argument to have because, I would argue that 2 of good is good. I don't really care. Bucky Brooks and I, Bucky has made a comment about Bucky used to be an NFL. I work with him at NFL Network and NFL.com, and he worked for a couple different NFL teams. He was an NFL a wide receiver turned defensive back, or was it defensive back turned wide receiver, whatever, from North Carolina. And he's told me, he said, you'd like to have a basketball team where you have different sizes, different flavors, different types, because it allows you to match up differently. And I think generally speaking, yeah, that's good. But if you have guys who can both have the speed to get down the field and they can both win contested catches, I'll deal with as long as I got a guy that's wiggly from the slot, I'll deal with the rest of it. You're going to tell me that I throw the ball up near Jaden Higgins and he's going to win 50-50 balls. Nico Collins can catch contested slants. I got accurate. Well, I think I've got a really accurate quarterback. He had been before last year. I think it's going to be fine, especially with Jalen Noel in the.
I don't understand. I don't understand. If you got you got Jamar Chase on one side and you got Jamar Chase on the other side. How good are you going to be? If you've got Nico Collins on one side and you got Nico Collins
double
on the
Justin
other side.
Jeffersons. Now those are the best of the best.
Okay,
I would say
but Nico's one of the best.
I would say he's one of the best. I'm not going to put him with Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson because they have some elite characteristics. But yeah, he's in the tier. I think he is in the bottom of tier 1. I think he deserves to be in tier 1.
Absolutely.
Now
to have him on the other side, we're going to complain, or we're going to try to make up some kind of problem with it. I don't get it. If he's going to be Nico-like, I think you got a huge win. Mike Sando did a piece, and he said the thing that he liked about the thing that he liked most about everybody's offseason.
Yeah.
For the Ravens, it was re-signing Ronnie Stanley. For the Bills, it was keeping Josh Allen happy, giving him the contract. For the Bears, how much they did offensively. For the Texans, remaking the wide receiver position by acquiring Christian Kirk and using 2 early picks on Jaden Higgins and Jalen Noel. Brought hope for the Texans after they subtracted Stephon Diggs and lost Tank Dell. Those new receivers aren't going to help the pass protection, which remains a concern. But if a quarterback C.J. Stroud can get the ball out of his hands quickly, Houston has some players who might catch it. Are these 3 wide receivers the Texans' best move this offseason?
I would say yes. I would say Noel and Higgins are the best. Yeah.
Yeah. I would say
they specifically target areas that fit this offense. So yeah, I would say you're right. I would say he's right about that.
Yeah. I'd say too.
Now,
I mean,
is that kind of
CJ Gardner-Johnson was a nice acquisition.
But is that also a little bit of a slam, like not backhanded, but when you look, does that kind of also speak to the fact that Texans were pretty average in the offseason when you look at free agency and all things considered?
Well, I don't.
Trading for Ed Ingram.
Well, I don't know.
Laken
Some
Tomlinson.
of them the best moves by teams, re-signing Ronnie Stanley. Okay.
Well, who did the Texans get that you like? What did they do that you really liked?
I like the wide receivers they picked up.
I like that too. I'm saying
they need a wide receiver, and you know what? They addressed it.
Do you have anything else? I'm saying there's not a lot of competition.
I like the acquisition of C.J. Gardner.
I'd say that's a good one. I will tell you that there's, let's see how he wears his welcome out fast.
Yeah.
So let's see how that works. But from a talent standpoint, 100%, because Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is a variable player. He is a versatile tool and cog that you can, if D'Amico's willing to do this and Matt Burke's willing to do this, he's a guy you can move around. You can play him in a slot. You can play him in a post as a high safety. He can play down some. He can match up on some tight ends. Like, frankly, he is, to me, his skill set is more valuable than Jalen Petrie for me. But Jalen Petrie is a high football character guy. He's pretty good around the line of scrimmage. That's what they like about him. He's more of a force player. But Chauncey Gardner-Johnson is more of a coverage player. And that's something that was missing from them last year. Even though they've got a lot of takeaways, they could be exploited at different times from the slot. And honestly, I just think Chauncey Gardner-Johnson gives them a better coverage option back there in the secondary. How they're going to use him, I don't know. I don't know if he plays ahead of Jimmy Ward. I know that you've had a lot of safety injuries. I don't know if they do something different with Jalen Petrie. I don't really know how they're going to use him, but he's too talented to sit on the bench. Like, he's better than some of your starters. I mean, he's got to play, right?
Yeah. It was kind of a slow offseason. The offensive line acquisitions, probably the offensive line, what they did is widely recognized as being bad moves, probably. I don't think people understood the Laramie Tunsil dynamic in the locker room and all of that stuff. Kenyon Green was a bust. Kenyon Green has been a bust, and hopefully he resurrects his career. He's a Houston guy. Hopefully he resurrects his career there in Philadelphia. But the Texans offseason has the only thing people talk about is the offensive line. The only thing. So to see some positives with CJ, with the wide receivers, is a plus for this team. But you're probably right. Those are Christian Kirk, and a couple of draft picks. This is what we're lauding the Texans for this offseason. It's probably been a really slow offseason.
Yeah, but it could end up being. But I like those picks a lot.
Yeah. And here's the deal. The Texans had made all their moves the last offseason, right? Because they had all the money. This offseason, they didn't have the money.
Right.
They were limited in what they could possibly do.
I don't hold that against teams when they don't, when they're I never hold it against teams who are being smart financially. The Texans had to trade, they had to trade Laramie Tunsil. One of the reasons they had to trade him is they needed money for free agency. They needed money to fill a roster up.
Well, okay. Did you like the defensive line, the Sheldon Rankins, that brings back Foley?
It's fine. It's fine.
I mean, it's
I
not.
don't-
It's It's not glamorous.
It's functional. It's got a chance to be good. Those guys aren't bad players. It's fine. I don't think you got better necessarily. You just got deeper.
Yeah.
So it's okay.
Yeah.
You attack it next year, I guess.
Right. I mean, yeah, I think, yeah, I agree. I think Sando hit it on the head, and I think these are going to be, nice, but because the uncertainty of Tank, Mechie has not panned out. You lost Steph Diggs. I mean, I like the way, and we'll find out if Christian Kirk is going to be.
I don't see Mechie making this team. Do you?
I don't either, especially since C.J. Gardner-Johnson wants number 8.
You think it's just that simple?
I think that's it. I think that's the writing on the wall.
Yeah,
he said you could call me 8. Well, that's taken right now, isn't it?
Yeah, you can call him. What are the things that he said, Del? What do you remember the names? You
8
can call him
and what else?
Shiggy or Goose. Seedy, yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, CD. All right, 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here.
But he can't go to Dallas because there's already a CD over there.
Yeah, there's a CD.
So he can
there.
never go to Dallas.
No,
you can't do that. I when we come back, I do want to. We'll get into some Astros. I want to talk about the Oklahoma City Thunder. They advanced. Also, look a little bit at the Texans roster because I do think that there's finally some real competition at some different spots. It's gonna make for some interesting cuts. We haven't had that for a while here in Houston.
And we also had a ball sack moment.
Oh my gosh!
And we had a show that I can't even understand what she was saying. So we will do that.
I don't know if you're familiar with NBA Centel. You are. Instead of Central, it's NBA Centel,
right.
and they're famous.
Right.
Now they're not the ones who did this, but NBA Centel has
I've
figured out that the WNBA,
Yeah.
like he's this person who runs this account. It's a parody account, and they trick people with with fake. They figured out that WNBA fans are either not very smart or just don't know what they're dealing with. And he is going after them and tricking them every single day
fun.
with fake quotes. It's hilarious.
It's fun. All right, right now I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health. Okay. Sean over there wanted me to make this clear to a bunch of people. The leaders in hormone optimization, testosterone replacement, is Game Day Men's Health right now. And the competition, you know what they're doing? Oh, they're putting labs. Oh, what? They're putting labs in their facilities so that they can better serve their clients. Game Day Men's Health, that was originally, that's it. Everyone's going to have a lab. That's what Game Day Men's Health, that's how they started this thing up. Secondly, oh, wait a minute. We're going to go a month and not charge you for a consultation. Well, Game Day Men's Health's like, we never charge you for a consultation. We're never going to charge you to find out whether or not you have the testosterone that you need, because that's part of the deal. Okay, Game Day Men's Health says, come in, find out where your testosterone numbers are, and then let's work out a plan to help you reach your goals of being better, whatever it is that you're deficient in. Game Day Men's Health is there. They can see all the numbers. What's your vitamin D like? What's your vitamin E like? What's your testosterone like? What's your PSA? They got it all. They do it all. Game Day Men's Health is the way to go. I just like them better. I've been doing this for a while. I'm a veteran of testosterone replacement therapy. Game Day Men's Health is just better. GameDayMen'sHealth.com. Find the one nearest you. Open it up all the time. GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
Welcome back. Before we get to Oklahoma City, I just got to get – did you guys see Texas blocked Ohio State from moving the season opener? They're playing August 29th, the first game of the season. They're playing it at noon on Saturday, Texas and Ohio State. That's a game that should be Sunday night. That's a premier marquee, doesn't get much better in the world of college football game. And Ohio State wanted to move the game to Sunday night, and Texas said no. Why would I want to move the game to Sunday night and have a short week for our boys that were just told we were kicking off at high noon? Chris Del Conte said. That was never about moving the time of the day. It was just, hey, do you want to move the day? We're contractually obligated to this day. That was it. The craziness is, oh, my God, they said no. I just said no to Sunday. I got to go to church. I mean, hot dang. I could see them not wanting to get a short week for week 2 because they got San Jose State. And I don't know how you're going to get ready for San Jose State on a short week.
Well, you don't know how beat up they'll be playing the defending national champions. They may be all banged up. They don't want to go in banged up.
And how are you going to beat San Jose State?
Don't let Ohio State, if they do, don't let them beat you twice. And don't add a short week to the equation. San Jose State's a proud football program. You keep down talking San Jose State because you don't care about West Coast football. You're one of those elitists.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm an SEC guy. There's no question. Yeah. But, yeah, San Jose State, I mean, you got to be worried about that game. Listen, that should have been a Sunday night game. I mean, Fox's big noon game is stupid. I mean, it's
they're trying to make it a thing.
I know they're trying to make it a thing.
Yeah.
No one wants it.
Why do we care about the time of the game?
I'm not ready for football then.
I'm clearly
you know what, though?
Play the game.
Well, wait a minute.
You're not.
You're just saying that because you're on the West Coast. We're ready.
No, I was never ready for a big
they're not
game.
doing it because of you. They don't care about you.
I know they don't. I know they don't care about me.
I'm not ready
Start
for
to
the
care
game
about
yet.
me, the consumer.
I'm not ready yet.
I'm not ready for noon.
We start at
College
noon at Sunday
College
for football.
Yeah, how many Coors Lights?
What are you talking about?
How many Coors Lights are you in by
How
noon?
many are you in by the Texans?
You watch noon football for the Texans?
You watch noon football professionally.
I know. Not that many. I don't like noon games. No.
Well, no one cares what you like.
Yeah,
the SEC doesn't care about you.
Not of interest to what
when are you
going to
learn the SEC doesn't care about you? Definitely Fox doesn't care about you. They know Wendy works for Disney. They're trying to intentionally screw you.
Well, see, that's why I hate them.
They're trying to sink Disney stock.
Yeah, I mean, just stop already with these important games at noon.
Important games at noon were a thing for like 30 years. What,
yeah. 2:30 was always.
No, it wasn't always, John. That's the SEC
always.
and the CBS. No, there were big noon games, or depending on where you live, sometimes 11.
You're wrong.
John, you remember
Alabama
John,
got it. Was always a 2:30 game.
Florida State, Miami used to play at noon all the time in the 90s. What are you talking about?
That's true. There were a lot.
There were a lot of big time noon games.
But that was a while back. There's not a
I
ton
said
now.
for 30 years, it was a thing, and then things changed. But
30 years ago.
For the next 30 years, it hasn't been a thing.
It changed, but there was a time when noon kickoffs were a big deal.
Yeah, nobody liked it.
Who? What? Who
are you talking about?
Who are you
I like
talking about?
my football throughout the day.
Yeah.
Why are we trying to cram football into like a
you know
tiny
what?
little 5
Why do I
hour?
want a crappy game to start the day?
You can't talk to him about this.
The 11 o'clock games are for Indiana and
Not
and
always.
Rutgers.
They weren't
and
always
Rutgers.
that way.
That's what it's for.
No,
That's
in
what
the
it's
Big
for.
Ten it is, yes.
Yeah.
But there's some Big Ten games that now look, if you pay as much money as Fox is paying, that's what comes with it. If you want to take all their money and get billions and billions, then you're going to have to play some games when they want to put them on TV.
In one respect, Del Conte's
they own
right.
you like Richie Stevenson.
Because I come from a fan base that really, really enjoys a 6:30 game. The LSU, they hate the early games at Tiger Stadium. They love the tailgate all day, and it's a much better atmosphere at night. I could see where Del Conte doesn't want to play on a Sunday night at Ohio State. I could see that.
Oh, well, yeah.
Yeah, because they're all lubed up.
It's a potential advantage.
Yeah, they're all lubed up, ready, and, and the fan base is going to be a lot rowdier.
Well,
than
there's a
at noon.
great chance of murder in the evening from
Yes,
Ohio State
yes,
fans. Yeah,
yes,
because
yes.
they're the nastiest, some of the nastiest, most
Oh, the worst
violent
people.
fans and I'm sure there's very nice Ohio State fans.
No, there's not.
Yeah, I'm sure
You
there's plenty
you
of.
can't
I'm
prove
sure
that.
some of them are listening. I can't prove it, but I'm sure that
can't
they're
prove that.
there.
There's
I
no.
can tell you this: I know that there's some terrible fans,
Yes,
and they
yes.
know that too. And Ohio State fans know that too.
No, the majority. A matter of fact, I think 100%. I've never met a decent Ohio State fan ever. Ever.
Wow.
John, do you enjoy Texas versus Oklahoma generally as a football game?
I know it's stupid. They play at noon.
They don't
It's
do it
stupid.
anymore
11
because
o'clock.
they don't do that anymore, but they did for a
I know,
decade.
it was terrible.
It wasn't. Stop. It wasn't terrible.
It was awful.
It wasn't. You're
Play
making
the game at night.
Well, that game's never played at night.
Play a big game at night when we're all lubed up,
No
ready
one's
to go.
looking. No one cares
No
if you're
one's
drunk
ready
at
11
home.
o'clock.
No, we're playing a game so you can watch it at home
I'm
drunk.
still hungover from
Yeah,
Friday
we can't.
night.
You can't take him
Who
seriously.
cares?
All John bases everything on is drinking. So
Yes.
He's not there.
I am.
there-
No. Okay, let's listen. Okay.
You're telling
Call
them that
in.
they can't have games on TV at certain times until you're
Call
ready.
in. What's better for a big game? 11 o'clock or 7 p.m.?
You can have a big game at 7. There's probably a big game that day at 7 o'clock.
It's August 30th. I'm sure there is a big game that day. And what's better?
Well, I don't know. August 30th, maybe not.
I think so.
No. Every Sunday night game. Listen, they go all day Saturday and in week 0. Then they go Sunday night, and then they go Labor Day. There's huge Sunday night
I'm
games.
sure
LSU,
ESPN has a game
LSU
for it.
Sunday.
USC was the Sunday night game last year.
Was the Sunday night game.
Yeah,
Not
and that's what
Saturday.
Ohio State wanted to put Texas Ohio State on Sunday night.
Yeah, there's probably. Yeah, I'm trying to see who the games are. I mean, it's not. This is August 30th?
Yeah, I mean that's one of the big.
Wait,
marquee
actually, there
games of
are
the
a
weekend.
ton of. Hold on a second. College football. There's
Yeah,
this many
Miami
games?
Notre Dame plays
How are there
Sunday
this
night. You
many
got
games?
your game.
Wait a minute. Have there ever been this many games on August 29th? Did they start a week early this year?
Yeah,
Well,
no, that's,
is this
that's
considered
week
week
zero.
considered week 1 or week 0?
Week zero.
Week 1.
Oh, yeah.
It's considered week 1.
Oh, yeah, that's
Oh
right,
no,
'cause
this is 2024.
They do one like MAC game the week before.
You got Virginia Tech at South Carolina and at 2, and then you got Miami Notre Dame at 6:30 on Sunday. You got your prime time game between 2 top 10 teams.
Miami.
Yeah.
It's been
They were
irrelevant for 30 years.
They had the Heisman Trophy winner.
Well, they had a Heisman Trophy finalist and the number 1
Yeah,
overall
you
pick.
find- number 1 pick. Yeah.
And Notre Dame, Miami, ancient rivals. 2 top 10 teams don't play each other at night.
Yeah.
There it is. There.
Boring.
Look how many.
So you got
Thursday
your
games
Sunday
there
night
are.
big game, and it doesn't matter this time. Okay,
He tricked you into this argument. He tricked me too.
it's ridiculous.
Honestly.
No, Texas.
Doesn't even care that much about Texas or Ohio
man
State.
up. Man up, Texas.
You mean
Put the game.
what do you mean
at
they-
You know
Sunday
what?
night.
Man
Play it
up.
at 9 a.m.
they signed a game
Play it
to
at
go play?
9 a.m. Make John wake up at 6:30 again.
Man up. They signed up to play Ohio State in their building. You're telling them to man up?
Man up. Man up.
There's not great.
I don't
games.
like defending Texas at all, but I can't get after them for deciding to go to Columbus and play a game and then saying put their foot down. Hey, we didn't schedule it for noon, but that's the scheduled time. We're going to stick with it.
Yeah. Well, that's just.
I
weird.
mean, when does
That's just
Colorado play? When does Dion play? That's going to be the biggest game. Of the
Oh
year.
yeah, that's going to be big.
That's going to be the biggest game of the year. We'll see if it's still really big must-watch TV with no Travis Hunter.
And no Shador, no Travis Hunter.
Right.
We'll see.
Yeah, it's not the
Well,
biggest.
apparently
It's
he's
not
got
the
a good
biggest set of
quarterback, though.
games, Dell.
Apparently,
There's not
he's
the.
get-
He's got a good.
Yeah, he had a
Yeah.
what? Did he get a 5-star
yeah.
as a freshman? I don't know if he's going to play, but he just
Ooh,
recruited
I bet
one.
he does.
I'll bet he has to.
Yeah, Alabama, Florida State will be a big game. That's 2:30. That's the 2:30
on
game.
Saturday.
Could
LSU,
be
Clemson.
LSU, Clemson.
You
yeah.
got your games all throughout the day.
There's some good ones. There's some good ones.
Yeah, just man.
Notre
up.
Dame, Miami, as you mentioned. TCU, North Carolina is Monday.
That's
the
There's
Monday
some
night.
decent-
All right. We said we get to Oklahoma City. Congratulations. They blew. It was the worst game ever. Congratulations, you won. You're going to the finals, and you're going to win it all. That's enough. I've had enough Oklahoma City.
I
Have you had enough already?
I
They haven't
haven't.
won it yet.
I'm sick of them.
I'm not sick of them. I like it. I like this story. Like a team that's actually built from the ground floor up. Instead of all the LeBron talk, we spent all this time on LeBron for years and years, and now we get actually something where a team for the people This is kind of a people's team.
They're not for the people.
Why not?
Because the people think they want this, but the people don't want it. The people will turn on OKC really quickly.
Well, we turn on everybody. We turn on Golden State. And I'm saying, as a Rocket fan, I'm just saying, as a general sports fan, KC was a great story. Golden State was a great story. Yeah, you eventually turn on anybody that's good. You have to.
Yeah, they've already turned on Shea.
Why are they turning on Shea? Because of foul merchant?
They think he accentuates calls, and it's less about him getting to the free throw line. It's the process of how he gets there that people have a problem with.
But there's a ton of great shots and great scoring that is. I don't think his game is over. Like, there were times James's game could be. James was looking where he did the arm out move, where he was drive in and he'd have the arm out and would just let the ball out of his hands. Shea gets to
don't underestimate Shea's ability to draw fouls.
No, he's a phenomenal foul drawer, but
he's a flopper.
But that's not all he's trying to do. He actually looks for mid range. Like, he's not James. Sometimes was just when he would drive, he just went into I'm going to get a foul mode. Shea can pull up at any second, hit a mid range game. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander right now is one of the most dominant. There was an argument being made online with in Front Office Sports had an article, and they said this might be the most dominant and most the most random or no, what's the word? Doesn't get the attention. See what they're
anonymous.
It's the most anonymous pairing of MVP and NBA championship team if they win it in the history of the league. Because you got Shea Gilgeous-Alexander and Oklahoma City, and they won 65 games. And it's just, or 65, 67. They won,
Might have been 68, I think.
Yeah, it might have been 68. It's the 5th highest total in NBA history. And it's just kind of ho-hum. And my wife kept asking yesterday, what's the big deal about them? I said, they're really, really freaking good. They're really good. You just aren't going to hear about them because it's Oklahoma City. She goes, why do they have a patch of the gas station on their jersey? I said, yeah, Loves. You know why? Because it's Oklahoma City. What do they have there? They can't have Applebee's. That's too much for Applebee's probably to spend on jerseys. So you get Loves, the gas station. Is their patch a gas station company?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess. And as far as not getting what they're due.
I mean, this guy scores 30. He scores over 30 a game. They won a ton of games. They're going to win a championship. Like, there's nobody that can touch them in this play. There's not the Knicks. And Tyrese Halliburton's a great story. They'll get rolled up to probably 4-1. This team is a problem too. They're built to last for a while.
Yeah.
Like, we got some work to do, Rafael. Or not do.
Wow.
Depends on what y'all think.
Who knows? But
what are y'all going to do? Are we going to do something or not do something?
So I saw an article today on CBS Sports about how they comp very similarly to the Warriors because of Shea, and he won his first MVP. And Steph won his first MVP the same year he won his first title. So in a time where no one goes back to back, we're stamping OKC as the potential next dynasty.
I am, yeah. I think they've got the looks of it because they've got. Their player is not predicated. He is a phenomenal scorer. Phenomenal. And Jalen Williams
weren't we saying the same thing about Denver a couple of years ago?
And
same thing.
Boston last year.
Potentially, yeah.
Because of how dominant they were.
I like the fact that
and Boston last year.
I think the big difference to me is Sam Presti has always been known as one of the great GMs and frankly in sports.
Brad Stevens has done a good job acquiring, but but veterans, he made smart trades for veterans that helped them win. And look, OKC.
It's a deep West. The West is deep.
And it's not just that. There's some luck involved. OKC, no major injury this year. Look across the league.
That's a good point.
So now you can't predict them, but you've watched how these things have played out. They're one major injury from not winning next year. That's just how it goes. Because if you stack long playoff runs on top of each other, eventually someone's going to break down. That's just how it's played out across the NBA. They're younger, so maybe they're less susceptible to it. But if I'm making a prediction, I think it's more likely that they lose a star for a postseason run than they go back to back. If I just go by recent history.
Yeah. The big difference to me is that Sam Presti has proven to be a roster builder.
Understood. Yeah. But if it's one of their top three, Jalen, Chet, or obviously Shea, then they're going to be in real trouble, no matter how many Case and
But
Wallaces
they've got
you
two
can unearth.
Jalen Williams.
So
if they lose one, they got the other Jalen
They're
Williams.
different skill sets, different levels of importance as well.
Yeah. I guess.
All right, we got a break. We're behind. Let's this 713-780-3776. Let's hear from Joy Taylor on the other side and what she thinks about this whole Steelers situation.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we got to hear from Joy. Right now, we got to hear about Billy Brown and Aqueduct Plumbing Company. Making the Brown go down. That's what Billy does. Make the Brown go down. He is really, really good with the whole toilet situation. It's not great to be associated with toilets your whole life, but that's a Billy's lot in life. There's nothing we can do about it, okay? Bill, it's not only toilets, though. It's also water that goes to your shower, water that goes to your sinks, water that how in your backyard goes to your Lance had to redo his whole backyard. They did that.
Mm-hmm.
A water under your house, how it gets there. If Billy can do it all, not just toilets. I don't want you people to be just associating Billy with poo. Okay? Let's not do that.
Well, wait a minute now.
Okay?
You've done everything you can to associate him that way.
No, I'm saying let's stop that now.
Okay.
This is not what
and
we
let's
should be
start
doing.
with you.
I'm the one that's telling everybody.
Okay.
All right? Billy is more than just poop. Billy is more, got more to do than just that, okay? Water flow. Water flow is awesome.
Moving gas lines.
Dude, he does it all.
That's right.
He does it all. So don't just to say, oh, Billy Brown, poo. No, it's not it. That's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is making sure that if you have any issue plumbing-wise, whatever it is, it could be more than just poo going down the toilet. 281-488-6238, 281-488-6238, or aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So this Aaron Rodgers saga, the other day yesterday we played Terry Bradshaw saying it's stupid. Don't bring Aaron Rodgers in. He doesn't want him there. He wants to watch Mason Rudolph instead. Okay. All right, Terry. I guess you hate the organization. You hate Steeler fans. But on the opposite side is Joy Taylor. OTA started yesterday, and you know who's not in camp for the Steelers? And you know who's pissed off about it? Aaron Rodgers is not there. And here's Joy Taylor talking about Aaron Rodgers skipping camp, OTAs, with the Steelers.
Why? Why? This is the Pittsburgh Steelers. They have six Lombardi. They're coached by
a quarterback.
First ballot Hall of Fame Mike Tomlin.
They don't have a quarterback.
They
don't have a quarterback.
And we're sitting around talking about Aaron Rodgers is not there on the first day of OTAs. Mandatory or not, where's your pride? Where's your dignity?
That's why I say I'm going to give him another day.
Where's your respect for the game? Where's your respect for this organization? Where's this organization's respect for the history that they have in this league? What are we talking about? He's never played there before. He doesn't know any of these teammates. He doesn't know the streets to get to the facility. He doesn't know the doctors. He doesn't know the rehab crew. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know anybody. He doesn't know where to get his smoothies. Nothing. Why would you not be there? Why am I supposed to take this seriously? It's not about him not being at non-mandatory OTAs for a team that he's been with for 22 years. Do what you want to do. You won 5 games last year. The year before that, you didn't play because you tore your Achilles. The year before that, you missed the playoffs. What are we talking about?
And you say
now you got me crashing out, Paul.
No.
You say I have ADD. Well, I do. But he doesn't play for the team now.
He doesn't. He's
not even on the roster yet.
I guess that's her point because everyone thinks it's a foregone conclusion that he will play for them.
Well, at first I thought she was saying, "What are we talking about?"
People believe,
but then she's saying, "Why would you not be there to like?"
Yeah, why?
Yeah, because it's not mandatory. He doesn't go to non-mandatory stuff. I hear all these people making a big deal about voluntary. Now all of a sudden, when it's voluntary, I get that you don't like Aaron Rodgers. And I think he's a pain in the ass.
To that point, though, Lance,
I would agree too. But
listen,
he already
to that point,
he didn't go last year.
If he was actually on their team and he wasn't there, that would be a problem.
Well, yeah, he's not on the team.
But he's not on their team.
He's the first and foremost, he's not. You can't even have that conversation when a guy's not signed. And most veterans, a lot of veterans don't sign until after this time because they want to avoid it.
But it's generally not.
I'm a fan of
quarterback thing,
right? I'm a fan of quarterbacks being there if they want to be part of it. Aaron Rodgers already showed you last year when he didn't even show up. They were thinking he was going to show up last year, and he didn't. He went and did ayahuasca or whatever. He's already showed you, or no. He had that was the year before, I think.
He had something
last year he had something else, so he didn't show up, and they were like, "We thought Aaron was coming in." No, Aaron's already told you he's not coming in. This is who he is. Like he doesn't really care about where to get his smoothies. He might blend them himself. That was a weird thing. You don't know where to get your smoothies.
Just part of the whole.
But
you need to figure out Pittsburgh as a whole.
Yeah,
I guess.
But he's not signed to the Steelers. You can't even have this conversation.
So I am assuming she's operating under the assumption that he that's going to happen.
I am too, but I could see this. I could see them at some point both saying this isn't going to work. I could see Mike Tomlin going in and telling Omar Khan and frankly the Rooneys, we can't do this with this guy. He's not all in. He's not a Pittsburgh Steeler. We can't. If he wants to be here, he needs to get in. If not, we need to move in a different direction.
That's pretty much her point. If you want to be there, go. You should be there right now as a quarterback of a new
team.
Signed. John, I know. I'm aware. We all know the facts. I'm trying to get into why she's speaking this way. And the assumption would be, hey, you're going to play there, right? So why aren't you there right now?
Well,
is he though? Wait a minute. That's another point. Is he? Is he? Are we sure?
That's what people are assuming.
No. That's what everybody except him.
What's the only place he's going to play unless he's going to be a savior in the middle of the year for somebody who's got an injury. But I still think temporary retirement is on the table for him.
I'm not sure that he wants to play. Are you sure? That
I don't know. I'm not sure he wants to play. When you see his activity level on podcasts now, I think he'd rather go and just talk about conspiracy theories and politics, honestly.
Yeah.
I honestly think that he has more fun doing that than football right now, at least after the last 2 years. And if he wants to do that, God bless him. Go do what you want to do. But I'm kind of with you, John. I'm not 100% sure that football is his favorite thing right now.
Okay. Adele, apparently your odds are very high that he's a Steeler. Mine aren't.
Those aren't my odds, Sean. We're talking about this, and we're taking apart what she said for about her minute-long rant.
All right, I'm asking you.
I don't
what
have
do you
odds.
Think?
I don't care. I hope he doesn't play because we don't have to talk about him anymore. That's what I think. I don't want to talk about Aaron Rodgers anymore. He's boring.
So
he hasn't been effective, and she laid it out. Didn't make the playoffs. Didn't win many games last year. Was hurt the year before. What's the impact of Aaron Rodgers outside of at least he's not Mason Rudolph?
Well, that's right. He'll make the Steelers better.
Is he going to make them better than
he's been
what they were last year?
You know what he's been the last 2 years?
I said what they were last year.
He's been Justin
No.
Verlander
Well, forget last year. What they have right now, he'll make them better.
I'm aware. We talked about it yesterday. But as far as what they expect of him, an improvement over last year is at least the expectation. A playoff team who wasn't really competitive in the playoffs.
He was not the same. He was not the same player last year. Even when people have tried to take his stats and pretend like his stats, he was a really good player. I had this argument with somebody.
Games.
Yeah, that's what it is. Like he was not. If you actually watched Aaron Rodgers and you have respect for who he was as a talent, one of the greats we've seen, then you know that last year wasn't a very good year for him at all. And it was funny. I was looking at Justin Verlander's 0-3 this year. Me and my dad were like, "What the hell's up?" Like we haven't even talked about Justin Verlander. It's like he's not even playing baseball. You look at Justin Verlander's last 2 years, he's officially in that Akeem Olajuwon end of his career situation.
Well, he's on the IL now.
He's on the IL now. He was 0-3 with the 5 ERA before. Last year he had a bad year, losing record, high ERA. Justin Verlander's done. Like he's probably done. Aaron Rodgers might be done.
Yeah.
We may not know it just because we give him a benefit of the doubt with the Achilles season, but he wasn't good last year. Is it worth all this? But at the same time, you can't argue that veterans, you can't argue for one veteran that, well, listen, it's voluntary. It's voluntary. D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday about guys missing or whatever. He goes, hey, it's voluntary.
Well,
it's voluntary. He made a point about saying it's voluntary.
Okay, you see, I mean, there's a tweet out. Stephon Diggs isn't there. Hassan Reddick isn't there. Somebody else isn't there. And Dameon Pierce isn't there. Dameon Pierce, for some reason, wasn't there yesterday.
Because it's voluntary.
But wait a minute. You're Dameon Pierce.
I'm with you. I think you need to, I'm with you. Although I would tell you that, well, no, Woody Marks is there now. I'm with you. Look, Damien, you're going into last year. You cost more than Woody Marks. They can reset. I'm with you. Dameon Pierce is going to have a hard time making this team.
Is he holding out for a bigger contract? Is that what he's doing?
No, I think he just looks at it as I don't have to be in. It's a voluntary.
I don't know.
This is voluntary.
You know the Texans.
A bigger contract, he's not getting anything. Then this is the dumbest move I've ever seen. You're basically just hastening your departure. You got to be there. You're not getting you're not getting a second contract from the Texans.
Yeah, I was just reading about somebody.
There's no reason to give him a second. You don't even give good running back second contracts anymore. Why are you giving Dameon Pierce a second contract? You don't. You reset your money. You got a big contract coming up for Will Anderson. You're going to have to shave off money. You do it with your second running back, third running back, your fourth and fifth wide. You got 2 rookie wide receiver contracts now. You're going to get rid of your veteran offensive lineman and draft some rookies next year on the offensive line. That'll be cheaper. That's how you do it. Dameon Pierce, he is done. You got Agumbawale already signed this year. I think Agumbawale and Woody Marks for sure. Maybe Dameon makes it as a fourth wide receiver, but I'm kind of with you. What are you not doing in camp? I'd be trying my best to make sure
you need to.
And they love Dameon Pierce. Damien's as a worker, but if I'm Dameon, man, I'm doing everything I can to make sure I'm keeping.
Maybe he told him, and it's
it could be.
It's a reasonable thing, and they know. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
because he is a worker.
Terry McLaurin is holding out. He's not there. Not holding out because it's a voluntary, but he's not there. He's in the last year of his deal. I could see that. I mean, the Commanders need him. There's no question about that. Jack Beck is not at Raiders camp. I mean,
LSU. I mean, TCU's Jack Best.
Yeah, Jack.
Wow. So it's just a contract issue.
It's the second rounders are having some problems.
Shamar
with second
Stewart
rounders
has
now.
offset language in his contract that has to deal with like 1.7 or 1.8 million dollars, and he's not in camp. And there's two schools of thought. Two schools of thought. One is Shamar, just sign your deal, but the other one is, what are you doing, Bengals? Trying to nitpick on a guy who's going to play more than likely a minimum of 4 years for
on
you.
A guy that you have to have too.
Yeah,
by the way.
you really do. But there's another battle going on with rookie contracts being fully guaranteed that teams are not looking to give in on that one. So that might be what's going on with Besh too.
Well, Higgins, Jaden got his, so so that he's the first one.
I think he was
the first one
outside of the first round. Yeah, he's outside of the first round. He got the thing fully guaranteed.
Yeah. All right, we got a break. We got to talk a little Zadok.
Zadok Jewelers. Zadok Jewelers, the jeweler of Houston, the official one. It's unofficial, but I like to call it official. I mean, look, they've been here over 40 years. It's family owned and operated the entire time. They have the highest quality watches, engagement rings, tennis bracelets, diamond pendants, earrings. There's something for everyone there. But when you go into Zadok Jewelers, you are going to get service and selection like you've never encountered before. 28,000 square feet of jewelry, 2 different levels. It's at 1801 Post Oak Boulevard. And the experts who are in there, one of their experts in there, her brother used to be an NFL head coach. And she is in there. She used to be a ballerina in New York. Like, it's an interesting background. Just talking to her, I was looking at some different things, and I was like, wow, that's a really cool story. And she knew everything about what I was looking at. I mean, everything, and made the process so easy. No matter your budget, no matter your level of knowledge when it comes to what you're looking for, it doesn't matter. Zadok Jewelers will take care of you, and you're going to get something that's going to make her go crazy and really know how much you care about her with Zadok Jewelers. Zadok, ZADOK.com, 1801 Post Oak Boulevard, Zadok Jewelers.
Hey, if you're a poker player, the place to play, I've been talking about this now for a couple of months, is Texas Card House. But not only Texas Card House, how about Hijack Poker, a new app for your phone or your laptop? And what's cool about it is this. You can deposit money in person at any Texas Card House location, and you can cash out there. So one of the problems with a lot of these apps is actually getting the money from them when you win. Hey, I want to. How easy is this? You just stop by Westheimer and Greenridge. Hey, I want to cash out. Here's my hijack poker. I want to cash out. They give you the cash. Or in spring, you can do the same thing. Now you can do credit card deposits, and they can send you the money. They can do that as well. But you can cash out and get the cash right at these locations, which is really, really neat, which you can't do with any other site. Only in Texas, for Texas, cash games, daily free roll tournaments, no bots. You play with real people, and it's only for Texans. It's for Texans by Texans. Play on your smartphone or your computer. Hijack Poker. Download it now. Hijack Poker from Texas Card House. Boom, 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 boom. Time to talk a little betting. John Chill from the Golden Nugget Lake Charles, DraftKings Sportsbook, joining us right now. Oh, we lost him. And we'll get him back. We'll get him back on here. I would imagine. Now, I don't know. What was the number last night? 6.5?
8.5.
8.5?
Yep.
That was a lot of points to give.
Yeah, it went up. So
yeah, well, because everybody was on the right side. I mean, so the books had to adjust. They go up. They hope they get some action on the other side. Otherwise, they're getting killed. I would imagine John Chill joining us here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Did you guys get hurt by Oklahoma City last night?
Yeah, we did. Yeah, it was. There was some heavy play on OKC last night. I think started seeing that they look good this series. I know they struggled a little bit with Denver, but yeah, we saw a lot of action on OKC and prop bets too as well. So yeah, not a good night for us here.
Not and you say that sometimes the best series are the quarterfinals or the semifinals or whatever, because they start getting on a roll, or you know what, Denver was probably the best team. Denver is the best team that they face, or maybe will have faced.
Yeah.
Denver in the postseason's a beast.
Yeah, and I think some of it's just matchups. I think Denver matched up well with them, and was able to to extend that series and continue it on. So, but you're seeing OKC starting to be the cream of the crop here. It looks like in the playoffs with the last three here, and it was interesting. Just looking at series prices, which I find interesting for tonight's game too. OKC's minus 800 to win the finals against the Pacers, but only minus 700 if the Knicks get in, which is interesting because I think Indiana matches up better with OKC than the Knicks. So I was shocked to see that there's
Indiana's a better team.
Yeah.
So what about tonight's game?
Yeah, another interesting. Yeah, it went down from plus 5 down to plus 4. Pacers getting 4. The overs at 223. I was looking at some of the splits, and what was interesting, Knicks handle 79%, but they aren't getting 33% of the bets. So you're seeing
big money,
big money on short bets there. So so that's interesting. That 67% of the bets are on the Pacers, but only 21% of the handles there. Everybody's all over the over. That's close to 86% right now. For the 223, and then money line. I like Indiana. I think every game they look like the better team. I don't see where Indiana's just playing better. They're at plus 145 right now. definitely, if you're going to take Indiana, I take the shot, take the money line at plus 145.
I'm surprised Vegas has taken so long to catch up to this Indiana, and they still haven't. How are you giving Indiana 5.5 in any game against these Knicks?
Yeah. I was shocked to see that again this morning and see how high that is. But like I said, Indiana's they just beat them in every game. I mean, you look at game one, what was 20-point lead, and if Indiana got their stride, and I don't think they've stopped ever since. So definitely Vegas and sometimes they know something. This might be the game where they know something we don't know, and the Knicks might come out rolling. But like I said, I think Indiana's the play tonight, and we'll see them at OKC.
Well,
Thursday.
Wow, minus 800 for the NBA Finals.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous. I mean, you're probably just because you got to see Indiana money. I mean, they're just begging you to take Indiana.
Yeah.
Which means, but man, that's too much delay.
No, and here's another one. They're thinking this series is going to be over. The under 5.5 games is minus 145 right now. So they're thinking a 4-1 series. Whoever's in there. But like I said, Indiana, they could play fast. They've been playing better defense, I think, a little bit, and I kind of like the over 5.5 games at plus 125. If Indiana gets in, I think they'll be able to find a way to win 2 games out of that series.
Yeah, at least it'll be tough, but yeah. OKC is so good. That is crazy.
Yeah.
That is crazy. So down to 4.5 for tonight's game. Just give me the point. If you're going to give me points at Indiana, just give them to me. That's all.
Yep. I'll take the money line at plus 145. That's the way I'm going to look at it tonight. Take your shot there, and I think the overs hit. I think three times. And kind of like that. Even though a lot of the money's on the over at 223, so that'd be a good parlay tonight to play.
And are you getting any NHL action?
Yeah, we're seeing a little heavier than prior years, and we keep on seeing Florida made it in. I got a ticket for Florida Edmonton, but I think the Stars pull it out tonight. They're minus 130. Again, we're seeing a flip flop in handles up to 70% or 64%. I'm sorry, and then the bets are only 33%. So a lot of bets are on Edmonton, but the handles at only 36% for Edmonton. But I think Dallas wins it tonight. I kind of like the puck line there, plus 190, and I think Edmonton goes and wins it up in Canada, and they'll win it in Game 6, and then the Stanley Cup will start up next week. So I think that's a good game tonight, and we'll see what happens there in Dallas. And,
what are they saying about Florida against either of these teams?
For that one, they like Florida. It's kind of more even than the NBA, so you're seeing some even action here in the they got Panthers at minus 110 and Edmonton plus 110. So Stars are plus 1,500. Of course, that's because of the series 3-1.
Yeah,
so
right.
yeah, so pretty evenly matched there. So yeah, that's definitely take your pick on that one. And
all right, we got some UFC coming up.
Yeah, so we got the main event. Not a huge card this week, but we got the women's flyweight. We got Blanchfield versus Barber. Basically a puncher versus grappler. So Barber, she's got the power. Her issue, I think, is the takedown defense. Last few fights, she's dealt with wrestlers, and her defense has been below average. So I kind of like Blanchfield. She's gone up to minus 240. She opened up at minus 200, so a lot of money on there. The co-main event, kind of the same scenario, Gamrot versus Klein. Klein's a striker. And Gamrot's the wrestler, but I still like the wrestler in this one. I like Gamrot here, minus 160. So we got that. And then we got, of course, 316. We got the man, Shane O'Malley, next week. So we got some things going on there. We got some prizes, some giveaways. We're trying to get approval for a little punching, those things at the arcade where it's gorgeous. So we're waiting for approval there, but we got some things going on there for the O'Malley fight. So get your reservations.
Is that UFC 316?
Yeah.
So the fight with Juliana Pena and Kayla Harrison is going to be a really good one too.
Yeah. I think, is that the co-main event? I think that's
co-main event. Yeah.
Co-main event. Yeah.
That's a co-main event, and that one's going to be a really good fight.
Yeah. yeah, that's definitely going to be one that yeah, that'll be a good.
Have
fight
you seen
there.
Kayla Harrison, John? Go look at Kayla Harrison. She looks like Brian Cushing in his prime.
Oh, I seen her. I
Yeah.
seen her. Boy. And how about who's she fighting against? She's got any chance? Look
Juliana
at that.
Pena. Oh, it's gonna be. I don't even know who the favorite is. I mean,
Oh my God! Look at her
Yeah.
arms.
oh yeah, 135
Oh, yeah.
pounds is what she cuts down
Wow.
to. Ripped.
Yeah,
Man.
yeah, I just saw that too.
I just hope
Harrison's
I grow up
mine
to
is-
have arms like that.
Yeah. Well, she's
Okay,
the big favorite.
how long, Lance, would you last in the ring against her?
Well, I need 2 months to prepare.
No. Okay, I'll give you 2 years to prepare.
I've got her outweighed. I'll be fine. I'll just push her down. Everything will be fine.
Oh yeah. She would take Dell.
I push her down. Dell's out of the room. Oh, there he. Oh, he's
Okay.
come running in so he can try to say
Okay,
something bad.
less than
I got her
hours-
out. I just push her down and just lay down her. She can't get up. I win
would
by
say
decision.
because
Easy.
you can't run for. I would say it would last less than 2 minutes. The fight.
I would say two rounds.
You can't
and
run
then-
away from her.
2 rounds and then I submit her.
Oh my God.
Would you do a 3-round or a 5-round?
No, 3.
3? Okay.
Minute apiece.
Minute. You better do 20 seconds.
No, I'd need not like right now. I couldn't hold up, but if I had 2 months, I can do pretty much anything in 2 months.
Anything. You could score 16
It's been
in a
proven.
game.
I just need 2 months to prepare.
You could catch for 20.
I gotta wait till my shoulder heals though. I hurt my shoulder playing disc golf, so I'm not ready to face
okay.
an
Yeah,
MMA
throwing
fighter
a
yet.
frisbee and you're hurt, but you'd be able to beat Kayla Harrison. Okay.
Yeah, with 2 months though.
Okay.
Make sure you put that in there.
All right. So the O'Malley fight too. I mean, you got to make your reservations, right, John? Because that'll fill up.
Yeah, that fight is going to fill up. That card's pretty good there. So, yeah, we're definitely doing some promotions, but that's definitely going to fill up. And then, well, we're getting to it, and I think we'll start talking football. I was going to go through some of the divisions, and next week and all that, we got our fantasy football package out there as well. So, we're, 6 weeks away, I think, from minicamp. 6-7 weeks, which is crazy. I mean, time's flying here in 25. So, got that out there, and ready to start rocking with some football and get that going. So, other than that, we got the Memorial. Interesting. Scheffler's under 3-1. I mean, you could take, I think the next second, I forget, I don't know if it's Fleetwood. They're 14-1. I know that, but definitely, I like if you're a golf better. I mean, I would take them to win. I mean, that disparity between 2.5 to 1 to 14-1. I kind of like Shane Lowry. He's currently at 35-1.
Yeah, I got Shane this week too. Yeah.
Yep. So I like him. So yeah, take your chances on some of those guys, and yeah, definitely 35-1. I like Shane. So anyways,
right.
yeah, good week.
That's John Chill every week right here, DraftKings Sportsbook and the Golden Nugget Lake Charles. John, as always, man, we appreciate it.
All right, you too. Have a good weekend. See you guys.
All right, let's talk about the Golden Nugget here for a minute. I want to talk about just a place that I love to go to, a place that's so much easier to go to. We're going to be there in a couple of weeks. As a matter of fact, we want you guys to be out there June 9th and 10th with us. I know Michael and his wife are going to be, I think her name's Angel. They're going to be there, and we're going to play some poker together, and we are going to, go to the pool, we can golf, we can go to a concert, we can go to the nightclub, we can casino, great hotel. What? I mean, if you're going to get your gamble on, why waste 7 hours? And it's literally door-to-door 7 hours to Vegas. All right? Now, man, boom, 2 hours, 15 minutes down the road, got Vegas style, all right there, everything you possibly want with wonderful restaurants and everything else. Boom, home, easy. Got kids, and you don't want to leave them that long? Boom, Golden Nugget Lake Charles. You don't have that much time off of work? Boom, Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Golden Nugget Lake Charles. Get your gamble on at goldennuggetlc.com, goldennuggetlc.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so I've been ball sacked before. Okay. And so I forget what it was I got ball sacked on. Oh, a Kevin Durant quote. A Kevin Durant quote about something. He said something about people being sensitive and and I was like, Kevin Durant, the guy. Okay, and so I got ball sacked. You were like, okay, what's the origin of this quote? Oh, ball sack sports. Okay, all right. Well, this isn't ball sack sports.
No.
Del, you were able to clean this up, right?
There's only one thing that needed to be cleaned up.
Yeah, right. He dropped an S-bomb, that's all.
Well, it's because supposedly Brittany Griner said an S-bomb, but it's not.
Oh, right.
Yeah,
okay,
he was reading it.
So he's reading a quote from Brittany Griner.
This is the podcast. I think it's PBD. I've seen them before on Twitter stuff. Like they do, I don't know, some politics and some other, I don't know. But I guess it's a kind of a popular podcast. Okay. And like with most people who have never encountered some of these accounts that are parody accounts, they get easily fooled. Like there was a time where it was tough. They just they'd put a graphic up and they put a fake quote up and you just kind of assumed it was real. Now we're on the lookout for stuff not being real. They're not ready for this though. This podcast isn't ready for this. Listen to exactly what he reads, what he thinks that Brittany Griner is saying about the WNBA, and listen to how outraged he's getting. This is hilarious.
This is from Brittany. Every time we play her, there's this commotion, like this loud rumbling from the stands. Turns out it's people, thousands of them, just sitting there watching on purpose. It's very disruptive. It's called a freaking game that they pay you money to play. Don't play the game. It's very disruptive. It continues. Brittany Griner voiced frustration in a recent interview, claiming that Caitlin Clark is ruining what used to make the WNBA great. Wait for this.
Empty stands?
Tom, let me just.
I'm so mad.
WNBA games used to be a chill, quiet place. You could bring your laptop and relax, maybe even get a little work done. But now it's like there's a large gathering of people watching us from the stands. Some of them are yelling crazy about what they're seeing, putting unfair pressure on us to score like we're there for their entertainment. And that's pretty gross. Are you
I act like this is
okay,
not
Rob, can you verify that this is what she said on the mom and pop WNBA model? That she's sick of the and then she says the whole thing is toxic. I saw a guy with his daughter in the crowd, both of them yelling, couldn't hear what they were saying exactly, but it was either about my performance or some light racism. Definitely one of the two. Give me a flipping break.
I mean, how could you not, when you're in the middle of reading that, going, wait a minute?
Well, that's because you're in a bubble. You think that that's what the WNBA is. Like, you don't know that. You don't have a sense. A lot of people don't have a sense of humor anymore. They can't recognize stuff like that. They can't recognize parody and satire. Just can't recognize it because they're so serious all the time. Everything is so serious. Every podcast thinks they're solving the world's
so
problems.
Unbelievable, though.
But
a place where you could go and bring your laptop and get
work done.
Like if she was like a businessman who might care about that, sure, but she's a player. Why would she care?
Rumbling from the stands. And I looked up, and it turns out it's thousands of people there.
Turns out.
I mean,
and he
really?
fell for it.
It's just a clear lack of respect for the sport and the people playing it that he would assume, hey, this sounds true.
Yeah.
This sounds true to life.
That's what it is. That's what it is. I can't believe they're saying this. It's not real.
It's not. Oh, God.
It's not real.
I mean, and his partner even, you caught me. You were like, are you sure about this? Look who sent that. Oh, ball sack. Oh, sorry.
You gotta, like, when something doesn't sound quite right anymore, I already know. I can't even trust video stuff now. It's to the point now where I hear something that's kind of wild, I got to go research it to see if it's true. Because I found it when something seems outlandish, 75% of the time, maybe 80%, it's not true. Because it is easy to get people fooled. And now it's getting worse and worse. The AI stuff, that video of Zelensky slapping Trump in the face and having him fall down, I sent it to the group. That's as real looking as I like. If that's an AI deep fake, there's going to be wars started over AI. There's going to be deep fakes that start conflicts. Like, it's for sure going to start high school fights between two people in high school. It's going to be really, really bad because it is so real looking. It is unbelievably real what you see now. I don't know how they do it, but we're going to have to, I mean, people are going to be arrested for stuff. This is really scary about how you could deep fake and get somebody, you could set somebody up for a crime. How did Castle just got canceled too soon. Had Castle made it like 5 more seasons, they would have eventually got to deep fake stuff.
Castle?
Yeah. The show Castle.
Yeah. What about it?
Well, I mean, he was always solving crimes and there was all that stuff. And he was a writer and there was, what's her name? Stana Katic, who's one of the all-time greats.
Yeah.
Was his partner, Beckett. My wife watches the same episodes over and over and over. She's watching it yesterday over and over and over. I said, you've watched this. Why will you not watch Better Call Saul? I tell you to watch Better Call Saul. You like Breaking Bad. She won't watch new shows. She just won't. She watches the same. I'm like, stop watching Castle. She's read the same Harry Potter book like 5 times.
How does she have time for Castle when she's reading 12 books at a time?
She barely does. She watches Castle when she's doing her workouts. So when she's working at home, she's got Castle on.
Oh, see, and you talked about this earlier. It was not ML football. It was NFL Rookie Watch. Shedeur Sanders put on an absolute show.
Oh, they're the same. They're the same.
Browns
website.
OTAs.
Yeah.
Sanders finished 7-9, 100+ yards and 3 TDs.
Yeah. ML football and NFL Rookie Watch I think they're run by the same account, and they have so many followers. Like their aggregate, they take video but then they put these quotation marks.
You don't believe in Shedeur Sanders.
Shedeur Sanders.
He was 7 of 9, 100+
stats.
yards and 3 TDs.
And then,
do you believe that?
And then my son had to say, but you have to balance that out because actually, Dylan Gabriel was also really good. I'm like, stop telling me, stop it. But Dylan Gabriel is also really good. Really good at what? At OTAs?
So your son was ready to believe the Shedeur hype, but the fact that Dylan Gabriel performed well shook him a little bit.
Dylan Gabriel,
like, wait a minute.
Who performed well for like 4 of his 5 years in college.
Nah, but he did it.
Or 7 years.
So the Shedeur stuff is less valuable because Dylan Gabriel was able to do it too.
That's what he was.
Okay.
Right.
And I said, son, never come to me with OTA stats again. Ever. That's like, I get stats. Do you ever see the stats from like real people do this who know better? Pro day stats. Well, Quinn Ewers was 49 of 53 in his pro day throws. Like, what? There's 2 drops and there was 2 overthrows. Like, come on, man. Pro day stats. Golly. It's not going to matter. Quinn's not going to be a starter in the NFL.
Pro day stats. Oh, you don't even believe in it. You're just a terrible. How do you even have a job with the NFL Network?
Because I don't believe in pro day stats.
Oh,
next thing you know, I'm going to act like
terrible.
Schedule release is not a big deal.
That's terrible.
You better not let them catch you.
I'm never going to do that. Let them catch me saying schedule release is not a big deal. As far as I'm concerned, it's the biggest deal.
There it is.
They should do it on what can we ruin for baseball? Schedule release on 4th of July. When baseball,
you want to eat up another day?
Yeah, we're gonna smother the 4th of July. The NFL wants to smother base. What's the biggest day in baseball? 4th of July is a big one for baseball.
Not really.
Father's Day.
For
baseball,
what is
like when
biggest,
can we? What is no? But there's always games. Like 4th of July is pretty. There's baseball games throughout 4th of July, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah, but they don't. I think teams have days off on 4th of July. I mean, it's not. It depends on what day it falls. If it falls on a Monday or a Thursday, teams will take off. Baseball is so stupid the way they market itself, but that's another story. All right, we have got to break it here, And right now, we are talking a little underdog again, a little underdog fantasy, Lance.
Actually, every team plays this year on 4th of July.
Well,
all 30 teams.
What day does it fall on?
Well, it doesn't matter. We're going to re-release the schedule on
There
4th
it
of
is.
July and smother baseball's moment.
Suffocate them.
Yeah, we'll have something, a fantasy convention. We're going to do something to ruin that. Okay, I just know this. If you want to watch baseball right now, if you have Victor Caratini, if you have Jose Altuve, you have Jeremy Pena, these are some good numbers. How about Lance McCullers' strikeouts yesterday? I believe was 4.5. He got to 12. So I'd say that's quite a bit higher. You know, you're watching these games. Why don't you focus in on the Astros, maybe just a couple other teams, and you are going to be able to go higher or lower on these games and make real money. You can make up to 1,000 times your original play. All you have to do is pick 2, 3, 4, 5 different players. The more you pick, obviously, the multipliers go higher and higher, and you make more and more money. But if you want, you can go for the big money by picking 5 or 6 players and going higher or lower with the statistics, or you can use their flex option, which is kind of like insurance, where you don't have to win every pick. You can win, 2 or 3, 3 or 4, 4 or 5. The payout's a little lower, but obviously it's a little easier to win that way. So make your own decision. There's a lot of people I know who are making a lot of extra money by using their sports knowledge and using it with Underdog Fantasy. So why don't you see if you want to be that guy? Use promo code Lance, and you're going to get up to $1,000 cash back, when you make your first deposit. But you must use promo code Lance. And you also must be 18 years or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER or go to ncpgambling.org.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A couple of notes. Since the Red Sox won the World Series, their record is 500. I think it's 464 and 464 since that last pitch in the World Series in 18. They are hitting 036 with runners in scoring position this season.
Oh, my God.
That's a major league record.
No, wait. For the season?
For the season.
So not over the last 20 games or something like that,
No.
which would still be atrocious.
No. That can't be. I got to look that up.
Is this where
I'm just believing this on
Is
Twitter,
that NBA Centel?
No, it wasn't. It was not NBA Centel. MLB Centel. It wasn't that. That is incredible. Runners in scoring position. They're just bad. I love that about them. Hey, take that. How's Alex Bregman working out for you?
By the way, NBA Centel had a tweet that that Caitlin Clark and Angel Reese were both fined $30 for their fine, and WNBA fans got all mad, like, it's got to be more than that. This is crazy. It's, oh my gosh, he's found a gold mine. He's found a gold mine. That stat sounds so bad that you have to double check and make sure it's real.
I have to go double check it. I'm going to have to. Larry's on
36.
Larry is on hold.
Oh boy.
Let's get him in here. Larry, what's going on?
I have a couple different topics for you. First one, and one of them is directed to Lance. The first thing is you were talking about logos on the OKC uniforms. You know what fast food place or company is based in Oklahoma City, don't you?
No.
Sonic. And you know where
the Supersonics, they stole them.
Yeah, so can you imagine if OKC wore a Sonic logo on their uniforms, how people in Seattle would feel?
Can't do that.
It would be kind of like Tennessee with their Houston, the Titans using the Houston franchise, because there are people already saying this is the first appearance in the NBA Finals for the franchise since the late 70s. And it's not the same. You know, that was in Seattle. The other thing is for Lance about Frisbee golf. I don't know if you're aware, Oklahoma Christian University in Edmond, Oklahoma, they're a Division III school. They have a program for Frisbee golf. And apparently I heard that Division III teams can't do NIL or anything like that or scholarships. But somehow they're able to award scholarships for Frisbee golf.
Uh-huh.
And they've had former college players from other schools who have NIL money for Frisbee golf over at Oklahoma Christian University. So you might want to check that out.
I'm going to look into that.
Maybe you're eligible. I don't know.
Yeah, I'll look into that. Thank you, Larry.
Mm-hmm. That's it. You need to look into it, see if you can't get a scholarship, Lance.
Or at least get one of your kids a scholarship.
Yeah, Lance. Do something.
Make it the family business.
They don't do anything.
They won't do anything?
You haven't taken them out to, what do you say, break some chains? You haven't taken them out to break some chains?
I don't even say that. Somebody else said that.
Yeah, Tyler said that. Our former producer here.
Yeah.
Asked Lance if he was going to break some chains.
Break chains. I guess what they call it.
That's
the best sound we hear.
Yeah.
Where the chains make that
You and
noise.
the boys don't go out and break chains on the weekend?
No.
Let's go.
I played with Alec when he got back, but no, Mason and Sebastian is literally going to jiu-jitsu every day, and he gets so belligerent if he doesn't get to go to the gym to lift or get to go.
Making you any money that way?
I know he needs a job. Get a job, but he's got his first match coming up in June, so he's like, he's still on his quest for 100 grams of protein a day. He's eating like a wolf. He's decided Chipotle double burrito, double meat Chipotle is the way to get the most amount of
just costing
protein.
you money. That's all.
Yeah,
he's doing.
I know. Oh, yeah. Kids are.
He needs a tortilla.
As Tal Elliott once said, who went to my high school, and was a college football coach and was a deep snapper at University of Texas. Kids are a terrible investment.
Oh, the worst.
We all know that.
Yeah,
but as far as his Chipotle order, just hey, it costs you less if he goes with the bowl.
Oh no, we've started making bowl. Yeah, I've started making stuff at home. Hey, you like this?
Well, if he doesn't want those carbs too.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's every day. Is why I gotta go to the gym. I've gotta go roll. I'm trying to get better. I want to get my third stripe, and I've got a match coming up. And like, I don't care. You don't want me to get better? You always say you want me to be the best in something. And I'm just go. I don't care. I don't want to hear it.
You
anymore.
did? You said that to him? You want him
that?
to be the best in something?
I said,
Wow.
why don't you work to be the best at something?
That sounds like parenting, and I don't.
Yeah.
think
I don't buy that.
I know. I said, why don't you try to be the best at something? Why just be average? Why don't you try to be the best?
And now he's trying, and you're giving him the business.
Yeah, but get your grades in.
use
Get
your
your stuff done at
What
school.
you didn't say. You said you wanted to be the best at something, not
You
great.
can do both things.
He
Be the
ain't
best.
doing
How
that.
about be the best at school and get a scholarship?
He used your words against you, and
How
he
about
knows.
that?
He knows.
I already told them. I said, either you get a high SAT or ACT score, or you're going to big debt. Those are your choices.
He's going in big debt.
Yeah, it ain't gonna
Yeah.
be me.
That's
What?
right.
I got a certain amount of money, so the rest is on you, Playboy. Save your money. Go. You better get your summer job on. Alex got a full scholarship. You know why? One, because of his grades. He got a good ACT score. And Alabama's trying to buy students.
Boom.
Boom. Guess what? He's not going to have to pay for any college. I
Also,
told Snacks, I said, you want to make about 60,000? Go get a good ACT score. Or see if you can get a scholarship in Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
Maybe. You don't know.
Alex also got it
In
because
Brazil.
of his ethnic background. Was that part
Well,
of
he
it too?
got room and board his first year for being Hispanic scholar.
Okay.
Can't speak a lick of Spanish.
Wow.
Hispanic scholar. Did he have to go to any meetings?
My wife goes, I did my part.
by giving birth?
Yes. I did my part. Hispanic scholar.
Do you
I'm
have to
like,
go to
stop.
meetings if you get the scholarship? Do you have to
Widow.
meet other
No.
Hispanic scholars?
No, it just means it was just another way to give you a little bit more money to get. They try to get
Did they
Ole
try to
Miss-
talk to him?
Ole Miss, Arkansas, and Alabama have been trying to buy students from around the country. Alabama has got some really good students. They've got like one of the highest numbers of not Rhodes Scholars, but the other one. I can't remember what they're called. It'll come to me in a second. You know why?
Hispanic scholars?
No. Just like they have good students from around the country
Oh.
who are coming there because they go for free. They pull people from New York, LA, or California, Michigan. They
That's not
pull
a good
from
business model. but
all
okay.
over. Why?
Oh.
Why is it not a good business model?
Because you're giving away.
What are you
Giving it
talking
away
about?
when
All
people
that.
would pay.
Well, then keep winning SEC championships and making money.
Yeah. While you're having this discussion, I just have images of Soul Man in my head. Remember that movie where that kid?
Can you believe that?
Where that kid?
Yeah, it was C. Thomas Howell.
Yeah, C. Thomas
He
Howell
got
painted
a
his face black.
scholarship as being black, and he went in the whole movie. He was
So
in blackface.
how far did Alec go to guarantee a scholarship?
Just went outside and got some
Did he
sun.
actually learn any Spanish?
Nah, you just get
No,
a
you
tan.
don't have to. All you got to just have blood.
Yeah,
That's
that's all
You
you
just got
need.
to have the blood.
Blood in, blood out.
Don't you
You
have?
gotta- Isaiah Hartenstein, he's got blood.
Yeah, but he didn't
That's
get a
it.
scholarship for it. I'm just thinking about
Could have.
what your
It
son.
would have been a. Had Isaiah Hartenstein gone to
Controversial.
HBCU and gotten a scholarship, gotten an NAACP scholarship, he would have had some questions to answer.
Did-
no
you
For
didn't
those
see-
who don't know, his dad is black.
you didn't see this
But
graphic.
he is
Likely. There's an
Just looks like a
HBCU
white guy.
There's an HBCU college team, college golf team.
National Merit Scholars. That's it.
Okay,
Yeah, Alabama has like top 5 National Merit Scholars in the country.
but there's an HBCU college golf team.
Uh-huh.
You want to guess the makeup of that team?
Blanquitos?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. And
Big
then
ups to Oklahoma State winning
Well,
another
but you don't
natty.
get a lot. But here's the thing: you don't get a lot of scholarship money for golf.
Oh, yeah, you do. Yeah, you do.
No, you don't get full
You get money.
scholarships at
It
an
depends on how good
HBCU.
you are.
You think
It
you get a
depends.
full scholarship at an HBCU?
Yeah.
I don't
you're
think so.
great.
Oh, no, not – well, I don't know. I don't know what – if they're trying to win, then you will. Look at Oklahoma State. You get the cream of the crop. They won another natty yesterday.
Maybe, but
Congratulations.
most golf programs you don't get full. You some do, But
No.
you're not all. It's the same thing
Yeah,
with
no, no, no,
baseball.
no,
Not
they-
even
they-
baseball gets full
No,
scholarships in
but
some
baseball
cases.
doesn't. Baseball doesn't.
So I'm looking at
I think you
the
get like 12 scholarships in baseball.
I'm looking at the Arkansas
God.
Pine Bluff men's golf team. They're the HBCU national champions.
Trevor, Aiden,
I'm looking at the
Jackson.
You know, everyone has a graphic,
Austin.
so it has their profile photos from the official website of
Okay.
the roster.
How did you come up with this?
Because
Where
it
did you
came up
see
on
this?
Twitter at some point, and I just remember it now that we're talking about it. Yeah, I'm not sure this was the example when they put these schools together. Not sure this was the
Arkansas,
goal.
Pine
not
Bluff.
your typical.
No, Arkansas Pine Bluff, the
Men's
HBCU national champions in golf.
Come on.
Look at the
They're
graphic.
national champs.
Yeah, and
They're trying to. Oh, look at this team.
I'm telling you,
Coach is black.
John, look it up.
HBCU, yeah.
Coach is black.
Arkansas Pine Bluff golf.
Ticket punched. It says National Men's Golf Championship, Minority National Men's Championship. Ticket punched. It says.
I don't know, man. There are a lot of Alex on this team.
Finishes second at SWAC Championship. All 5 golfers placed in top 15. Yeah.
Congratulations to that all-black team.
Well, not really.
Historically black golf team.
Not really.
Now do football.
Well, that'd be different.
What did we miss today, Del?
We didn't even miss HBCU golf. We've covered we've covered literally everything.
We didn't mention that the Panthers down 2-0 came back and won their game, and now they're back in the Stanley Cup Finals for the third year in a row. Third year in a row.
We did kind of with John.
Oh, okay, you said during the John Chill segment, but that happened. What else happened yesterday?
We got most everything.
Yeah, we got to most everything that people would care about.
We even got to Joy Taylor today. Well, we didn't get to this. Did you get the video that I put in there?
Okay,
Okay,
not
so
that. As you type, little fat Knicks fan. No, I didn't get to that yet.
What did you
That's
say?
what I just looked up at the rundown. It says little fat Knicks fan gives advice to people. I didn't get to that yet.
okay, so there's this kid. You know, remember the Little League
The
World
Rizzler?
Series?
Oh, Big Al. I've seen him grown up. He's all slimmed down. Big Al DeLeo.
He
I hit
is?
dingers.
Well, there's a new one. Here's a new one. He's a fat. He's called the Rizzler.
Yeah, that
the
kid's been around
Rizzler's
for
famous.
years.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Well, the Rizzlers all.
We'll bring the boom. His dad is so annoying. That whole family sucks.
Yeah. Okay. So you don't want to play this?
No, play it. I know what
advice. He's all decked out in Knicks gear, and this guy is interviewing a bunch of people. Sent in questions for the Rizzler, and here is the Rizzler giving. Now you got to picture this kid. He's heavy. Okay.
Yeah.
And if you haven't seen the Rizzler before.
He does this all the time.
He's got
Jawline
all these
move.
people behind him, and he's getting interviewed by this guy. And here's the Rizzler's life advice for people.
You said your problems? I'm here to give you free advice.
How can I get my money up, not my funny up?
You need to chill, bro.
Should I let my wife get a tattoo of the Rizzler?
Yes.
What would you do if you saw someone with a Rizzler face tattoo? Or a...
Let's go, man!
Oh, he's hitting the gritty! My sister pours her milk before the cereal.
So she pours the milk, then the cereal. That's diabolical, bro.
My favorite coffee shop only offers paper straws.
What's wrong with that?
My mom only lets me use my iPad for 45 minutes.
That's crazy, bro.
What is that in your pocket?
Iced tea.
How do you feel that they're making Arizona more than 99 cents now?
I think they should make it $2.
So you're pro-inflation.
Yeah.
I have a crush on this guy, but he has a Patrick Mahomes poster above his bed.
That's good.
How do you feel about the social and economic state of the world?
What even is that?
It's very visual what's going on in this video.
Yeah, but
he's doing
you just
a
gotta
couple.
imagine a little.
Yeah,
fat
he's
kid.
a little, as you said, a little fat kid, little fat Knicks fan. Yeah, the Rizzler. I don't get it, but it's not for me.
I've never got it. His family has, if you go back, they have just been on YouTube forever trying to get big, trying to make money. The dad just said, this is the model. And eventually it took. And eventually it took. The whole family is, I mean, it's, oh no, they do Costco. He does that. You have that song, Dell, that you can play, We Bring the Boom. It's AJ and it's 3. I don't know what the wife's name is, but there's 2 kids. You see them all the time. And their entire thing is to be famous on social media and make money that way. And they hit. And they hit. The dad is, classic New York, kind of loud, but he likes to have fun. It's just not for me. I just don't like to have fun. So,
no,
not like eating cookies at a Costco and taping it with a phone and a ring light around it where you're doing stuff like that, and everyone's looking at you. I'm the guy that looks and just think, do these people know how absolutely stupid they are? I saw a guy the other day in a Target, and this guy, I saw he had his phone. He was setting his phone up on a, like leaning it against some display, and I'm like, what is this about to be? He had a bag, and he had a yoga shirt on, and he just had his flip-flops on, and he had a like a yoga, what are they called? Not the wife beaters, but just the regular tank top. And he went over. I'm like, what is he going to do? So I'm sitting there waiting to see what's this about to be. And then he hits record and he runs over and starts doing a yoga pose like right next to one of the oh, Lance, why can I not think?
Kiosk. What are we doing?
No, the fake.
Trying to guess.
Just tell me what it is.
I don't know.
The one that you put the clothes on him.
The mannequin?
Oh, mannequin. God almighty. I can't come up with mannequin. Yeah, he's next to a mannequin doing this pose with his leg up.
The yoga pose?
Yeah, with his legs up, and he's recording, and he's going in, and he runs over and checks the camera. I'm like, dude.
You didn't ask him who he was?
I you know what I almost did? Just say, you want me to just take it? I'll just take the picture of you.
Maybe he's famous. You don't know.
When his mind is.
You guys didn't happen to see this older heavy guy is walking through the neighborhood, and he's dropping N-bombs on people. Did you happen to see this?
No.
He kept going, "Hey, my," and he's being recorded doing this, and all they could do was laugh at him. That's all they could do. He just walked up to everybody, and he was like, "Hey, my."
I bet there's another video that doesn't get posted. It is not laughs.
And he did not. It was like, what are you do? What is this? Oh my God, you are going to get. But everybody just laughed at him. Just laughed at him.
Man, you should try that in LA. See if it works.
No. We don't do that.
No, we don't do that. Why do people for the clicks do this stuff?
Do that at the Golden Globes.
This is so pathetic. People
what?
for clicks.
So do that at the Golden Globes. Next time you have to go to a party with Wendy.
The Golden Globes.
I was like, oh my God.
Wait, the Rizzler's not part of the Costco guys?
No idea. I know barely anything about.
Are those the lower the boom guys? The lower the boom guys threw out the first pitch of the Rangers game, or whatever the boom people are. They threw out a first, and the Rangers blow. That's why the Rangers blow. Okay. All right, so we didn't miss anything today. Actually, we hit it all. We're pretty good today.
Well, we did miss that Christian Walker has some inflammation. Now, he's not a pitcher, so it's not a death sentence to his arm. But Christian Walker does have some inflammation. He talked about it after the game. Just got to manage it. That's all. It feels less impactful than the Ronel Blanco inflammation. But
by the way, that
just
kid
be
Rizzler
aware.
has over 1.2 million followers on Instagram.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
So stupid.
1.2 million followers.
So stupid.
Yeah, he's not related to. Well, it's all just New York stuff.
Yeah.
Just like the other guy, AJ or whatever his name was, the Costco people.
Yeah. Nobody. I mean, our kids, they did nothing for us. Nothing.
No,
your boy got a scholarship.
I know, but 1.2 million followers.
And my son did
how much
too,
money he could have made?
Yeah. No, my son's out there. I had to tell him yesterday. I said, you drove back. I just think Alec doesn't want to be at home because he was at home for a week and drove back to Tuscaloosa. I got to get back in the office. I got work to do. You do? Yeah, I'm going to get paid. Then I found out yesterday, he's not getting paid.
I'd rather be at college than home. Okay.
College is out. He's at Tuscaloosa. All the kids have gone home.
Well, that's all right.
He'd rather just not be at home. He can play video games in peace. He didn't have to listen to anything in the house.
Right. Doesn't have to have snacks.
And he's in the office. He's in the football offices 8 to 10 hours of working free, 8 to 10 hours a week. 8 to 10 hours a day.
Well,
better than the alternative of being bossed around.
No, it's better than the alternative of getting your ass and being one of those Kirby's at HEB. You deliver groceries at the curb. No. That made money.
No, he think he's got
my no swimming ass kids could have been lifeguards and working. Now I got Mason like, I've already put in. I've tried to get a job at Cane's and they never call back. Who's that? The only place?
That
That
was
it? There's no other place but
no,
Cane's?
no
Quite
backup
the effort.
options.
All he wants to work is someplace where he gets
Free food.
Free food, yeah.
Quite the effort.
He didn't
No,
try.
he's really putting in it. Dad, I've turned in 19. How come all of your friends get jobs and you don't even get calls back?
One call back.
Not one. Not a
What's
We
single
only
one.
applied at
What's
one.
he putting on those applications?
No, he said he applied to 19 and then he just stopped.
They-
I don't know. He got a job at an ice cream place and then he ended up quitting twice. So I'm like, probably no one wants to. They probably called that ice cream place and then, oh yeah, I can't.
Don't put that down. What are you, nuts?
Yeah, just
Don't
you'd
put-
rather be
It's my
jobless
first job.
than
Yeah.
put that down.
No.
Who's your
yeah,
co-
I worked there and I
Who
quit.
can we call over there? I don't know. They sold to somebody else.
All right, we got a break.
All right,
And
Rizzler, let's get to a break.
we got News of the
Congratulations
Weird
to you
coming your way
guys.
next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, I'm talking about John Clay Wolf. I'm talking about GimmeTheVin.com. I'm talking about how you can just win. I mean, he's putting $25,000 out there a month. Free money sitting out there. All you have to do is go to GimmeTheVin.com and sign up. And you have to mail in your entry, and then you'll get 25, you get 250 ballots in the hopper. Now, if he buys a car from you, you get 1,000 automatically in the hopper. How about that? So you're 4 times more likely to win if you sell John Clay Wolf your car. And when you sell John Clay Wolf your car, you win already because John Clay Wolf is giving you more for your vehicle. So you'll get more for your vehicle, and then you got a better chance to win part of that $25,000 that he's giving away every day. I mean, I just don't understand why you would sell your car anywhere else. I don't get it. You'll get more money for it, and you're going to get a better chance to get money on top of that. So if you're looking for the best way to sell your vehicle, I've been saying this forever. John Clay Wolf is the biggest and the best, and there's a reason. The amount of money that it generates every year, over a B. Okay? So that's John Clay Wolf, the best car buyer in America, giving away money at GiveMeTheVin.com. All right. A woman accused of smacking a boy who called her fat at the airport faces felony child abuse charges.
Porky, hog, fat ass, double wide, butterball.
Dell, if I was the judge, how would I rule in this case?
Well, you would have to determine how accurate that kid was. Like if the kid just called her fat because he was, I guess, observant, or he called her fat because he's just being an a-hole.
Here is the exception to what does she look like rule.
Really?
This is the exception. You deserve whatever you get if you call a woman fat.
Ah, okay.
Yep.
That's a surprise.
No, if you drop that on a woman, it's open game. She can do. I mean, you can get smacked the snot out of you. Okay.
So
because
she walks out of your courtroom a free woman.
Yep. Okay. You can walk, ma'am.
That's a surprise.
Not guilty. Next case.
Considering your history, that's a surprise.
No. Of
these rulings.
I've seen a woman be called that before, and listen, it's odd. Once you do that, you've gone too far.
What about the phrase "big girl"?
But what about big back energy?
If the boy had called her, "Oh, you're a big girl," would that have been enough?
What about thick?
You're borderline.
What about thick?
Well, thick doesn't have to be an insult.
That's what I'm asking. That's why I'm asking John on a ruling.
Well, it depends. Is it meant in a good way? Is it meant in a bad way? Are you a good witch or a bad witch? Okay.
There's probably some people who don't think there's a bad way.
Slim thick?
Well, that's a whole different definition.
It is. I'm aware.
Yeah. A woman claims she's been suffering from a 7-year sinus infection after her ex-boyfriend faced his cheeks at her and farted in her face while she was recovering from surgery. Doctors say they found E. coli in her sinuses.
Oh, what?
Okay. So wait a minute.
Now, this is news of the weird.
That's weird. Who's luckier? Is she luckier getting rid of a guy who can give you E. coli from a fart? Or is he luckier because he got rid of someone who has E. coli in her sinuses?
Well, she didn't have E. coli until he did that.
Is that what we're saying?
Yeah, that's what she's saying.
That's what she's saying. We don't know that for a fact, but I don't know
I've seen this story. She's
blasting her in the face.
She's blamed her weakened immune system because she was already going through something for why this was exacerbated.
Because of his fart.
Yeah, his fart was the topper to what already was a bad situation. She was dealing with an issue, and her weakened immune system led to the E. coli, the 7-year infection.
Yeah, she had just come off sinus surgery.
Yeah, and then he did what he did while she was still recovering.
Yeah, I mean, is that one of the most potent farts? And who, by the way, you have a
most dangerous.
You need to wash yourself.
I think it might have been just
E.
a
coli.
regular fart. It's just that the sinus thing was still recuperating. She was still recuperating, and then he let that go.
Yeah, but you have that kind of power in your farts?
I think, that place isn't generally clean.
I mean,
if he's doing that. So it's going to cause problems if you inject it into someone's sinuses.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So
This
I didn't know farts were that deadly. I did not know that.
Well, silent.
Well, apparently we knew they could give pink eye because of that one movie.
Deadly.
Where did that come from, John? Silent but
deadly.
Deadly.
Yeah. Yeah, but this one feels like it probably had some sound to it. I mean, it was forceful. By the way, you don't really like someone. That's your boyfriend, and he's farting that close to your face?
Yeah. No, that's probably not great.
Yeah, and by the way, did he have pants on at the time?
Probably not.
Oh my God, you are.
Yeah, I don't think that man liked her very much, or
no. I mean,
not in the way he should, at least.
You don't.
You probably don't want to stay with that.
If you really like somebody, you don't fart that close to their face.
Not typically.
It's not a sign of endearment to do that.
No, I mean, if you're a big brother, you can do it.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but you're not.
Yeah, there are no rules for big brother.
I guess the point is,
brother.
if you at any point have had sex with this person or want to continue, farting in their face is not. It's not a good way to make that thing happen again and again.
What if the roles were reversed?
What do you mean if a woman farted in your face?
Then all of a sudden, are you keeping that same energy, Del?
It really will. Well, John,
you're going to say it depends, aren't you?
Well, yeah, there are levels. Like if if I feel like I'm lucky to be with this woman, then of course maybe something slide. But if it's like, well, I mean,
fart in the face slides.
I mean, what does she look like?
See, there we go.
There we go.
John, come on.
I learned it from watching you, Dad.
No, but for real. You gotta consider your
I
own
don't know.
circumstances.
See,
be
if the
like,
roles
hey,
are reversed, all of a sudden we're looking at it
Oh,
differently.
honey, that's funny, right? Right, it's
No,
funny.
you look great, but don't fart in my face.
Yeah, you say
What?
not to do
Yeah,
that again.
I would ask her not to do it again, but you might let it go if you.
And what if she said it was an accident?
Yeah.
How could it
If
have
she
been
keeps
an accident?
saying it's an accident, but it happens more than once.
Then at some point we're gonna have a real conversation.
Yeah, but then you're not leaving though.
I probably would. It's if she is.
It all depends. doesn't it?
No, the
It
first
all
time.
depends.
The first time. But if we had a conversation and I'm like, hey, don't do that again, and I wake up to her, I don't want to say what I was going to say.
Hovering over you?
Yeah.
Hover above, rain hell below.
Exactly. If she's raining hell below, then we might have to have
I'm done with this show. This needs to be on the Mapes and Mopey show.
That's not the official title, but
Mapes and Mopey? Mopey and Mapes.
That's not even the nickname.
Is Mapes here?
Yeah, he came back yesterday, all refreshed.
Oh, he's all refreshed. Hot. Did his team win the Natty?
No, but the new trailer.
Dell's becoming a.
No, Sean had a remarkable game yesterday. I don't know if he wants to reveal.
I thought you said you're the 3-time straight
No, I'm the
champ.
I'm the 2-time defending
Then why are you
national
celebrating
champion.
the other day like you won again?
No, I won the Big Ten title. But Sean had a game against one of our former colleagues, Josh Beard, that will go down in the annals of our dynasty.
Wow, that good a game.
Well, it was a collapse.
Oh, total collapse.
Well, not a Joe George collapsed against you with 2 missed field
Well,
goals.
let me ask you, if you're up 21-0 at the half, do you think you should lose a playoff game?
No.
Sean
I'm
lost.
I'm just killing off clock.
No, Sean did.
Sean lost a 21-0 lead.
Kill off the clock. Get first
Oh my
downs. eat
God!
the
Run
clock
the
up.
ball. Who was
It's a game of
calling
runs,
his plays?
fellas.
Bobby
It's a game of
Slowick.
runs.
It's a game of runs. No, it's
Oh,
not.
he's-
It's
you know
football.
what?
It's not basketball.
Now from now on, he's Sean Slowick.
Okay.
That's it. Terrible play caller. Nice
Yeah, I
job.
don't know what
losing
happened. I go look at the game. It's 21-0 at the half, and then when I see the final, then I look at, wait a minute, Josh won the game. I look at the final
Oh my
score.
God, Sean, embarrassing. Sean Slowick. Dell and Slowick next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. In the meantime, I'm talking about East River 9. You know I'm a big golf fan, right? And I do. I have a lot of fun at East River 9. It's 9 holes. It's a short course. Takes you about an hour and a half to play. You can play during the day. You can play at night. They got lights. They've got lights for the driving range. If you can't get out during the day because you actually work for a living, whatever. If you work for a living, you can't get out during the day. How about a great time at night? You can get corporate memberships. You can get corporate pickleball memberships. You got the bar. You've got the restaurant. You've got it's a sports bar with all your games on. You can watch all your teams there. Great place to go on the weekend, eat crawfish, and listen to live music. It's awesome. It is awesome. East River 9 is really, really cool. If you're looking for something to do, something different to do, take the family, take your employees, get the corporate membership. It's awesome. East River 9, the number 9.com, eastriver9.com. Tell them you heard it right here.
Welcome into the show. This will be a very abbreviated first segment, thanks to the guys who precede us. But while we're starting, let's start with someone who deserves some credit. And he got that coming off the mound yesterday. He came off the mound to a standing ovation. Credit to the Astros fans for acknowledging Lance McCullers and his performance yesterday, considering what he's gone through. Hell, even just this year. It wasn't the last time he came off the mound in that building, because he did pitch pretty okay against the Mariners, but we all remember the awful start that led to the death threats. So it hasn't been all sunshine in that building this year, but goes 6 innings, gets himself a quality start, and ties a career high in strikeout. So certainly that standing ovation was warranted. They understood the moment, and Lance McCullers, congratulations to him. We know quality start. Hasn't been a lot of those for him, not any this year, and over the last several seasons he hasn't been available. So it was his longest outing since 2022, and he helps the Astros, along with DeCenzo and Caratini, get a win over the A's. So they were down early. Lance gave up a couple runs, but kept himself in the game. Found the rhythm, as I said, struck out a career high, tying a career high, and then the bats came alive in the 7th to give him the win. And of course, Hader closes it out. So they get that win over the A's, take the 2 games, and now they got the Rays coming in. So a nice little run for them right now, playing pretty good baseball. And on the heels of the confirmation that Ronel Blanco is done for the year and probably longer, Lance McCullers and his performances become even more important, as he goes from, is he ever going to come back and pitch, to what right now your 3rd starter, Lance McCullers, which is pretty much his place in the rotation. If things were going well, if he had never been hurt, he's probably in line to be a 3rd starter throughout his career. And he's back there due to circumstances with the likes of Colton Gordon and Gusto, the other guys in the rotation. But hey, nice for Lance, and we'll hear from him here. Actually, we'll do it when we come back. As I said, an abbreviated segment here. So we'll try to stay on time as much as possible, at least early. Can't speak to what happens later when we get into our nonsense, but just wanted to acknowledge what he did and those bats for coming through. Now we had, I wouldn't say scary, because Christian Walker seems to be fine, but he got hit on the hand, stayed in for a little bit, then came out. He termed it inflammation, and thankfully he's a hitter, and we saw it, because when there's surprise inflammation for an Astro and a pitcher, then it's time to pack that guy up for a year and a half to 2 years. But with the hitter, yeah, you understand, he got hit in the hand with a baseball, so he'll be a little sore, a little agitated, and we'll see how long he's out, if at all. We'll see what the lineup is tonight, if he's in the lineup against the Rays. So we will hear from Lance McCullers when we come back. We'll certainly talk some basketball, because man, were the Wolves broken. Just watching the early parts of that game, that was a team who had enough of dealing with the Thunder. So we'll talk about that too. I think Raheel is going to join us today. I texted him to see if he was down to come on today. We'll see. Haven't heard back, but normally we hear from Raheel Ramzanali, the host of CityCast, at 11:15. So it'll be me and Sean till noon, and you'll hear from Lance McCullers when we get back.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
Let's hear from Lance McCullers here. He goes 6, gets those 12 strikeouts, and Lee's probably feeling pretty good about himself. But let's hear the man himself talk to you about his performance yesterday afternoon.
I think it was good execution early. Backdoor sinker was there early, and then was getting some pretty big chases, and then they kind of adjusted there in the middle innings, and then so we readjusted, talked with Vic and how we're going to start approaching. We saw that the chases were starting to lay off and things of that nature. So it's kind of that cat and mouse game that you'd rather be the one having to adjust your game plan versus having to be the one to adjust first. So just really proud of the guys. Great two-series win, and keep rolling.
How big does it mean for you to go 6 innings, top 100 pitches, a couple of things you haven't done in quite so long?
Yeah, I felt really good. Told Joe, I was thankful he gave me the opportunity to go back out there. So I just wanted to get in the zone and fill it up and, force the action there in the 6th.
The 2-game series is so awkward. Even the guys who play in them don't know how to talk about them. He goes, great to have a 2-series win. Like, we don't know how to talk about that. It's not really a series. It's just a couple games, but the Astros do sweep, and I think maybe that's the proper vernacular. We swept the 2-game series, and they did that against the A's, and they got Gusto on the mound today against Shane Bass. And I mentioned Christian Walker. He did get hit in the hand. He's day-to-day. He is the one guy who we possibly could have seen today that may not be available because, like Yordan, it's like either a thumbs up or thumbs down, depending on depending on the day. And right now, it's been consecutive thumbs down. I think someone was pretty funny. I saw it. They tweeted out what Commodus did in Gladiator. Joe Espada goes to Yordan every day, and it's either the Commodus thumbs up or thumb down. And so far, it's been the thumbs down. So we'll see when Yordan is ready to go. And so far, the bats have picked it up, and they haven't really missed them. Of course, you want your best hitter back, but with Altuve picking it up, and of course, guys like DeCenzo finding ways to contribute in that 9-hole, which has been actually pretty productive considering some of the names that have been there. They've done a good job. Yordan is missed, but it isn't crippling. You just hope to have him back some point soon to get your guys in. Of course, it'll take him some time to adjust, but you'd love to have him back and to either come back hot or give him the opportunity relatively soon to work himself out of what has been, I guess you'd say, a year-long slump. He has not been good, but you just expect that to turn around because we're having the same conversations about Jose Altuve, and all he decided to do was focus on one pitch, stop trying to hit everything, and now he's back to form. So hopefully Yordan follows suit. Okay, we had the Thunder make the finals in a game that was not competitive. I don't think the Wolves broke double digits. Did they get in double digits in the first quarter? Because I was on the verge of tuning out the last 2 minutes of the game of that quarter. You could tell from the jump that they weren't in it. They wanted nothing to do with it. And I think the defense for the Thunder broke the Wolves. Certainly the disappointment of not being able to win game 4 did. Yeah, they only had 9 points in the first quarter. And the Thunder weren't shooting the ball that well. They only scored 26. But their defense was suffocating. You saw Naz Reid dribbling the trouble. Julius Randle continued to make me look dumber and dumber, talking about him as a potential good fit for the Rockets. He put on a display once the game was in hand for the Thunder, so the point total doesn't look bad. He put up 24 and 5, but he did that after they were down 20 plus. It wasn't a good effort from him, and it looked like a team who, after the first 3 minutes of that game, realized, oh, this is going to be really tough, and we're not looking for tough right now. I don't know what they expected, but what they got was the Thunder suffocating them on the defensive end, and they're not willing to do the hard stuff to get good shots. Just a lot of dribbling into congested areas. And the other thing that stood out, particularly early before I really mostly focused on the hockey, shout out to the Panthers for making another Stanley Cup Finals, third year in a row for them. But Rudy Gobert's hands, I know they're bad, but this isn't just him even just catching a basketball on when he's rolling. It's a rebound that he should secure, and one swipe by someone and the ball's flying. For a guy who is as effective as he is, the hands are atrocious. Chances for him to simply get a putback, ball bounces off his hands. It's not his game, I understand. No one's looking at Rudy Gobert to be a skilled offensive player, but I mean, secure a rebound, man. And yeah, a bunch of as Ant said, they're a bunch of puppets all on the string, like 15 puppets on the string. That's how they play the game. They're connected that way defensively. It, all of the Wolves were bad. Looking at Nickeil Alexander-Walker, smoked a couple layups in the first quarter. Just none of those guys were prepared for that environment. And while the Thunder shooting the ball poorly made that score look relatively okay for most of the first quarter, once they made a couple shots and pushed it above double digits, that was the game. So a disappointing end to that series for the Wolves after another Western Conference Finals appearance. And a lot of talk after was for Ant Edwards. How do you feel? How do you feel about the game? Are you disappointed by it? And this is the commentary and the response of a 20-something-year-old who thinks he's going to have more and more opportunities. And you know what? He may not be wrong, but he talked about it not hurting. I think we got it over there. It's probably just on the rundown. So I don't think I downloaded it. He talked about, why should I be hurt by this? Because everyone expects you lose a game like that, you're in the conference finals, and you think you got a shot to make the finals. Now it's your second year in a row of not being able to get over the hump. How do you feel? Are you broken by it? Are you going to come back? And I'm not surprised that the player who isn't even 24 years old discussed it in a way that might make you think it's not that big of a deal for him. There are other players on that team like Julius Randle, who was looking to get a payday, and we'll see how the last parts of his playoff run affected. So he certainly has some concerns, but Ant seems a little unbothered by it all. Here's Anthony Edwards discussing getting eliminated in 5.
You came up short twice, knowing what it's like to be on the winning side. How much does it hurt, and what does it feel like to come up short of the finals 2 years in a row?
It's exciting. I don't know why people would think it would hurt. I mean, it's exciting for me. I'm 23. I get to do it a whole bunch of times. I'm hurt more so for myself, for Mike. I came up short for Mike. Like I said, we tried last year. We couldn't get it. We tried again this year. We're gonna try again next year. But hurting is a terrible word to use. I'm good. Yeah.
It's good. You know that adage. You never know. You never know how many times you're going to get this opportunity. He's not subscribing to that. And when you feel like you're at the top of your game and one of the best players in the world, I'm sure he does, and he probably should believe he's going to have more and more opportunities to do this. I think we do forget when we watch these games, at least some people do, because you saw the reporter looking for the quote, looking for the emotional Ant, and how losing 2 conference finals before you turn 24, how's that going to affect your mindset? He's like, man, you see me? I'm good. And he probably is. As long as he stays healthy, he's going to be one of those guys who was always in the hunt. Sean, did you see what Converse did? Converse is the shoe brand that gives Shea all his shoes. He's their guy. Apparently, I didn't know this because I'm not that locked in on it. And Edwards has his Adidas slogan is "Believe That." Okay. And Converse had a video ready as soon as the series was over of an ant crawling around, an actual ant crawling around, and the big word in there was unbelievable. Believe that. They responded with unbelievable.
I get like what they're trying to go for, but I don't actually know what that like means.
I imagine
I just imagine saying unbelievable. Shay won.
No, or
unbelievable
or
Ant lost.
There's nothing to believe about ants. I guess
it's just like it is another word that has believe in it.
True.
It is a different word.
And
but,
you emphasize everything by having an ant crawl around for about 9 seconds.
Good job, Converse.
What could they have been better served? Now, of course, an animal rights activist might be upset about
squashing an ant.
Yeah, having Shay's signature shoe land on a digital ant, not a real one, slammed on an ant.
Way better idea.
And then you go, believe that.
Yeah, way better idea.
Worked it out for him. Hey guys,
maybe that's why none of us can close our eyes and picture a Converse sneaker from the last 50 years.
Yeah,
maybe that's
the Shea where All-Star Chuck Taylor. Is that what he wears out in the court? Is that what he's wearing?
The only shoe that they've ever made that people can remember,
and that stands the test of time, are the Chuck Taylors. I'll have to look up Shay's shoes now. I didn't know they were.
I'm sure they look fine.
I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're
now like everyone's shoes kind of look the same.
Yeah,
like this is where we've come, where it's just like, oh yeah, you could just take the logo off and tell me it's a different brand of shoe. I'd be like, all right, sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at the shoe right now. It is very, very similar to shoes I've seen in the past. In fact, if you told me this was Allen Iverson's shoe, not the famous ones that everyone knows, but Allen Iverson later on had shoes that were less recognizable as they evolved the brand. I can say this looks exactly like one of his late model shoes.
Late stage Allen Iverson.
Yeah, it's what it is. I mean, shoes, whatever. But
yeah,
I think
just quick. I think we're running out of ideas for shoes.
Yeah,
especially basketball shoes,
because they have to have a certain level of performance and shoe profile,
and they have
all those
to
things.
Look different.
Yeah,
and like guys, we've kind of hit the ceiling on what we can do with like, I don't know, a foot.
Yeah, if you told me Shay's shoe was modeled off the Answer 4, I'd be like, you know what? I guess, because they look somewhat similar. You know his.
But then this is where it's like, well, can Converse model a shoe off of a non-Converse shoe?
I don't know.
Like, where does that leave us?
Yeah, I don't know that they did that. I'm just saying they look similar enough that I would believe that that's where it came from. Because as you said, I mean, there are not a lot of things you can do with the basketball shoe right now that hasn't been done. They're all very similar.
We've done this for like 40 years now. I think.
Yeah,
I think
we're all out of ideas, right?
But we gotta. That's another thing. I don't think I'm not connected with the the shoe people, but it feels like the shoe that everyone is trying to get are still Jordans. Like no one's like, oh my God, did you see the new ants?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I went to I never will, because why would I, an AAU tournament or a high school basketball game, what shoes are being worn. I'm sure Kobe's are still being worn.
Yeah.
Of course, Jordans.
I think it's just Nikes.
And it also just depends on who's sponsoring the tournament.
That too.
Yeah. And who's sponsoring the high school. That'll determine what shoes are being worn, stuff like that. But as far as a regular old open run, I'm sure there's some KDs. I think people like the KDs, and hell, some people like the Sabrinas. Sabrina Ionescu shoes. I see those being worn actually for NBA players. They wear them too. So I'm sure there's some variations as far as the official shoes for athletes, but as far as what they look like, pretty much all the same, except for LeBron's, because his are, I guess they decided to model them because of how big he is and what he.
I was gonna say,
what he has
still
to do.
Like they weigh like 5 pounds.
I guess. I mean, but look, that dude's 6'8", 6'9", 245, and he has to do what he does. I imagine the shoe has to be a little different than what it would have to be for a Shea. So I get that part of it. But either way, we have fixed Converse as far as what they should have done.
Yeah,
to accentuate your guy winning and their guy losing.
Yeah, I still unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I guess you can't kill a digital ant.
Why not?
I don't know.
Why can't you?
I think you should be able to.
Yeah, this is like when
like a Twitter account for a team like beats another team and they like whatever like the
Rockets and the Mavs.
Yeah, or the Astros with the sweep.
And that was
with Seattle.
when that was too much.
Yeah, it's like
what?
Well, if we're gonna do the performative smack talk, like, can we at least be allowed to be a little bit spicy with it, like to be a mild spicy with it before people start crying? Like, we're not even going full. Like, we're not even going up to 11 here. I don't know. I would love for one team. I've been thinking about this during the playoffs. For one team just to like not do the like final, unbelievable. Like however they want to. Houston, we have a problem. Like just to like go without the winning one. Like just be like, here's our final score. We won game 3. All right, let's keep it moving.
Yeah.
We're the Knicks, all right. We just saved our season in game 3.
It shouldn't be
before promptly losing
like
our season.
it shouldn't
in game
go
4.
#no sirs. It shouldn't be that.
No,
like to mock the Pacers. Yeah, we'll see what happens tonight with the Knicks trying to keep their season alive. They got a game 5 at home against those Pacers. Pacers trying to close it out, and I guess meet the Thunder. What people have decided would be NBA Armageddon as far as the ratings are concerned. Thunder versus Pacers. God forbid, I guess. I'll be fine watching the games. I think it'll be entertaining. We'll see if the Pacers offense, if it comes to this, if the Knicks don't have a miraculous comeback in them, if the Pacers offense can do something that no one has been able to do really throughout these playoffs and cause the Thunder some real issues, because so far with all those plus defenders out there, it's been hell for everybody they face. Okay. We will get to the Texans when we come back because OTA time. D'Amico spoke about the offensive line, and we'll give you, I guess, what the starting offensive line is as of today, because people got their eyes on that unit. Very important as far as the success of the team, and we'll tell you about. It's not a real quarterback situation, but Davis Mills was getting all the first team reps. Why? Well, it's pretty easy to figure out. We'll talk about that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So Riley chimes in. I believe he's a big Thunder fan from what I remember. And he kind of echoes what I was saying earlier, that Thunder had Minnesota broken early. He said Minnesota had no answers last night from the jump. His suggestion that Joe Ingles might have helped, if only for the vibes, because of Ingles in his time with Utah. Unlikely. When there was a series where the Thunder had Paul George, that Ingles was a better player in that series. He, along with Donovan Mitchell, beat the Thunder in the series, but unlikely that this version of Joe Ingles was going to have an impact. But no one was last night for the Wolves, and that includes one Naz Reid. So let me ask you a question. We'll get to the Texan stuff here, Sean, and anyone listening. If you were famous enough for people to DM you for a poor performance,
Okay.
do you think,
Just like after the show? Be like,
yeah, if someone's, hey, you missed a couple bites, bad timing, stuff like that, whatever. Hey man, you should hit this drop, whatever.
You didn't have the audio queued up.
Yeah, stuff like that. Whatever it might take for them to notice you not having a great show, whatever it might be. Do you think you would ever respond in a way that Naz Reid responded? Have you seen what Naz Reid?
No.
Now this
How
was
did Naz Reid
well, this
respond?
was over the course of 2 games, and of course this is
This series.
Yes, and this is all over, like, of course, fantasy and stuff. A guy had an over, or maybe simply a guy had an over on Naz's points. He didn't get it, so he DM'd Naz Reid. He has a screenshot of the bet and then says, "You're so ass," to Naz Reid. Now, if that hit you, like they pulled up a clip from YouTube and go, "You're so ass," are you responding to that? Or you know what? This is not the time. Nothing good can come of this, so I'm not going to respond. Does it depend on what you're doing at the moment? Because
I mean, okay, so if I'm putting myself in Naz Reid's shoes,
yes. Are you?
I don't know if he wears Converse or not. But if I'm putting myself in his shoes, I think I am. You have to imagine he's not in a great mood. Although maybe he's like, me and Ant we can do this. We can keep doing this.
No, yeah, this was after game 4.
Okay,
so he
game
was
4.
A close loss. Probably wasn't in a great mood.
Yeah, so maybe I probably wouldn't. I probably after a loss probably just wouldn't like be on social media
at all.
Probably just wouldn't, or at least like check my
Particularly if you had a
messages.
poor game.
Yeah, just like wouldn't stick my head in there. But if I were to, I wouldn't comment even knowing that I'm mad. I'm guessing Naz Reid decided to reply.
He did. And the other part of this is there's always a risk of what happens where the guy will just simply video the entirety of your or screen record the entirety of the conversation as he scrolls up and down to show everybody. Now you're the Naz Reid who responded with you mad, broken, fat. That was his initial response, and that's the start of the whole thing. Once they got you to respond, now they know. Let me keep poking at you, and now it's time. Now I'm gonna go viral. A lot of you're broke from Nas in return.
I mean, true.
Yeah.
I guarantee you this guy has less money than Naz Reid.
Now, of course, the guy was like, "I'm not broke. Sure, I lost a bet, but that's chump change." That was
did Naz Reid go? Then why are you DMing me?
No, that would have been if I was involved in this. This is what I would have done.
If it doesn't matter, why are you DMing?
But no, it was a lot of you're broke, you're fat. I took 4 shots and missed 1, and then he got into you suck stuff. And Nas's response, and then it's Nas decided. You know what? After game 5, I got more time. Because after the game 5 loss, Naz Reid was on, I'm gonna get $100 million, and the guy's like, they're not paying you $100 million. Naz Reid's probably gonna make $100 million. Just how the finances of the NBA go. He probably will be making a lot of money very shortly. But either way, the guys never figure it out, man. Now, as far as how we respond to these things, nothing's gonna happen to Naz Reid. Maybe he catches a letter from the NBA. Hey, could you not call a fan fat and broke and tell him he's sucking stuff? Could you not do that? We'd appreciate it. But for the most part, nothing's going to happen to him. But guys, come on. This is what's going to happen if you respond. Have we learned no lessons? Now, to your point, maybe Naz Reid was in a state where nothing could have kept him from responding in that way.
Yeah, that's his you suck too, you know?
Yeah, it's true. Sometimes even when you know better, you still are agitated to the point where you respond in kind to some of the issues, or at least some of the words being thrown your way. Um, Naz Reid, future $100 million man, at least according to Naz Reid, but not above telling a fan he's broken fat because they're upset about a bet that you cost them.
He's definitely gonna make 100 million.
Yeah.
The more I've thought about it, it's
Yeah.
like 3 years, 33 million
Yeah, he's gonna make 100 million
per. Yeah.
Will it come from the Wolves? That's up for debate. But he's probably going to find a way to be a starter someplace as a valued six man with the team who's made a couple conference finals. So that happened. Not a lot of contentious moments with the Texans yesterday. I don't think D'Amico got into it with anyone yesterday, from what I can tell.
Call anyone mad, fat, and broke.
I mean, he would be in a position to do that too. He's neither broke nor fat, so if he could say that too, I guess. But no,
Or mad most of the time.
I always position him as excited.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, even like after they give up, 12 sacks against the Chiefs or whatever it was, he was just like, man, sucks.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't.
We haven't seen him angry.
It wasn't
have
like
we?
we've been getting our quarterback killed all year. Do the Steven Silas smack the table? Just he was like, man, we just got to work on ourselves.
Yeah. There is not a guy who he shows his emotions, but it's rarely ever in anger. So you mentioned the offensive line getting the quarterback killed. They've made several additions to the unit. I mean, as far as the quality of those additions, it's not really up for debate. The numbers tell you they weren't that good. We'll see how they perform under Nick Caley and Cole Popovich. But if we care about the starters, on May 28th, the unit was Cam Robinson at left tackle, Laken Tomlinson at left guard, Jake Andrews at center, no Scruggs or Patterson anywhere in the mix, and then Titus Howard at guard and Blake Fisher at right tackle. So that may be a unit that's simply for day one, maybe just simply for media viewing. In future OTAs, it may be different, but at the moment, Cam Robinson, Laken Tomlinson, a couple of your new additions in the starting five. And we have some sound from D'Amico Ryans here, so we'll get to that. It's on the office line, and he kind of says what is the reasonable thing, that guys, it's early, but here's D'Amico Ryans. I think I have that over there. Oh, someone's gonna DM you and go, you trash.
Yeah, I don't know
What happened. It's not over there. I didn't save it. If I didn't, then that's on me. Don't send a DM to Sean. It would have to come to me. Maybe I didn't save it. Either way, we'll get to that when we come back because we're late for a break anyway. We're not on time, but we'll try to stay as close to on time as possible. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back on the state of the offensive line and whether anyone should be caring that much about it right now. We'll hear from the Texans coach. I was going to say on the other side, but then I caught myself because very early in the show, I said, I don't want to do that. So we're going to stick with, we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Okay, let's hear from D'Amico Ryans, and we'll get to him. Maybe something else before we close out the segment and get to the second hour. Oh, Rahil's going to join us at 11:15. Confirm that the host of CityCast will be here with us in the second hour. But D'Amico Ryans, after people got a look at the offensive line, probably the biggest question of this offseason for the Texans. How will that improve? D'Amico Ryans was asked about it. Here is his response.
This is our first day in OTA, so when it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots, and seeing which 5 guys work well together. So one thing about the O-line is a lot of smart guys in that room, and they can move around, they can play multiple spots, and so that helps them. But it's just a matter of finding that 5 once we actually get in training camp, put pads on. Nobody's making the team right now. It's shorts and help.
The O-line propaganda is pretty fascinating that they've always been considered the smart ones. It's just something people say. Have you ever heard anyone say that O-line is pretty dumb? Like, they always they're kind of the smartest guys because they have to pick up all the stunts and the twists and the protections. O-line has a pretty good PR firm because all we hear about them is how smart they are. I mean, if I go by how the Texans picked up stunts last year, I mean, I don't know. I mean, if that's an indicator of intelligence, I think maybe there should have been a reevaluation. That's all. At least football intelligence. Who's to say how smart they are off the field? But you hear that. I've never heard anyone go, they're just okay. They're just okay mentally. O-lines always they're smart.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you could honestly stop it after like the first 5 words that D'Amico Ryans said.
First day of OTAs, that's enough.
It's the first
You're
day
right.
of OTAs. Like, we have to have a starter, like a first group
Yes.
that goes out there.
Like the first guys to line up before, a play is run. Yes.
And the next part that he can't say, won't say, whichever, is, and all these guys aren't that good, and we're going to have to mix and match the entire season. Like, they have, 3 more months of this just before they even, not even play play a real game. Like, just play a game that matters. I'm not even counting preseason, like the preseason starting lineup. They have 3 months until it's like, okay, we have to land on this group, which, by the way, might involve cast-offs from other teams. And so their spot probably isn't locked in. It's just like, I saw so many people talking about the first offensive line group, and like, it means so little to me.
Particularly for this team. For another team who runs out their first offensive line group, good players who were solid last year, okay, that's the group we're likely going to see unless there's an injury. But for this team, no idea what it's going to look like. You just have a bunch of guys.
They're all 75 overall in Madden, and you're just like trying to figure it out.
And you're trying to hope that they could coalesce and come together to be at least average to protect your quarterback.
75 was generous, by the way.
Yeah, I heard that number. Just let it go. Just let it go. I wonder what Ed Ingram is on Madden if we looked it up right now. Would he be a 75? You can look it up, probably. Either way, it's a unit that's in flux. It will likely continue to be in flux deep into preseason as they try to find an answer. Hopefully whatever 5 they believe is best is the one they're able to stick with.
73 overall.
Well,
Ed Ingram.
You did overinflate his Madden rating, but not by much. So, but maybe they're an average 75. Nah, that James Andrew dude can't be a 75 too. There's no chance. So there it is. You've got an offensive line who doesn't have a lot of talent on it, and one that's trying to figure some things out. And it began, at least for media viewing, yesterday. Something that popped up, and of course, it's list time. People need to create content. It was something from Connor Orr. He does this yearly where he makes bold predictions. And this was on the Texans and future contracts, which don't need to be signed between now and the season beginning. But at some point, you got to make some decisions on how much and how long you're going to pay CJ Stroud and Will Anderson. He suggested that Will Anderson's deal would be more important for the Texans because they don't want the Micah Parsons deal to be something they have to work around. They'd rather get the Will Anderson deal first. They may just be forced to deal with the Micah Parsons deal coming first if the Cowboys are looking to get that deal done quickly, because Will Anderson isn't going into his third year. Will Anderson's people are probably not that interested in signing a deal after year 2 with what they expect their guy to be after year 3. So the Nico Collins thing was cool and all. Just don't think you're going to get that from every player. And the contention was, beyond the Micah Parsons thing, CJ Stroud was not his rookie self in year 2. So the rush to give him a giant deal may be not something the Texans are looking at. And Will Anderson gets his money, and then CJ gets a franchise tag before he gets a long-term deal. That I would be surprised by. Because even if you give him the franchise tag and you're not committed for a long-term deal, it does put in your quarterback's head and the agent's head that I'm not that sure about that guy. Now, we're going to give you top 5 money. You're going to be paid very well in that 1 year. Of course, we're talking years away now, but we're still not sure. I don't think you want that out there around your quarterback unless he gives you reason to not be sure. So that's the thing. That's the quiet thing that we don't want to address, because there's just the assumption that year 1 is what he is. That's what the first impression is, what everyone would like to believe. And I think that's what most people do believe, that year 1 was who he is. And as long as his offensive line isn't a disaster, he's going to revert back to that form. Maybe it's a pessimist in me. I don't think year 2 is a definite either, but I'm in a not sure category. I think he's a good player. I don't know if he will be a guy we're talking about consistently as a top 5 quarterback in this league.
Yeah, I'm like, he's not, just because the top 5 is like.
Yeah, we've had to talk about he's never going to be better than Mahomes, Allen or
Burrow,
Lamar Jackson.
Yeah,
like, and then can he slide in
right there?
Can he slide in at 5, or
Yeah.
will that always be an inflection point for him where there are guys who are going to have better years some years than he will, and maybe he's bottom of that top 10, and maybe he reaches top 5 status. I don't know.
Yeah, or like the Matt Ryan MVP
Yeah,
year,
stuff
where
like
it's
that.
like for a year you're
Sure,
like
you're the
everything
best
came
quarterback.
together with the supporting cast and the offensive coordinator. It's like, okay, you can do it, where it's like, but no one's like Matt Ryan. Remember Matt Ryan, that top 5 quarterback?
Yeah, it was never a thing. So, and it's not an insult to be Matt Ryan, you know. If that is how your career turns out,
it's such a good quarterback.
Really good quarterback. Yeah.
There's so many, like, if he's Matt Ryan, I feel confident saying would be the best quarterback in his draft.
Yes, because
and in a lot of drafts.
Yes, he would be definitely better than what else was drafted and in that round, and maybe the 21 draft as well. And we'll see about the 24 draft, although Jaden Daniels got off to a great start, much like CJ did. So we'll see how he does in year 2 with all the expectations now that the Commanders have. So I don't think the franchise tag will ever be a thing. It just, I mean, you can come back from it. I mean, Lamar Jackson got it, but that was injury stuff. They weren't sure, I believe, on him as far as could he stay healthy, and then he was, and we've seen what he's become since he got his money. Right? Did he play under the franchise tag, or was that just a consideration? It might have been just a consideration before he got his long-term deal.
Or he might have been tagged and then signed the extension.
Yeah, because that was the offseason where you could have traded for Lamar Jackson. And we had all these teams come out.
It cost like 2 first-round picks.
Yeah, and all these teams came out, oh, we're not interested.
Yeah.
And everyone's like, why aren't you interested?
The Falcons like, nope, we got big plans for a quarterback position. Don't involve Lamar Jackson.
Nothing to do with Lamar Jackson. We got a guy we think we have a handle on. And then the Browns said, hey, you want $230 million guaranteed? And the guy's like, yeah, I love that. And then the Falcons like, we're out. So maybe take the bird in hand as opposed to well, whatever you want to describe Deshaun's career since the moment he asked out of Houston. Let's just say it's not been good. Okay. If you want to get in on the show, you can 713-780-3776. We will be joined by Raheel 11:15. So we do have a segment before then if you want to call in. Sorry, I'm just watching Thunder highlights as they are torturing random Wolves, and they did a lot of that through the 5 games as they go to the finals. So we got one finals participant ready to go. We'll see if the Pacers can close out the Knicks at MSG. That would be great. It is another night where we're going to be bombarded by New Yorkers, or at least fans of the team, whether it be the players or the Chalamets and the Stillers. Sean, I want you to think before, and we'll have this talk before we come back. Which New York celebrity are you most hoping is miserable tonight? Like, is it Chalamet? Is it Stiller? Is it Spike Lee? Think of all the guys. Now you can look it up. Look at all the guys celebrities.
I'm looking up New York celebrities.
Women and ones who go to Knicks games.
I'll do the editing.
Yeah, men and women who are fans of the Knicks who have been shown at games. Like one Anne Hathaway. Are you looking for Anne Hathaway to be upset tonight? I know you have issues with her dad because he takes the side of the big guy, not the little guy. So
it's a union buster. Yeah.
Yeah. So
or no, he doesn't pay out insurance claims. His job is to make sure they don't pay out
Exactly. So we'll figure it out when we come back because we could have a lot of sad Knicks fans. And as far as the famous ones are concerned, who do we hope is the saddest? We'll talk about that when we get back. Welcome to hour 2. Sean and I were hard at work during the break trying to figure out who's an actual real Knicks celebrity fan, who is just someone riding the wave right now. Like, is Larry David, Knicks fan. John McEnroe, Knicks fan. Russell Wilson, not a Knicks fan. He will adopt the city that he's in now that he's a Giants quarterback, and he'll root for the Knicks. But he's not a Knicks fan. He's hey, look at me. I'm Russell Wilson. Now, ain't I a good guy? I'm rooting for the local team. He's one of those guys. And, if you're not a fan of a basketball team, it's not a bad way to go about life.
Yeah.
The Knicks
CJ
are good.
Stroud could take notes.
Oh.
Not mouth kissing to Steph Curry after game 1.
It's aggressive on your part. You wouldn't be saying that about him if he was coming off a great second season.
I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't.
It's easy to say it now.
I probably wouldn't be thinking about Russell Wilson either.
if he was a great player. It's easy to say that now because CJ struggled, relatively speaking, in year 2. But let's go. Sean, you've seen the list, and we've discerned who's a real fan and who isn't.
Yeah.
Who do you think you would? Okay, go ahead. What were you
Spike
gonna say?
Lee's always like
Real fan.
That's just funny. Like, Spike Lee, my entire life, he's been a sad Knicks fan. He hasn't been a happy Knicks fan. Except for a week and a half ago when they beat the Celtics. It's the only time I've ever seen him a happy Knicks fan. But I have to go with someone else, and this is conditional. That his sadness maybe his sadness would take him farther than I think anyone else's sadness would take them. I need this guy. I need Tracy Morgan to throw up on the court again.
Tracy Morgan is your choice?
I need him to be so sad that he vomits on MSG again for the second time this season. I need him to be sickened by what he sees on the floor tonight. And then everyone else is sickened by what they then see on the floor.
You want something out of a comedy movie or a cartoon, like Family
he
Guy,
vomited.
where you have Tracy Morgan vomiting and it elicits projectile vomit from everyone around him. That's what you're looking for. Okay.
Yeah. If it upsets everybody so much that they all vomit.
I wasn't gonna put Tracy Morgan on the list. I mean,
you saw how much he vomited.
Yes, he was ill, and maybe some alcohol was involved as well, and that led to that. There's another celebrity Knicks fan,
Justin Long.
Sure.
He was second on my
list. If he could be miserable, I think I'm good with that. I don't have any problem with that. There are a couple guys, particularly one, good old Marty McFly, that I would have been upset with you if he'd mentioned for several reasons. I wish nothing but good things for Michael J. Fox, so he doesn't go on my. Oh, you're not so sure, huh? Back to the Future 3, not so great.
Actually, I like.
He goes Spin City. Could have done without it.
3-hit wonder.
Yeah, put up 3 really good Back to the Future movies.
Then what?
What else? Michael P. Keaton, whatever, or Alex P. Keaton. Excuse me. I'm trying to think. Mine. I was thinking Larry David, but nah.
Joe Budden's also funny.
So Joe Budden was miserable after all that
in the 4th row.
All that big talk about his Knicks and beating the Celtics, and he thought they're taking out the Pacers in 5. That'd be funny too, sitting in the 3rd row, 2 rows behind Fat Joe. But I think I'm going to go. I think I'm going to go with John McEnroe. I think that's it's Ben Stiller. Forget it. Ben Stiller tweets. I remember why I took issue with him before.
Yeah.
Ben Stiller tweets about his Knicks.
That's a good point. Because like some of these people, you just will get like one.
Yeah, I don't have to
sad.
deal with McEnroe outside of maybe he makes an appearance because someone puts a camera in his face at the game.
Wimbledon. He's gonna be.
I don't watch Wimbledon. Don't got to worry about that. But his Knicks fandom, I don't have to deal with unless someone puts a camera in his face. Ben Stiller's one of the more vocal Knicks fans. He'll tweet about the Knicks. He will quote tweet someone who insults him or the Knicks.
Yeah, he'll get in the comments.
Now he's in a war of words with Pat McAfee.
Yeah.
Which is more about McAfee's than it is about Stiller, but still he's involved now.
Yeah, he'll throw stuff at Brian Windhorst.
Oh, Brian Windhorst, by the way, said it was much worse than what we saw in video. I think he went on his podcast or someone's podcast and explained. If you missed it, after the Knicks, I think, eliminated the Celtics. I think that was game 6, right? Game 6, they eliminated the Celtics.
Yes.
Windhorse had trash thrown at him, and also someone said, "Hey, Windhorse, what do you think about this?" And he goes, "I don't give what you think about it." And then, but he said it was worse than what we even saw. So Windhorse, from what I can tell, at least his colleagues say, one of the more likable people around, seemed very necessary from a guy just giving his opinion about the game when all you should be doing is really celebrating the win. That's why I was rooting against the Knicks in this series, because of their fans and how insufferable they are. But I don't know if any celebrity fan threw anything at Brian Windhorse. But who's most likely to have done that from a celebrity point of view? Joe Budden, probably.
I was going to say Chalamet.
Nah, I don't think Chalamet got that in him. And it's funny that Chalamet doesn't make our list. You would think the young Hollywood star, bringing a Jenner Kardashian to the game, and he doesn't make the list. It's Ben Stiller.
Yeah, because I think just because I saw the picture of him wanting an autograph from like Landry Fields 14 years ago,
Yeah,
I'm like, all right.
Yeah, he's a real one. Yeah, he's a real one. He was hoping Landry.
You're not a celebrity who goes to Knicks games. You're a Knicks fan who became
a New
celebrity.
Yorker who's a Knicks fan who became a celebrity. Yes, that's that. And I think maybe Ben Stiller fits the pro. Is he a New Yorker?
Yeah,
too?
but also he rage tweets.
Yeah, I wasn't excusing him. I'm just saying I think he fits the profile.
Yeah, no, he also fits the profile, but he also will rage tweet. So you're on the list, buddy.
My list, certainly. Eric, you want to talk about Jalen Green? Who doesn't want to talk about Jalen Green? We'll get to you now because we got Raheel Ramsdenali coming up. So you have one. Who do you have again as your?
Well, Tracy Morgan, asterisk if he vomits.
If he vomits, but if he doesn't vomit, do you have someone?
Probably Stiller.
Yeah,
just for because you'll see it. You know.
Yeah,
you'll see the sadness. Joe Budden, number 2.
if we can see him, considering how far back he'll be at the game. All right, Eric, you want to talk about Jalen Green and the Rockets? What's up, Eric?
Hey, Bill, when you trade Randall for Jalen Green, and the big fan I would choose would be your mentor, Stephen A. Smith.
It's not my mentor.
He's really annoying.
Okay.
Hey, Tom, what did you, baby?
That's Willie P. You're mocking there, I guess.
Oh, Willie Ryder.
Yeah.
Another Willie Ryder.
Oh, Willie, if you heard that, if you don't hear it live, you heard it on the podcast, we got another Willie Ryder that you can comment on. Stephen A. Smith's not my mentor. I don't even really consider him a Knicks fan because Knicks fans don't. So if he's sad, it's just going to be performative. Like, what he does tells you he's not that big of a fan. Because if you can turn it into a bit and you're willing to be filmed doing it, that's not what a real fan wants to deal with. So, he doesn't count. As far as Jalen Green, no, I would not trade him for Julius Randle. I wasn't in favor of trading Jalen Green for Julius Randle when Julius Randle was going good, because you still are devoid of backcourt options once you trade him. Julius Randle isn't a like for like replacement, and he's not a good enough player where I would say, hey, let's trade our best, at least our most explosive perimeter player currently for Julius Randle. No, if you're trading Jalen Green, I would hope it's in a bigger deal than Julius Randle, because he is maybe not a centerpiece. Maybe the picks are considered the centerpiece, but part of a deal that gets you a superstar, or at least someone who can rise to that level. Julius Randle was a thought experiment I was having that I'm being held to account for.
A thought experiment gone wrong.
Yeah, that I've been being held to account for over the last couple of days. And I admit it, Julius Randle has not made that take, thought, whatever you want to call it, look good. But that's what's to be expected. If you have expectations for Julius Randle, he's going to make you look bad. Hey, I got caught up. It was like the 9th hour of this show I was doing that week. And you think about the 3 hours I do with John Lance. Hey, I run out of things to say. Sorry. And Julius Randle popped into my head. I'll take that L. It happens. All right. We'll hear from Raheel when we come back. Raheel Ramsdenali, host CityCast, will join us to give you what's up and important about the city of Houston. We'll do that when we come back.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
While we wait for Raheel to join us, we didn't get to this. Some college football news. The SEC coaches would like a 5+11 model. What that means is for the proposed 16-team playoff, which has a lot of different iterations that people are thinking about, the coaches themselves would like the 5 automatic qualifiers. While they wouldn't get buys, at least 4 of them would get buys. They'd be the qualifiers, and then you'd have 11 at larges. The belief in the SEC, at least from the coaches, is they would take up quite a few of those. Now, last year, we know the argument about South Carolina and Alabama and Ole Miss. They believe in that setup, those guys would make it because of the SEC dominance. I would say, sure, don't lose to Kentucky, though, if you're Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin. Don't lose to Oklahoma if you're Alabama. And South Carolina, I mean, you were pretty good in the SEC. Your losses came out of it. And you also have a win over a playoff team in Clemson. Problem for them is they did lose to Ole Miss and Alabama, so that's why it was going to be hard for them to get in. So we'll continue to hear about this stuff, and people are clearly looking for the most advantageous setup for them. But that's what the SEC coaches want. 11 at larges, which actually differs from what the administrators want. I believe they wanted the 4+4 Big Ten in the SEC, and then they had larges up for grabs. Part of a scenario also would be the top 2 teams in the SEC would get their bids in that we get 4 teams in, and then because we're not giving up championship Saturday money, we'd have a doubleheader, or at least maybe a game Friday and Saturday, where 3 versus 6 would play each other and 4 versus 5 would play each other in some type of play-in tournament, although it wouldn't be a tournament because they wouldn't have to face each other, the winners. And if the winners of those 2 games make it into the playoff. And then you know what, Sean? The 2 losers are still eligible to make the playoff as at largest.
I was going to say, if you're getting 4, then I guess it's the winner and the loser of the championship game. Or are we not doing a championship?
They're not doing a championship game. They're doing...
So instead of having the best and second best team of the SEC play, they want a game between the 3rd and 6th best team and the 4th and 5th best team.
Yes.
2 games.
Because, hey, what's an SEC title game really mean if your top 2 teams are making it anyway, guaranteed, although that would be the case for the 12
very well thought through, because it's like, what about instead of Alabama versus Georgia, we then get like Ole Miss versus South Carolina instead? Wouldn't that be better TV? It's like, no, that actually wouldn't be better TV.
They believe the interest in their league is so big that the very fact that these 4 teams will be playing for the right to make the playoff would be enough of a draw as opposed to the top 2 teams playing for an SEC title.
I feel like we've gone too far. I feel like we've just I think we're drowning in proposals. This is something that's happening in all sports. I feel like we're trying to fix every postseason and every problem that isn't really a huge problem. Like, do you realize that we're going to have 4 years of 4 different college football playoff scenarios or 4 different playoff setups? We're just changing this thing every single year. And like, I 4 plus 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus whatever. Like, guys, just it's a 16 seed tournament. This is where like 5 plus 11, like, sure, just because it's easier. Like that's why I'm pro 5 plus 11. It's just that way I just know who's in, and then we can argue about the bubble. We don't have to do, because now we're gonna have what, instead of 4 Power 4 title games, we're gonna have at least 6 of them,
and
that aren't title games.
Well, I am a victim of all the proposals. So the championship game would still exist.
So now we just have 3 SEC games,
pretty much,
guys,
and 3 automatic. So how it's set,
guys?
How it's set up
this
currently,
is so stupid.
not currently, but how it would be set up in this scenario: the winner of the title game gets in. the winners of those playing games gets in, and of course, the team who lost the title game would be expected to get in, and then you'd have the two losers of the play-in game still be eligible because of the at-large scenario. That is what
Let's just do 5 plus
That's
1.
one proposal.
Let's just do 5.
That is one of several proposals as we go forward.
Just 5 plus 1. Or 5 plus
5
11.
plus 11. We will see.
5 plus 1 was the old school. This would fix the 4-team playoff of, hey, what if just every conference title or every conference winner got in
and then
one at large?
Yeah.
Like, that's how simple this used to be to now. Like, again, so in 2023, we had the 4-team playoff. 2024, we had the 12-team with the conference winners getting automatic buys.
Top 4 conference
that's how
winners, yes.
Get Boise State and
Arizona
State. All right. Now we're going away with that for this year. So now it's 12 teams seeded normally. Sweet. Awesome. You could kind of stop here. Whatever. But we're not going to stop here. 16 in 2026. But it might be 4 plus 4 plus 3 plus 3 plus 2 plus whatever.
That's right.
Or what if just the conference winners get in and then we figure out the at-larges?
Nah, let's go with the more complicated measures.
Come on, guys.
Nah.
We had a pretty simple process with the 4-team
No, but
playoff.
which of these things benefits my conference and myself more than it benefits the other conferences? That's part of the equation too.
I could make the argument 5 plus 11 would help the SEC more. They're going to get 5 in every time.
You would say that, but we need more interest in our conference that has the most interest as it already more than anyone else.
I don't think
so let's and you know what we value more than interest? Money. So you know how valuable it would be to have a championship game and then 2 play-in games as well. The interest in our conference and the money we could earn from that.
I guess what I'm thinking is also like, well, the Big Ten would just do this too because they're getting the same amount of teams in, and then. Now what?
Oh, you're talking about unintended consequences where those two teams, where those two conferences could have games battling each other for attention?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now all of the conference championship Saturday is like just going to be a normal week of college football.
Yeah.
Because all the teams are playing each other.
Like how many teams are going to play on championship Saturday
75
and
teams
Friday?
that think they can make the title.
Yeah.
Guy, like, again, this is like the football changing, the NFL changing their postseason where it's like, I think it worked fine. I don't know what we're doing.
Yeah, 6 playoff teams was just fine.
People wanting the no more East to West, just 1 through 16 seated straight in the NBA. Like, guys, the schedules would be unequal.
Can I ask you something, Sean? You seem to be very against change. What would we have done without the Denver Broncos making the playoffs last year? What would we have done without that?
I don't know. I would have had an extra like 3 hours on my whatever day that was.
Well, and
Saturday or Sunday.
Did you really need that, or could you have been? Could that have been better served watching more football, even if it was bad football?
I mean, the thing is, the Super Wild Card Weekend isn't that the same weekend as the college football playoff?
I believe.
Was there an overlap on?
Yes, and the attention that lost because there are so many games on.
There's a Texans regular season game the same week as the first playoff week. It was on at the same time as either Penn State, SMU, or Texas, Clemson, and like there's just a Kansas City game where everyone's legs were being exploded. Just Tank Tails actually, and the season was going terribly for the Texans.
Yeah. It all is a blur because at some point there may be just too much football for me to remember.
That's where I'm starting to get a little bit worried for the NFL and to a lesser degree college football, where it's just like, there's going to be like we're a show that talks about pop culture, that talks about Marvel movies. There's a time where Marvel could just shovel out whatever and people would go in droves to go see it, and they would have an awesome time, and they're bought in on the like giant decade-long storytelling that they're doing. Now they're not. Now that they can even make a good movie in the Thunderbolts, and it makes way less money than all the other MCU movies. I think people just get tired of things, and I think the more and more that the NFL and college football and the SEC and Big Ten are like pushing this like well, we just got to give them more. It's like, well, people are eventually going to get sick of this. Like, you're going to reach a breaking point with the casual audience that you're chasing that, like, oh, wait, I need to watch the 4th place SEC game because one of these teams might lose in the first round of the playoff. Cool. Oh, wait, it's LSU and Ole Miss, a game I've already seen. Oh, okay. Sweet.
There is a level of you guys are always going to want to watch us do this. And the SEC may be within its rights to believe that, but I don't disagree. At some point, the second edition of the Ole Miss LSU game that wasn't that interesting the first time it happened.
Or just like any, like,
yeah, it doesn't matter the matchup. It's just,
but when you do go down from the top of the SEC to the middle of the SEC, which is what you're doing, it's not really the middle now because there's 16 teams, so it's slightly above the middle of the SEC. It's just like, really, do we need last year's LSU A&M game to be to have a rematch and one of these teams make the playoff? I think the playoff was good without either of those teams making the playoff. That's just me.
For a situation like that, I think a lot of people would be like, "Hey, just pick one." I mean,
who cares?
We don't care.
Who cares?
Pick one of those, whether it be Marcel Reed or Nussmeier. Pick one of them. Whatever offense you like better, pick one and let's go.
Think about this: we didn't even have any conversations about the Tennessee Volunteers making the playoff because they were just like lock solid. They're
all
in.
Yeah.
We didn't even talk about them, and they played one of the most least interesting games in the entire playoff.
Yes.
And then they're out night one.
The most interesting thing they did was run out there with their shirts off, trying to look tough, and then put their shirts back on because it was actually pretty cold.
3 hours of them getting their stuff.
And then after that, they just got killed by the eventual national champion.
But it's like, but what if we'd watched 3 extra Tennessee games to get to that point?
And we're focusing on them. But as you pointed out, do we think the Big Ten wouldn't try something too if the SEC got that off? So who knows? We will be joined by La Salsa when we come back, unless Raheel calls in before we go to break.
What if that's Raheel under an alias?
Then I don't believe he would have, although selling it by calling in on the regular line works, but I think he would have just called in on the hotline. But you never know. We'll see if La Salsa is Raheel or he's someone else. Considering the topic of conversation up there, I think that's actually La Salsa. We'll get to him and anyone else when we get back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
It be your own people, Sean. Raheel stood us up. It be your own people.
Again, this is at least the second time.
Yeah, I'm sure he's working hard with CityCast, but we're talking less than an hour ago. He's like, here are the topics. And now look at us. Waiting. Your own people. All right, let's get to La Salsa.
Next best thing. Then Raheel.
I would agree. Is that a compliment to La Salsa or an insult to Raheel? You decide. He wants to talk about, I don't know why he wants to talk about this guy. But what's up, La Salsa?
Hey, what's going on, Deli Bear? Hey, Mapers. Hey, also shout out to Raheezy and City Cats. Anyways, do we know if Jake Asman is a Knicks fan? And if so, I would root for his sadness. Hey, as always, you stay classy, Scrooston.
So at least he tied it into the show. I appreciate that effort. Jake Asman, formerly a host with the I forget the name of the show. With Cody and Kellner. What was the
I
name
know
of the
the
show?
name. I'm just gonna.
I can't remember the name.
The Wheelhouse.
The Wheelhouse. I can remember the host names, but not the name of the show. I think that's better that I remember the actual guy's name as opposed to as opposed to the name of the show. The Wheelhouse. Thank you. R.I.P. The Wheelhouse.
R.I.P. The Wheelhouse.
But the guy's still alive.
I can confirm.
Is he a Knicks fan?
Jake Asman is the Knicks fan.
Oh, then there you go, La
He's a big
Salsa.
Knicks fan.
Rooting against Jake. You may not be the only one. I don't know. But I won't be rooting against the Knicks specifically for Jake. I've got bigger concerns. Mainly Ben Stiller.
I think he would agree that Ben Stiller is a bigger concern.
Yeah. Yeah.
Than himself.
If you're choosing someone
to root against,
maybe choose Ben Stiller. I mean,
so Ben Stiller's made Severance, right? He's
I do give him credit for that. He is one of the creators of Severance.
But other than that,
I mean, what joy has he brought me?
The last
since I said last week, since Meet the Fockers. What am I looking at?
Well,
you gonna look it up?
Sorry, Ben Stiller. I'm pulling up your IMDb.
And maybe it changes my mind. I'm talking about in the movie.
2?
I'm not looking for him as a producer or a director.
No,
because I wouldn't have known he did unless he did like a behind the scenes thing.
I want you on my screen making me laugh.
Yeah,
make me laugh, clown.
You don't even have to make me laugh. Just do a good job on my screen, and maybe I'll recant me rooting against you in the strongest way possible.
All right.
What's on the IMDb for Ben Stiller that we could have enjoyed in the last 10 years?
Well, coming up, he'll be in Happy Gilmore 2, reprising his role as Hal.
That's an Adam Sandler joint, but yes, he was in the first one. Okay, but coming up, that hasn't happened yet.
A lot of stuff
where I see a lot of executive producer stuff in the last decade.
I mean, he was in a movie. Oh no, uncredited. Never mind. Dear Santa. He was Lucifer, uncredited.
Didn't watch that.
Nutcrackers. He played Mike Maxwell. 5.5 on IMDb.
Nope.
Bleecker. He played Dr. Potts.
Nah.
In 2022. Yeah. I'm just gonna scroll until I see something I recognize. He was in. He was in a 2019 episode of Arrested Development as Tony Wonder.
If you say so.
It's
a recurring
rival magician.
It was a recurring role for him. So this is my point. Ben Stiller ain't doing a lot for us. On screen, at least.
Yeah, Zoolander 2 in 2016. Those last, I don't know. Movie I remember him coming out with.
Barely within a decade, and I didn't watch it.
And it's a 4.7 on
not great. So there it is.
Gosh,
anything
it might actually be Meet the Fockers.
Yeah, you keep thinking I'm joking when I mention that, but
Madagascar 3, Europe's Most Wanted.
Once again, a cartoon that we didn't see his face, but yeah, at least his voice was there. Night at the Museum, Secret of the Tomb. Did that strike you as something you care about?
No, I might have just scrolled past it. Actually, yeah, I did scroll.
2014.
Right past it.
So yeah, Little Fockers in 2010. Nah. So there it is.
Secret Life of Walter Mitty.
I'm not saying he wasn't in things we've heard of, just anything we would have enjoyed. Raheel has texted me and said he went over taping. I knew it was CityCast related. He has some stuff to record. We'll see if he'll get in, or maybe we miss Raheel for the week. We'll see if he's available. here shortly. All right. So
wow, you had to go back.
See?
Far.
That's what I'm saying.
Like, if we're going since this movie, the top 5, like I might be throwing in things that like Zoolander 2, where I'm just like, it's a legacy sequel to a movie I liked. I've never seen it. 2008's Tropic Thunder is like the last like
there it is.
certified banger.
There it
that he
is.
has.
4 years after Meet the Fockers. There it is.
Because
Tropic
it's a lot
Thunder.
of sequels and it's a lot of cartoons, like Megamind, even though he plays a guy whose name I don't recognize.
Look, Greenberg, if I remember correctly, is a pretty good movie, but not enough for me to stop hating on Ben Stiller as far as him being a Knicks fan. So there it is. We'll see if he's happy or sad tonight as the Knicks and the Pacers play their Game 5. We've talked a lot about hating on Knicks fans. Who do you think is winning tonight? I think the Pacers close them out. I don't think it goes back to Indiana.
Yeah.
The Pacers aren't. Well, I know the Thunder are known as the not effing around team. For the most part, the Pacers don't F around either.
Well, the Pacers, every series has gone the same way.
Yeah, when they have a chance to take you out, they do it. They were down big against Cleveland in a Game 5, right? And they came back and won that one.
Yeah. I mean, every series they've played, they've gone up 2-0, lost Game 3, won the next 2.
Yeah.
Just that's what they did against Milwaukee.
The Bucks.
And that's what they did against Cleveland last series. So I think there's a good chance. I mean, they're undefeated on the road in the playoffs. No, wait, they've lost one. They lost Game 3 to the Bucks.
Yep.
But other than that, they've lost one game on the road.
And those Game 5s was gone a certain way. They were down big to the Bucks.
Yeah, and they
came back and won. After Gary Trent Jr. went crazy in that Game 5. It felt like the Bucks were going to win that game. They couldn't hold on. And then against Cleveland, as I said, Cleveland had a big lead. That felt like, okay, we're going back to Game 6. At least Cleveland showed some heart, and the Pacers were going to close them out 6. No, the Pacers came back and won that one. So if we're looking for a trend beyond the fact that they win Game 5s, expect the Knicks to get up early and the Pacers to hawk them down and go win that one. We'll see how it plays out. But I think they take out the Knicks tonight. So we'll have Thunder, Pacers in the finals. I think it happens either way. I think the Pacers win the series either way. And
yeah,
it'd be a giant collapse. They don't, but I feel like we get a lot of sad Knicks fan reactions in their building tonight.
Yeah, this is just a will they play a game on Saturday question.
Pretty much.
Really.
Pretty much.
And like you said, it might be worth the extra day without NBA basketball because the finals don't start till June 5th. So it might be worth it, though, to have that extra helps it's a Saturday of no basketball on just to get the 25 sad Knicks fan shots that we'll get.
I would agree. And
including Ben Stiller.
I mean, I can always watch a movie on one of those non-NBA nights. I got options. I'll take sadness in their own building tonight, and I'll adapt if there's no basketball in a couple nights. Okay, we'll go to a break with that. We have one more segment to go. If you have a ex-radio host that you want to root against, you can call in about that or anything else. 713-780-3776 is the number. Me and Sean till noon. One more segment. We'll be back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
Welcome back. Sean, your boy, Del Conte, was like, you ain't going to bully me. You guys missed it. Chris Del Conte, the AD at Texas, was asked by Ohio State to move their season opener, which is a Saturday game at noon, which is a point of contention for Ohio State people as well. But they wanted the game moved from noon to Sunday. And Chris Del Conte was like, nah, you're not going to put us on a short week. We got San Jose State coming up. That's a respected West Coast program. Yeah. You're not going to put us at a disadvantage. And the game was scheduled at noon. That's what the contract said. We'll play it at noon. We're not going to move it to another day.
Take it up with Fox.
Yeah, exactly. It's not as much as it's funny to hear.
Fox could put that game at night.
They could, but they have decided they want the space of playing games at noon. They want it to be their thing. And Ohio State, there's some politician there trying to create legislation to stop that from happening. But this isn't a Chris Del Conte thing. So
would the Sunday game be at night?
I don't know.
Like if it's not at night, then like what the hell are we talking about?
Because ABC or the ESPN family has a Sunday night game. It's Notre Dame Miami, which if we go by the way too early rankings, it's supposed to be a top 10 matchup somewhere around there.
Yeah,
both those schools. So you already have a big game that night. So then you're just competing against them. I guess the ultimate thing they wanted, Ohio State people wanted, was a Saturday night game, but with the schedules already made, they thought, hey, let's go with Sunday. Conte was like, no, what are you talking about? I'm not doing that. And take it up with the networks, which is how TV and, how games are determined anyway. It's all about what the network wants, and the network wanted it at noon. You're in the Big Ten. Deal with it. The Conte's like, I'm in the SEC. They never do that in the SEC.
No.
It's either 2:30 or prime time.
Yeah. Or you're playing Kentucky.
Yeah, but they would never put a top 5 matchup on at noon or 11
Fox,
for us.
Scared to compete.
And even the SEC move a traditional 11 o'clock kickoff, at least for us, to the 2:30 slot.
Yeah.
Oklahoma, Texas, now 2:30, because the SEC is like, we're not putting one of our featured games on at noon Eastern time.
If there's a good game on at 11, it's because there's absolute like banger city from 2:30 to whatever to the prime time. Like that's the only time that there's going to be an awesome 11 o'clock game.
And sometimes, and that would have to be like 2 games in those time slots, because there'll be times where the networks will compete against each other.
They'll do a 6 o'clock and a 7 o'clock.
Yeah.
SEC game.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes if CBS, which now has a Big Ten too, had Oregon and let's say Ohio State and prime time, you'd have an SEC game at prime time. So they will compete against each other if they have to, but as opposed to putting a game at 11. But Big Noon Kickoff is their thing. It's their featured brand for Fox Sports when it comes to college football. So suffer the consequences, Ohio State.
Yeah.
Even if you are the national champion.
I mean, even like without like taking that part out, like the fact that like the idea that you'd be asking to push it back is because Ohio State thinks it would be advantageous to them to push it back.
Yeah.
Then are you obligated to be like, oh, by all means, please?
You think? Oh, you saying a night game would
please make it harder?
Would be more hectic and maybe more consequential to the outcome of the game? Oh, sure. Let's do that.
This way, sir.
Let's put Arch Manning in that situation at night. He's already got to place the defending national champion on the road in his first start as QB1. He started games before, but as QB1. Let's put it at 7:30 because that's what we want to do. No, the game is scheduled where it's scheduled. Get over it. So that's how that's going to play out.
Fox just put it at night.
Nah, Fox is scared to compete. Can't do it. Although it's more, what are we going to do? What game? Hey, we're stuck with enough Ohio State, not Indiana last year, but Ohio State, Illinois games at noon. Ohio State, Northwestern
there
games
was a
at noon.
Big Noon Kickoff that was Ohio State, Marshall last year.
Yeah, they deal with that enough. So when they have a prime game like now, it didn't turn out.
Fox is like the most nakedly like it is going to be either a Penn State, Ohio State,
or Michigan game.
Michigan if they're good.
Yeah,
like those are the only 3 brands that can handle big noon kickoff.
It's the only three brands that we think people will care about to watch a game at that time of the day. So if they're available, we're going to show them because this is our featured product. And then they'll move on to Big 12 stuff later in the day, which is kind of just their formula. So
what is I'm looking at what the Saturday night game is.
I think I did it this morning. I know the Sunday night game.
Oh, they're all TBD.
Yeah, they don't know the times. Maybe that's why they were really insistent on trying to get it moved because the times weren't set. But not going to happen. The Sunday night game, as I mentioned, is Notre Dame Miami. So that.
Oh no, it's LSU Clemson.
Oh yeah, I did see that. Yeah. So that's the game of the night. Two teams who at least at minimum are going to be top 15 going into the season. So they'll have that game for us.
Yeah, ABC basically already has their like big time matchups set for Saturday.
It makes sense.
It's going to be Syracuse, Tennessee at 11, Alabama, Florida State at 2:30, and LSU, Clemson 6:30.
So it'll be a chance for the ACC to get pummeled again or not,
or change the narrative.
It's true.
Then you have, this is, ACC on ACC violence, Notre Dame versus Miami, and then
in some ways, yes, it is ACC on ACC violence,
and then Monday, the eyes of the nation on them on Labor Day. You have TCU going to Chapel Hill to face Bill Belichick and the Tar Heels.
There will be some interest that we wouldn't have suspected when this game was put on the schedule 5 years ago. But now that Bill Belichick is there.
Yeah, when they put it on the schedule 5 years ago, they're like, cool, 11 o'clock, whatever.
Yeah, but now who is it still Sonny? Is he still at TCU? Sonny Dykes?
Still Sonny
So
Dykes.
Sonny Dykes will be the maybe cannon fodder for Bill Belichick's first game as a college football coach.
It's funny because TCU,
they were Deion's cannon fodder.
It was the same exact situation.
Except at least they had that one. They had that one
that
at
was
home
that
and
was
lost.
the big noon kickoff.
Yeah,
game.
but it was big noon kickoff at home. And wait a minute, TCU can't stop these guys. This game is more interesting, and it turns out it was one of the bigger wins in Deion's tenure. Now TCU wasn't great that year, but at the time, it propelled Deion's team into the conversation. Yeah. And they certainly taken off and run with that to some people's dismay, but they're now a conversation piece, and it started with that game.
I will say Saturday, week 1, it's those 3 games I mentioned: Texas, Ohio State, and then you're probably a fan of a team if you're watching any other game.
Yeah, it's not a great
Utah UCLA
slate.
is like up there.
Ugh.
Has best matchup.
Well, Nico Maliava's first start. There it is. That's how you get him to watch. Nico's first start at UCLA.
You know what? I'm sending an alert for that one.
And we're
UTSA,
sure Cam Rising isn't playing for Utah, right? We're sure about that.
I don't know. Well, you can never be too sure.
Are we sure?
He said he's retiring.
We're sure he won't be a part of that team for that game.
Who knows? There's still plenty of time for a waiver to be rushed through.
You're right. It's true. But for the moment, Cam Rising, who missed plenty of time with Utah when he was on the roster because of his injuries.
Now he's not on the roster. Maybe he plays.
Maybe he decides he's healthy and he'll play. But yeah, so as we get closer and closer, we'll talk more college football as far as the games are concerned, as opposed to some of the ridiculous offseason stuff when it comes to the playoff. But there we are. If you're a Texas fan, you got a dog in Chris Del Conte. He ain't gonna be bullied.
Yeah,
by Ohio State.
We already knew that.
Yeah. Oh, I was alerted to it when I saw the article. I did not know he had that dog in him.
As someone who covered his opening press conference or his introductory press conference from that day, no, actually, then it was very bland and normal. It's very hard for me to be like, it's a new era for Texas athletics.
Don't they love bland and normal as far as
they do
the people talking?
They do.
Yeah.
One of the biggest things was, Shaka Smart was there.
Ooh. Shaka Smart. His biggest thing is standing on the floor while his opponent's in the offensive end. Hey, get off the court. You can't be the sixth man. Still does that at Marquette. All right, we're done for the day. Paul Gallant's up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done for the day, what does that mean?
We did it!
Oh, he's back.
Yeah. I think enough time's passed.
Thoughts and prayers to that Achilles, Jason Tatum. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
12 strikeouts, Lance McCullers Jr. What a performance. 6 innings for Lance, ties his career high and goes more than 6 innings, or goes 6 innings for the first time since the DS of 2022, and a standing O for Lance from the crowd.
How about them Stros? How about them Stros? That's 4 wins in a row after yesterday's 5-3 victory over the Athletics of a city that we do not know, we do not recognize. They're in Sacramento right now. So 4 straight wins for the Astros, who are now a half a game out of first, 4 games up on the Texas Rangers. Everything's looking good. Hello and welcome aboard the Paul Gallant Show on this Thursday, May 29th, 2025, the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, and we are live at Top Training Sugarland. Okay, so I've been looking for a good gym for a while. My gym makes me want to drive off of a bridge because it's very, very crowded. I don't care if it's open all hours of the day. This place rules. This place rules. 6,500 square feet. There's world-class coaches here. 3 former pros. What? 5 who train professional athletes. When I go to my gym, I have to fight people to get a dumbbell. Just to get a 25-pound weight, I had to kill someone to get one. This place, you don't have to do that here. It's fantastic. Grand opening on Saturday, and you get a free trial class here. Might be getting my pump on a little bit later. That sounds weird, Paul. Fine. Relax, okay? We're here to talk about some baseball. We're here to talk about your Astros. So I'm feeling pretty good. If we're on the confidence scale right now, 4 out of 5, this is, I think, looking up, because it's not just that. 1, the Mariners offense has come back down to earth. 2, the Texas Rangers have forgotten how to score entirely. Firing their hitting coach has not helped them out at all. It's also this. I found this on Astros Reddit, but apparently going into this weekend, the Astros had faced the second most difficult schedule in all of baseball based off of what we've seen about 2 months in. And going forward, they have the easiest schedule left, like significantly more easy than the rest of teams in baseball. I don't really know how they make this metric, but the team that is closest to them as far as remaining schedule difficulty, the Arizona Diamondbacks, they're at a negative 0.2. If you take a look at this graph, the Astros schedule is twice as easy as the second most easy schedule going forward. Again, I don't know how it works. All I'm telling you is things are looking up for this team because they got a really easy schedule going forward. Yesterday, what Lance McCullers did was very cool. We were talking about it towards the end of the show. We saw him get through 6 innings. He tied a career high with 12 strikeouts. He clearly got better as the game went on. In 23 pitches, his first 2 innings, 27 pitches in the third. But he hung in there. And to see him give a performance like that, especially when we learned that Ronel Blanco is going to miss the rest of the season, he needs Tommy John surgery. To see that he is capable of going 6 innings is, I think, a really good sign. But even more importantly, that he was able to show flashes of the dominance that we've seen from him at times due to the absolutely filthy stuff that he has. It's fantastic to see. I get it. It's the Athletics. But it was a really awesome thing. I mean, it's been a really long time since we've seen Lance McCullers do stuff like that. What was it? 2021 since we've seen a pitch in the regular season for an entire year, right? And to see him do this, unbelievable. Maybe it was 2022. Honestly, I've lost track of all the injuries that Lance McCullers has gone through. But I think if you are one of those Lance McCullers haters out there, and there's many of you, you have to at least tip your hat. Give him a little tip. Give him a little tip. That's what she said. Paul, stop. Stop, okay? You got to give him a tip of the hat. Do you know where tip of the hat the saying came from? I was always wondering about that. It's an idiomatic expression per artificial intelligence. It means to show respect, admiration, or acknowledgement. In the past, when men wore hats, Tipping the hat was a way of showing respect or acknowledging someone. Tipping the hat involves slightly lifting the hat off the head and touching it with the hand. It then became a figurative expression to show respect or admiration for someone or something. And now, online, if you're one of these youths, which I can no longer call myself. Got Will Anderson yesterday at Texans OTAs calling himself Unk. Dude, you're 22. Shut up. I like you a lot. You're awesome. You're nice. You're calling yourself Unk. I'm 36. Please stop making me feel old. But the kids online, they'll do this. Hat tip. It's H/T. I just drew that out if you're watching on YouTube and on Twitch. It annoys me that people are doing that now. And honestly, it was just this moment right now that I learned that H/T means hat tip. But yeah, guys, and you should be giving Lance McCullers a hat tip. I also feel like this should be a thing. And I don't think Lance would ever do this, but I'm endorsing this. Now, remember when Lance got the death threats? And I know a lot of people are like, oh, where the heck are they? I need to see them. I actually take Lance McCullers at his word. He was not the one that put that out there. It was Joe Spada who angrily talked about it after the game. Baseball's investigating it. The Houston Police Department's investigating it. How seriously they're investigating it, I have my doubts. It's, after all, a police department in a major city. But those people who gave Lance McCullers death threats, should Lance be allowed to do them back? Death threats. Just asking the question. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. People who were going after Lance, though, you definitely have to apologize. For now, you have to tip the hat. For now. I don't know if he's going to do this the rest of the year. Who expects him to be able to do this start in, start out? I know our guy, Jeremy Booth, Astros front office insider for ESPN Houston. I know he wants him in the bullpen. So maybe the Astros feel the same way later on in the year when, best case scenario, Christian Javier's back, Luis Garcia's back, JP France dealing with a shoulder injury is back. But until then, you're going to need more of this from Lance McCullers. And the fact that he was able to do it against the Athletics, I think is a great sign. You should be happy about that. Stop dumping on the guy. As far as the Astros offense, I'd like more offense early, but shout out to the Astros offense for getting things going as the game went on. Also a special shout out to the A's bullpen that allowed for the Astros to get a dust-busting sweep. We're still looking for that first 3-game sweep against an American team. You know, sweeping Canadians, does that count? I'm not sure. They did sweep the Blue Jays earlier. We're still waiting for that first sweep. They'll have an opportunity to do it with a 4-game series against the Rays that starts tonight. I have another question, and I think that I get very frustrated with some of the conversations and debates that take place over the course of an 162-game baseball season, specifically those that relate to the lineup. But I saw a lot of the baseball dorks online were saying, you got to give Cam Smith at bats every day. So he needs to go down to the minor leagues because every now and then he was splitting time with Zach DeZenzo. And people were saying the same thing about Zach DeZenzo. But Cam Smith's now hitting .261. He went 1 for 4 yesterday, and he had another run batted in. I mean, his average went down a little bit after that 1 for 4 performance, but he has been really good in the month of May. And Zach DeZenzo was 2 for 3. He had a 7th-inning homer. He's hitting close to .250 himself. The idea that these guys would be better served by going down to Sugar Land or whatever minor league ballpark and hitting against minor leaguers is just so baffling to me. And I get it. I'm a baseball casual, but it's the idea that you will get better or improve by going down a rung of competition or 2 rungs of competition is just stupid to me. Now, I'm a baseball casual. Paul, you don't know ball. That's what the afternoon show says. And perhaps I don't, but the idea that you need to give these guys reps against AAA pitchers or AA pitchers is effing stupid to me. I'll just say that one more time. Why are we even having a debate about it? Let them go up against major league pitchers. And by the way, they're actually thriving against the major league pitchers, which is a credit to Cam Smith and a credit to Zach DeZenzo. They will not gain anything by going down. Not at all. And we might be seeing a little more DeZenzo in the near future because, let's be honest, we should not trust the Astros medical staff. We should not trust the Astros training staff. And yesterday, Christian Walker left the game after getting hit in the hand. X-rays are negative. Do you trust this team's X-rays? I don't. They didn't know that Kyle Tucker had a fracture in his leg. He was out for 3 months. I don't know. I think it's a bone bruise. Like, do you trust these people? I don't. And while X-rays are negative, like I feel like they might have, I don't know, a doctor casual. Do those exist? Somebody who thinks they're a doctor because they've watched enough House and Scrubs and The Pit and all those other TV shows, and they think that they could perhaps read that. Like maybe that's what the Astros are doing to cut some corners in the cost department. They're bringing in people that have watched a lot of doctor shows on TV, and they're the ones looking at the X-rays. Again, this is just me being paranoid a little bit on a tinfoil hat Thursday. But yeah, I do not trust these guys. So we might be seeing a little more Zach DeZenzo in the near future. We should be seeing more Victor Caratini as well. Caratini had another good day. He played. He hit fifth in the lineup. He played both catcher and first base. He went 2 for 4. I mean, as we wait for Yordan Alvarez to get back and as we figure out what the hell's going on with Christian Walker, who had a couple of good games in a row, and then has this happen to him, which you feel bad for, just when it feels like he's getting some momentum going. Hopefully he'll be back in the field. I did see Joe Spada said, we'll see how he feels tomorrow. I think he's feeling all right. He played defense. He did come back in for an at-bat, but he was asked to grip a bat, and he didn't feel good doing it. So there you go. That's everything that you need to know about the Houston Astros after yesterday's victory. You want to weigh in on that? 713-780-3776 to call, to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. Again, we are at Top Training in Sugar Land. Fantastic gym. And as someone who goes to a place that I hate so much, like with the passion of 1,000 suns, you got to come out here. Grand opening. It's going to be on Saturday here. Coming up next, Texans OTAs underway, and people were freaking out about something. Were they justified in freaking out about someone who wasn't doing what he was supposed to be doing? We'll discuss on the other side. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com. A lot of people ask me, Paul, when you're doing live reads for Rise Health on the go, do you get nervous to sing, rise up, rise up? No, I have no shame. And you shouldn't either, because guess what? If the thing isn't working, go to risehealth.com and take advantage of the revolutionary rapid enhanced dissolving strips. It combines sildenafil, tadalafil, and oxytocin for superior sexual performance. I'm talking about pants tense, people. Pants tense, I say. Listen, works in 5 seconds. There's a discreet packaging. You unwrap it, you put it under your tongue, dissolves, won't melt. It works on a full stomach, and it combines all 3 of these things. Guys, don't lose a relationship because you're too ashamed to go online and talk to a board-certified physician for 5 minutes and figure this out. To risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com, and enter promo code 975 to get 20% off your first order. What are you waiting for? Rise up with risehealth.com today.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's right, hanging out here at the gym. I'm curling 100 pounds. Did you know online there's people that are buying fake weights and they're curling it and it says 100 on it, but it's like 15? Stolen valor. That's what I say. But this is a fantastic gym that we're here. This is a place where actual college athletes come to work out. Summer's starting. You're looking to get your kid in the best possible shape for the next sports season. Maybe it's football. Maybe it's something else taking place in the fall. This is a fantastic place to do it. Yeah, a couple of college athletes stopping by a little bit later today. Grand opening on Saturday, May 31st. So come out here and check it out. Again, as someone who's going to the worst gym in the history of mankind, I just wish I lived in Sugarland right now. This place is fantastic. Anyway, guys, Texans OTAs, they kicked off yesterday, and people were freaking out about this, and it was unnecessary. CJ Stroud wasn't throwing. First off, it's voluntary. It's great that he's there. You want him to get all the young bucks in order, the new wide receivers, whether it's Jaden Higgins or Jalen Noel and some of the other new pieces that are a part of an offense that's going to look dramatically different this season, the offensive lineman. He's there. He's just not throwing. No cause for concern over injury. D'Amico Ryans was asked about it and did the best deflection he possibly could. He just started talking about how different players are on different schedules. These voluntary activities, they do not matter that much. We talk about attendance a little bit, and I would say for anyone who is frustrated with Laramie Tunsil and how Laramie Tunsil seemed to be about Laramie Tunsil more than anyone else, which, hey, listen, if you're in his shoes, would you be any different? But Laramie Tunsil wasn't at Commanders practice yesterday. But does that ultimately matter that much? No, it only matters because Laramie Tunsil was saying he was going to shake things up. CJ Stroud's there. He's just not throwing. But there is so little that can be taken from these practices that are not real practices. So let's just start off with that, okay? But if you do want to know about some of the interesting details that took place at Texans OTAs yesterday, it is interesting just to see the changing of the guard from a leadership perspective, because Stroud is entering year 3. Will Anderson is entering year 3. Derek Stingley just got the extension, and we're talking about these guys as established veterans in the league, some of the best players in the league, he and Nico Collins as well. It's different in a post-Laramie Tunsil world. I mean, this is a very young football team, and when you got a lot of young players, the few veterans that are there, like a Joe Mixon, becomes essentially the senior on campus, Danielle Hunter on the defensive side of things. And they're not that old either. We're talking early 30s for both of those two. But Will Anderson was asked about this leadership role, and this answer pissed me off. I like Will. He's a very nice guy, perhaps the nicest and sweetest member of the Texans. And I know that sounds weird to say, but no, it's like weird to think that Will Anderson terrorizes quarterbacks for a living whenever you hear him talk. But Will, this made me angry.
Yeah, I think I'm officially reaching unk status, man, and it don't feel good at all, but it's fun, man. But, that's what we're all here for, to be a service to each other and be a blessing to each other, man. And any way that I can help, I want to do that, man. Like, I know my rookie year, my second year, going into my third year, so it'll be, wrong of me not to, help someone else out knowing I've already been through it. So, I just want to be of any service I can, especially being a leader on this team.
Unk status. You might be hearing that and thinking, what the hell is that? What does that mean? Well, it should have you triggered if you're in your mid-30s like me, Surprised that AJ here and Sam haven't called me Unk to this point. Maybe they have behind my back. Unk is a slang term that's a shortened version of uncle. It's often used humorously to describe someone who is old, acting older than their age, or out of touch. So this is like calling someone a boomer, right? This is the new boomer. I don't know. I'm just surrounded by youths here. Isn't that true? Yes, it's boomer. This is the new term for boomer. Unk means boomer. And Will Anderson is acting like he is an unk. How old is Will Anderson? I have to look this up because I'm pretty sure Will Anderson, being in his third year in the NFL, is not even 25 yet. He's 23. What the hell? Oh, I'm getting to Unk status. Will, this is BS, okay? I like you a lot. You're a great player. But, I mean, I'm old enough to be your father, like a very irresponsible father, and you are calling yourself Unk. This is upsetting me. And sure, I'm a sensitive person. I'm emotional. But Unk at age 23, a September birthday, I mean, he's still got some time until he turns 24. I bet he's going to be like, man, I'm about to turn 25, which, by the way, was the worst birthday for me. Turning 25 was where I really felt the oldest. 35 was tough, but that 30 wasn't that tough. 36 also a little tough because you're like, oh, okay, I'm closer to 40 than I am to 30, and I'm still a man-child, which is probably something I should remedy. Now I'm in denial. I'm just going to continue to do this for the rest of my life. I'm Peter Pan. Everybody, I'm off to Never Neverland. Wait, hang on. That also has not aged very well. Thanks, Michael Jackson, for that. What else is going on at Texans OTAs other than Will Anderson making me feel old? Oh, the offensive line. It's shaken up a little bit. We saw the first rotation of offensive linemen who's starting 1 through 5 on day 1 of OTAs, and I imagine this is going to vary a lot, but left tackle, Cam Robinson, left guard, Laken Tomlinson, center, Jake Andrews, right guard, Titus Howard, and right tackle, Blake Fisher. D'Amico Ryans was asked about this offensive line grouping, and here's what he had to say about it.
It's our first day of OTAs, so when it comes to finding our best group, it'll be a lot of mixing and matching guys, putting guys in different spots, and seeing which 5 guys work well together. So one thing about the O-line is a lot of smart guys in that room, and they can move around, they can play multiple spots, and so that helps them. But it's just a matter of finding that 5 once we actually can get in training camp, put pads on. Nobody's making the team right now in shorts and helmets.
He's right about that. I mean, right now it's musical chairs. Everyone's essentially just standing there moving. But this is one of the frustrations of the NFL offseason. If you are completely pressing the reset button on your offensive line, and yeah, you just heard it, every single starter is new, at least compared to the starters going into last year. Blake Fisher's a starter now. Titus Howard's a guard again. Jake Andrews wasn't here. Laken Tomlinson wasn't here. Cam Robinson wasn't here. And there's some other guys as well that are now a part of the roster. They brought in Trent Brown. They also brought in Bond from the Minnesota Vikings. Or Ed Ingram. I mean, there's a bunch of new faces. People keep on talking about Ladarius Henderson. Like, there's a lot of names that you're hearing, and none of those guys can really take a true step towards improving themselves just from the individual work and the line against line work that they need, because 1, OTAs, there's no hitting at all, and 2, in training camp, there's a lot of practices that are without hitting. Like, offensive linemen just have a very steep uphill climb to go to, and you got to hope that they had just the biggest idiot ever as far as offensive line coaches last year. And it's nothing against Chris Strausser, but I mean, that if you're a Texans fan, that's what you're hoping, is that Chris Strausser was completely incompetent or was completely checked out, as he now has retired. And the same thing, you're hoping that was the case with Bobby Slowick. And maybe it was, but I mean, that's what you are depending on right now. And now a new coaching staff on the offensive side of things is going to have to get these guys up to speed as quickly as possible, despite an offseason where these guys, how are you going to be able to determine who's good and who's bad as an offensive lineman in training camp when everyone's new? And how do you give everybody a fair shot? It's going to be tough. And I think there should be a lot of skepticism when it comes to the offense getting back on track. With that in mind, it's going to be very difficult. And maybe by the end of the year, you feel better about it. But at the beginning of the season, I think it's going to be pretty messy, though it was messy all of last season. Other news from Texans OTAs, they're going to have joint practices against the Detroit Lions and the Carolina Panthers. As far as the actual rookies that are out there, Will Anderson did not call Ariante Ursary, their new tackle, an unk, but he did say the man is a large human being.
Yeah, he's a large human being, man. I think he's going to be really good for us. I'm happy he is here, man. And just seeing him out there today going against our guys, man, very athletic, can move for a big guy his size, can bend. And I'm excited to see what he does and just keep going against. And Coach always says iron sharpen iron.
Iron sharpens iron. You're going to hear a lot of that. You're going to hear a lot of dog. That's what the Houston Texans are. Texans swarm. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We're hanging out. Top Training Sugarland. Grand opening on Saturday. From the 281, Uncle Paul has a nice ring to it. Well, technically, I am Uncle Paul because I do have a nephew and a niece. I'm technically a godfather. Shut up. I know you're judging me for saying that, right? No, you don't seem like a godfather. I'm doing the best I can, okay? But yeah, I am Uncle Paul. It is funny hearing my nephew call me like Uncle Paul, and had a good time hanging out with him this past week. He's trying to play T-ball. T-ball is like herding cats when you are younger than 5 years. And apparently one of the drills that they're doing for these T-ballers, because, you know, kids at the age of 3, how many of them are psychotic sports fans? Very few. Hell, just a 5-year or 6-year-old diehard sports fan is tough to find. But essentially what they are doing to try and help them be better at fielding is they are just throwing balls in the field, and then the kids have to pick them up like it's an Easter egg hunt. And you're only supposed to pick up one, but what's happening very often is that kids are picking up all of the balls. Like there will be one kid that picks up 3, and then the kids that don't get to pick any up are crying. And then as far as the actual hitting of the ball off the tee, basically all the kids need like somebody to help them swing the bat. And it's been pretty amusing is it's not about like hitting. Really the biggest lesson that they're teaching all of these kids is how to get in the line. And my godson, who is such a sweet boy, he needs to be a little more assertive getting into that line. You know, kids are just running up to the front. There's no decorum. And I think Richie's going to need to start throwing a little elbow from time to time. Anyway, there you go. That is my godson T-ball update. It's May. What do you want from me? 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. If you have any thoughts on Lance McCullers' awesome start yesterday or on Texans OTAs, have at it. Also, got any tinfoil hat conspiracy theories going on in the world of sports? It's a tinfoil hat Thursday. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Stick around.
This is the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's Paul Gallant.
Now the base is full for Victor Caratini, who delivers a base hit to center. In comes Pena. Here comes Paredes. He will be safe. Astros lead 5-3. Victor Caratini comes through again.
Hell yeah, dude. Victor Caratini, he's doing well. And listen, you always got to be a little skeptical when an Astro gets dinged up. So with Christian Walker getting in on the hand yesterday, X-rays negative, but will we see him tonight against the Rays? I guess we'll find out when they release the lineup at 3 o'clock. I'm always skeptical that a small injury could be a lot worse with the Astros, just given the way that every single elbow injury turns into a Tommy John and every single muscle strain or bruised shin keeps a guy out for a very long period of time with basically no updates about what the hell's going on out there. All right, guys, it is Thursday at 12:34 p.m. Again, we're hanging out at Top Training Sugarland, the grand opening on Saturday. This place is great, 6,500 square foot with Titan racks, and this is a place where college athletes come to get ready to get back to school and get in the best shape they possibly can. You're looking to, get that summer bod going. This is a great place. It's time for Tinfoil Hat Thursday. What conspiracies do you have in the world of sports? Yesterday, we talked about how sports talk radio and talking head pundits on TV have entered a new era. It's called the apology era of sports talk. We used to have hot takes. We used to shoot from the hip. Then cancel culture happened, and now the pendulum has shifted so far in the other direction that we are apologizing for literally everything. Yesterday, I saw that the Pivot podcast had apologized again. No, this time it wasn't Ryan Clark, who had 33 or so apologies over the weekend directed to, I don't know, everybody but RG3 after the stupid argument that they had over a hard foul by Caitlin Clark of Angel Reese. So to bring it back to the Pivot, apparently they said something about Bill Belichick. They had done an interview with him. Channing Crowder of the Pivot, which also features Ryan Clark and Fred Taylor, had said that I guess the interview that they did with Bill Belichick was rather coordinated by his 24-year-old girlfriend, Jordan Hudson. It was choreographed, and there was some editing done after the fact. I don't think anyone really cared about any of this stuff, but Crowder said that, and now I guess he feels guilty about it, so he apologized on the Pivot.
What I spoke on was not what I saw with them. I got caught up in the narrative, caught up in the questioning. When somebody sees that you have talked to a football god, now they want to ask the questions that they've had on their minds for years. And I would say that's what I got caught up in. We're talking about Belichick. Yeah, with him and Jordan. Great, beautiful couple. And I just want to tell Bill, Jordan, I apologize for any negativity it brought to you, Coach. We talked on the phone. I told you I respect you as much as I do anybody in this world. And what happened and the artists came out were unrealistic. And that's the opposite of what I wanted to do for you and what I want to do for your relationship, Coach. So that's my bad. And I want to put it out there as a man. My bad, Coach.
As a man, my bad, Coach. By the way, he is a man. He's not your coach. You don't have to call him coach. I am a big believer that unless the person is your immediate superior, I'm really talking about like coach or, I don't know, sergeant, I don't feel like you should have to call anyone by their title in the United States of America. I felt like we fought a war so that we made every single man equal under God. But that's neither here nor there. To bring it back to Channing Crowder and that apology there. Don't you love how we have now in this apology era of sports blabbing gotten to the point where it's not just that you have to apologize in private. No, you have to performatively apologize as well. All he had to say here, I think Channing Crowder was, yeah, I reached out to Bill Belichick. I apologize. I'm sorry for what I said. I don't think we needed all of that unless they're trying to create more engagements and clicks for the pivot, which I'm glad at least we aren't hearing from Fred Taylor, who I loved when he was playing in the NFL. But yeah, Channing Crowder's apologizing for getting caught up in the narrative. And Ryan Clark's trying to tell people, yeah, we edited a podcast, but it wasn't that big of a deal. So we're in the apology era. Why? I honestly have no idea why, other than I think that we went so far with canceling people that now everyone's terrified and is just apologizing. But that's my tinfoil hat conspiracy on a tinfoil hat Thursday. Another tinfoil hat Thursday theory. Is Ryan Clark, former Steelers safety, solid to above average player? Is he an industry plant? Because I see so much of him now, and I don't think I want it. I don't think I want it anymore. Now that we have peeled the layers off of the onion, I mean, this is all I can see and all I can hear right now. Here is Ryan Clark on the pivot giving some sort of strange analogy.
You can't play chess with people who only own checkers because you both end up playing Connect Four, and that's a child's game.
Jeez.
Right?
Yes.
And I no longer want to play children's games.
I'm so glad that somebody in the background said what, and I think that's what Fred Taylor was doing when he says, sheesh, because Channing Crowder's laughing along at this. This is the end of a 2-minute monologue that Ryan Clark had given about how I got to stop giving the people that want to take me down ammunition. Ryan, I don't want to take you down. I just don't need to hear from you talking about the same effing topic for an entire weekend, especially when the conversation that you're so big about having, these discussions, these conversations, that's no one's willing to add. It's a productive conversation that makes us better as a society. That's at least what I think is going on in his head. I don't need any of this. I don't want to see you out there unless you're talking about, like, in detail what the Houston Texans are doing well or bad. That's all we want. And I get it. You're doing the pivot. You're trying to pivot into something that's more than just talking about X's and O's. But, like, did you think that was an amazing analogy, metaphor? And here's more. This is worse, honestly. This was on ESPN when talking about Kirk Cousins.
The last time I checked, Allen Iverson was the answer because it sure ain't Kirk Cousins. And I understand what Jeremy might be hearing, and it does seem.
Who chuckled? Who chuckled there? Who was the person? Who was the chucklehead that enabled that? This is the problem. No one is being honest with Ryan Clark and telling him what they should. And to quote Patrice O'Neal in Chappelle's show during the Player Haters Ball, take it away, Patrice.
Man, you corny.
R.I.P. Patrice O'Neal. Ryan, just talk about football, buddy. Just talk about football. I would like more of that. Honestly, I have to stop getting triggered every single time I see Ryan Clark pop up on my feed. But whenever I get on X, which I'm now paying $40 a month for, whenever I get on X, just found that out the other day. I know, AJ. It just found it out yesterday. Like, oh, it's $40 a month now. This is not what I want. And dial it back a little bit, okay? We don't need the corniness. Tinfoil Hat Thursday continues. The Ravens are admitting that it was more than just football that led to Justin Tucker getting cut. You might have remembered a couple of weeks ago when they cut Justin Tucker after drafting Tyler Loop in the 6th round of the NFL draft. Their general manager, Eric DeCosta, said it was a football decision. Jim Harbaugh yesterday was asked about the release of Tucker. Quote, I mean, you're talking about arguably the best kicker in the history of the game. And like we said, it's multi-layered and it's complicated. They did not say that. They didn't say it was multi-layered. They didn't say it was complicated. They said it was a football decision. So Harbaugh was asked to clarify, and said Harbaugh, when asked to clarify, well, in the sense that, if you take a step back and, you get ready for your team to be football ready by the start of the season, in that sense, it's a football decision. But I mean, Tucker's been accused of misconduct by 16 massage therapists from 8 high-end spas and wellness centers in the Baltimore area. I mean, that's the reason that they pulled the trigger. They probably would have brought Justin Tucker in at the very least for a tryout during OTAs and during training camp. No, they just cut him. So, like, this isn't even a tinfoil hat theory, but it was funny that the Ravens were saying, oh, we're doing this for football reasons. Yeah, because you probably didn't want him to sue you. And one last one in tinfoil hat Thursday. Sean Miller thinks that the SEC could be in trouble this year because we are now past the era of fifth-year seniors transferring from the COVID era. I guess he's thinking about his time at Xavier. But watch out, SEC. No more 14 team appearances in the NCAA tournament. So there you go. Tinfoil Hat Thursday, everybody. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. We're at Top Training Sugarland. Fantastic gym, 6,500 square foot, an elite facility for athletes of all ages, young athletes, high school competitors looking to go to college, or adults reclaiming strength, trying to get hot, trying to get that beach bod. Raising my hand. Not looking so good right now. Not looking so good. Up next, you want to weigh in on the Astros win yesterday and their 4 straight wins and everything looking up in the AL West, you can, or Texans OTA is also on the table. But we got more tea leaves to read when it comes to the Houston Rockets and what could be happening this offseason as they look to get closer to an NBA title. What's the latest? Stick around and find out. Paul Gallant Show.
It's the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's Paul Gallant.
Right, we are. Most interactive sports talk show in town. Astros have won 4 games in a row, 4-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays on deck, also at Daikin Park, and they get 5 wins in a row. This is the longest winning streak of the year. They're just half a game back of the Seattle Mariners in the American League West. Meanwhile, they're 4 games up on the Texas Rangers, who were so hyped going into the year. And I feel like Astros derangement syndrome has graduated to, I'm just tired of the Astros doing this, but I'm not going to say anything about it because they keep on making me look wrong. Why am I going to have a bold take about what's going to happen this baseball season? I barely pay attention to all 30 teams. I'm just going to do something that's going to largely focus on, the Dodgers, and they made baseball unfair. The Yankees, Aaron Judge, he still hasn't done anything. Is this the year? I mean, people have, I think, graduated when it comes to that. So nice to see what they have been doing of late. Rangers stinking it up. Mariners come back to earth offensively. The Astros dealing with a lot of injuries right now. Maybe that's the one thing that you look at and say, okay, are they really going to be able to go on the run that Dana Brown has been hinting all season is coming? We shall see. Meanwhile, are the Houston Rockets about to make a free agent acquisition run to the grocery store? They go into HEB, they go into Randall's, Kroger, or something like that. I don't know. Maybe they're going to Whole Foods. Yeah, top shelf. Let's do another episode of Big Game Hunting because there is a big piece of game that's definitely going to be going elsewhere. Could it be to Houston?
Should the Houston Rockets be big game hunters?
One of the biggest mistakes I ever made was with this big crocodile right here. I had him over there, and he started up the young blokes and trying with the young females, so I had to catch him out.
It's win now mode, baby. We're looking for a star.
So Brian Windhorst was on ESPN, and I don't even know if this is an update, but he basically said something that everyone believes is going to happen this offseason. It's that Kevin Durant is going to be gone. It's just a matter of where he ends up.
Kevin Durant, I'm like 98% sure he's not going to be a Sun next year. How it works out, though, I'm about 1% sure. There's going to be a number of teams interested, but some of it is going to depend on whether they see Durant as a player they keep on a 1-year contract or if they want to get him and give him a contract extension, which I suspect he's going to want.
So that last part is where I wonder if the Rockets actually decide to make a deal for him. He will not be in Phoenix this coming season. If Windhorst is saying it's 98% certain he'll be gone, he's going to be gone. But are the Rockets going to be willing to make a trade for him and give him an extension? The latter part, I do wonder about with Rafael Stone and with Ime Udoka. Because with Durant, who has a lot of mileage on him, who has suffered some major injuries before, still playing well despite them, is coming here going to be a long-term kind of thing? And by long-term, I mean 2 years or more. And I don't know that it's going to be that. I'd like to see it happen. I would like to see Durant here. I would. But it's the injury concerns that should have you concerned as well. If it's only draft picks that the Rockets have to give up to get him, I'm thinking about it, but that extension is definitely a big obstacle in the way. So there you go. Meanwhile, in the Western Conference, the Oklahoma City Thunder destroyed the Minnesota Timberwolves last night to advance to the NBA Finals. They will likely play the Indiana Pacers, who are up 3-1 on the New York Knicks. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, guess what? You're in store for the next couple of days. Superstar and face of the league talk. The idea of a Canadian being the face of the league again, we already had it with Steve Nash for like 1 year or so. Are we really going to have Shai Gilgeous-Alexander be the face of the league with all the fouls that he's able to draw. 34 points, 7 boards, 8 assists, 10th 30-plus game of the playoffs, the Western Conference Finals, MVP. I mean, he looked really good out there. But to me, this is more about the defense that the Thunder play. Their defense is fantastic. If the Rockets were able to find some guy that could be on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander's level, in addition to having the defense, then they maybe could have the kind of season that the Thunder just had. The Thunder had an incredible regular season for those who weren't paying attention, because obviously they're not in the vaunted Southwest Division, which the Houston Rockets run. But the Thunder, as far as point differential, had the best point differential in league history this year. They were winning games, or excuse me, they were averaging 12.87 points a game more than their opponent. I mean, second most, the 72 Lakers. Third most, the 71 Bucks. Fourth most, the 1996 Chicago Bulls. Fifth most, the 2017 Golden State Warriors. I mean, this is one of the best teams in NBA history in terms of just being dominant night in, night out by all the metrics. And is it really just Shai Gilgeous-Alexander taking that next step? No. They outscored teams by 1,055 points over the course of the year. And it is nice that the basketball gods seemingly have pushed back on this new development in the NBA, which is playing the math game and just shooting 3 after 3 after 3. I'm a Celtics fan. I'm bummed out the Celtics lost to the Knicks of all teams too. Oh, disgusting. But I mean, I will agree with a lot of people who think that the way that they play is disgusting. I mean, shooting 3 after 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. It's no wonder that they blew all those 20-point leads that they did against the Knicks. And then on top of that, you take a look at a team like the Minnesota Timberwolves last night, who were chucking 3 after 3 after 3 after 3. I mean, this is bad. It should not be rewarded. Playing math sucks. Daryl Morey started it. I hate that is where the league has gone. So while I am a little bit annoyed with how much Shai Gilgeous-Alexander flops, I am definitely happy to see that the reign of just bombing a bazillion threes could perhaps be on thin ice, or that there's not just one way to win and playing math balls the way to get it done. So I do have a question at 713-780-3776 to call to text, on YouTube at ESPN Houston, on Twitch at ESPN 975. The Thunder are back in the finals for the first time since 2012. I think they should have been to more. You know, I get that they traded James Harden after that first year where Harden struggled. And obviously they had that series lead on the Golden State Warriors. They were unable to get across the finish line. But, I mean, where do they rank among teams that have really good players? I mean, that was a team that had Kevin Durant and Russell Westbrook and had James Harden for a year. Where do they rank among teams that perhaps should have done more? Because those mid-2010 Thunder teams didn't do anything. Just one finals appearance. And a finals appearance against the Heat where they got stuffed into a locker. So that's the first question. Like, where do the Thunder rank among teams that should have won a whole lot more? And two, how would you compare OKC's quick success after, pressing the reset button, getting all these picks, to the trajectory of the Houston Rockets? We'll talk about that on the other side. And on top of that, the disrespect that the Texans are facing. It's driving me crazy. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at Top Training Sugarland. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. RIIZE health.com. You go to the website, and if things are perhaps not working the way that they used to work, you know what I'm talking about, fellas. Am I right? Am I right? No, listen, don't joke about it. It's not a laughing matter, to quote an old friend of Paul Gallant. Listen, it's you don't want that to happen. No one does. But you can do stuff about it now. We're not back in the day, and you can do this all discreetly. First off, you go to risehealth.com, talk to a board-certified physician in 5 minutes. You enter promo code 975 for 20% off your first order. They're going to send you the package. It's going to be discreet. The packaging of the Rise Reds Max strips, which are strips you put underneath your tongue and boom, 5 minutes, you're good to go. They're discreet too. Everything is discreet. It's quick acting, and it could save your relationship. It could save your marriage. It could get your confidence back. All of those things. We're talking about saving the bedroom for you. It's the Rise Reds Max at Rise Health, RIIZE health.com, and our promo code 975 for 20% off your first order. And you'll rise up, you'll rise up, you'll rise up with risehealth.com.
That end with the fastball. That ball hit pretty well. Left center field. Back to the wall, looking up. We're tied up. Zach DeZenzo up by the home run pump. Hits his second on the season, and we're tied at 3.
Triple C with a blast. Put it into the descent zone.
Still workshopping a DeZenzo. I guess, exclamation point. Jeff Blum is there, Space City Home Network. Look, guys, Astros, they've won 4 in a row. They just got a little dust-busting sweep. 2 games over the Athletics. They are now half a game back of the Seattle Mariners after these 4 wins in a row. The Rangers are falling apart. They are 4 games back of Houston. And now half a game back of the Mariners. Maybe not where Detroit's at. 37-20. Impressive. Best team in the American League right now. Or where the Yankees are at, 35-20. But they are certainly in pretty good position as far as the playoffs go. They would be in a battle right now with a couple of teams for 3 wild card spots. You got 4 teams with 30 wins. In the American League Central, the Guardians are 30-25. The Twins are 30-25. The Royals 30-27. Plus the Mariners 30-24, the Astros 30-25. Right now, you got quite the logjam. The season were to end today, But you got to feel pretty good about the Astros. They have played the toughest schedule, second toughest schedule in baseball leading up to the series against the Rays. And going forward, they have the easiest schedule left in baseball. If you go and gamble on the Astros, I wonder how long the World Series odds stay like this. And again, bet responsibly, mybookie.ag. But if you are looking at the Astros World Series odds on a variety of different websites, it ranges from plus 2,200 to plus 2,500. So, just saying, you're bored, you want to put a little money down, this might be the time to do it because the Astros do seem to be heating up. That said, they're dealing with a lot of injuries. Gamble responsibly. You know, the Houston Texans, what are their odds to win the Super Bowl this year? I imagine that they're pretty long because the vibes of a team that is completely turning over their offensive line that were so disappointing on offense last year that lost Tank Dell to injury, that let Stephon Diggs walk. I would say that they're not great, no matter how good the Texans defense is. Right now, the Texans, they are very long odds to win the Super Bowl. Basically, per, I guess, foxsports.com, they're plus 4,000. Wow. I mean, the Astros have better odds to win the World Series than the Texans have to win the Super Bowl. And things are perhaps going to get a little bit worse on the disrespect front. It's time for a battle red pill because, man, people are sleeping on your Houston Texans. Can you believe it? Pro Football Focus put together rankings of quarterbacks entering the 2025 season. CJ Stroud is 14th. Yeah. Pro Football Focus, which is a website that I believe is way too proud of itself and way too accepted amongst the dorks who follow football, has him as the 14th ranked quarterback going into this year. And I mean, not even top 10? Is that right? Is that wrong? Here are the rankings. You've got Mahomes still at number 1. Joe Burrow's number 2. Burrow's stats this past season were amazing. Lamar Jackson is 3. Josh Allen is 4. Jalen Hurts 5. Jaden Daniels 6. Matthew Stafford 7. Justin Herbert 8. Jared Goff 9. BS. He threw 5 interceptions against the Texans. Geno Smith is 10. No. Brock Purdy is 11. No. I get it. Brock Purdy's efficient. Cool, Jan. Cool story, bro. Sure, Jan. 12, Jordan Love. 13, Baker Mayfield. 14, CJ Stroud, who is ahead of Kyler Murray at 15 and Trevor Lawrence at 16. Dak Prescott, 17. That's pretty low, too. Tua's 18. Bo Nix is 19. Sure, that's BS. Bryce Young is 20. Drake May's 22. Drake May's number 1. What are you talking about? I'm not biased at all. So CJ Stroud, 14th among quarterbacks going into the season. New offensive line, new receiver core. I get the skepticism, but 14? The write-up on Stroud at Pro Football Focus. Stroud represents the cautionary tale for Jaden Daniels, a stellar rookie season followed by a sophomore slump. It's funny, there are a lot of Texans fans that are like, you didn't know a sophomore slump. It was everybody but CJ's. No, it was partly CJ's too. That said, he finished 2024 strong, delivered in the playoffs, leading the Texans to a wild card win over the Chargers. One glaring issue remains his pressure to sack rate after taking 39 sacks as a rookie. That number ballooned to 63 in 2024, a problem that must be addressed going forward. I do not think it's on Stroud, that sack number. Holy crap, though. That is a massive jump. Anyway, what else do we have as far as disrespect against your beloved Houston Texans? There's a new metric that grades teams on ESPN. It's called the Football Power Index. Seth Walder of ESPN.com puts it together. It's called FPI. The Houston Texans are 13th in the NFL with a plus 0.9 FPI. I don't care how that comes to be. I'm just saying that the people think the Texans are a slightly above average, borderline playoff team because 14 teams make the playoffs. This is not that dissimilar to the quarterback rankings. 1 is the Eagles, 2 the Chiefs, 3 the Ravens, 4 the Lions, 5 the Bills. No issues with me here. 6 Commanders. I do think that the Commanders this coming season is going to be interesting. Is Larry Tunsil going to make that much of a difference? I know that they got Deebo Samuel. We'll see about him. The Bengals at 7. They're such slow starters, though. It's such a Jamar Chase is saying, yeah, we're going to take the preseason seriously this time. All right, sure, that'll help. I don't know. I think it might be a Zach Taylor problem, their head coach. The Packers at 8. Packers have been getting fluffed a little bit too much the last couple of seasons in my book. The Chargers are at 9. No. I know that the Chargers were basically starting from scratch last year and that they made the playoffs and it's Jim Harbaugh running the show, but I don't know. I think that Justin Herbert has been put on a pedestal that he does not deserve to be on right now. The Rams are at 10. I mean, the way that they finished the year after the slow start, Sean McVay, still their head coach. Okay, I can get the Rams being ahead. 49ers at 11 after a disastrous campaign. The Broncos are 12. No, they're not. Their defense is great. I think the Texans defense is not that far off of the Broncos defense. I understand the offensive skepticism about the Texans, but Bo Nix is the quarterback of the Broncos. So slow your roll on that one. So that's a little more disrespect. And this is the worst thing of all. This is the worst thing of all. For those who don't know, CJ Stroud took home a very prestigious honor for the 2023-2024 campaign. It's maybe the most prestigious honor that anyone can win in the National Football League and in all of sports. But thanks to his dealings, no, not in the community, no, not to his leadership, thanks to his dealings with local and national media, he was the 2024 Good Guy Award winner, thanks to the Professional Football Writers of America. Shout out to our guy, DJ Bieneme, who is president of the Houston chapter. Shout out to Mr. President making CJ Stroud the good guy of the year. But guess what? He is no longer a good guy, or at least he's no longer the good guy of the year, because now the good guy of the year is Eagles defensive lineman Brandon Graham. He just retired from the NFL, but he will be a good guy forever, riding off into the sunset as the NFL's good guy. Apparently, there's been 21 good guy award winners. The Eagles have won this award 4 times. Chris Long won it twice. Jason Kelsey also won it. Other finalists for the good guy award were Browns guard Joel Bitonio, Commanders wide receiver Terry McLaurin, and Commanders linebacker Bobby Wagner. So shout out to the Good Guy Award given to an NFL player for his qualities and professional style in helping pro football writers do their job. That's the 20th year that they've get the award. So honestly, CJ Stroud 14th. I think some people can understand that. Texas 13th. I think some people can understand that. CJ Stroud, though, no longer a good guy. Unbelievable. So there you go. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You buying into those battle red pills, or do you think it's a load of malarkey? You can weigh in on that. Also, on the show, up next, the Astros are making it really hard for me to trust them. Is Christian Walker okay? And could Christian Walker, if he's out, we'll figure out at 3 o'clock when the lineup is released today. But I am wondering if he might be out. Could theoretically the Astros actually find themselves in a slightly better situation as far as getting better by the end of the year. I'll explain how that could be possible next. It's the Paul Gallant Show. We are live at Top Training Sugarland. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Stick around.
You're locked in with the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's Paul Gallant.
4 wins in a row for the Astros, half a game out in the American League West behind the Mariners. The Rangers are falling apart. Everything's looking good for the Stros right now. Plus 2,000 to plus 2,500 odds to win the World Series on sports books across the land and across the internet, if you're into that. But things are looking up, even though the Astros are very banged up right now. Yesterday, the latest injury news, which we already got some yesterday, was after Ronel Blanco, we were told that he's going to miss the rest of the season needing a Tommy John surgery, which stinks for him. He finally gets to the show, and then this happens. He finally starts looking like himself after such a good year last year, and then this happens. Yesterday also, Christian Walker got hit by a pitch. Now, he stayed in the game. He actually stayed out in the field, but the next time that he went up to the plate, He was gripping the bat. He felt uncomfortable. So Mauricio Dubon came in for him. And x-rays are negative for Christian Walker. I have yet to see anything to this point. But all I'm going to say is, you know, I don't trust the Astros training staff. I don't trust the Astros medical staff. That's all. Obviously, they're going to feed us bleep and keep us in the dark like we're feds in The Departed. You know, Detective Dignam, played by Mark Wahlberg. So I do the feds. I feed them bleep and keep them in the dark. That is exactly what the Astros tend to do when it comes to injuries. But on the latest episode of Astros ER, is it possible that a Christian Walker injury could be good for the Astros? It's nice to see what Christian Walker had done at the plate in the last couple of games. We'll see if he's still in the lineup today at 3 o'clock. I think you always have to have in the back of your mind the possibility that he could be out for a little bit of time. Yordan Alvarez has been out, weeks with a muscle strain? Kyle Tucker was out last year with the bone bruise in his shin for 3 months. That was a fracture. I mean, you always got to be a little skeptical here. So we'll see if Walker is back in the lineup today, if the Astros give him the day off. But is it possible that Christian Walker being out could be good long-term for the Astros? I say from this perspective. One, it gives you more ability to play Zach DeZenzo on a daily basis. You want your young players to get better and better. This is the only way that they can get better, is with experience. So you could play DeZenzo at first base from time to time. You could also play Victor Caratini at first base from time to time. Caratini has been hitting very well. So hopefully what Walker's been doing at the plate the last couple of games keeps up. I'm skeptical that it will keep up. And maybe, much like we had a couple of weeks ago, remember where Zach DeZenzo stepped in for Christian Walker one game and he played really well? And then he got hurt right afterwards. And there was talk that, hey, maybe Christian Walker's going to get benched for a couple of games. And maybe he gets, I don't know, Wally pipped, but he's on the bench a lot sooner than we saw Jose Abreu get moved to the bench. Maybe, just maybe, say Christian Walker's not on the lineup today. And again, 3 o'clock, this could age very poorly, but perhaps could help the Astros out a little bit. I want to see more Zach DeZenzo. I want to see more Victor Caratini. That's all. Caratini, by the way, is hitting .280. Very impressive. That has been a hell of a signing. And on that note, that wraps up Astros ER. So there you go. On the Twitch, the Twitch, and specifically allegedly per se 69 asks, Paul, don't NFL teams keep injuries close to the vest for all you fantasy football fanboys? Yeah, and people get mad about it. But listen, what I'm mad about is that last year the Astros told us that Kyle Tucker had a bone bruise, and he didn't. And there's a lot of Tommy John surgeries that are happening, which is a problem across the sport. I mean, I just think it's crazy that, to my knowledge, there have been no changes to the Astros medical or training staff. You would think by this point there would be some sort of change. I mean, is Jim Crane now so far removed by choice from the major decisions of this organization that he doesn't see this and wonder, hey, what the hell's up? Because, okay, like the era of no general manager where they signed Michael Brantley, who was dealing with the shoulder issue, which was dumb. And they gave Rafael Montero a 3-year extension, which was dumb. And they signed Jose Abreu, which made a little bit of sense, but there were some metrics suggesting he was perhaps on the decline. Like, obviously, it just was such a disastrous start. And then, of course, the start to last year was even worse, that they had no choice but to pull the trigger. But it did make sense at the time signing him. But much like it made sense signing Christian Walker at the time. But it's not about the messaging at all to me. It's about I don't know that they're competent. And I think everyone should be allowed to question their competence, even though we are not doctors, you know? We don't have a graduate degree. We're not an English teacher. That's called a doc, which I had one in high school. Nothing against the guy. He was very nice, but I found it insufferable that, like, someone who's not an actually licensed medical doctor, I had to call him doctor. instead of Mr. What, are you serious? It's like calling Jill Biden a doctor too. Like, oh, congratulations, you got a graduate degree. What if I got a graduate degree and just something really stupid? And then I started making people call me doctor. But there are times where I feel like some person that has a doctorate could be as effective of a doctor as the Astros training and medical staff. That's all. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Allegedly per se. I don't understand why they have to be honest for those that criticize. I think this is pointed more at Chandler Rome than it's pointed at me. Clarity would be appreciated. No? I mean, saying that a guy has a bone bruise when he had a fracture and you're already in just an awkward place given the reality that the Astros were never going to give Kyle Tucker a long-term contract. Like, does that help? Does it help? I mean, when you're saying, yeah, it's a bone bruise, we'll see when he's back, you're kind of implying he's soft. And if he was actually dealing with a fracture, because there's no such thing as a bone bruise in your leg, then that would piss me off if I were Kyle Tucker. That's all. Junior Bronco says, I don't call my TV stupid because I can't explain the science behind how it works. Yeah, but they literally got it wrong last year with Kyle Tucker. They got it wrong. They couldn't figure out what hand Yordan Alvarez had hurt. It's a joke with this team. It's of all the things. It's to me, it's funny. Like, I don't get mad about it. I just think it's funny. But how have no heads rolled? You know, they're willing to pay Jose Abreu to not play. They're willing to pay Rafael Montero to not play. There's clearly a cutthroat element to a degree with the Astros, but not with these guys. Like, not with some random Joe Schmo doctor. It's bizarre. I don't get it. Anyway. For the 832, Paul, way to show that Syracuse education in action by delegitimizing a PhD in a particular subject. You got to not be that willfully ignorant. That's from Huey and Spring. No, I will. I think PhDs are stupid, like, because calling yourself a doctor is stupid. If you're not an actual doctor, you're not an actual doctor. That's all. You're an expert. We can give you an expert sticker. We could put a little dinosaur sticker on your face. Oh, I'm an expert. Look at me. Like, I honestly take a look at our entire academic. If you want me to really go down the rabbit hole, it is a tinfoil hat Thursday. I mean, I think all college institutions are a racket. You know, how much did I really learn at Syracuse University from the classes that I was paying for? Honestly, not much. There were campus radio stations that were very competitive, and I had to compete and work hard just to get on-air opportunities when I was college aged. Like, that gave me way more than any education I learned. Like, the people who were teaching you were people who had been out of the game for such a long period of time that they had become teachers, and the game changed so much while I was there. Like, those who cannot teach, you know, hell, that might be next for me. Next time I get taken out back and shop. That's how this industry goes. But I mean, would I know what's going on? No. So yeah, I am delegitimizing it. Congratulations. You got a PhD. Like, what, am I supposed to be impressed? You're either smart or you're not. A degree does not prove whether or not you are. A lot of people think it does. And I used to think that way. I used to think going to Syracuse University made me better than other people, which was such an a-hole thing to think. So I've become a little more reflective in my years of down the road, you know? I'm an adult. 713-780-3776 to call to text. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, the 10-minute drill. Are the Texans going to be iron sharpening iron with all these joint practices they're having this year? You'll hear about some of these joint practices on the schedule, and we will compare CJ Stroud to one of the guys he's going to have those joint practices with next. First, though, let me tell you about my friends at risehealth.com. Promo code 975 will get you 20% off your first order. Guys, it sucks when it's not working the way it's supposed to. You know what I'm talking about. And maybe you're dealing with that right now, and it's affecting your confidence. It's affecting your relationship. You don't have to stress anymore. Go to Rise Health, RIIZE health.com. You enter promo code 975 after a 5-minute talk with a board-certified physician, and they're going to hook you up with the Rise Reds Max strips. These are strips. We're not talking about pants tent pills anymore. We're talking about pants tent strips. Put it underneath your tongue. Absorbs in 5 minutes. You're good to go. Boing! And it's changing the game. You don't need a pill to carry around with you. You don't need water to get it down. You don't need to put it in like a bag and hope that it doesn't get crushed up or anything like that. No, man. You can just have this strip ready to go, and boom, you're ready to go, and she's going to be loving it. Or I don't know. It doesn't matter, guys. It's Rise Reds Max strips. You want to get back in the game. You'll rise up, we'll rise. Health.com, promo code 975. Texans OTAs are underway, and we found out that the Texans will have not one, but 2 joint practices. Iron sharpening iron. One team that they're going to have joint practices against, the Detroit Lions. Will they get vengeance for, blowing that second half lead, losing a game where Jared Goff threw 5 interceptions? Will there be brawls, squabs leading up? And throughout that week, I guess they play a preseason game right afterwards. We shall see. And there's going to be another joint practice, and this one's going to be really interesting, especially for all the people who take training camp practices a little bit too seriously. The joint practice ones are the ones that you should go to, though, if you are someone who covers it. I will be at these if they're in the greater Houston area, but they will also be having joint practices with the Carolina Panthers, and you can bet your bottom dollar that people will be comparing, at least for a couple of days, CJ Stroud and Bryce Young, because Bryce Young finally figured it out last year where CJ Stroud hit a wall and now has an entirely different wide receiver core, and on top of that, an entirely different offensive line, and on top of that, an entirely different offensive coordinator. So it's a lot of new. And in the offseason, there's less time to work and get ready for a season than there's ever been. I imagine the next CBA will make it even more minimal, and you'll see even more slop and crap at the beginning of the NFL season. But that will be, for some, a fun week for the local speak for your pizza types and Texan-centric content creators. Is CJ Stroud better than Bryce Young? Because we thought that was a layup after year one. After year two, though, CJ Stroud about to blow a 20-point lead like he's the Boston Celtics? We shall see. I still think Stroud's better than Young. I think Young's too small, but I will give him credit. Young did look better last season. And I think that you got to look at young quarterbacks and realize that from time to time, benching them can help them. I don't know if that happened with Anthony Richardson, but there's this weird mindset, and it's definitely the youths who have started covering sports. These people seem to believe that it does not matter how well you do as a team if you're coming close to winning, as long as you are just making sure that you are focusing all of your organizational progress on your young quarterback. And you see that in basketball too, and I just think it ferments loser juice and is not that dissimilar to tanking. Speaking of the early seasons, Jamar Chase, Bengals wide receiver, was asked about how the Bengals start slow every single season. Jamar Chase Tuesday said this: "Sounds like we need to play in the preseason, huh? Bleep. I mean, y'all found your all-around answer. I just asked y'all the questions. Y'all told me the answers." Jamar Chase is a funny person. I mean, he's amusing in front of a microphone. It's a rarity these days across the National Football League. He said he'd prefer to not play in the preseason if he had his way. But, hey, he's acknowledging that, yeah, you know what? Maybe these guys do need a little bit more time before the beginning of a year, even if it risks injury, to clean things up by day one. I hate the preseason. I think they are robbing NFL fans blind. Season ticket holders being forced to pay full prices for games that feature people they've never heard of is ridiculous. The only experience that could be, I think, considered valuable as part of going to a preseason game is the tailgating experience, and that varies NFL fan base to NFL fan base because, let's be honest, NFL in person kind of sucks. Like, I grew up going to Patriots games. I'm very thankful I got to go to so many Patriots games. Shout out to my dad for taking me to all those games that I got to go to. But, I mean, you compare that to a college football Saturday, I mean, it's night and day. I don't even care that you can't get booze in some of the stadiums in college football. At the very least, it's a fun experience before. You got to pay full price for fake games and a not very good environment and have to deal with overpriced drinks and beverages when you go into the stadium. I hate that. So anyway, it would be nice if more starters played in the preseason. It also would be nice if the Bengals stopped crapping their pants the first month of the year. I am surprised that the Texans aggregators out there have not been jumping all over. Should the Texans trade for this guy? First off, and we'll get back to this and how far is too far, Jalen Ramsey's trying to force another trade. He's on the Dolphins now. He forced his way out of Jacksonville to the Rams. He forced his way out of the Rams to the Dolphins, and he will not stop talking about it. A couple of days ago, he posted cryptically, I think June 2nd, which is the date where he becomes a little bit more tradable as a contract. He's making, I think, $23 million this year, but if he gets traded after first, it would only count $16 million against the cap. So Ramsey's just been posting cryptically about this over the last couple of days. And last night he posted, "For the record, by the way, I've loved every city I've played in and the fans who supported me. The anger is misplaced at times, but sometimes valid too. But real ones know the intention's always solid. A new chapter awaits. I'm grateful for each and every chapter so far. Every part brought me to a greater version of myself. Regardless of how things ended, the journey has been love." Oh my God, so insufferable. It sounds like Ryan Clark a little bit right there, except for if like Joel Osteen and Ryan Clark combined and created one just completely insufferable figure that's all about positivity and saying things without actually saying anything. But I mean, dude, can you stop talking? Can you stop? Like, you're not making yourself seem likable. And by the way, you just signed an extension with the Dolphins that made you the highest paid corner in the NFL months ago. So now all of a sudden you're like, yeah, I don't know if I like it here anymore. I want to go somewhere that's good at football. Dude, you signed the extension. And now you're saying, yeah, I'm just not going to play. I don't know, man. I don't think you're that good anymore compared to like Derek Stingley in the top corners in the league. I don't think you're that good to be forcing your way out of town. And I mean, kind of screwing the Dolphins over here. I hate this attitude of athletes where you just go on and when you're done playing for a team, you're like, yeah, I'm just going to post about it. Like Tyreek Hill did the same thing, by the way, this offseason for the Dolphins. Just, eye roll city. Sean McVay was asked about Jalen Ramsey, for God's sakes, at a press conference about the Rams potentially trying to bring him back. And when he was asked about the post-June 1st deadline, when Ramsey's contract goes from $25.2 million to $18.4 million, you and I both know that's not a real date. So we sounded annoyed when he was asked about Ramsey. And everyone should be annoyed when it comes to Jalen Ramsey. You're asking out of town again and just thinking that you're going to get your way. Like, I hate this element of athletes. I suppose this is the new normal. And, he's a strong, powerful man, and he should be allowed to do what he wants. What would you be saying if he looked different, Paul? Like, it's not about that. It's just I hate the entitlement era of athletes. Sorry. Like, you signed a contract. Don't sign the contract if you don't want to stay there long term. And also, it's the Dolphins. Why do you think they were going to be good? They're the effing Dolphins. They're one of the worst run teams in the NFL. And they have been my entire life. My entire life. I'm 36. They had Dan Marino at the end. What do they do with him? Jimmy Johnson for a little bit of time after Don Shula. Like, what? They've been a joke for 30 years. They've been a couple of years where they've made the playoffs by an act of God. They stink. Their owner's an idiot. And they're stuck. So why sign that extension? I don't know. I think NFL players need like a history lesson. They all need a history lesson on the history of the league. Like, hey, maybe I shouldn't stay with the Bengals for my whole career because they're cheap. Maybe I shouldn't play for the Jets. Maybe I shouldn't play for the Miami Dolphins. Maybe I shouldn't play for the Browns. Like, there's a long list of teams that you should never even think about playing for if you have the chance to choose where you play. And he signed an extension with this team, and now he wants to trade. I'm surprised we did not see any Texas aggregators say, so the Texans trade for Jalen Ramsey, but it's because they have Derek Stingley and Kamari Lassiter. Lassiter had 2 deflected passes at OTAs right now. People are saying he's a lock for the Pro Bowl. Also, I'm surprised no Texas aggregators said the Texans should trade for Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts was not in attendance for his first OTA practice. He's rehabbing a foot injury, so it might be that. But remember when everyone thought Kyle Pitts was going to be good? I know I did because the guy played in Florida. First-round tight ends. Not exactly the best track record. I guess Brock Bowers is a rare exception on that front. But you draft a tight end early. What do you think is going to happen? Also, get this, guys. When the Texans play the Lions in those joint practices, former second-round pick Zach Cunningham, he's going to be on the Lions. Remember him? Texans drafted him. They gave him an extension, and then it didn't go so well. He played for the Broncos for 7 games last year. He played for the Eagles in 2023. He played for the Titans the year before that. And he played for the Texans before that. So there you go, guys. That's the 10-minute drill. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, you want to weigh in on the Astros and their recent success? You can. You want to talk about some of the disrespect thrown at the Texans and what we saw at OTAs yesterday? You also can. But speaking of those Texans, is the AFC South more competitive now? Sure might be, based off of what this guy had to say. Stick around. Paul Gallant Show.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's Paul Gallant.
That's a base hit to the right side, being waved around Walker. Here comes the throw by Lawrence Butler. Play at the plate. Safe. Tied up at 2. RBI single for Cam Smith.
Cam Smith's doing well. Zach DeZenzo had a 2-hit game yesterday, including a home run. Victor Caratini had a 2-hit game yesterday, and the Astros got their 4th straight win, 5-3 over the Oakland A's. They start a 4-game series at Daikin Park tonight against the Tampa Bay Rays. It'll be very interesting the next couple of days with Ryan Gusto and Colton Gordon probably being expected. Gusto tomorrow. Gordon on Saturday to go a little bit longer in games than they've been in a while. We'll see what happens. I do plan on going to tomorrow's game at Daikin Park. So I'll probably do my lap around the park, check out the El Tiempo Margarita lines, just checking out the lines. I would never sample such things. They've priced me out now that they've increased it by $342, give or take. But I'll be there, so take a look out for the pastiest person you've ever seen who now has longer hair, and it's kind of turning into a mullet, but it's not quite a mullet. I think it's more like lax hair or something like that. Lettuce. Do kids still call it that? I don't ever know. Okay, I'm just a man, 36-year-old man who is slowly realizing he's becoming a dinosaur. But that's what Top Training Sugarland's for. It's a fantastic gym. Grand opening on Saturday. Come on out here if you're a high school athlete, college athlete, or if you're just looking to get back in shape like me, because I feel like a fatty boom batty right now because I have negative body image and I hate my gym and I haven't been going. This place seems like the place to get it all back on track to look ripped as I blind everyone at the pool. If they can see past the blinding whiteness, they'll see that I have muscles. I'm calling them muscles from here on out. You get muscles here. Also, we're going to be at Drift tomorrow. That'll be fun. Drift in the Heights. So come out and hang out with us. Anyway, guys, the AFC South. It's where the Houston Texans play, and it's what the Houston Texans run. But for how much longer? Is this the year that they get knocked off the top of the mountain? It's time for another episode of The South Side. I mean, I would just love to let this song keep going. It's so good. Travis Hunter, Jaguars wide receiver, is apparently not practicing on both sides of the ball at Jaguars OTAs. Huh? Didn't he say he would never play football again if they didn't let him play both sides? I am curious to see what the Jaguars will do with him. But there was that video that went viral of him on a comeback where he looked rather slow at Jaguars practice. And I don't know how many people saw this clip over the weekend, but Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill was, I guess, on a live stream in a party bus with something called Adin Ross. And here's what he had to say about Travis Hunter at wide receiver.
Yo, Tyreek, what do you think about Travis Hunter?
They gonna be ass.
Oh. So I guess a little bit later, Tyreek said it was a joke and that he's going to be a beast, but it was 2 to 3 minutes later. Put that out of context clip. Guess what? Tyreek Hill just gave Travis Hunter bulletin board material. Meanwhile, did you see what Cam Ward's doing at Titans OTAs? This is peak OTA dumb story season. Per new Titans offensive coordinator Nick Holes, who I'm sure will last more than 2 seasons. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Nick Holes was asked about Cam Ward and said, Holes, Ward is here earlier than some of the coaches. I mean, Is that exciting for Cam Ward if you're a Titans fan, or is that a sign that you have a terrible coaching staff and you were effing idiots for moving on from Mike Vrabel? A good question. I'll leave it up to you. Meanwhile, Titans quarterback Cam Ward had this to say.
I think I'm getting up there at a rapid pace, and so I'm excited.
He's getting up at a rapid pace, and he's excited. I'm not going to lie. When I read the transcript of this quote, I was a 12-year-old boy, and I thought it would sound a little bit more funny. And then I listened to the audio, and you know what? We swing and we miss. If I were to read the Cam Ward clip that you just heard right there, I'm getting up there at a rapid pace. I mean, risehealth.com, promo code 975 for 20% off your first order. RICE health.com. Think I haven't plugged it already enough today? We are 5 for 5 at this moment in time. There's only been like 3 segments. We haven't mentioned it to this point. So there you go. The Titans, the Jaguars, 2 of the 4 teams in the AFC South. And you've also got the Indianapolis Colts. They weighed in on the passing of owner Jim Irsay. I'm not going to lie. I wanted to give Reggie Wayne a hug after hearing him talk about what Jim Irsay meant to the Colts.
A lot of y'all don't really know him. He would have did anything for anybody. He would have gave the clothes off his back. I said, y'all don't really know him. And luckily, like all them dudes, they've just been here, right? So you don't know nothing else. But I said, but he cared about his players. He cared about his team, cared about the city. And it wasn't just the players, he cared about people in the building. Like, it was that dude. And I told him, y'all got homework to do, man. Like, read about him, right? Learn about him so you really know the type of person he was.
Man. That's how I felt about Jim Irsay from afar. I don't know if he was the best owner in the National Football League, but I certainly think that amongst NFL owners, this is a guy who was the son of Bob Irsay, who moved the team in the middle of the night from Baltimore to Indianapolis, which was an effed up move. And the guy actually seemed like a pretty decent human being, considering, he's a Nepo baby. And again, it's not to say all Nepo babies are a-holes or anything like that. It's not to say that. It's more just to say, how many owners do you actually think that you would want to have a beer with and the person would talk to you like you're an actual human being? And I know that Irsay is like that because he was actually pretty damn close with Vanessa Richardson, for those who don't know. I mean, Vanessa lost her father when we were doing the show together, and Jim Irsay was one of the people that reached out to her, I believe. So this guy was a really cool person, and actually, I think, thinks about other people. I don't think a lot of billionaire owners do that. So certainly some things that maybe the Colts receivers should keep in mind when it comes to Jim Irsay. I would specifically point to, don't have a garbage bag of drugs in the front of your car, which is a pretty funny memory to have for him. Also, don't go on TV and say you're being targeted as a millionaire, like Irsay said he was being targeted as a billionaire. But, I mean, this is one of the guys who was willing to actually say, like, yeah, let's get rid of Dan Snyder. He sucks. I mean, the NFL owners they all don't want to go after one another. I really think that every single year there should be some sort of Thunderdome-esque competition, and one owner gets voted out if he's not doing their job and he has to sell the team. Guess what? That would also probably drive the values of all these NFL teams up if there's a sale going on every single year. Well, but Paul, you can't force people to sell things in a free market economy. Yeah, but if you're stuck with a bad owner and there's no way to get him out, like, shouldn't you have the ability to get him out? Does everything need to be inherited? I don't know. Anyway, watch out because Shane Steichen says that the Colts are motivated this season after the passing of Jim Irsay.
We're going to honor this season for Jim, and we're going to win for Jim this year, for sure.
We're going to win it for Jim? Damn. So, does the passing of a beloved figure in your organization make you more likely to win? Serious question. I don't know. I mean, I would imagine the people that did know Jim Irsay, the new Colts rookie class, they probably don't know. And also remember, the Colts are having a quarterback competition featuring Anthony Richardson and Daniel Jones. Like, I don't know if the ghost power of Jim Irsay is going to make the Colts a better team this year. But does that help the passing of a beloved figure in your organization? 713-780-3776 to call in, to text in. The most interactive sports talk show in Houston. On YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, it's time to apologize to Lance McCullers. Apologize. But can you expect what he did yesterday going forward, or was that a one-time thing? That and a lot more. It's the most interactive sports talk show in Houston, live at Top Training Sugarland. Stick around.
Lance McCullers Jr. What a performance. 6 innings for Lance. Ties his career high and goes more than 6 innings. Or goes 6 innings for the first time since the DS of 2022. And a standing O for Lance from the crowd.
Apologize. You need to apologize. Standing ovation, not enough. Apologize. If you were someone coming after Lance McCullers, whether it's just for his absence the last couple of years, through no fault of his own, the contract that he signed, that the Astros gave him. If you're one of those people who were going after him after his second start back, which were you expecting a no-hitter? I mean, I was expecting to get out of the first inning, maybe the second inning and third inning against the Cincinnati Reds of all teams, but you got to be patient with a guy who hasn't pitched in a very long time. And for Lance McCullers in his 4th start back to go 6 innings and to have 12 strikeouts along the way, I think is a very encouraging sign and a much-needed sign for an Astros pitching staff that is dealing with a alarming amount of injuries right now. And I don't know if you need to send all the Astros pitchers to Germany to do whatever the late Kobe Bryant did. What was it, like plasma-rich platelets or platelet-rich plasma or whatever the hell the Germans do? I don't know what they do. I'm no doctor. I'm no PhD either. I don't know what they do. But I would like to send all the Astros pitchers to Germany so that things could, I don't know, rehabilitate a little bit quicker, he said, in quotation marks. Rodel Blanco, Christian Javier, Luis Garcia. I have no idea what Jose Urquidy is doing, but screw it. Send him over there as well. JP France dealing with a shoulder injury. I mean, you got an entire decent pitching staff. It's probably better than whatever the Colorado Rockies have, that's waiting to come back from injury right now. So to see McCullers do what he did yesterday, huge. The other guys are going to have to pick up the slack, though, and it's going to be tough. It is great that the Astros have at the top of the rotation Hunter Brown pitching the way that he's been pitching, Framber Valdez pitching the way that he's been pitching, and perhaps the last year with the Astros. And on top of that, that you get this from McCullers. You're going to need more of this from McCullers. At the very least, in the short term, apologize. And as I said before, especially now that we know that he can actually accurately throw a baseball, I think the alleged person who allegedly sent that death threat to Lance McCullers, which I believe happened. Lance did not bring it up after the game. Joe Espada did passionately. I imagine Lance would have preferred it be kept private entirely. But I think that Lance should get to throw that fastball at that guy as hard as he can. Or throw a curveball and bamboozle him and make him think he's going to get hit in the head. And then it breaks the last second. So there you go. I remember one time in 8th grade in baseball, I was going up against a pitcher who threw a pretty good curveball. And I was a tiny little fella. I was about like 4'9", 4'10" or something in 8th grade. And this guy was dropping curveballs in, and it felt like they were going to hit me in the head the first time he threw one. Like it was very high and inside, and almost hit me in the head. The second time it did hit me in the head. So I walked out 3/4 of the way to the mound with the bat. Was I a psychopath in 8th grade? Yes. But here's my biggest regret. I was caught in a pickle between third base and home plate a little bit later because I'm stupid and bad at baseball and got caught off the base. And there was a moment where I could have just tried to truck stick the pitcher who was standing at home plate. And you know what my bitch ass did? I turned around and ran back to third, and I got tagged out. I still think about this every single day. And you know what's funny? I probably would have gotten in trouble. I saw there was something that took place a couple of weeks ago. I forget the high school. Was it Aldine? But there was a guy who was running around second to third base. There was a pop-up, and the guy running around second base saw an infielder trying to catch the pop-up. This is the high school level, and he just blasts through him like 100 miles per hour, and he takes him out. And he seemed like he was seriously hurt. And I don't know what the correct rule is there. Parents were understandably very upset. It's a high school baseball game. At the same time, kind of respect the compete level of that guy going from second to third. But at the same time, it's also a dirty play. What are the rules? I don't know. Anyway, you're welcome for this tangent about me playing baseball very poorly in 8th grade. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Allegedly, per se, 69 says maybe the guy who threatened him gave him that extra motivation he needed. Damn it. Stop. That's bad. Another text from the 713. With Lance, you have 2 apologies. Kiss the ring or kiss the cheeks. He's probably going to want you to kiss them cheeks. Yeah, that's why I kept on saying apologize. I don't know how many people have seen the South Park episode where Randy was on Wheel of Fortune and whoops, shouldn't have said that. And then he goes to apologize to Reverend Jesse Jackson, and Reverend Jesse Jackson, the cartoon version, of course, pulls his pants down and says, apologize, pucker up those cheeks. So yeah, I think that should be the way. Multiple people are asking, are we talking about kissing Lance McCullers' rings or his ass? No, I think, well, he does have the 2 rings. If you gave the death threats, it has to be the ass. If it's you were frustrated with his play and you were annoyed by him, definitely the rings. But both rings. How about a compromise there? What else do we have here from the 832? So essentially, you were the Little League Altuve. No, because I was talentless and awful, and I couldn't swing the baseball bat quickly enough. I was just a hardo that should have not been playing any sport probably at that age because I was prepubescent in 8th grade. Not fun. So there you go, everybody. What else do we have here on the most interactive sports talk show in Houston? Oh, on the other side of that, we were talking about how Shane Steichen thinks that the passing of Jim Irsay, it's a motivational thing for the Colts. They're gonna win it for Jim. They're gonna have a patch on their jersey this season. A texter says he thinks the Hurricane Harvey, helped the Astros win in 2017. So his passing may help. Now, that is a superstitious fellow. Did that help them win the World Series? I think it was more trading for Justin Verlander, to each their own. But I think it was more that. It was a cool story after the fact. I know a lot of people wrote books. It was like, there was a hurricane. The Astros won the World Series, and it helped the community out. And it did. I mean, damn, there were a lot of people dealing with crap for a very long time after that hurricane. So to have something to at the very least get you through, that's awesome. It is nice when your sports team is doing well and you've been through something hard. I know for me, when the Patriots won their first Super Bowl, it was the same year that my parents had split up and that my dad had cancer, and it came pretty close to dying from it. And like a very Irish person, I kept all my emotions to myself. And every single Sunday, as I had every single Sunday for years, I was praying for the Patriots at Catholic Mass. Like the last thing I would pray for, world peace and the Patriots Super Bowl, I was praying for, and the prayers were delivered. And I was wondering if this was the Lord upstairs helping me through a tough year, focusing on football instead of other things. Like, I don't know, the war in Afghanistan that also started that year. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Junior Broncos says that players themselves said it motivated them more. There you go. What else do we have here from the 281? The cheating didn't help. Hey, everyone was cheating in 2017. That's at least what I tell myself, because I do not want to ruin the narrative that the Astros won the World Series to get a community back together. By the way, they were so willing to win for a reeling community that they cheated to win. How about that? How about that, sucker? Trying to twist my words and make it seem like the Astros are bad guys. No, they're actually good guys. So get back. You don't know me like that. We're finding out more details about Stephon Diggs and his viral boat incident. Now, yesterday we talked about what went down. First off, Stephon Diggs was on a boat. I guess it was Cardi B's boat. There are 3 women that are talking with him, and Stephon is being asked to provide them with something. And Stephon Diggs basically said, "What do you call me?" They call him Daddy. And then he gets out a bag, and the bag had pink powder in it of some sort. The kids who were listening to the show yesterday suggested that it may have been Molly. I don't even know what that is. Is Molly a woman? I don't know. But to bring it back to this, here is the latest on this story, because it was on Cardi B's boat. And here's Stephon Diggs, who we all know is, at least based off of what his Vikings teammates said about him back in the day, we know that this man is a bit of a player, okay? And someone close to Cardi B is furious with what Stefan was doing. Cardi B was also on the boat, but through a source, she was left seething by her NFL beau's antics. This is from the Daily Mail, per a source close to Cardi. Quote, Cardi, for her part, whether she is there or not, doesn't want her man flirting with any ladies. Girls will throw themselves on him all the time, but she wishes he wouldn't be a scumbag and flirt back. It is pretty bold to flirt right in front of your pop star girlfriend on her boat. I mean, that is ballsy. And I can see why a lot of people look at Stefan Diggs and say that they wouldn't want their sister dating him. I don't think they'd want that. More from this source close to Cardi B. Cardi has had her fair share of relationship issues, and she doesn't want it to continue with Stefan. And now that the video went viral, she is really frustrated with him that he would allow that to happen. He should know better. The fact he didn't realize what was going on around him is embarrassing, and she is mad at him. Wait, what? For the drugs on camera? Or are we talking about flirting? Seems like Cardi B's priorities are in the wrong place. Stefan Diggs, who was a Texan and played well for them and was a model citizen while he was here, he was snitched on by this person who was recording the video of it, because this, whoever the hell she is, had to show everybody that she was on a boat with Cardi B and Stefan Diggs, and incidentally showed a video of them partaking in at least something. Again, whether you approve or you disapprove, that's besides the point. Snitches get stitches, and that's the real issue here. And now Stefan Diggs is going to get drug tested by the league, and my beloved Patriots, I mean, the New England Patriots might be without Stefan Diggs because he might not pass a drug test. They need all the wide receiver help they can get. Okay? This is about me again. This is about me. So I just wanted to give you an update on what's going on with ex-Texans wide receiver Stefan Diggs. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. We got a lot of people debating the powder. EDF 1919 says the bag itself was pink, not the powder. The powder was definitely white. Hey, could have been Tylenol that had been ground up. Okay, you don't know what that was. Mario, I love that handle. It says it's called Tusi. What is that? Is that a different? I don't know. Now I'm always nervous that someone's just making me say something in a different language that's like illegal on the air. But he says that it might be pink coke. I don't think so. I don't think that exists. Someone doing that, like there's a Walter White, like a fabulous Walter White with cocaine. Hey, Stellar, look what I got for you. Yes, Queen. You're going to be living it up. Like pink cocaine. Anyway, sorry, guys. We're talking about the drugs. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do them. Don't do them. And if you're Stefan Diggs' friend, don't snitch on Stefan Diggs if he's around drugs, which he would never do. His body is a temple. How dare you? And his body is so much of a temple that all these women are all over him, and Cardi B's jealous. Listen, Cardi B, don't invite all these girls on the boat then, okay? How about making a two-person thing? What do you think's going to happen? Stefan Diggs, this guy goes to the Met Gala. He's objectively hot. Like, I'm a straight man, allegedly, in the eyes of some. He's a good-looking guy. And clearly he's good with the ladies. So what do you think is going to happen? You're on a boat with all women? What do you think is going to happen here? Anyway. This has been TMZ Sports on the ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. From the 409, how do we know it's not Himalayan sea salt? Exactly. There might have been some, it's Memorial Day weekend. There's some glizzies on the boat. Like maybe you want to put a little Himalayan sea salt on it. So that's a really bougie hot dog. Anyway, if you want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. You want to weigh in on what Stefan Diggs is going through right now? You can. Also, we got some great news for a Texas legend, and the Texas Rangers are falling apart, and it's hilarious. Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's Paul Gallant.
We are at Top Training Sugarland. Fantastic place with a grand opening taking place on Saturday. Listen, you're a high school athlete, college athlete. Maybe you're a pro athlete. Maybe you're me and you want to get in the best shape you possibly can. You got to come on out here. It's a fantastic spot with world-class coaches, 3 former pros, 5 who've trained professional athletes, 6,500 square foot place. It's fantastic. Nice part of town, too. I actually come out this way every now and then to play football on Saturdays down here in Sugarland. But now I can get jacked. I can go pooped. And the grand opening is going to have a DJ. There's going to be BB gun shooting, dodgeball, food trucks. It's going to be a lot of fun on Saturday, so make sure you get yourself out here. Also, tomorrow we're going to be at Drift Bar in the Heights. That'll be a fun way to kick off the weekend. We do have some follow-up when it comes to Stephon Diggs. A lot of people, Day One Donna on YouTube says that I guess a member of BOD chat is a police officer and confirmed that the drug that Stephon Diggs was apparently holding a bag of, because he would never do it, was something called TUSI. Per artificial intelligence, this pink powder is a recreational drug, sometimes called pink cocaine, that originated in Latin America around 2018. It contains a mixture of psychoactive substances, most commonly ketamine, MDMA, and other designer drugs. The pink color is used to attract consumers, especially young people. Okay. I mean, I still think the idea of like not that there's anything wrong with this, a gay Walter White, like putting out some drug like this, like, hey, seller, you're going to be flying high. Like that would be hilarious. I think that needs to be the next TV show about a drug dealer. So there you go, guys. Just give me the royalties for that. Yeah. Anyway, so that's the update on Stephon Diggs. Apparently it is TUSI per a cop in a YouTube chat. Anyway, what else do we have here on the most interactive sports talk show in town? Isn't it funny to see what's going on in the rearview mirror of the American League West? The Astros have won 4 games in a row, 4-game series against the Tampa Bay Rays this weekend, and they are half a game back of the Seattle Mariners for first place in the division. We'll see if they're able to overtake them. Offense, they're not crushing it at the plate, but the last 2 games, hey, 16 runs, 8 runs a game. Will that continue? At Dyken Park, they're doing pretty well out there. We shall see. But the Texas Rangers are in the rearview mirror. A lot of hype for them this year, but they cannot hit worth a bleep. It's time for another episode of Rangers Watch.
In the eyes of a ranger, the unsuspecting stranger had better know the truth of wrong from right. 'Cause the eyes of the ranger are upon you. Any wrong you do, he's gonna see. When you're in Texas, look behind you, 'cause that's where the Rangers gonna be.
Walker told me that I did.
That is correct. The Rangers are behind the Astros by 4 games in the American League West. And I've seen some funny accounts on Astros X and Twitter talking about what's going on in Texas. Here's just a couple of posts. At Rangers Insider, which is just some probably stupid aggregator account covering a team no one cares. Trade every pitcher on this team to a team that can provide them some run support. I feel so bad for the pitching staff that goes out there and puts up zeros day in and day out, and they have nothing to show for it. This team can't hit, much less score runs. Damn. What else do we have? Here's Jamie Newberg. It's time for the Rangers to give Bruce Bochy, their manager, the post-game off. there's nothing left to say about the offense. Evan Grant, Rangers beat reporter. The Rangers lose 2-0 and were one hit coming on the first at-bat of the game. It was not a good night in Arlington. Bob Nightingale posted, just how bad is the Texas Rangers offense going these days? They got a leadoff single by Josh Smith in the first inning. They went 0 for 27 with 3 walks the rest of the game in their 2-0 loss to Toronto. They have been shut out 7 times this year and have scored 2 or fewer runs in 27 games. Damn, so they're really struggling. And if they want to do a little bit better, I've got a solution for them. Now, they do test for this at the major league level. I did a YouTube video that, or a little skit a couple of years ago about this. The gas station pills, those. If you take those, you will test positive and you will be suspended from baseball for half a season. Learned that a baseball player learned that the hard way. Anyway, sorry, I got lost in that hilarious joke that I just made. But to bring it back, maybe they need to go to risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com, talk to a board-certified physician. And, after 5 minutes, you're going to get access to the Rise Reds Max strips, put under your tongue. Hell yeah. 5 minutes, you're good to go. And if the Rangers need a little discount, buy it in bulk, promo code 975 for 20% off the first order. So they can't hit. I mean, they're really struggling out there. Most of all, Marcus Semien, remember him? He's hitting 177. I thought Christian Walker was doing bad. He is hitting 177 after 192 at-bats, an OPS of 494. I guess one of the few guys that actually has a lower OPS than Christian Walker with enough qualified at-bats. Goodness gracious. So they're stinking it up. I mean, are they this bad? I think they're better than this. But, wow. And they fired their hitting coach already. So, you're going to fire Brett Boone, who just took over for them? We shall see. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. On Twitch at ESPN 975. Yeah, there we go, guys. There we go. Rangers Watch 2025. Up next, you want to weigh in on the Astros? Their dust busting of the Athletics, not to be confused with the Oakland Athletics. You can. Also, there's a little segment that we like to call How Far is Too Far? And in How Far is Too Far, there is something available to wash yourself that is perhaps the creepiest thing that I have ever seen put up for sale on the internet, which is really saying something. And is it fair to say that this quarterback is already better than CJ Stroud? All of that next, and How Far is Too Far? Stick around.
It's the Paul Gallant Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugar Land. Here's Paul Gallant.
This is a fantastic gym. We're going to be out here all afternoon. Killer Bees up next. We're going to be at Drift tomorrow afternoon as well in the Heights. Come out, hang out with us. Astros have won 4 in a row, half a game back in the AL West of the Mariners. They start a 4-game series with the Tampa Bay Rays tonight. See if Ryan Gusto is able to give the Astros another solid start. Meanwhile, Texans OTAs are underway. We played some of the highlights from yesterday's media available practice. There's not going to be too many takeaways from this. There's a lot of questions about the team going into the year, and that's why they got 40-1 odds to win the Super Bowl, which I'm surprised by how long those odds are. I'm not going to lie. Obviously, I have a lot of questions about this team. But 40-1? Damn. CJ Stroud is the 14th best quarterback in the NFL. He's behind Baker Mayfield per Pro Football Focus. Per FPI, the Texans are the 13th best team. Put it on the bulletin board, guys. A lot of questions to answer this coming season. Anyway, guys, speaking of CJ Stroud, it's time for us to play a little game called How Far is Too Far? When you make it to an NFC championship game in your rookie season, you're a damn impressive quarterback, especially if you're doing it in an organization that's known for being a bunch of losers. Playing a dump, owner's a racist a-hole. I mean, who's also a creep on top of that. I mean, Daniel Snyder, I mean, check all the boxes as far as just the worst in sports. Jaden Daniels comes in, and in year one, the Commanders somehow, some way, get all the way to the NFC Championship game. They got smoked by the Eagles, and Jaden Daniels really didn't have a prayer in that game because of how good the Eagles' pass rush is, how good their defense is. But he has gotten further in just one season in the NFL than the Houston Texans have ever gone in the playoffs. And sure, the NFC, definitely a weaker conference compared to the AFC. It's rather top-heavy. Still, after the Eagles and after the Lions, sorry, random Vikings fan who listens, I'm not putting you in that category with J.J. McCarthy as your quarterback. But, I mean, the Commanders are certainly a team that a lot of people are going to be putting money on to potentially make it to a Super Bowl. Is it fair to already say that Jaden Daniels, after 1 year, is as good as C.J. Stroud, or is that too far? I don't think it's too far. Is it fair to say he is better than C.J. Stroud? I'm not sure I'd go that far. But in terms of the things that Jaden Daniels can do, Daniels has really figured out what his strengths were year one. I'm curious as to if his body holds up because it's not the biggest frame and he does run a lot, but he knows what he does well and he does it well. Meanwhile, CJ Stroud as a pocket passer, there are times where I think that he could definitely pick up his feet. He could scramble with the football. He got a little bit better at that as the season went along. But he definitely started seeing ghosts as the season went along as well. And now with an entirely new offensive line in front of him that no longer has Laramie Tunsil, which Jaden Daniels now has, how is he going to look? Is he actually going to be more comfortable behind the offensive line? How's he going to do with a wide receiver core that's featuring potentially not one, but 2 rookies getting serious playing time? I would say as far as the receiver depth chart goes, Nico Collins is clearly your number 1. Christian Kirk is clearly your number 2. And then after that, I really don't know. Is it Xavier Hutchinson? Is it Jaden Higgins, the rookie out of Iowa State? Is it Jalen Noel, the small rookie out of Iowa State? Is it Justin Watson? Is it Braxton Berrios, boyfriend of Alex Earl, TikTok's It Girl? John Mechie. And I don't know. There's a lot of questions about him. So I think right now, yeah, you can say that Jaden Daniels is as good as CJ Stroud. And I mean, I would disagree with you, but you could say he's better than CJ Stroud. I don't think that's too far. Is this too far? Have we officially gotten to the point of no return as a society? Sydney Sweeney is selling a limited edition soap made with her own bathwater. Yes, I know. Fans always joke about wanting my bathwater. Should I read it in Sydney Sweeney voice? I'm just kidding. I like Sydney Sweeney. She's a strong, powerful, independent woman. Fans always joke about wanting my bathwater. I was like, this is such a cool way to ... give them what they want. So it's Dr. Squatch, Sydney Sweeney, Sydney's bathwater bliss. It's natural soap. It's got soap infused with droplets from her actual bathwater. How do they collect this? Honestly, that's kind of disgusting too, right? I mean, no matter how much you put Sydney Sweeney on a pedestal, it is still someone's dirty bathwater. You sickos, you creeps. Sydney says she's going to use the bar herself. Yeah, some of y'all are too horny. Bonk. Bonk, bonk, bonk. But if you're having trouble, risehealth.com, RIIZE health.com, promo code 975, 20% off your first order of the Rise Reds Max strips. Okay? Bonk. How far was too far? Continues. Is it too far for the Bears to ask Caleb Williams, quarterback of the Bears, to have better body language? Oh, my gosh. Caleb Williams has been taking a lot of L's this offseason. There's that book talking about how his dad was trying to make it so that the Bears would never draft him. So he's got a rather hands-on dad who's trying to figure out a way to force a trade to another team, because quarterbacks do go to die in Chicago. Well, I do agree with that. I mean, he was thinking about playing in the UFL to avoid that. But Albert Breer of SportsIllustrated.com reported this about Caleb Williams. Apparently, new head coach Ben Johnson has been working with Caleb Williams on not the playbook, which Shane Waldron didn't work on, although he might be working on that too. Not his accuracy, not his strength. No, he's working on Caleb Williams' body language with Caleb Williams. When things don't go as well as Williams hopes, Ben Johnson wants the team, he said in quotation marks, to avoid exhibiting anything that sends a woe is me message, then that our body language needs to reflect that the team is looking at what's next rather than what happened on the previous play. Yeah, he's got the worst body language out there. And sorry to go all Bill Simmons on you, who is the body language doctor. Give him a PhD. Dr. Bill. I'm kidding. No one, PhDs should not give you a doctor title. I go to professors have it. Paul, get back to the topic at hand. Fine. Early in the process, said Ben Johnson about Caleb Williams, we sat down and watched some tape from a year ago. We talked it through. Do we really want to? Is this what we want to look like or not? We came to an agreement. No, it's not. We learned from it. We move on to the next play. Body language is a huge thing. Demeanor. We don't want to be a palms-up team where we're questioning everything. No. To me, that's a little bit of sign of weakness. That's a big sign of weakness. We don't want to exhibit that from anybody on the team. No, that's not far enough. How has this not happened already? How did this not happen for Caleb Williams at USC? How did this not happen for him last year? It is one of the more embarrassing things that Caleb Williams does. And I don't know if he's going to be good or bad. I think no one knows. Everyone was putting him on a pedestal before he even played a snap. And maybe Ben Johnson's going to get the most out of him. We'll see. He had the dream team to apparently work with him going into his first year. People were acting like he had this great supporting cast. And they were saying, yeah, CJ Stroud had a great supporting cast this rookie season. And everyone was saying his supporting cast sucked going into his rookie year. Look how good it was. But anyway, bringing it back to Caleb Williams. Having bad body language is so embarrassing. It really is. And it seems to be a this generation thing. Sorry, AJ. It does seem to be a this generation thing where, like, hey, when things aren't going so well, like, there's no poker face and it's everybody else around you's fault. We got to stop with this. We really do. So I hope Caleb Williams can work on it. It is embarrassing. I hate seeing guys like this that are sulking. Ooh, you know. By the way, Jackson Dart, you too, bro. You too. You're going to New York. You think you're going to get away with crying on the sideline after 3 interceptions and 3 plays against Florida? Good luck, bucko. I don't care if Brian Daboll likes you or if, Joe Shane likes you, you know? How far is too far? Continues. Jalen Ramsey trying to force another trade. It's too far. It's too far, especially doing it like with cryptic posts and like saying like, I love everybody. It's like, no one believes that, number one. You used to be like a master bleep talker. What? All of a sudden you found love and peace. You got in the woods with Aaron Rodgers and chewed on some bark, as Terry Bradshaw said yesterday. Like, calm down, dial it back a little bit, okay? Trying to force another trade. Can you keep it behind the scenes? Like, if you keep it behind the scenes too, you'd give the Dolphins more leverage and make them more willing to trade you. But now everyone's trying to do these things where they force the trades publicly. If you actually have a private conversation with the head coach or with the owner or with the GM, maybe they'll help you work out some sort of thing. But instead, you go online and you start crying and saying, like, oh, well, it's time. My chapter here is over. Like, speaking about it in final terms, when they still have to trade you, you cost a lot of money, you sign a contract making yourself the highest paid cornerback in the NFL last offseason, and you're already tired of playing for the Dolphins, and now you want out? What's it been? Has it even been 3 years? Truly, I don't know. I feel like he asks for a trade every offseason since he asked for the trade from the Jaguars. I don't know. But it's getting old with Jalen Ramsey. I mean, I get it. You want to play for a team that wins, but you signed an extension with the Dolphins. They were never going to win. Why did you think Tua Tagovailoa was good enough to win a championship when he's healthy? Why? Why'd you think that? Don't you know ball? You used to dump on every quarterback in the league. Remember that? He used to dump on every quarterback. What wasn't it, Josh Allen that he was dumping on? Let me look that up because he's got some bad takes. Josh Allen. Yeah. Jalen Ramsey called Josh Allen trash before Allen ever took a snap and called it a wasted draft pick. So that's what Jalen Ramsey used to be. Now he's love and peace, but I want to get traded, and I'm going to do it in a passive-aggressive way online. Like, you have changed characters, and I give it a thumbs down. Go back to the old Jalen Ramsey if you're going to force your way out of town. Say the Dolphins are a bunch of losers, which I agree with. They are. Anyway, how far is too far? Jalen Ramsey trying to force another trade like this, too far. Just go back to the old Jill. Just be a diva about it. Be like Tyreek Hill was earlier this offseason. By the way, Tyreek Hill, does anyone buy this while we're on the Dolphins? How far is too far? Dolphins, Tyreek Hill said, I'm trying to prove to the Dolphins that they can depend on me. Oh, that's going to be tough, buddy. That's going to be tough. Off the field, especially. On the field, you know what? Still a pretty good player. You got the fastest two receivers in the league. What do you got to show for it? Oh, like probably a third-place appearance in the AFC East this coming year. Anyway, Paul Gallant Show, ESPN 97.5, 92.5, live at Top Training in Sugarland. It's the most interactive sports talk show in town. You want to get in before I get out of here and turn things over to the Killer Bees. 713-780-3776 to call to text. YouTube at ESPN Houston. Twitch at ESPN 975. Up next, a Texas legend finally gets his due, but we had to wait until he left this earth. And in garbage time, one of our favorite companies is doing something that's pretty awesome, but I think someone might get killed doing it. What am I talking about? Find out next. It's the Paul Gallant Show.
You're listening to the Paul Gallant Show,
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugar Land. Here's Paul Gallant.
Last chance to dance, the Paul Gallant Show. You want to jump in, 713-780-3776 to call, to text, YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. Astros looking for a fifth straight win tonight against the Tampa Bay Rays at Dyken Park with Ryan Cousteau on the mound. I will be out at the park tomorrow night. Also going to be at Drift Bar in the Heights, along with the rest of the ESPN 97.5, 92.5, and ESPN Houston family tomorrow. Shout out to our friends here at Top Training Sugar Land. This place is fantastic, especially if you're, got a young athlete, high school, college that's trying to get ready for the upcoming season this summer. Great place, especially for anyone living in Sugar Land, to check out 6,500 square feet, all sorts of squat racks so you can get going, get pumped. I got to get back in the gym, and I need to find a better gym, I think, too. Maybe this is it. Maybe I'll be making this commute all the way. I don't know. I'm not opposed to it. My gym is that bad. It's that bad. 24-hour fitness on Richmond. It is a disaster. That place sucks. It's terrible, awful, and the only way that I'll take any of this back is if they pay me to endorse them. That's it. But I could be bought off. I could be. But this gym's great. Seriously. Fantastic spot. Anyway, shout out to Mike Leach, who finally is getting his due. The College Football Hall of Fame is going to lower their win percentage starting in 2027 for coaches from 60 to 59.5%. That'll make him a Mississippi State, Texas Tech, Washington State head coach eligible to join the Hall. I interviewed Mike Leach once when I was working in Seattle. He had left as head coach of Washington State, and he was at Mississippi State at that moment in time. He was a fun interview. We did this during the pandemic. My co-host, Danny O'Neill, asked him if it's acceptable for a grown man to be doing a radio show in his PJs from his home. Danny, that was mean. I also asked Mike Leach, who had talked about the mascots of the Pac-12, who would win in a battle royale between the mascots of the SEC. Guy was amazing for those who played for him. When I was in Seattle, one of my best friends played tight end for Leach back in the day. And he, like many people that played for Leach, said that this is a guy you could call in the middle of the night. He would pick up the phone. So it's very cool that they're going to lower the percentage so that Leach can get in, because he had won just shy of 60%. I mean, look, he's one of the most fun individuals in the history of college football. To be able to win at 3 programs, at least be a consistent program at Wazoo and Mississippi State, but also to win at Texas Tech, that's not easy. And honestly, Craig James should be ashamed of himself, as should his son, for getting Leach out of that gig. Really, like just pathetic. Does anyone take sides with Craig James? Like, how did Craig James have the power? Didn't Craig James also get SMU's program killed? Part of the Pony Express. So it's cool that Mike Leach is going to get this. It's just a shame that it couldn't happen while he's alive. Anyway, guys, it is 2:51. Time for a little garbage time. So our friends at the Republic Boot Company are doing something that popped up on my Instagram feed, and this is awesome. And if you're a PETA person, screw you. Reptiles and dinosaurs, they're not people, okay? So get this. Republic Boot Company has started selling a gator hunt experience. So you can go on a guided alligator hunt to provide the hide used to create your own pair of custom boots. That's sick. That is sick. And by the way, there are 2, I've learned this today, 2 alligator hunting seasons in Texas to control overpopulation. There's an annual thing called Gator Fest, in fact. They're apex predators. They destroy ecosystems. They'll kill your pets. They're dinosaurs. They're reptiles. And listen, sorry, I'm speciesist, but mammals, awesome. Cats, dogs, love them both. Other fluffy things with fur, they're great. Reptiles, kill them dead. Kill the reptiles. Make them into boots. Kill them. Kill them. They're overpopulated in Texas and Florida, 2 states that I've lived. That was a great song from Mary Poppins, and that's pretty cool by Republic Boot Company. I want to do this. I got a new cowboy hat post rodeo. May or may not have felt a little sensitive after a stand-up comic was criticizing my appearance. Yeah, Barry, I'm talking about you. This is who I am. Oh, stand-up comics criticizing my appearance. Good God, I might have to jump off a bridge. But I got a new cowboy hat, and it's got like a little gator rope thingy on it. Can't you tell I'm a part of the rodeo? Stolen Texas valor. Garbage time continues, and in garbage time, we missed this on Monday, and in case you missed it, but one of the biggest sporting events in the world took place. I'm, of course, talking about Cooper's Hill cheese rolling. It's an annual event held on the spring bank holiday at Cooper's Hill in Brockworth, near Gloucester, England, where participants race down a 200-yard hill chasing a wheel of double Gloucester cheese. It's uncertain when the tradition first began and is possibly much older than its earliest known documentation of 1826, but it has a long tradition, and the videos are hilarious because people are just rolling down the hill and they're going flying. I can't believe no one's died, truly. Let's see. Someone died in 2021. But I guess this person was the person who ran it. But a police inspector had said that once, because of the steepness and uneven surface of Cooper's Hill, the people who organized this event could be sued. There are usually several injuries a year. There was an ambulance that provided first aid at the event, but this stopped in 2012 because now it's no longer being officially managed. But people still do it. 20 young men chasing a cheese off a cliff and tumbling 200 yards to the bottom. It's psychotic. By the way, it's kind of wild. Like if they've kept track of who's won the awards, and it's generally the same person. So this year and last year, the same guy won. His name's Tom Kopke. He's a German. God, that's gotta suck if you're an English person and a German's winning your cheese rolling competition. What else is going on? Deshaun Watson, if you want another level of Deshaun Watson being a creep, did you know this? Did you hear about this? Deshaun Watson's very strong, powerful, independent woman, longtime girlfriend who stuck with him throughout all of the massage therapist incidents. Did you know this? She is a Sports Illustrated swimsuit issue finalist for next year as part of the rookie search. So after reviewing thousands of open casting call, she is one of 6 that'll walk on the runway during Miami Swim Week. Deshaun Watson's dating this person, and he needs to get massage from these massage therapists. What a creep. Truly. Like I've said this a bunch, and you know, this is not meant as coveting another man. I'm just saying, I appreciate a person who's good looking. Talked about it earlier. Stephon Diggs is a good looking guy. Jillian S is a very good looking woman. She's a strong, powerful, independent woman. What are you doing, Deshaun? Also, how does she stick with him? Oh, yeah, it's the guaranteed money. 713-780-3776 to call to text. From the 832, Paul, stick to the topic and get off the air. What, do you want me to go back to talking about the gator? The gator? Yeah? We can kill gators together and get cowboy boots out of that? Listen, if you tell me to do something because I'm annoying you, I will keep on trying to annoy you. I'll do it. How about I just stay here? I just do the show for the next 3 hours. I think the Killer Bees are doing a little workout right now. So I'm just going to stay here entirely because of this texter. Sorry, listeners of the Killer Bees. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, everybody. But a special shout out to Top Training Sugarland. This was a lot of fun today. I'm going to go get my swole on. Squat 5,000. Yeah. But shout out to them. It's a fantastic gym. Grand opening on Saturday. We're going to be at Drift Bar in the Heights tomorrow. Big thanks to AJ out here. Big thanks to Sean Mapes back in Mission Control. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long. Farewell. Have yourselves a wonderful Thursday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job at taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station. Hey guys, Lance Zerline here.
Ooh, what up, H-Town? Hey, how we doing?
He's Blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass. And it's AJ here. What's up, AJ? It's terrible to have Brian back. AJ's done a fantastic job in Brian's stead. But we are at Top Training in Sugar Land. What a great spot this is. I could beautify Branham really quickly here. Really quickly.
It's a super nice spot. We've done different things at training facilities before, but this place has everything. It's got size, so you've got room to move around. It's got all your weight room and all those kind of things. But then with the AstroTurf inside, especially when it gets hot out, it's perfect for parents that want to get their kids involved indoors, but get good workouts in and get like expert training so that they can actually train specific to sports they're playing.
Grand opening is on Saturday. It's going to be a great time on Saturday. They're going to have a DJ out here, food trucks, some basketball shooting tours, dodgeball, raffle drawing. So if you're in the Sugar Land area, if you aren't in the Sugar Land area, come on out here to Top Training. Grand opening on Saturday, and it's going to be a great time. And again, DJ food trucks and all the weights that you could want in the world. Soranex equipment, which is top of the line. They have Titan racks. They offer a free trial class too. So great spot for you. Great spot for your kids, obviously. He was wearing a UCF shirt whenever I walked in.
I saw you get offended by that.
I was a little offended.
Yeah,
I was. It's a Big 12 rival, although I do root for the Big 12 versus other conferences. No, it's all good. I like my Big 12 brethren. Astros will be playing baseball shortly. They'll be playing in a few hours, trying to keep a little hot streak going. Would you call it a hot streak? Would you call it positive momentum? Like, how far are you willing to go with how good the Astros are playing?
I would say that I would go for now as a hot streak, but I think that because they're now a half game out of first place and they still haven't had Jordan, and we talked about we don't know when we're going to see Jordan, but the fact that you don't know when you're going to Eric Getty back. You've had so many guys in and out of the rotation as you're trying to just patchwork ways to kind of get by. Last year that was good enough for 12 games under 500 at one point. They were just nowhere near where anyone thought they were going to be, and no one knew if they could ever get there. You're in striking distance. You're playing well at home, which has been a challenge for them over the last couple of years. You're playing well at home. You are absolutely starting to, kind of break. Guys that are needing to break out are breaking out, while the guys that you didn't expect to do as much as they're doing seem to be consistent. I think it's a hot streak that they can build on. And like I said, that's why I've been bullish on them by the All-Star break, being in first place.
5 games.
And being in first place by 5 games. I'm going to stick with it.
Yeah. Mariners got hammered yesterday.
Yes, they did.
They got to be pretty good. Astros are a half game out of first place coming into play today. So that's awfully nice. What's interesting to me, just kind of looking at this team closely and their positional breakdowns and the roster and all of that, what we thought at one point was a perceived weakness and where they didn't have any depth at all of a sudden has become a surplus. In fact, you can say this about 2 position groups. You can say it about the bullpen. That's not where I'm going here. The outfield has suddenly become a surplus for the Astros. And look, they moved Jose Altuve to left field. They believe in pitching and defense. They don't want him to play second base behind ground ball guys, although they did play second behind Fromber in Fromber's last start. But you have a bunch of guys that are outfielders that you really can't find time for right now. Altuve's going to play left field most days. Jake Myers is going to play center field most days because he's one of the best defensive center fielders in baseball, and he's actually hitting the baseball. Cam Smith, you're committed to playing him in right field every day, and he has been playing really well for the last month of the season. He's probably the Astros' everyday right fielder for the duration of his time in Houston. And then you actually have guys on the bench that I would like to see play some more. We talked about Chas McCormick yesterday. You want Chas McCormick to play. Chas McCormick's getting on base 35% of the time. He was pretty good 2 years ago. Zach DeZenzo, yes, he strikes out a lot, but yes, he also has a lot of thunder in his bat and hits the ball a long way whenever he connects. I wouldn't mind seeing both of those guys play. And I know that the Astros' philosophy and culture and all of this stuff is defense. It might be time to start thinking about moving Jose Altuve back to second base.
See, it's funny because when you and I first had discussions when we were talking about, the outfield, how it fits, how he fit, and then the fact that they wanted to get more time, and this was when Zach DeCenzo was just, looking for more time on the field. It's one thing, but the fact that Altuve hasn't done anything to embarrass himself in left field, he's playing a solid left field, but because there are extra bats now, and like you said, it's a surplus to where you want to get more bats in the lineup, I mean, we considered it because it was more like out of a need kind of perspective earlier on, but now it might be just because from the same perspective, you could be even better than you are offensively right now, depending on how much you think you lose from Altuve defensively. The main thing is when you've got the ground ball pitchers, but overall, you could be even better offensive lineup if you're capable of doing that. And again, I don't think he's going to embarrass you at second. We just know he's limited in what he can do at second base.
It goes away from their philosophy. Like Joe Espada said whenever they were in spring training that their philosophy was pitching and defense. And we all know that Jose Altuve moved to left field. Why? Because they're trying to hide him as a defensive player. He's not a good defensive left fielder, but they think he's going to cause them less damage in left field versus second base. Now, he's still playing second base every now and then. Like he still gets some starts over there. Your best offensive lineup has Jose Altuve as your second baseman. And it doesn't have to be an everyday thing. Like, Joe, you can pick and choose all that stuff. But your best offensive lineup is Jose Altuve at second base, and then whoever is in left field that day is in left field, whether it's Chaz, whether it's DeZinzo. Because the question comes down to, like, if Altuve can play either position, he can play left or second any day. If you're committed to that, then your decision now, if you're Joe Espada, is who do I want to start either at left or second, wherever Altuve is not, Chaz, DeZinzo, Dubon. And look, I like Dubon, but out of those three guys as an offensive weapon, Dubon's 3 of 3. I think Chaz is a better offensive player. I think DeZinzo's a better offensive player than Dubon. So clearly, your best offensive 9 has Jose Altuve at second base.
Yeah, don't disagree. And I think when you look at it, the fact that I looked at the outfield coming in and then the look of, I don't want to say desperation per se, but just trying to find that maybe uncovered gem of an answer that Dana Brown wasn't able to get, whether it was because he wasn't allowed to spend the money or just because, there was just, they didn't know where else they could turn in terms of trying to find outfielders that I believed in. But now because Cam has settled in, and now because DeCenzo has shown that not only can he play the outfield, which was a question early on, was he going to be able to be a steady, everyday type outfielder? But then because his bat has been fantastic when they put him in the lineup, not fantastic, but good enough, and he's hitting the baseball to where we even heard at one point that there was, trying to find a place because Altuve was going to play left to try and play Cam in center so you could still put DeCenzo in one of the corner outfield spots. I think it's a better and maybe a safer answer to put Altuve at second base. But I like the fact that from an offensive perspective, Espada's got multiple options for who he wants to play. And the fact that there's not a lesser than to the point where you're like, we're really going to struggle offensively, put so-and-so in the lineup.
Define safer for me. I want to know what you mean by that.
I think safer in the fact that people were expecting Altuve to make mistakes in the outfield. People were expecting him to be a liability in the outfield. He hasn't been that. He's less than as a second baseman because he doesn't have the range, doesn't have the arm.
Yeah.
But I think that his bat, the way it looks like it's getting back to being that he's always been, has been such a plus. And again, if you're trying to do it mostly 3 games of the week when you're pitching the other starters, so be it. But I think that you're not going to get hurt very much defensively for what he brings you offensively and how much extra offense you get out of the corners.
Yeah. See, I would say it's safer to play him in left than second from is he going to kill me type of deal. But I'm willing to trade that off most days. Really any day that Fromber and Hunter Brown aren't starting. Right. I think that's where I'm at with this Astros team. And look, I'm not nitpicking. The Astros have been really good. Even without Jordan, they've been really good in this little homestand. Hopefully Tampa Bay's been playing some good baseball, so it'll be a fun series starting tonight between the Astros and the Rays. But I would like to see Altuve play second base every game that Fromber Valdez and Hunter Brown are not starting, because that gives you the option of whoever's pitching, whoever you like the matchups with, of playing DeZinzo or playing Chas McCormick in left field. You could even play Jordan Alvarez in left field sometimes. I don't love the thought of Jordan playing defense because Jordan playing defense terrifies me. He might get hurt. But that opens up the DH spot too. And we know Caratini's been good. Yiner, depending on who you want to catch, like Caratini's catching McCullers. So if Caratini's catching McCullers and maybe Yiner gets hot in 2 weeks, well, okay, on McCullers days, why don't we play Jordan in left field? That way we can open up the DH spot for Yiner. So it gives you a lot of flexibility. I like that Espada has been flexible with Altuve from second base to left field, but I'm at the point where any starter that pitches, not named Hunter Brown, not named Fromber Valdez, I'm good just playing Jose Altuve at second base. It's your best offensive 9.
Yeah.
And if I'm trading off some defense for a little bit of offense, I'm good doing that for those starters I mentioned. If you want to, great defense behind your top 2 starters, Altuve plays left field those days, Sold. I'm cool with that.
Well, and you also have the flexibility in the middle of the game or later in the game if you want to go to defensive replacement, or for the fact that later in the game you'd like if Fromber or Hunter Brown are out of the game or whichever you want to do in the outfield. You can move around some things too if you want to be flexible later in the game and move Altuve around as well. But I think that from an offensive perspective, from a team that I was questioning what they were going to get offensively out of the majority of this outfield, the fact is that you have so many different options now that it does make some sense to look at Altuve for more positive reasons than the negativity of trying to shuffle things around earlier in the season to put him at second base.
It's crazy to think whenever, even like a week before the start of the season, this Jose Altuve experiment isn't going to hold. Maybe it was a month before the start of the season. This Altuve and left field experiment's not going to hold. This outfield is so bad. And it was like, at the time we were saying that it was like, Ben Gamble might be your starting right fielder because Cam Smith, we were still unsure if he was going to make the team.
Right.
We were unsure about the Jose Altuve experiment. So going like whenever pitchers and catchers reported your opening day outfield, whenever pitchers and catchers reported, you're looking at Chas McCormick in left, Jake Myers in center, Ben Gamble in right.
Yep.
Like, I know that we were talking about Chas in right field for a while too, and that terrified me because of the arm.
Yep.
Who was the left fielder whenever we thought Chas was going to play right? And before we thought Jose Altuve was going to play left.
I was going to say, because it was Altuve because he was already taking fly balls at the dike before they went to camp. So the rumor was already getting out that they were going to look to play him in left field. But if it wasn't, Hayward was still on the board, but I don't think they were even looking at him.
Maybe it was Altuve, Jake, Chas.
There's no doubt. Because remember, I was pretty adamant on the fact that it scared the hell out of me to know that Jake and Chas were going to be in the same outfield as everyday major league outfielders.
You can get by in left and center. Now, right field's a different story.
Right.
Yeah,
right. And you need an arm. And the thing is when you look at Altuve, as much as I was worried about his arm in left field, even though that's not as prominent a need, his arm has been better than I expected it to be. He gets a running start and it's not, again, it's not going to be a cannon and he's not going to throw lasers to bases or get gun, but he got the big dumper at home.
He got the big dumper
at
home.
But if you give him a running start, at least it's accurate. He could put enough on it that he's not going to get killed, but they are going to try and run on it.
He's one of the worst outfield arms in baseball, but you can hide it in left field and you can especially hide it in left field of the dike where it's 315 into left field. Whenever you had the Crawford boxes, you don't need an arm in left field, but it's crazy where the Astros were at the start of the season. And now it's like, okay, if Altuve's playing outfield, he's a big league outfielder. Jake Myers is certainly a big league starter in the outfield. Cam Smith is a big league starter in the outfield. Chas McCormick, maybe he's like on the border of being a big league outfielder, but he was 2 years ago, and he's produced decently in his opportunity here. He's at worst, I think, a starter that you can start against left-handed pitching. And then also, DeCinzo is like starting to emerge as a player. He had the big home run yesterday where it's like, okay, I wouldn't mind that bat getting regular ABs too. So the Astros have 5 guys in the outfield. And if you want to throw in Jordan as an outfield, that's 6.
See, and that's where I'm at from where I was, and that is that Jake is hitting the ball so well that regardless of it, it's not just about defense anymore. Jake's bat needs to be in the lineup because Jake's been hot, and Jake's hitting the baseball. And so that means that if DeCinzo continues that way, and it's even tougher because he's not playing every day. He's not getting every day at bats. And then they just plug and play him, and he still finds a way to get hits. So I wanted to see if there was a potential outfield that you could get Cam and DeCinzo in, thinking that it was going to be Cam in center field. Now to have Jake with those 2 guys on the corners and have Altuve's bat move to second base, that's a more prolific offensive lineup in the American League than they had when they started the season by far, and it's got a chance to be really, really good.
That's really the only way to get both of them in the starting lineup is when Altuve plays second. When Altuve does not play, if Jordan's healthy, if we're assuming that Jordan's healthy, like once Jordan comes back, the only way that you play DeCinzo and Cam Smith in the outfield at the same time is if Altuve plays second base.
Right.
That's the only way. And I can live with that being 3 of every 5 days. If DeCinzo's starting 3 of 5 games or Chas is like getting in the mix there too, the only time that you go with your defensive lineups, Fromber and Hunter Brown, cool. But I think it's a luxury for a spot more than it is a challenge, though.
Oh, no doubt. It's not like he's looking down the lineup and looking at the bench going, yeah, I really need a defensive type outfielder. We're playing on the road in a big outfield, but he doesn't have to worry about a guy that's not hitting the baseball because just about anybody that's on his bench is capable of hitting too. We know that there's a need for more left-handed bats. But the other problem, which is also a surplus right now, I think it's not a bad problem to have, but because of the fact that Jordan's been out, you've got 2 first-line, front-line catchers. Now, you might not think defensively Yiner's a front-of-the-line catcher sometimes with the way that he frames and, the pass balls and things like that. But you are deeper at catcher than I think anybody thought of even 2 years ago when they brought in Caratini. But Caratini's been a godsend for this team because you can play him as a left-handed bat so many different places in the lineup. When Jordan comes back, it's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I heard Apollo Dez kind of give him a Michael Brantley comp a little bit. Not quite to that level, but a veteran. He said not quite to that level, but like an Uncle Mike light, where he's a left-handed bat, reliable off the bench, need him in a big spot, comes through, and he does. Now, Yiner's got to produce. Like, for that statement to be true of what you just said, Yiner has to be better offensively. Like, he can't be a 78 OPS plus guy and be a strength at catcher. But if he produces like we expect him to produce, absolutely, it's a true stance.
And the signs that have been showing lately that he's starting to hit more baseballs. He's getting better. You hope that, like, he's the next breakout. We've seen Walker look like he's starting to break out of it. Altuve certainly has broken out of it. And if you can get him to be the next guy that kind of stops flailing and chasing the sweepers and the outside pitches out of the zone, and can be more of what we've kind of grown to expect from him early on in his career, it's a hell of a great problem to have, because, again, Espada's not going to get hurt no matter who he chooses behind the dish. It's just, can you find enough innings to be played by the rest of the guys?
713-780-ESPN. We're broadcasting live from Top Training in Sugar Land. Great spot to get your grand openings on Saturday. Great spot to get your kids here, get them trained up, get that D1 scholarship here at Top Training. That's always the goal, right? But a great spot. Come hang out with us if you'd like, if you're in the area, or especially come by on Saturday, though, and take advantage of the grand opening with DJ, food trucks, tours, dodgeball, raffle drawings. You're going to want to be out here on Saturday. Top Training in Sugar Land. Lots to get to today on the Killer Bees. Bad Take Boulevard coming up a little bit later. It is a Thursday after all. Texan talk. We all love that. We're in the middle of voluntary OTAs. Also, the Astros all-quarter century team. We got to discuss that a little bit later as well. 713-780-ESPN. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on Twitter at ESPN975. Brian at Sacked by BMAC. Blankers at Pac-Man Joel. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When we come back, some Jordan news and some Christian Walker news. It is the Killer Bees broadcasting live from Top Training in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Yes, indeed. Top Training in Sugarland. Sugarland's elite facility for athletes of all ages, young athletes, high school competitors aiming for college, or adults reclaiming strength. I feel like that's targeted at yours truly. Reclaiming strength.
I think parents can come in here and get the workout in too.
That's a great spot.
Yeah.
No, they can. I mean, adults reclaiming strength. Now, can you reclaim strength if you never had it?
But you secretly are trying to get
No,
it.
I'm not looking for compliments.
No,
I'm
I'm
not
saying
fishing
you're
for
doing your
compliments
little.
here. Come on
you're
now.
doing your little sets of 10 on the squats and everything during.
I mean, I do
breaks.
some. I do some body squats from time to time whenever no one's looking.
You've been
but
focused on booty firming.
Branham booty needs to be
Yeah.
firm. It's summer. Summer months are coming. It's gonna be a hot Branham summer. But 6,500 square feet. Grand opening is Saturday. DJs are gonna be out here. Food trucks are gonna be out here. Get on out here. Top Training in Sugarland. All right, Yordan Alvarez news. You ready for this? Sounder, Brian? Dun, dun, dun. Yordan Alvarez is taking batting practice at the Dike. He is taking batting practice at the Dike. Joe Espada is watching. Dana Brown is watching as Yordan Alvarez takes balls the other way 200 feet.
I mean,
he's working on his game.
And at the end of the day, then Joe and or Dana are going to talk, and they're going to say, we'll just wait to see how he feels and let us know.
We're waiting for the big fella to let us know that it's time. Now, he's not wearing a hat. He is not wearing a helmet. Maybe he can't put it on because his hand is so inflamed. I don't know. No, he looks all right. I mean, I'm watching the video McTaggart posted. I mean, he's letting him fly. He just banged one off the right field wall in his final cut of BP. He's following through two-handed. He's wearing a navy blue Astros practice shirt untucked with white baseball pants and orange striping down the side. Look at this vicious
Robert
cut.
Ford.
Oh, he one-handed that one. It lit to look a little awkward there. Alex Cintron's wearing a sleeveless hoodie. Who does Alex Cintron think he is? Does he think he's Bill Belichick?
Has he got a shirt underneath it?
No.
Oh, that's not a good look.
It's a terrible look. I think it's Alex Cintron.
I'm trying to see. I see Kunkel's
It's like
video.
at the. I didn't see Kunkel's. It's at the. It's a 12-second mark. So Yordan Alvarez is hitting. Oh, he's hitting off a pitching machine live at the Dike. So it's not even live BP. It's pitching machine.
That's why no helmet. No
but it's
worries.
inside the cages.
Yeah, but no worries that someone's gonna.
Who do you think's throwing BP for the Astros?
I mean, Bracamonte's normally throwing it.
Is he dangerous?
I mean,
Does he
that's
get
what I'm
people
saying.
hurt?
Oh boy, that is Cintron.
Is it? I
Oh,
thought
yeah,
it was
that's
Cintron.
bad.
That's not a
really
good look.
bad. No, it's really bad.
I'm gonna crop it and post it.
Yeah.
It looks like a little bit of a crop top actually that Alex Cintron's wearing. So that's the news on Yordan Alvarez. He is taking live batting practice off a pitching machine inside the cages at the Dike. So take that for whatever it's worth. He's getting closer? Question mark.
He's already, I mean, look, we've already been through this where he's running the bases. We thought he'd be back. Now you would think that if he's taking quote unquote live, but taking BP, that the next step would be he'd be back. At this point, what a couple weeks into June? I mean, I can't have any more optimism when it comes to Yordan coming back because again, like we talked about yesterday, I don't have any optimism about any Astro coming back on time or seeing signs of them being back real soon for this team based on what we've been through. There's just too much PTSD with all of this. And when he's back, but I'm not expecting him in this series.
Yeah. So that's June. I mean, McTaggart would be wrong, right? I mean, McTaggart said he didn't report it. He said, I expect to see him back late in May.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this series rolls into June.
Yeah. I mean, look, we're right there knocking on the door of June. A lot of, everybody was saying late May. But initially, we were talking about 10 days, and we were talking about, well, maybe 2 weeks. We'll just see how he feels. And now here we are going through, and you went through the timeline yesterday of the fact that we've gone through the entire month of May. They're playing better and better baseball, so it's not like they're in a deep need for him right now. When he left, he wasn't hitting the ball well. So I guess at this point, just take whatever time you need to try and be as right as you possibly can be when you come back, because they're going to need him, obviously, for the stretch run and the majority of the season when he does get back, but they need him being the old Yordan. We can't be what we saw early in the year.
That is the good news if you search for a silver lining, and we should. The Astros have actually been playing pretty well in his absence.
Yeah.
So you don't desperately need Yordan Alvarez today. You don't. You pull within a half game back. The Astros are playing pretty good baseball. The offense is actually producing a little bit. I think McTaggart posted earlier that the Astros are top 5 at OPS in the month of May. Now, That's great. Score me some more runs. I care way more about how many runs you're scoring than I care about your OPS, but that's a good sign. Like, that's usually predictive of what the offense is going to look like the rest of the way. So if you are looking for a silver lining in this Yordan saga, the enigma that is Yordan Alvarez, it is that you are playing well and you're surviving without him. In fact, you're thriving without him. Now, to be your very best, you do need Yordan Alvarez to be at about his very best. But that's the latest on Yordan. And then the Christian Walker news, I thought this might happen. I listened to his post game yesterday, and he said he left the game because the gripping the bat was giving him problems. I heard that. I was like, well, he's not playing for a little bit. He is not in the lineup today. So we'll see how long Christian Walker's out. They did say the x-rays were negative yesterday. So,
Yeah, good news, bad news, if you didn't hear all that, is they didn't put him on the injured list. You just hope it's day to day. You hope in a couple of days it feels better. He was talking about it's all about the swelling and the limitations based on the swelling when he grabs a bat, but that he could throw and he could field. So hopefully, in a couple of days he'll be back. But again, you've got guys that are capable of replacing him. Now, maybe not defensively at first base with Caratini tonight, but at the same time, Caratini's been hitting the baseball.
Yeah, he's been hitting the baseball. I mean, you're not going to, again, rush a guy back on May 29th, but you wonder. And, I trust that he doesn't have a broken hand. Maybe that's foolish of me. Maybe that's naive of me.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want to fearmonger here, but there are times, too, whenever an x-ray doesn't show a broken bone initially because of the inflammation. Yeah.
Just throwing it out there.
It happened to me. I broke my fibula, and they didn't notice it at first because the inflammation was too much. Like, that is somewhat common. So I don't want to put, like, fearmonger as I fearmonger. But I do wonder, even if it's healthy, if it might be one of those things where the inflammation's so bad and the bruising so bad that it might be best to just place him on the 10-day IL anyways.
If you do, like I said, you're in such a good spot with the way others have been hitting the baseball, you can get by. But at the same time, I'm not sure that I throw him out in front of the media and have him talking right after the game and then talking about the x-ray showing that he's good.
I mean, I like that. Like,
I love it, but I'm saying I'm not doing that if there's a chance that in a couple of days, if the swelling goes down and you find out that there's a hairline fracture or something like that. That's why I'm not going to fearmonger it, because especially with how to the vest and hyper secret and full of it they are, that I'm not going to put Christian Walker out there unless I feel pretty damn good that he's in a good spot.
Okay. So you're saying he shouldn't have been out there?
No, I said I like that he's out there. He wouldn't be out there if there was any, especially.
No, I believe that too.
I would hope that they learned a lesson, even if nothing else from the Tucker situation, that we're not going to let a player go out there and talk the same day that he got hit and tell everybody that he's okay.
I tend to believe that too. Now, again, the x-ray could have shown nothing yesterday. Inflammation settles down. I don't believe that to be the case. I'm 100% with you. Like, if he's talking to the media, x-rays are negative, he hasn't been placed on the IL. They would have placed him on the IL if they found something new today. I'm with you. I just wonder how long he misses even without it being a break. I mean, it was a 95-mile-per-hour fastball to the knuckle. I mean, that's going to take a few days.
Yeah, no doubt. And he was really good about explaining. Look, if the Astros PR department and medical staff never speak to us again, but we can get players to at least be that honest, I'd be all for it, because he basically explained and showed exactly where it was and told us when he felt pain and when he didn't. And it sounds like he's pretty confident that in a couple of days he'll be back. And so you roll with it. But you're right. Again, similar to Yordan, but different in the fact that I'm not going to worry too much if he does go on the 10-day, simply because of the fact you got guys that can cover for him at this time, and you're playing really well. But at the same time, when he's ready to come back, you need him defensively and otherwise at first base.
713-780-ESPN. The Hive has thoughts on this. Ocho says he's at the point where he can take or leave Yordan. Where is your frustration with Yordan? Is that even something that is entertaining your thought, where you can take or leave Yordan Alvarez? 713-780-3776. It is the Killer Bees live from Top Training in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
you're back with the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland.
6,500 square feet of Top Training in Sugarland. Grand opening is on Saturday. Offer free trial class. World-class coaches, including 3 former pros and 5 who train professional athletes. If you're looking for some training, this is a spot from young athletes, high school competitors, aiming for college, or even adults reclaiming their strength, their dad bods, I like to say. All right, 713-780-ESPN. So Ocho said he's at the point where he can take or leave Yordan Alvarez. I'm tired of this soft dude. Go put a bandage on your paper cut and get out of my city. Ocho feels strongly about Yordan Alvarez.
Oh, here's the thing, man. It's one thing to say, I can at least hear what you're saying if it means you're trying to win the division. Because I think you can win the division without Yordan. I really do. But I think with the aspirations of this team and the hopes and aspirations that they can go, on a deep playoff run, you're not doing that without Yordan Alvarez in the top part of your lineup. You're just not doing that. So it's kind of where your expectations are with them as a team as well, to try and figure out, hey, if you're just content with winning the division and then getting bounced in 2 games like you were last year and saying, yeah, well, we won again, then so be it. But if you're looking for a team that can make a deep run in the American League with a chance to possibly get to the World Series, you need him in your lineup. I see your face.
I mean, I want to nitpick it a little bit. Like, I do think that you can win a World Series without Yordan. Your chances are drastically diminished. Yeah. But I believe you can win a World. I mean, baseball playoffs are a crapshoot. If Framber Valdez and Hunter Brown are on a heater and unhittable in the postseason, they can carry you to a World Series win. I believe that. Like, you don't. It increases your odds, no doubt. Like, I'm not going to sit here and say we don't need him to win it all. Like, you can do it, but your odds diminish a lot. Like, I wonder what the Astros odds are to win the World Series right now. Brian, do some work for a change. You've been gone the last 2 days. Find us some odds. Astros World Series odds. Probably like what, plus 800 maybe?
Probably.
Like if Yordan was out for the year, what does it drop to? Plus 950? Plus 1,000?
1,000. I go at least 1,000.
So, like, it's still doable. It's still in play. It's still in the ballpark. Your odds just diminish.
It's just he has the ability to change a game with
no
one
doubt.
swing.
No doubt.
And I don't think that there's any other player in this lineup that has the ability to change the game with one swing.
I don't disagree at all. The way you would have to win would have to change. It would have to be Framber's dominance. It would have to be Hunter Brown's dominance. It would have to be whenever you turn it over to Abreu and Hader, they're unhittable. Pitching would carry you.
And you would have to play even more small ball than you already have.
Well, maybe.
But you're going to have to really scratch.
I mean, if Altuve's on a heater, if Esau's on a heater, like it's doable. Your odds do diminish. No argument there. Like, I'm not going to argue, but can you win it all without him? Yeah, you can win it all without him. It's more difficult. Lamont says that the way Ocho feels about Yordan is the way I feel about Lance McCullers. I mean, at least Yordan contributes in a season. Ocho, Lamont, were you asleep yesterday? Were you asleep when Lance McCullers punched out a dozen Sacramento Athletics, which matched a career high, by the way? I didn't realize that in real time until I was reading back on it. So, like, when everybody was like, oh, he faced a weak Oakland lineup, which A, isn't true. See what I did there? Oakland A isn't true. I stumbled right into that. He's also faced far inferior lineups over the course of his career and hasn't punched out a dozen. So, like, I feel like we do need to have proper perspective of that Lance McCullers start yesterday. And I heard some people today as well. Well, if Lance McCullers does this the rest of the year, are you dumb? Like, you expect Lance McCullers to strike out a career high in every single one of his starts the rest of the year? I heard some conversation. Well, if Lance McCullers does what he did yesterday for the rest of the season, you have the top 3 in baseball, top 3 pitching rotation in baseball. You expect that Lance McCullers every single start? That is setting the bar far too high, and you're being unrealistic and unfair to Lance McCullers. I think that it shows his ceiling. I think it shows that, Lance McCullers could be a capable starter in this rotation, but to expect that Lance McCullers every start is asinine.
Yeah, it completely is. I mean, look, it shows that his stuff still translates to Major League Baseball. It shows that his spin rate and his ability to get guys out with some of his pitches is still at a very high level. Now, because I'm looking at the full body of work since he's been back, I've been very critical of the fact that that's why I'm not on board yet with full-blown love of Lance McCullers and believing. I still believe that no matter what he's doing is capable, especially with the options here, of being their 4 or 5 starter in the rotation. But if he continues to build on what happened yesterday and can keep getting 5 innings or more, can keep it to 3 runs or less, And the main thing is to have control, because his biggest issue in the majority of his starts before yesterday was whether he got out of the first inning or not. He got hurt by the fact that he couldn't locate his pitches. He was walking guys. He was putting guys on base or having to groove pitches because he was behind in counts. So that's where I'm at, because, I said yesterday, I don't expect him to come close to 12 strikeouts again, because that's a hell of an accomplishment, especially in the innings he pitched. But if he can build on his location and his ability to make pitches, even when hittable, not like destroyable, then I'd feel a lot better.
Hey, look, my take isn't even really about Lance. My take is about the take about Lance.
Sure, right.
Like, well, he should, if he's that the rest of the way, what?
Yeah,
You're setting yourself up for failure if you think that Lance McCullers is going to be that every single. It's like when a guy goes off for 50. Well, if he's that the rest of the year, he'd be the best player in the NBA. Yeah, but there's a very real chance that's the best game he's ever going to have in his life.
Yeah.
Like, I would bet money, and look, again, this is not a knock on Lance. Like, I'm very happy with where Lance is at. You would tell me he would have this performance 5 starts in, show the progression he's had, I would be over the moon. So I'm very happy with where Lance is at, has shown swing and miss, he's getting whiff rate, all of the nerd stuff. But whenever you're like, well, if he's this guy the rest, you're expecting him to have 12 strikeouts every single one of his starts when it matches his career high. I would be willing to bet, and again, not a knock on Lance, it's a knock on the take. I will bet you that Lance won't have another a 12 strikeout performance the rest of the year.
Done. You're absolutely right.
And well, he should be this the rest of the year. What? What are you saying?
What is he, vintage Randy Johnson and then some? Like, I don't think the big unit, even at the peak of big unit, was going 12, knocking down 12 Ks on a consistent basis.
Yeah, exactly. And look, again, happy with Lance. This is me knocking the take. I thought the take was awful. 713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Israel, you're in the Hive. What's up?
Yo, yeah, he got touched, man. Lance got touched. You know what I mean? His first outing. He's settling down. You dig? He's settling down.
I dig.
And after the surgery, the Tommy, he getting back, yo. He getting back. He got back with 12. Just like I saw, I had text like Kikuchi. He had 12 or 11 strikeouts.
Yeah, 12.
Yo, let me tell you something, bro. He is on his way. Not saying that he's gonna ride it out, but this last performance, you gotta give him his flowers, man.
Appreciate it, Israel. Thank you. Appreciate the call. There you go. Israel, fan of Lance McCullers. I think he's putting narratives to rest. I really do.
I think that he's, again, quick to, like, maybe get a little too excited too quickly. I think that, again, he gets his flowers for yesterday. Now let's build on that and show more consistency without expecting from people that he's going to get 12 strikeouts.
Yeah, and I think that was one lunatic take. That I don't think that's like a popular take throughout the city. At least I hope not, because that's silliness.
We did see some people even on texting yesterday saying, Lance could be a capable third starter in this rotation.
Yeah.
And try to do the kind of things that Hunter Brown and Fromm are doing. Let's stop with he could be a capable third starter in this rotation. There's a possibility of that.
No, it's not even that. Like, it's, yeah.
But that's also dependent upon who else is available for the rest of the season.
If he's a 12 strikeout guy, the rest of his starts, well, he's done it twice in his career, dude. Like, what do you mean? It's crazy. It's crazy.
Do you think that you see him being the third starter in this rotation?
The third start of the rotation is up for grabs.
Simply because
there's a pretty huge, for sure. The competition for your number 3 starter, and again, this is trivial. Like, who cares who's your third starter? Like, they're all making it one start every 5th day or 5th game. So, like, it doesn't really matter. They're all going to get equal starts. But for the sake of the conversation, who's your third best pitcher right now? McCullers coming off a 12 strikeout game, you probably have ahead of Gordon and Gusto.
I think you have to, especially over Gusto. I think Gordon, I like what he's done, but Gordon hasn't done anything like that. He's got some good swing and miss stuff too. But because of the fact that Arrighetti isn't in this conversation, I think if Arrighetti gets back and he kind of picks up some of where he's kind of progressed before he got hurt, Arrighetti looks like a guy that could be your third starter as well.
I was going for the guys who are currently in the rotation.
Right.
But, like, if I were betting money on who has the best series of starts from July 1st through the rest of the year, I would probably bet on Arrighetti. I would probably bet on Arrighetti.
And look, you're also hoping that at some point you see some of these guys that are already supposed to have been back that can possibly bolster your rotation, whether that be Javier, whether that be Garcia, whether, some of the guys that you were expecting to already, be a possibility for this season. And maybe that changes some things too. But if even one of those guys comes back and you get Arrighetti back and Lance becomes your fifth starter, you're in a pretty good spot for the rest of the season.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on that. Texture was Israel drunk? I doubt it. Better chance that he was high. As high as a kite.
He was chilling pretty good.
He was as high as a giraffe's neck, Israel. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go back out to the HRMP listener line. Lamar. What's up, Lamar?
Hey, man, it's not Lamar. It's Lamont.
Oh, Brian.
Okay. Lamont, we got new interns.
Lamont, Brian screwed up. It's his first day working this week, so cut him some slack.
No, man, it's all good. It's all good. Are you guys of the opinion that the Astros need something right now, like more pitching or probably a left-handed hitter or something like that? Do the Astros need something right now? And I'm going somewhere with this.
I honestly think that they should still be looking for a left-handed bat. It's just the fact that Caratini's been so good as a left-handed bat that the need isn't as great as it might have been to start the season or the last couple of weeks.
Okay, my whole point where I'm going with this is, and I guess this not only for the Astros, but this is also for all sports. I don't know why we are so fixated on the trade deadline. Well, maybe it's my ignorance. That I mean, can we trade before that, or we're just like be damn opportunity cost? We're just gonna see all of this go to waste for the next, not go to waste, but whatever happens for the next month and a half or so, or when the trade deadlines come. Why can't we just go and do it right now? And like I said, that's for all sports. I just think it's kind of ignorant to go all the way up to the trade deadline.
Lamont, before you hang up, let's get to that. You got to find. It takes two to tango. Okay. You have to have a team that's willing to do what you want to do. And most teams right now, because of the expanded playoffs with wild cards and everything that goes with it, most teams are holding out hope that they are within striking distance of a wild card spot. So they have to be willing to give you what you want when you want to get it prior to the trade deadline. That's why you see the flurry of activity pick up so much closer to the deadline, because it's later in the season and more things are clear in terms of teams that have a chance to get in.
And Joe, man, I like that, man, because I wasn't trying to be confrontational or anything like that. I was just trying to understand the logic of it. I'm trying to see if you need something right now, why not go get it right now? I mean, that would be the logic that I'm using. And like I'm saying, I'm just not talking about the Astros. I'm talking about all three. I'm talking about the big three sports. Why do you got to go up to the trade deadline to make these trades? It seems like it'll be more sense if you need something right now to go and get it right now.
Well, the price. I think it's the price. I think it'd be the price, Lamont. I think that would be the easy answer, is that the price would be far more expensive making like if you were to say you're making a trade for player X on May 29th and you're making a trade for player X on July 29th, the price to do it in May would be quite a bit higher.
Okay. And by the way, Israel is not drunk. I'm the drunk one. Bye.
Lamont's the drunk and Israel is the pothead of the show. Israel willingly admits that. I mean, I asked Israel point blank when he called in one day, "Are you high?" He goes, "Every day."
Did he really?
Yeah, you don't remember that?
No, maybe I was out.
I don't think you were out. No, he's not. I mean, he's not bashful about it at all, which I respect. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. 713-780-3776. The Lance Young Award, a brand new award given to the first guy to get 12 punchies after Tommy John. I'm sure it's been done, but it's not a bad idea. And here's also, Lance Cutler's two most recent surgeries were not Tommy John. Tommy John was the first one. The second one, when they went in there, they got the internal brace, and then they had the flexor tendon.
Was it the ulnar?
The ulnar is usually what you give for Tommy John.
Okay.
Whenever you tear the UCL, usually Tommy John's used 95% of the time. Every now and then you'll see internal brace. Now, Lance McCullers has had Tommy John and an internal brace.
Right.
And there were some thoughts whenever the Astros released the information on Rennell that he's going to have season-ending elbow surgery, that they were vague about the type of surgery, and some Astros, I wonder which one he's getting. And then they were like, "Oh yeah, it's Tommy John."
I saw Chandler. You correct himself. Yeah.
But there was some vagueness to it at the beginning. I thought my speakers were malfunctioning on Israel's call, 409 Josh. Why would you think that, 409 Josh? If you're thinking that, that's on you. We're not going to say bad things about Israel. 713-780-3776. McCullers would be a great eighth inning guy. See, I don't think you want him as a reliever trying to bounce back with that elbow.
And by the way, your eighth inning guy's just fine in Brian Abreu.
Facts.
Yeah, so that already makes it a moot point. But on top of that, we've talked about this multitude of times about for him with all he's been through and the fact that he sees dead people when he sees x-rays of his arm because of all the stuff the cadavers have been put in there. It's not the best thing for his arm to come back and try and pitch the eighth inning on back-to-back days and, several times in a week. He doesn't want to do it.
There's an argument against that, but I'm actually on your side. I believe what you say. Brandon T. per FanDuel, the Astros odds are plus 2,200. I missed that boat by a big margin. My bad. All right, so they're plus 2,200 right now to win the World Series. If Jordan was announced out for the year tomorrow, not that he's going to be, but if he was announced out for the year tomorrow, what does it fall to?
I think it's plus 3,000.
Okay, I'm going to say like plus 27, plus 28, but that's arguing the margins, not really worth the argument. I think what most people mean about McCullers being like that, the rest of his starts is 6 innings and 3 runs. Nope, that's not what they meant, my guy. I heard it. I heard what they were having to say. If he's this dominant pitcher, the Astros have the best top 3 in all of baseball. Okay, man. Go. I bet you whatever you want to bet, you name the price that Lance McCullers will not have another 12 strikeout game this year. And it's not a knock on McCullers. It's a knock on the take. I like where McCullers is at.
Yeah, this is Major League Baseball with the best hitters in the game. You're just that's not just going to happen anytime you toe the rubber. It's just not.
There is not another pitcher doing what McCullers did for the rest of the year, 12 strikeouts. I do think it's the highest strikeout game the Astros have had all year, period. It's higher than anything Hunter Brown has done this year, too.
But even when you start thinking about it, and we don't have the type of overpowering, dominant pitchers. Skubal's one of them that, does the whole Verlander thing that gets stronger and throws faster as the innings add up for him in a game. But I just don't see the kind of dominant pitchers where I would go, oh, yeah, that guy's going to get 12 by the end of the year. I think Skubal could do it.
Yeah, I mean, I think Hunter Brown has it in his bag,
Yes.
but if you told me that he doesn't do it the rest of the year, I wouldn't be shocked.
No.
Hunter Brown's season high this year is 9. He's done it 5 times.
Yep.
Pretty good consistency. I want to say that's the most. No, Bernal Blanco had an 11 strikeout game against the Reds. So pretty sure McCullers 12, the highest the Astros have had this year.
I think, yeah, definitely for the Astros. I'm just curious around Major League Baseball, what's the high for the
I'm sure there's been a few here and there. Not a ton.
No.
Not a ton. If cash or trash, an Astro period will not have a 12 strikeout game the rest of the year.
Cash it.
I would too.
For sure.
I would cash it as well. I think Hunter Brown has the best chance.
Yeah.
Lance probably second. Frommer's got great swing and miss stuff, but he doesn't really use it.
And he relies a lot on he's
pitches
actually
contact.
taking less off his fastball for more of the kind of movement on the ball that he wants with his sinker. Yeah, I don't think Frommer's the guy. I think if anybody on the Astros, it's Hunter Brown. Like I said, across baseball, there's maybe 3 or 4 pitchers. Skeens and Skubal would be the first 2 guys that I would say. If you think that you want to say who has a chance to do it, guys like that are just dominantly overpowering with other really good pitches, I just don't think it's going to happen.
Max Meyer, according to Google.
Who the hell is that?
That's what I thought, too. It looks like he's a Marlin. He's wearing a Marlin jersey, anyways. He had 14 strikeouts against the Reds on April 21st. It's funny because Ronel Blanco's 11 strikeouts against the Reds.
And they're not bad.
Remember who crushed Lance McCullers? The Reds.
That's right. The Reds did.
Reds.
Here.
So the Reds must punch out a lot. They got a bunch of swing and miss, I guess. 713-780-ESPN from Rackham Pete. I don't think any Astro fans went into the season without thinking how many games will Jordan miss this year.
Without thinking, which means we all expected he was going to miss time. You just don't know when, and you don't know how long. And no matter how long you think it's going to be, you probably should tack on some time.
PTO days for Jordan.
That's right.
Lance holds the team record for 12 for strikeouts at 12. Now that's got to be a season record. That's not. That's not ever.
Not with the J.R. Richards and Nolan Ryans and Mike Scotts of the world. There's no way.
Yeah, 12 this season. Beats Ronel Blanco's 11. How quickly we all forget how good Jordan is when he is right. Yes, it's frustrating, but I blame the Astros staff for all of these years more than the players, St. Patrick. That's what makes it frustrating, too, about, is Jordan soft? Is Jordan tough? And we don't get honest answers, so it's hard to know. I don't have any expectations from Jordan. I have more confidence that when he comes back, he will exit again injured for a long time before the end of the year than I do of him excelling. This sucks because he had greatness in him. I don't know. He's usually gone for one stint and then comes back.
Yeah, I think that, look, I don't believe that this is going to be something. And again, it is a very, very delicate position for a baseball player to have an issue with your hands. And so, yes, there's a possibility that it could linger. Absolutely. I just feel like when he's back and the fact that he's been able to swing and do more than maybe even the last time he had a hand injury, I'm not really concerned about it.
Texture, I always think I have app on 1.5 speed when I listen to Blank talk. I don't think you talk fast. Do you think he talks fast?
I think I can, but I don't think I normally do.
I've never really noticed it. I worked with you for a long time now. You know who I noticed talks really fast?
Who?
Will Anderson.
Of the Texans?
Brian, I'm making Brian's job difficult today. It's because he wasn't with us the first 2 days of the week, so I like to put more on his plate. Brian, pull up some Will Anderson. Yesterday, Houston Texans YouTube. I think he was like the third person to talk. Will Anderson, incredible pace.
Jimbo Fisher-esque?
Yes.
Because Jimbo Fisher is poor man's auctioneer when he gets going.
I know. Jimbo might be the fastest I've ever heard.
Oh
Will Anderson gives him a run for his money.
God, when John and Lance used to have him on, well, guys, we're really talking about, all we're trying to really do is play some football here. We're going to get to practice. When we get to practice, we know Saturday's going to be a big game. Before we get on the break, we get some good practice time before we do anything else. That's just the way we got to do it.
You nailed it. That's perfect, Jimbo. Jimbo talks so fast.
Yep. And with a twang.
Is it unfair of me that I don't really trust people who talk fast?
It just depends. I mean, sales guys normally can talk fast with a purpose. And then
Not the good sales guys.
And they might be able to get one over on
That's only the bad sales guys. Only the bad sales guys talk fast. The good sales guys, they have patience. They have command of the room. They control
There's some
it.
used car salesmen that can.
The ones you don't trust.
Okay.
Not Monument Chevy.
Well, that's for you.
That's the for sure. It's for me. Yeah. To me, if you talk really, really fast, I have a tough time. Like it's like you're trying to sell me something I shouldn't be buying.
You know, it's funny because one of my buddies asked me the other day, do you do the broadcasting warm-up routine where you say all those words? I've never ever done that. Have you ever done that? Like, because there are guys across the league that will come in and do there's certain sentences and certain things that they say to get so that they pronunciate and enunciate. And they're like, I can't even remember what they are.
Hold on, do you do what?
There's there's broadcasters that come in and say right before they go on the air.
Oh yeah,
and they repeat. There's certain sentences or words.
Yeah, like yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather, yellow leather, red leather. Say that really fast.
I've never done that.
I don't do it either. I took a class where they taught you stuff like that to say at U of H. I don't do it, but I do know it's like yellow leather, red leather. There's one phrase where they say every letter in the alphabet, like a brown fox runs fast, something like that.
Yeah,
it's got to be something else though, because I didn't mention a Z.
There were times when we would be up in the broadcast location, and when the visiting team was right next to us. And I would hear someone, I'd be like, what is that? And what are they trying to do? Yeah. And it would be like they're warming up before they go on the air. I never would imagine doing that.
Someone texted unique New York, unique New York, unique New York. Say that real fast.
Unique New York, unique New York. Unique.
A lot of emphasis on the in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. All I do before shows meditate, usually.
I've heard AJ just go, make it a big back, make it a whack, make it a whack.
Blaker's talking about the Ron Burgundy approach. No, they actually do teach this. It's like vocal exercises. It like increases your range and all this stuff. Here's Brian doing a good job working for a change. Here was Will Anderson yesterday talking to me. Listen how fast Will Anderson talks.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. He's coming out here. I was all fired up and everything like that. And, D'Amico pulled me to the side and was like, now it's just fine-tuning those little things of your game. Like, how precise can you be? How good can you be at taking the next step? And for me, it's just like when I'm on a block, using my hands better, getting off blocks, my escape. When I'm rushing the passer, am I reaching with precision on the quarterback? Can I get some strip sacks, stuff like that? So, those are the things I want to work on this offseason, this time doing OTAs and really just getting precise at those things and taking my game to the next level.
That's so many. That's so fast. Like, how many words do you just get in there in 15
solid
seconds?
Right there. Yeah.
Like, if he was a typist, I'd want to hire him. The quick brown fox jumps over the laser dog. That can't be right. That's
the
not
quick brown fox I've heard before.
It's the quick brown fox something because you have to have the Z in there, and the quick brown fox doesn't do it
easily.
The lazy dog. The quick brown fox jumps over a lazy dog, and it says every letter in the alphabet. And it's supposed to get like your vocal cords vibing, feeling good. All right, 713-780 ESPN.
You want to bring two guesses? Astros you'll never get who all-time single game.
Well, I saw the text.
Oh, you did? No, I didn't see the text. I looked it up on Google.
Don Wilson?
Yeah, Don Wilson had 18 in 1968, but second makes sense. J.R. Richard with 15.
Okay, yeah. I'm surprised there's that big of a gap.
Yeah.
I'm surprised Randy Johnson hadn't had more than 15. But somebody texted that. So
okay,
I wouldn't have guessed that. I would have guessed Richard or
Nolan.
Or Nolan or even Randy. Randy
Mike
Johnson.
Scott. Mike Scott was a strikeout pitcher,
Yeah.
and he had a little help.
I wouldn't have guessed Wilson. I was tipped off there. Is that Will Anderson or Jeff Gordon? Josh Perceber. He talks fast, man. I never noticed it until yesterday. It's weird. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to Bad Take Boulevard when we come back. 713-780-3776. What deserves to be on Bad Take Boulevard this week? Killer Bees broadcasting live from Top Trading in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. What are the worst takes of the week? 713-780-ESPN. What belongs on Bad Take Boulevard? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live, Top Training, Sugarland. Bad Take Boulevard. Astros will beat the Rays this series. Rays fan here. It can't be a bad take. It hasn't happened yet. But the Rays fan did text us earlier in the show. He said, my Tampa Bay Rays will sweep the Astros this week, and I'm willing to buy you guys Chick-fil-A if they don't.
What do we have to lose? Nothing.
Yeah, we'll take you up on that.
We'll take that. That'd be fantastic.
It's funny to me he went with the Chick-fil-A thing, though. He's like, yeah, I will bet you that the Rays – he didn't even bet us. He said, I'm going to buy you Chick-fil-A if my Rays win the series or whatever. Like, why is Chick-fil-A the go-to there?
Yeah, because you basically don't –
It's his default.
If he loses, isn't he at the mercy of what we select? Plus, doesn't he realize that in terms of fast food, Chick-fil-A prices are pretty much higher than most other places he could have gone to?
Yeah, but he's buying his Chick-fil-A, though. He must not care too much.
I guess not.
He's living in the lap of luxury. He's going to Chick-fil-A every day. All right, Bad Take Boulevard, what belongs on the list this week? NBA players voting for Tyrese Halliburton is the most overrated player in the NBA. All those people made the list. Tyrese Halliburton, underrated.
You just made the list.
Question. You see the shirts they had made? McAfee was wearing one courtside, but overrate this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Look, he's lived up to everything. He's a little mini Reggie Miller in terms of his ability to step up big for that Pacer franchise.
You think they win tonight, close out the series?
I don't.
4.5 point dogs.
Yeah, I think it goes 6.
At Madison Square Garden. Yeah, I would tend to agree. Did you see the promo that Pat McAfee cut in the middle of the game?
Oh, no, it wasn't a promo. That was live in the arena to fire up the crowd.
It's a promo.
I mean, I don't know if that's a promo.
Okay, you're okay. Yeah, I see what you just did there. You did it like in a TV way. Promo in a wrestling way is like you just take the mic and start talking.
Right.
Promo in your world
TV
is
world, right.
You're promoting something and you record it.
Right.
I see what happened there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, man, and he said he was trying to soft sell it by going, now they cut it off too short when I said, send their asses back to New York with their ears ringing, and they cut out the ears ringing. It doesn't matter, Pat. And then Ben Stiller didn't like it too much.
Yeah, I heard that. He gave him the blue still whenever he said that. There's a very obscure, subtle reference. My favorite part of the McAfee promo is when he pushes Rick Carlisle at the end.
I saw that, and I went back and watched it like 3 times. Like, he didn't really hit the head coach in the middle of the game, did he?
He did.
Because Carlisle did not react. And I was like, certain coaches might have reacted extremely negatively to something like that.
He gave him a pretty forceful 2-hand shove in between the third and the fourth quarter.
What are you doing? That's the one thing you don't do in any kind of situation like that is you don't go and get the head coach in the middle of when he's got to work.
That was by far my favorite part of that. He cuts the promo and then he pushes Rick Carlisle.
Imagine if someone did that to Sampson.
Oh, I can't.
Oh my goodness, he would lose his mind.
They wouldn't be around to talk about it. Like, I can't imagine that. So NBA players voting Tyrese Halliburton most overrated player. You made the list.
You just made the list.
There we go. Barstool Baseball saying that the Tigers should trade Tariq Skubal immediately. And this goes with the notion, like, they're not going to afford him. They might as well get top return for him. The further they go along without trading him, the lower demand they get in return, or the lowest package they get in return. The problem is they have the best record in the AL.
Best record in the AL. And how many years till Skubal gets free agency?
My guess is this one and 2 more.
I would say it's multiple years, and that's not worth exploring at this point.
Not when you're good.
Yeah.
Like, if it was the Pirates with Skeens, okay, I can hear it. He's actually got next year. He's only got next year. He's got this year and 1 more.
See, but even still, I would have more faith in the Tigers, who have spent money in the past recently, even though it hasn't worked out for them.
True.
To be a friend. They were in on the Bregman sweepstakes. They swung and missed badly on what's the name, the shortstop turned center fielder from the Cubs,
Baez,
Javi Baez. So they're not afraid to spend money. If it's the Pirates, I firmly believe the Pirates will end up trading Skeens before he gets close.
Yeah, I can understand the Pirates more than the Tigers. You can't do it whenever you're the best team in the best record in the American League. So Barstool Baseball, stick to your gimmicks and your bits and leave the real baseball talk to the big boys like Paul. But Barstool Baseball, you made the list.
You just made the list.
Climbing Tiles Hill. They've turned into clickbait. They say that the return of Yordan Alvarez is going to disrupt the offense. Come on now. Climbing Tiles Hill, you made the list.
We just get done talking.
You just made the list.
I personally think if they want to chase the World Series, they need it.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. And we argued semantics there, but yes, let's have Yordan Alvarez. He doesn't disrupt the lineup. Did you see these Big Ten baseball shirts?
No.
So the Big Ten, like all conference baseball, just had their conference tournaments last week. Regional start tomorrow. I hope you're ready for wire to wire, bases loaded. Watch some college baseball. But they're a very big conference. You know about Wisconsin.
Yeah.
About as well as anybody.
Yeah.
Does Wisconsin have a baseball team?
No.
These Big Ten baseball shirts have Wisconsin on it.
Oh,
and they have a baseball bat with Wisconsin on it too. Big Ten baseball, Wisconsin is on here. Wisconsin hasn't had baseball in how long?
1991.
So what is that, 9 plus 25? Almost 40 years?
Yeah. I got a shirt from the last Badger baseball team, I think.
The Big Ten baseball shirt has Wisconsin on it.
That's awful.
What a
that is
subpar
a huge swing and a miss. See what I did there?
Yeah, I did. It's pretty
that,
good.
that was bad.
I actually looked at the Big Ten standings because of this shirt.
Yeah.
The Pac schools that went there are ruling this conference.
Oh, in softball and in baseball. Yeah, UCLA won the women's softball, and I can imagine that USC and UCLA are killing them.
Yeah, so Big Ten shirt maker, you made the list for things.
You just made the list!
One of the guys we talked about today that's an Astro played Big Ten baseball.
I mean, there's some guys that come out of there.
Yeah.
Who?
Zach DeCenzo.
Oh, yeah, went to Ohio State.
Yep.
I think they're in last place this year in the Big Ten.
Okay.
Jay Dell on Twitter makes the list. He said he was
just
ready
made
to
the
move on
list.
from Forrest Whitley the other day. Why? Why?
It didn't cost you
How could you
anything.
be? Yeah,
He's
why?
got-
are you,
we talked about how live his fastball is.
crazy talent, crazy potential, doesn't cost you a dime. Who are you calling up in his stead? Like who is the Sugarland Space Cowboy in their neck of the woods that is banging the door to be on this major league bullpen? So Jay Dell on Twitter, you make the list for saying that you're ready to move on from Forrest Whitley. And
You just made the list.
Nick Wright idea. What is this deal?
Yeah, Nick Wright goes out the other day, and he decides that his idea
I saw this.
to fix NBA basketball, and you know how we talk about when Alpy likes to always wave his finger in the air for the review.
Yeah.
Anybody that does it, and this is Nick Wright's idea. Anyone on the court that does the review signal gets an automatic technical foul. We're going to play the games till midnight every night. Like how many times? I mean, it happens on every possession. We're just going to continue to stop and give a technical foul to everybody that does the wave of the finger. Would you stop it, Nick?
I don't think it's a bad take. I would like to see
it's
this
awful.
employed.
I think it's awful.
I think it's a great idea. I for one get
kinda had a feeling you were gonna say
disgusted by. I hate this gesture. I can't stand it.
Right,
That
but-
you
but-
like this gesture
No,
every
it's
single
not that I
time there's
like-
a questionable call.
It's not that I like the gesture,
Hey, let's do
Jeremy, but the
this.
solution isn't giving out 15 technical fouls a game because it's going to happen all the time.
No, it wasn't. He didn't say technicals. He said that we accept your challenge and we're going to go review it.
No, he said every single time you do this, it's a T. He did this is this. He actually did that on during the segment.
No, he said that it's like the timeout gesture. That as soon as you do this, you're taking the timeout. Yes, he did. I watched the video.
Okay, but I did too, and he basically
You do that when you're out of timeouts. Yes. The link you posted. New rule for the NBA next season. The moment any player on the court twirls his finger, challenge accepted.
But
But if you're out of challenges,
technical.
it's just like when you're out of timeouts, that's a technical
Right.
foul.
So you
but
could-
but his point with the technical thing was that the moment the referee sees this gesture, the T, that they call a timeout for whoever is making the gesture because this is the signal for timeout. So this is the signal for challenge. And the moment you do it, okay, like a timeout, that is now a challenge that we're going to review.
Right, but he also was then elaborating on the fact that you get the one
If you're out,
challenge.
if you're out.
Yeah, and then the rest of the game, it's a technical foul.
I love it. I
hate it.
can't stand when players do this.
Well, I
it
can't
drives
stand
me
when
nuts.
Alfie does it, and I know a lot of people do it. But even still, the game it would be so brutal for the game.
They would stop doing it. The players
I would hope so, but still.
And I think Nick Wright's right in the sense that in 2 weeks it would be out of the game. If you do enforce that for 2 weeks, they will stop doing this. And it is so annoying when they do this. They'll blatantly travel. Let's challenge it. No, stop. It's annoying. I can't stand
I
it as a
don't
viewer.
disagree that it's annoying because I hate when Alfie does it. But at the same time, I don't think giving everyone that does it after you use your challenge a technical, I think it's too much.
I mean, what difference is it in the timeout?
Because you have, 8 timeouts a game?
There are a lot, yeah.
Yeah. So
There are
that's the difference.
Yeah, I'm okay with the idea because of my annoyance of the finger gesture. They're just a bunch of crybabies, and I can't stand it. Kendrick Perkins said that Anthony Edwards can't be the face of the league until he's married with kids.
He highlighted Jordan, Bird, Magic, and went down the list of all these people. And when they were at their peak as being one of the faces of the league, they were married with kids. And this was his explanation why Anthony Edwards can't be the face of the league, because he's not married with kids.
He has kids.
He's working on the kids part of it. But even still, you got to be married with kids to be the face of the league.
What was the point of that? Like, what was he saying, Kendrick Perkins?
Because this whole debate's been going on about who's the next face of the league and how do you carry the league forward, who's going to be the faces of the league. And he's like, well, it can't be Anthony Edwards because he's not married with kids. And if you look at all the people that have been the face of the league going all the way back through, and he started with Bird and Magic and everybody else, and saying you have to be married with kids in order to be the face of the league, it's irrelevant. It doesn't matter if you. I mean, that's stupidity.
Is it like a status thing, like stature? Like, hey, you know, I'm like, I got my life in order. Because I mean, Magic Johnson was doing stuff on the side.
Yeah, but he's trying. I mean, he had no other answer for it. Like, I'm thinking about, does this cause more stability? But at the same time, it's not going to stop how many highlights and how many game winners and how many things that he does that make people take notice that he's the best player in the game. It has complete irrelevance to how you should be the face of the league, unless you're talking about image. From an image standpoint, I get it. But overall, if you can play, you can play.
I mean, I do think having like a nice family foundation can stabilize your life, but I think it's case by case. I don't think it's every single person. And like, this is also like the golf argument, like Tiger, like, what do you mean? What was it look?
I'm seeing him because he
agrees with
the
me.
bobblehead.
Don't get offended that he agrees with me. The like the golf thing was always, you shouldn't have a significant other, because if you have a significant other, like, they lessen your game. But then Gary Player's like, you should have a significant other because the right woman will make you a better golfer. And I think it's case by case. I don't think it's substantial really one way or the other. But I do think a good family life can stabilize and kind of keep it grounded.
But it has zero relevance.
You're partying less.
It has zero relevance to James Harden, but James Harden partied.
Never won a title. Never face of the
MVP.
League. Never face of the league.
Right, but at the same time, you look at this and tell me that because you're married with kids, it's going to change like how many game winners and dunks you have, and give
you're changing the argument.
I'm not.
It was face of the league specifically, not game winners.
But I'm saying face of the league is based on how you play the game of basketball, unless you're John Morant and you're flashing guns and things and doing stupid stuff.
No, I agree with that. But I think Kendrick Perkins' point is that you have a better chance of being better at basketball with that foundation.
He said you cannot be the face of the league until you're married with kids.
Right, but why? Why? Because I didn't hear what Kendrick Perkins said, but like I think you have to go further than that. Like, why did he say that? Because he thinks it enhances the player. He thinks it makes the player better for whatever reason. And if I'm trying to like put words in his mouth and like trying to make sense of what he's saying, it's because he has a stronger home life, stronger foundation. He's not, he's spending more of his time on his game as opposed to being out at the club chasing who knows whatever he's chasing. Now, watching the Anthony Edwards documentary deal, chasing his dreams.
Yeah,
I know what you mean.
Yeah.
I actually was pretty impressed by Anthony Edwards on that Strive for the Gold documentary or whatever. I thought he was pretty like grounded, actually.
Look, that's what I'm saying. I just don't think, and I don't think Perk knew exactly what the hell he was trying to get to.
Probably not.
But at the same time, I think that the best thing you can say is Anthony Edwards is a guy that's single right now, and he has a kid, but he also came out after that laying of an egg last night and said no one's going to work harder in the offseason and no one's going to try and do more to be better next year. That tells me, with his highlights, with his ability to take over a game, do what he's already done in this league, he's fully capable of ending up being a face of the league, whether he's married or not.
Do you think he'd be a better basketball player if he was married and like a good family man?
I don't. I don't.
Also 23. He's 23, so that's a little young too.
23.
Yeah, I mean, look,
I wouldn't suggest anybody under the age of 30
LeBron
get
had his
married.
high school sweetheart from the time that he was in high school,
Right.
and so you don't factor him in the same way. But I think, again, I don't think it has relevance to his basketball playing. Are they going to play a better series if Anthony Edwards was married? No.
See, I think it absolutely can make you a better player. I don't disagree with that notion.
See, but Jeremy, I don't think he's going out during the playoffs.
I have no idea.
So I don't think he's going out during the playoffs. I don't think that should. I still think he's a hell of a player.
Sure.
Regardless of whether he's married.
No
or not.
one's arguing that. We're arguing, could he be better if he had a stable home life where he's not doing extracurricular? And I'm not saying Anthony Edwards is. I'm like, for the sake of the conversation, I think it's possible. Like this texter says, Scotty Scheffler is busting out kids and happily married, destroying the PGA Tour. Like if he was not married and he was doing a lot of extracurricular, he would have less time to work on his game. Less time to work on your game lessens the chances of you being as dominant in your sport. It's a resource thing.
Tyrese
It's a
Halliburton
resource thing.
is not married.
But he's got a significant girlfriend
yes, he does,
for years.
but he's not married.
Sure, but he's not the face of the league.
Okay, but he's still doing things. And you're right.
But again, like we're talking about specifically the face of the league. Like I feel like you're moving the goalpost on Kendrick Perkins' point. He's saying for you to be the best player in the NBA, this is something that you need to have in your life because it's going to make you a better player. And the players that he did mention did have that. And like who've been the faces of the league in our generation? Kobe, he had it. LeBron, he had it. Mentioned Jordan. Jordan had it. Magic Johnson was doing stuff, but he had it. Who else did he say? Bird. I'm not sure about Bird's life story.
I mean, Bird was pretty much basketball and nothing else, but he was married.
Where's he wrong?
He's wrong because I think that it's an unfair. It's not even a stereotype. It's an unfair bias saying that that's part of the equation and that should be characteristics of a great basketball player. I mean, you look at.
I disagree. I think he's saying that he would have more time to hone his craft if he was married with kids.
It depends on how he prioritizes, right? He can still prioritize really, really well, whether he's married or not, and turn off Twitter and do things so that he's not distracted, he's not going to the clubs, and still be the basketball player that he is.
True, he could be. Like that's why I think it's case by case. Like it's case by case. Like the texture
is Joker
said,
married. He's got a significant other, but I don't know if Joker's married.
I have no clue
because it's Joker, SGA. And I forget who the other one they named as possibilities for
Giannis. I mean,
Giannis is married with kids, yeah.
Face of the league.
I think he's married. Oh, he just got married.
All of these faces of the league have been married with kids. Okay. 713-780 ESPN. Rackham Pete. So if organized sports is a face of the league, does the PGA have one too, aka Tiger? So you could go both ways on golf. Like Tiger. I mean, Tiger was winning a lot of majors whenever Ellen was still around. Now, when it ended poorly, it's whenever we saw the decline in his game. But he was good without her, good with her.
Well,
and then
because with her, he was still without her. He was still doing what he was doing, and he was still rolling through the side pieces.
Well, he wasn't without her. He was plus one-ing.
Yeah.
There was
maybe plus 12.
He's adding more people to the caravan. The face of the league should have a positive influence outside of the game. Possibly stable home life enhances that.
You say caravan or caravan?
I meant to say caravan.
I was going to say because the caravan could
be
pretty full if you had them all in the same city at the same time.
I said caravan, but meant caravan. Okay. Yeah, I screwed that up. Marriage with kids is wonderful, but it can also demand your time as well. It can be stressful, and you can sometimes bring that to work and not be your best. That's why I think it's case for case. Like if you have a really good home life that allows you more time to hone your craft, that's whenever it's perfect. That's whenever it can enhance your game. Now, if you have a home life where it's the opposite of that, where it's a distraction, where the time and your resources are being spent there instead of your craft is when it can be negative. That's why I think it's case by case. I don't think that Anthony Edwards is a lesser player because he's not married. I do think it can influence some players.
Some players, for sure. I mean, and I think from a James Harden perspective, you can honestly make that argument because even winning an MVP, it wasn't going to stop him from going out. And then come playoff time in the most important times of the year, he never showed up.
Brandon, this is why people think you're annoying. Thank you for listening to the Killer Breeze. 713-780 ESPN. Bad take Boulevard. Truckers should stay on the left lane instead of the right lane. Bad take Boulevard. That's a great take.
You said right lane yesterday.
He got it backwards. He corrected it in the other take. He said truckers should stay. He said that's a bad take, what I said.
Oh.
That truckers should stay on the right lane instead of the left lane. I don't think that anybody would agree with that other than truckers or friends of truckers.
Mother truckers.
Somebody says, look at George Strait and then look at P. Diddy. LOL. I mean, they both had great careers in their profession. They did. P. Diddy was great in his field.
Was he great, AJ?
I mean, he's all right.
But you might not like his work, but he was incredibly successful. I mean, he made billions.
He made a ton of money, but was he great? I don't think he was ever a great rapper. I don't think he was a great performer per se.
I feel like that's very nitpicky.
I don't.
I mean, we're talking about the success of a guy because of them being married or not. And then I don't like this song. Like I'm
not even saying I don't like the songs because I like plenty of his songs. I just think that he wasn't great.
Okay, he was a high success with
successful
his
is different than great, I think.
So is Anthony Edwards successful or great?
Man, I think that he's neither. I mean, I don't think
because he's not married.
Yeah, but I don't think he's great or successful yet.
Kayla, being married with kids certainly doesn't give you more time to work on your craft. It gives you less time. It depends. It depends on your situation. That's why it's case by case.
If you got your max contract, you don't have to worry about taking care of the kids much. The nanny does that.
Harden was pretty dang good for a few years, and he was out of the strip club every night. He was not the face of the league. Moving the goalpost. David Carr, he didn't put the time in on the Texans because of his family. It's because he loved his family more than football.
Yeah, I mean,
David.
again, we've had plenty of
Which is
examples
fair,
of
I guess.
guys that didn't love the game, and even if they did, I don't think they'd be the face of the league.
Lil Wayne's not married. And did he rode Biggie's coattails until he didn't? Some theories there. What's going on with the Diddy case? Do y'all know?
It's still going on.
Right.
It's getting
That's not-
messier.
I've heard some juicy stuff.
Cassie had a baby,
Yeah.
so she couldn't testify any further.
Apparently, he beat up Drake. Did I see that right on the internet?
I didn't hear about
No,
that.
he
Did he case?
firebombed what's his name's car.
I thought he and Drake got into a tiff in a Miami nightclub.
I didn't hear that part.
Oh, I thought I read that. All right,
Every
Brian's,
day there's a new storyline where it gets messier and messier
Brian's telling us to stop talking about the rap game.
because Brian doesn't understand it.
Yeah, probably not. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Astros quarter century team. I think I got a doozy for you. 713-780-ESPN. Killer Bees broadcasting live. Top training in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
The Killer Bees are broadcasting live from inside the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Now back to Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Top Training in Sugarland, where we're at. Grand opening on Saturday. DJ going to be out here. Food trucks are going to be out here. Did I overhear you saying Blankers is going to be out?
Oh, yeah, because honestly, Taylor wanted to come here today. She heard we were here. She's like, Dad, can I come? I go, do you really want to sit here for 3 hours? Because there's no, there's no, like, she's not in classes or anything. She's like, well, can we go to whenever they have the grand opening? I want to see it. And I was like, yeah. And then Keith was telling us they have classes at night for the kids to kind of work on, like, just whatever sport they're playing and give them kind of skill sessions. And so I'm interested in it.
The grand opening on Saturday, 6,500 square feet. They'll offer a free trial class, Sortex equipment, Titan racks, great for team, group, and private training. It's Sugarland's elite facility for athletes of all ages, young athletes, high school competitors aiming for college, or adults reclaiming their strength as well. Junior Bronco says Ray Caruth loved his wife. Aaron Hernandez was married. Come on, Junior Bronco. I'm not going to read that awful stuff. Tom Brady's wife. I mean, Tom Brady was married. He was face of football.
He was married twice, right?
Was he married before Giselle?
It was she's on TV. She was on TV. They had one kid together.
No, really?
Yeah.
There you go. Marriage is so important. He had to do it twice.
She was on
Didn't work,
she was on the Blue Bloods show with Donnie Wahlberg and Tom Selleck.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It bothers me that I can't remember her name. It's not Anne Hathaway. I'll get it.
It's funny that you remember that she was on that show. It's a good recall there. Brian is a chump. The rap game will live forever in the 90s. Brian, you're a chump. The texture said that, not us.
Bridget Monahan.
Oh, yeah. I do vaguely remember that now. Manti Te'o wasn't married when he was the face of college football. He thought he was, though. He thought he was married.
Yes, he did. Yeah, he got.
Did you ever watch that documentary?
No. He's on Good Morning Football now?
I did. He's kind of dull, too.
He's not great.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of his Mike Tyson laughing face emoji. He was married, was the world champion, Mike Tyson.
Talk about that awkward interview when he didn't know it was coming and she just blasted him on national TV.
Yeah, what was that? Her name? Her name was
Robin Givens.
Robin Givens. Yeah. As the the great John Granado says, the first one doesn't count.
He does say that.
75 says Ray Rice loved his wife. We're not going to say this awful, heinous stuff, guys. 713-780 ESPN, HRP listener line. So I can't remember who it was on The Athletic. Was it Stark? Jason Stark? He did his all-quarter century team for all of baseball. Jose Altuve was on it. Jose Altuve was the second baseman, all-quarter century team. Justin Verlander was on it. Chandler Rome did one for the Astros, but figure I'm not going to copy his. Why don't I do my own? So I have the Astros all-quarter century team. All right? And I have a 26-man roster, 13 hitters, 13 pitchers. I did think about like having backups at certain positions. So like that was factored in. You want me to start with my pitching staff or my hitters?
Your call.
Okay. I went with a 6-man rotation because I was having a difficult time cutting the list down to 5, and I was having a difficult time finding 8 worthy relievers. So I went 6-man rotation here. And keep in mind, this is all quarter century. So it's what they've done from 2021 through now. Like a lot of people are arguing about certain things, and we'll get to those in a second. But my 6-man rotation, Justin Verlander, Roy Oswalt, Roger Clemens, Garrett Cole, Dallas Keuchel, and Framber Valdez. Any objection to my 6-man?
No, I'm trying to think of, like, would Andy Pettitte be one guy that might?
Andy Pettitte, 3 years with the
mention?
Astros in the century. I didn't have him as an honorable mention. I think his 3 years were not worthy of being on this list.
Okay.
And again, I didn't go just 13 starters. I went 6 starters, and I went with 7 relievers.
Okay.
So I can't use starters in my bullpen.
Did you say JR?
JR wouldn't be this century. 2000,
that's right.
2001 through now.
Got it. Okay.
Yeah. So to me, those 6 are obvious.
That seems right. Yep.
The one guy who I think I might have been underrating a bit, and again, he's not anywhere near these 6, but maybe number 7 or 8, Wandy Rodriguez, better than people think.
Yeah, he was the crafty lefty.
Crafty lefty. I would have him in my top 6, but he's either 7 or 8. Andy Pettitte would probably be in that range too, 7, 8, probably top 10, but not top 6. My bullpen, Ryan Presley is my closer. This has made some people mad, but I went Ryan Presley as my closer. Octavio Dotel's my setup, and then with the rest of my relievers, Billy Wagner, Brad Lidge, Will Harris, Brian Abreu. Last one was hard, but I settled on Chad Qualls.
Really?
Chad Qualls is pretty dang good. Yeah. Solid career. I really wanted to put Hader ahead of Qualls, but Hader's only been around for like a year and a half.
And Abreu made it.
Abreu made it for sure. No doubt about it. The last spot was the one that was hanging on.
and what, Billy Wags doesn't qualify?
No, he's on the list.
And he's not your
Wagner,
closer?
He's not my closer because Wagner was only an Astro for 3 years in this century. He had more saves than Presley, 118 versus 111, but Presley won a World Series and had a dominant postseason, which ended in a World Series title. So I had to go Presley over Lidge. But a lot of people are upset with me that I did that.
So you peeled back the curtain to show criteria.
Oh, I had criteria.
Yes. Because a lot, my frustration with not having criteria. So
I have a championship and a longevity bias. And the thing with Presley, too, is he has less saves than Wagner this century, but he wasn't a closer all of the years he was with Houston. Remember, he was a setup guy for a good period of time.
Yep.
So if he was the closer the entire time, he would have way more saves than Wagner this century specifically. But a lot of people were upset that I had Presley as the closer instead of Wagner. But that's semantics. I mean, I'm managing the games. Maybe if you have a bunch of lefties, I go with Billy Wagner. You have a bunch of righties, I go with Ryan Presley. So that's my pitching staff there. The only relievers that could be in the a bunch of people said Brad Peacock should be there ahead of Wheeler or ahead of Qualls. Dan Wheeler's not bad. Yeah, Peacock. I liked Peacock. I don't know if he makes the top 7
fell
this
off
century.
the planet when he got bad.
People wanted Hader, but Hader's he's only been here for less than a year and a half, and he wasn't great last year.
Yeah, I don't think Hader's had enough in an Astros uniform to qualify.
So that's my pitching staff. My catchers. This has actually been I guess contentious as well. Jason Castro and Martin Maldonado. I'm starting Castro. Martin Maldonado's my backup.
So who else? Who's the point of contention?
People were arguing Brian McCann, which I can understand. McCann and Maldonado were close. We're very close.
McCann's a better hitter, right?
Yeah, but he was only here 2 years too. Remember, he was only here 2 years. He's a better hitter. Castro gets the volume here, and again, I awarded longevity. If you just went all-time WAR this century, Castro's a 9.2, Maldonado 2.1, McCann 1.7. So Castro actually runs away with this for me. Some people were arguing Ausmus, but Ausmus this century was not good. He was good in his first stint, which was pre-century.
That was the baggy Bish.
Yeah, and then he came back, and he started for a few years, but he wasn't very good. My infield, Bagwell at first, Altuve at second, Bregman at third, Correa's my shortstop.
I agree with all of it.
Okay, I have 2 backup infielders, Yuli Gurriel, and then Craig Biggio. Craig Biggio could have been left off this team. I gave a sympathy vote for Craig Biggio because I love Craig Biggio.
But is Craig Biggio because of the fact that since past 2000 he just wasn't?
He was okay. He was not the dominant, Craig Biggio. And also whenever the century came around, he's 35 years old. So he did play for 6 more years, but he wasn't great. 0 All-Stars, no MVP votes, solid, but not great.
So the other question would be then, if it wasn't Craig Biggio, who would you have put?
Jeremy Pena could be in the mix. Because now he's a shortstop. Marwin Gonzalez could have been in the mix too, a utility type of guy. I did have Yuli on my list. Yuli was kind of in that, should he be on here? Should he not be on here? Morgan Insberg could get a little more. Morgan didn't make my list, but he was in that conversation.
Yeah, Yuli's a no-brainer because, the way it ended and everything, people lose sight of the fact that he was a 300 hitter, that he didn't win a batting title one year.
I don't know if he won the batting title, but he had some really good years.
Yeah. But yeah, I was curious if it wasn't Bish, who are your other options that
he did win a batting title. He won it in 21, 319.
Yep. So I understand him and just Pena. I don't think I wouldn't put him over Biggio.
Pena's got a better WAR this century than Biggio, if you're a WAR guy. What's interesting is that Chandler Rome had Biggio as his second baseman and Altuve as his left fielder, which is a crime. Not only we forget that Biggio played the outfield.
Right.
Craig Biggio has played more games this century in the outfield than Jose Altuve
That's
has,
what I was
by
gonna say.
5 times as much.
That's what I was going to say to you. The one thing is could you put Biggio as one of your backup outfielders instead?
I think you can get away with that.
Simply because of the fact that he didn't play second base at that time.
Biggio's WAR this century, and not everybody loves WAR, but Biggio's WAR this century 7.9. Pena 15.8, Marwin 12, Insberg 14.3, Yuli 13.3.
Morgan had one really good year.
I was tempted to leave Biggio off this list.
Was Insberg an all-star one year?
He had one really good year. I think he had one solid year, and then the rest was not good.
Yep.
If you look at Biggio, just look at Biggio, and the numbers were inflated a little bit back then. He had a 95 OPS plus this century. That's a below-average hitter.
Yeah.
For that stage of his career, it's good. But if we're comparing him with the other all-time great players this century in Astros history, he shouldn't He's definitely not a starter. I gave him the sympathy roster spot because I love Craig Biggio. My outfield, Lance Berkman in left. I'm playing Lance in left. A crime that he was left off after the first ballot. Just absolutely criminal. My center fielder is George Springer.
Okay.
My right fielder is Kyle Tucker.
Okay.
My DH is Jordan Alvarez. And my backup outfielder, I've gotten a lot of grief for this one, Hunter Pence. Hunter Pence is slept on as a Houston Astro. If you went strictly WAR this century, Hunter Pence is a 16.2, higher than Pena, higher than Biggio, higher than Yuli, rivals Bagwell.
Yeah, and again, then to me would be if people are pushing back on Hunter Pence, then who's your other alternative?
They were saying Brantley. Brantley's WAR this century 10.1 to Pence's 16.2. Pence, I actually looked this up earlier. Pence has like 3 times more homers and almost 3 times RBIs as Brantley does too.
Really
only as a Houston Astro. Like I went only their time as an Astro this century. I didn't count other teams and any of that. Strictly their time in Houston.
Okay. And Uncle Mike won a title.
He did.
And yeah, I mean,
you want here Brantley's numbers as an Astro. 42 home runs, 192 RBIs, 828 OPS, which pretty good. I mean, that's OPS number is really good. Hunter Pence is a Houston Astro, 818 OPS, so 10 points lower, but 103 home runs compared to 42 and 377 RBIs compared to 192. It's almost 3 times as many.
Your argument.
Yeah, and Pence, here's what Pence does too that Brantley doesn't.
Defense.
He can play a little center field.
Yeah, he defends.
He can play a little bit of center field.
Now, if you're looking at like just the ugliness of his swing, you can critique that. But overall,
it was very ugly.
Yeah,
very
compared to the
unorthodox.
pure beauty of Uncle Mike at the plate. But,
yeah, any
no,
point of contention
I don't
here?
argue that.
All right, point of content. Where did I go wrong here? 713-780-ESPN. Where is Branham a moron on the mic? 713-780-3776. Killer Bees broadcasting live, top training in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here from ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. You can catch me arguing with John Granado and Del Olaleye on the radio on a regular basis. But when you miss the show, how are you going to know what you missed? How are you going to know about our conversations and what everyone's talking about? Well, you can follow us on our social media pages, and I'm talking about for the radio station. We do a great job of taking all of the show content that you see on our show and all of the great shows on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 lineup, and we will recycle and let you hear the best of the best. Conversations about big wins, the most disappointing losses, who's doing a good job as manager or head coach. We're talking about it all. Do not miss it. Listen to the radio as often as you can. But if you miss it, follow the social media pages, like, subscribe, and never miss a second of the great content right here on the station.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We are Top Training in Sugarland. Grand opening on Saturday. Sugarland's elite facility for athletes of all ages, young athletes, high school competitors, aiming for that college scholarship or adults reclaiming strength. World-class coaches, including 3 former pros, 5 who've trained professional athletes. They offer structured, science-backed programs in a high-energy, results-driven environment. Beautiful facility, too. 6,500 square feet. It's wide open. You got your weights with tight racks, Sorinex equipment. You got your turf area. Work on the rehab a little bit as well. It's a beautiful facility out here in Sugarland. Get out here to Top Training for the grand opening on Saturday. A lot of athletes coming in right now, though.
Yeah, and it's a perfect situation because you talk about in all sports, but with select ball and how parents are going more and more to just training like hitting coaches, pitching coaches, things like that. Well, strength and conditioning coaches are needed as well because you've got to have the endurance, you got to have the cardio, you got to have the things that a lot of people look past when they're trying to say, oh, my kid just needs to get in the batting cages. No, it's all around how you kind of shape an athlete, and I think this place is fantastic for it.
713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HR&P listener line. Pete, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Pete?
How's it going, guys?
What's up, Pete?
All right. Great Astro players of the first quarter century. I'm going to go a little bit off script here and just name one roster. Go back to 2019 and that Astros roster and look at that and how loaded they were just 6 years ago when you had Bregman, Altuve, Springer, Correa just starting to enter their primes. Your pitching staff had Verlander, Cole, a young Framber Valdez, and Zach Greinke, who was probably on the beginning the tail end of his career, but still a solid top 4. You had a young Jose Abreu, Brad Peacock, and you had Ryan Presley in the bullpen. Your outfielders, Jordan, young age, pre-injury bug. Kyle Tucker, young, still had Josh Reddick. I think the only weakness that team had was catcher because you still had good old Maldonado catching the ball. But that was probably the greatest team to never win it all. And I remember when they lost that Game 7 and how heartbreaking it was. It was about as bad a feeling as watching Pujols hit that home run in 2005 in the NLCS. And last I heard, SpaceX reported that ball was still going. Anyway, that's my thought. Hey, you guys have a good evening.
Me too.
Appreciate it, Pete. Yeah, I think you meant Brian Abreu, not Jose Abreu.
Easy mistake.
Yeah. But overall, look, I think that in a lot of people's minds, especially Astros fans, that's the one team that just the one that got away because that roster was absolutely loaded.
See, I feel like we sleep on the 2018 Astros. The 18 Astros were, I think their pitching staff was better in 18. Like Verlander and Cole had their dominant years in 19, but in 2018, you got 30 starts from Charlie Morton. You had 34 starts from Dallas Keuchel. You had 25
from Lance, right?
appearances from Lance.
Yeah.
2019, Lance did not pitch. Dallas Keuchel was gone, and Charlie Morton was gone. I feel like your rotation was deeper in 18. Now your offense was probably better in 19, but you had a lot of the same pieces.
Yeah, I think the mainstay that on both teams that you're not going to argue with is the infield. I mean, the infield is the infield, and that's solid. It's just what are you doing in the outfield and catcher. But
yeah, 19 had Jordan, 18 did not. So, like, that's the big thing offensively.
That's a big difference.
And he won Rookie of the Year and was a dominant rookie. Like, it wasn't like, it didn't take Jordan long to figure it all out.
CFM is a big piece in the pitching staff, though. If you got Charlie and Morton.
And Keuchel and Morton. Like, the Astros in 18, their rotation went Verlander, Cole, Keuchel, Morton, and McCullers. I think we sleep on the 18 team.
It's pretty solid.
Yeah. I mean, you had McHugh in the bullpen with a sub-2 ERA.
Oh, boy, was he good back then, too.
Now, you didn't have, like, a great closer. I don't think you had a great closer in 19 either, did you?
Who was the closer?
Roberto Osuna.
Oh, that's right.
Roberto Osuna. 713-780-ESPN. Back out to the HRP listener line. Milo, you're in the Hive. What's up, Milo?
Uh-oh.
Hello. I wanted to give a little more love to Lance Berkman, the big Puma. I'm going to read you a list of players, and then I'm going to tell you something. You got Ralph Kiner and Bagwell, and you got Ty Cobb and Johnny Mize and Jim Thome and Todd Hilton and Mickey Mantle, McGuire Trout, Hornsby Ramirez, and the list goes on and on, all the way up to Root. And you know who number 31 is? The Puma. And the Puma's getting shunned like a Puma would. I mean,
is that it, Milo?
He's out of material and out of breath.
Career OPS. He's above Willie Mays. I mean, do the goddamn math. Hello.
Milo. Lance Bergman's my starting left fielder, Milo.
No, I know he is. I know it. And I wanted to mention one other player, and I know he only played 5 or 6 years in the 2000s. He leads the Astros in all-time opening day starts. The gentleman's name is the Shane Reynolds. Rock solid. Oh! Hey,
thank you, Milo.
Have you ever heard of a fella? Hey, real quick. Hey, have you ever heard of? Hey, you sound like Jonathan Zaslow, buddy. Just want to let you know.
Who did he say?
Who's Jonathan Zaslow?
I've never heard of that guy.
I haven't either.
The guy he's an ESPN guy. He's on Levitard Show. I'm sorry. I just thought I wanted to tell you sound like him. I love all the shows, you know?
I don't know.
Oh,
Which one of us sounds like
no,
Jonathan?
Jeremy does. Jeremy,
Oh.
you sound like Jonathan Zaslow. He gets all
Thank you,
worked
Milo.
up. He's been subbing in for Stugas a little bit.
I got you. I've never heard it. I Googled him. Thank you, Milo. Put a blue star on that call. Whoa, holy Toledo. What a call. No, I never heard of Jonathan Zaslow. Just looked him up,
I gotta
though.
look him up.
I had Bergman in left field, Milo. Shane Reynolds does not make the list here, though. Shane Reynolds only pitched with the Astros for 2 years this century. In all of those good years were last century. Like in 01, he went 14-11, 4.34 ERA. 02, 3-6, 4.86 ERA, and then he was gone. Those were his last 2 years. That's not making the rotation. Loved me some Shane Reynolds.
Shaner was good.
Shane Reynolds needs to be mentioned is in the conversation of second tier starting pitchers in Astros history, but most of his damage was done last century, not this century. So no Shane Reynolds
I've
there.
never heard or seen Jonathan Zaslow in my life.
Yeah, I haven't either. I've never seen him.
That's just how well-rounded
He's got a
Milo
beautiful
is.
voice, though, I think, Zaslow.
I'm
Never
sure
heard
you
his
do think
voice,
that.
but I think
Yeah.
he's got a great voice.
He must, huh?
Appreciate the call there, Milo on a mobile. All right, people have thoughts on this. 713-780-ESPN. It's the Killer Bees broadcasting live from Top Training in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're listening to the Killer Bees,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland.
Yep, Top Trading Sugarland. Killer Bees out here today. Grand opening coming up on Saturday. DJ's going to be out here. Food trucks, shoot some hoops, tours, dodgeball, raffle drawings, offer free trial class. Blanker's going to be out here Saturday too. How about
Stop
that?
by and say hello.
An A-list
Bring
celebrity.
Bring my daughter.
Love that. Texters. How about Mike Hampton? Hampton was previous century. Hampton left after 1999. He came. Did you know he came back for 1 year, Hampton, 2009, when he was 36 years old?
Was that after Colorado and
yeah,
all the money and everything?
He went from Houston to the Mets.
Yep.
I think he was traded to the Mets. And then he signed as a free agent with Colorado, went to Atlanta, missed 2 years with injury, came back to Atlanta, and then spent 1 year with the Astros. 21 starts.
I don't remember the
530
farewell
ERA.
tour of Mike Hampton.
I don't really either. I don't have a great recollection of that. Now, the Astros were 74 and 88 that year.
That ain't good.
So I think Mike Hampton was the ace. No, he wasn't the ace. That team had Roy O, and they had Wandy was on that team. They were both in their 30s, though. That was like the Carlos Lee days. Yep, Carlos Lee. Jeff Blum was on that team.
The fact
Kaz
that
Matsui,
Blummer came out just nonchalantly the other night and said, I had a 5-hit game.
He did?
Yeah, I'm almost positive that's exactly what he said. I'm like, wait a minute. I know Blummer had some decent years, but did Jeff Blum have a 5-hit game?
There's no way he'd lie about it.
No, he's great, and he's a great dude.
Yeah, he wouldn't lie about it. He must have had a 5-hit game. I mean, he had chances. Didn't T-Mac buy the Shane Reynolds house? I don't know that.
He did. That's absolutely true.
It's true?
Absolutely true. Yeah, T-Mac, because we used to shoot commercials and videos at T-Mac's house, and it's right off the 18th hole of Sweetwater.
Really?
Yep. It says he did not have a 5-hit game.
What?
Yeah.
So Jeff said he had a 5-hit game, and
I thought he said it on the telecast the other night.
Maybe it was minor league ball.
And he said, oh, maybe you're right. Because he said he did not have a 5-hit game. However, he is most known for his obvious game-winning home run in the 14th inning against the Astros for the White Sox.
That is shocking to me that he said that and he didn't do it.
I don't want to misquote him, and maybe he did have it sometime in his career, like non-major league. Maybe you're right. But I thought he said that.
That's crazy. Carlos Lee, better than you remember. Lots of 300 seasons and decent power, backup DH. Now, Carlos Lee was under consideration, but Carlos Lee and Hunter Pence's offensive numbers are pretty much the same. And then Hunter Pence was way better defender and could play center, whereas Carlos Lee was a huge liability. I can't carry another DH. So Lee is on the short list, but he's going to be on my AAA team. Ken Giles was the closer in 18. I thought he started the year in 18, but that was the year they traded him for Osuna. He was traded halfway through 18 for Roberto Osuna. I think after he punched his face.
And also after he chastised AJ coming off the bump the one time where he F-bombed him. And after that, it was like basically you wrote your ticket out.
That was he was, what a waste he was.
He celebrated the World Series championship in a 0 Fs given tank top.
Yeah.
That's class.
He was he was so good too. He was so talented. Yeah. Well, I shouldn't say good.
No,
he was
had
so talented.
Yeah.
Watched 30 for 30 last night. McGuire and Sosa chasing Maris in 61. What a show. Have you seen that? I saw it.
I have not seen it.
Yeah, it's pretty good. I mean, it's pretty good. What a time that was, huh? And we all just kind of overlooked all
They say baseball. I mean, look, you can sit there and say they criticize them for what they, the enhancements and things that they used to do what they did. They literally resurrected and saved baseball.
No doubt. No doubt. After Bud Selig tried to ruin it.
Yeah.
And then the strike ruined it. And then Selig turned a blind eye to the PEDs. And then they keep the PED users out of the Hall of Fame, but Bud Selig's in it.
That's right. He got in.
What a sham. Hidalgo, massive power and cannon for an arm in the outfield. Hidalgo was under consideration, but a lot of Hidalgo's stuff was pre-century too. Like he was only with the Astros for 3 years after the change of the century.
Yeah, that's the tough line in the sand because if you're going post-2000, yeah, they're not in their heyday. There were a lot of guys that otherwise you could consider from when the Astros were successful.
Hidalgo close, but not quite. And his biggest year came in 2000. So he missed it by a year because the turn of the century, 2001. So if you counted 2000, it probably puts Hidalgo on the team. But you can't.
Doggy had a couple of big years.
He had one really big year where he hit the 44 homers, 122 RBIs. And then his final year in Houston before they traded him was another really good year, but not as good as the 44 homers. He had 28 homers, 88 RBIs, 143 OPS plus is pretty nuts.
Yeah.
But his big year was 2000.
Okay.
His big year was 2000. Now, again, close, but not quite. No Lance Berkman. Did I not say Berkman? Berkman's my left fielder.
You said multiple times,
maybe
including
I said
to Milo.
Maybe I said it fast. Altuve, best Astro of all time. I have no objection there.
He's the greatest Astro. He'll go down as the greatest Astro in the history of the franchise.
Somebody said Ken Caminiti. Ken Caminiti, most of his he didn't spend much time with the Astros post turn of the century.
And his best seasons were with Padres.
Best season with the Padres. In fact, actually, he never played with the Astros in this century. His last year with Houston was in 2000. So Ken Caminiti wouldn't even be in the player pool here.
Didn't DK have a couple good years pitching?
Yeah, that was the late 90s, I think.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, before he went away to
because he was a
course.
His curveball was
he was nasty
filthy.
through the no hitter.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure Kyle. Yeah, his last year in Houston was 97.
Okay,
so he wouldn't be in the player pool either. How many years was Pudge in Houston at catcher? Just one.
Yep.
Yeah, Pudge wouldn't be in the consideration here. Wagner's not a closer behind Rivera and Hoffman. Wagner is a closer on this team. I don't really know what that means. Shane Reynolds, Mike Hampton. No, can't do Shane Reynolds, Mike Hampton. Already told you why. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. I wanted to relive a couple of trades. And the reason that I want to do this is because did you see what's going on with Stephon Diggs?
Well, I saw the boat party.
Did you see the boat party? Did you see the substance?
No, they were trying to figure out what it was.
Got a question on the text line. Do PED guys get in the hall when they die like Pete Rose?
I mean, it's a travesty that Pete Rose was not. He wanted that so badly too. But I'm not going to say I would die. He would have died on that hill. Pete Rose, as a baseball player, should have been in the Hall of Fame a long time ago. As a baseball player, not as a manager.
Should players, managers that are in the organization that are betting in the sport should they be in the Hall of Fame?
What do you mean?
Should Pete Rose be in the Hall of Fame because he gambled on the sport, despite how great he was as a player?
I think as a baseball player, there's no proof that he bet on baseball while he was playing. So as a
manager, there is.
Yes. So as a player, he should be in the Hall of Fame.
Okay.
As a manager, he should not.
All right.
I
see
the gears grinding.
I'm just throwing out scenarios for hypotheticals here. If player X broke the home run record, single season home run record, clean as a whistle as a player, 1 year after his retirement, he murdered somebody. Should he be in the Hall of Fame?
As a baseball player, yeah.
Okay. All right.
I mean, O.J.
O.J.
Simpson, from his football career standpoint, should be in the Hall of Fame. Simpson as a person should not be in the Hall of Fame.
I wonder if O.J. Simpson would be in the Hall of Fame, though, if that happened before he was eligible to be voted in the Hall of Fame. I would bet that he wouldn't be.
Well, because of the fact that when we talk about all this and how you get in and how you don't, because of the fact that you're literally at the mercy of these opinionated sports writers and people that have a vote. So you're probably right, because they're probably going to hold a grudge. They're going to probably have their own personal bias because of what he did off the field, and they're probably going to keep him out. Just statistically and what he did as a football player, he's a Hall of Fame football player.
No, I have no doubt about that. I have no argument about that. But should a murderer be in the Hall of Fame?
I was going to say, isn't there at least one Hall of Fame where there is one?
OJ, but he did it post being announced into the Hall of Fame.
Is he the only one?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I would bet that he is. I can't think of another murderer. Like Aaron Hernandez isn't in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
O.J. Simpson technically was not proven to be a murderer. I can't think of anyone else.
If the glove doesn't fit, you must have quit.
But if there was a baseball player right now that came in and just set the world on fire and broke every record, and then he murdered somebody 1 year post-retirement, there's no way anybody's voting.
No, again, unless the criteria changed and the balloting changed and everything, and even still probably the league probably would be against it. But would they be worthy and deserving of it from a player perspective? Absolutely.
Somebody said Ray Lewis. Ray Lewis, again, was not proven guilty.
Was he completely exonerated?
I think he had to do some
he's like an accomplice.
It depends on the story you listen to. Like, that's a weird deal. I highly recommend the Ray Lewis podcast. I can't remember what it's called. It's really good.
He does the podcast?
No. It's like a journalist that does it. Ray Lewis refused to be interviewed on the podcast. He refuses to talk about that day.
I'm sure he does.
Yeah, Brian texted rumors of Ty Cobb killing a drifter in 1912. Okay. What does that mean? Rumors of killing a drifter in 1912.
In the Hall of Fame.
He was super racist, Ty Cobb, though.
Yes, he was.
He was super racist, Ty Cobb.
And he used to sharpen his spikes to try and spike people.
Rose's managerial record was 412 and 373. He wouldn't have gotten anyway. Well, he would have been in as a player.
Yeah.
Like that, no one's saying that Pete Rose should be in the Hall of Fame because he was a great manager.
He earned and deserved as a player to be in the Hall of
I
Fame.
have no argument there. And I also agree with you that I hate the whole like moral police and like I'm the moral compass as a baseball writer and a baseball Hall of Fame voter. I get to decide.
I hate it.
Like you have a lot of PED. You probably have a lot of players in the Hall of Fame who use PEDs.
No doubt.
But they're the judge, jury, and executioner on which PED guys get in.
Right.
Like Barry Bonds can't get in. Well, why? Well, I think he used PEDs. Well, what about this player that probably did too? Well, I don't know about him. Like I hate that part of it. Like how is Barry Bonds not in the Hall of Fame? He's the greatest hitter ever in the sport and never broke a Major League Baseball rule. Now he broke American law allegedly, but he never broke a Major League Baseball rule.
No, and from my argument always on as it relates to, in particular, Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens, they would have been in the Hall of Fame prior to allegedly using any kind of PEDs. Barry Bonds was a 5-tool stud outfielder. You go back to his Pirates days, multiple MVPs. You do everything that he did as a baseball player and as a hit for average, hit for power, do all those things. Just like Roger Clemens, stacking and racking Cy Youngs and mowing people down. Both those guys are Hall of Famers, regardless of when they were accused and or never proven of using PEDs. So if you want to say that they use PEDs, okay, I'll listen to it. But does that keep them out and preclude them from being in the Hall of Fame for what they did prior to whenever they started? I think that they both should be in.
I'm actually on your side. I was just asking some questions to kind of like see where your train of thought is at. I think all those guys should be in. Like if you're, I think if the scenario that I drew up, best player ever, breaks the hit record, home run record, maybe he's a two-way player, pitch all those, and he murdered somebody after the first year of his, I think he should be in. Like you're telling the story of the game. How can you tell the story of the game with Barry Bonds not being in the Hall? How can you tell without Pete Rose? Like if you want to like put like a little like sub note, like, okay, this stuff might have happened in his day. Pete Rose was found to be gambling on the game as a man. Like, okay, throw that in there. But the all-time hit king should be in the Hall of Fame. The all-time home run king, career, single season should be in the Hall of Fame. No, I think that's why I've actually got numb to the Major League Baseball Hall of Fame or the Pro Baseball Hall of Fame is because I think it's corrupt. I think it's stupid.
Here's the other thing, Jeremy, that's going to throw a wrinkle into it going forward is because now when we talk about all the big three of professional sports, they used to be completely anti, don't even bring up gambling. But now with everyday fantasy football and sports gambling and the fact that they know it's a revenue stream that they're going to rely on going forward now, and we've seen it with players that are doing it as long as they're not, now it's, they're in there. They can't use the NFL. You're not supposed to do it in your facility, but you can do it on anything other than football. But you're encouraging it, but then you're discouraging it, and it's gonna muck up the waters even more.
And why did Bonds start juicing?
That I don't know.
Because Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire were, and they stole the spotlight when Barry Bonds knew he was a better player.
And his ego would definitely say that
he didn't. He didn't like that Sosa and McGwire were getting all the attention whenever he felt he was the best player in the game. So he leveled the playing field and did it better. That's what Lance Armstrong will tell you too. Well, Lance Armstrong's a liar and all these things, but the reason that Lance Armstrong would tell you now why he did PEDs and stuff was because exactly.
Yep.
So that's why it's a slippery slope. Barry Bonds was juiced up the whole time. He was hitting his home runs at the end. No way you're supposed to hit more home runs when you're 40 than you were when you're 30. I completely agree with that take. But the entire sport was juiced up.
And the point is that what he did statistically and with the awards and things that he achieved prior to that season and those seasons at the end of his career warranted he was a Hall of Fame baseball player.
Yeah. And there could be an argument too that Bonds and like the Clemens, if they used that they did it to like extend their career or like recover faster. I could believe that as well. The problem is in an era that was hard to tell who's using, and there's a high percentage of users. Like, what do we think? Like, what was of the Major League Baseball player pool at the time, PED era? What percentage of players were using?
I got to believe when you start looking at the Brady Anderson single, Luis Gonzalez's single seasons, the things that they were doing as just kind of random fringy type players at that point, you got to believe that the number is upwards of 70, 75%.
Okay. I would go like 50, but like, who knows? It could have been 70. We have no idea.
If you want to still play Major League Baseball, and it's the difference between being a fringy guy or being a second baseman that for 1 year hits, 50 bombs and gets paid on top, or the Marwin Gonzalez, who got his biggest paycheck ever as a Major League Baseball player because for 1 year, whatever he did got him statistically. Guys are going to do whatever they can to hang on to the game, but if they can excel in the game, we talk about if you're not cheating, you're not trying to win. These guys for their own careers are trying to win.
Yeah. Two things. Like one, like we talk about the Finleys and the Gonzalez and the Brady Andersons, and to a bigger degree the Bonds and the McGuires and the Sosas. How many utility players were doing it to save their job?
That's what I mean.
Probably quite a bit.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about just a guy that suddenly hits 50 bombs in a career and has a career year. I'm talking about guys that otherwise would be chasing dreams in the minor leagues or trying to figure out what they're going to do next in their life that took something because it prolonged their career and put more food on the table for their family.
If you would have told me, hey, you're starting your career, you'll play in the league for 5 years, you'll make $3 million. Or you can do this, play 15 years in the league and make $30 million.
You're going to make more than that.
Sorry, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
I'm doing it.
And again, you hear the rumors from all the way back to prior to 2000 where they said that the laundry detergent size boxes were in the locker room of everything that they could scoop into a shake and they could do whatever the hell they wanted to do. And that you're telling me that if just same way when we hear about now the cheating and how it went rampant, everybody is hearing what everybody else is doing, and if it's doing it and they're having success with it, it's like the torpedo bats. If one guy uses a torpedo bat and it's working, I want one of those. I got to try that. Let me see if it works for me too. And it's the same thing. They're all looking for that next big thing that could either save their career, prolong their career, or make their career better.
You know, the big wild card of this too is they weren't testing.
Right.
And they knew what was going on. Like, that's what's like, how is Seelig in the Hall of Fame and Bonds?
I'll tell you this, the conversation that I had for all the years working for the Rockets and the stuff that I didn't realize when I asked guys one day, I was like, I walked in and talking to our training staff. So I go, well, they test for like steroids and everything in the NBA. They have to, right? And they're like, nope.
They still don't?
I think they do now.
They do now, but they didn't.
But there was an extended period of time when they didn't. And I'm like, you're seeing these dudes like holding on to muscle, playing all the minutes that they're playing, holding on to being just jacked and strong, but yet athletic to go up and down the court. And we're not testing?
Yeah, I wonder if basketball would be a sport you don't want to use, though. Because, like,
it worked.
Quick. Oh, okay. All right. Maybe it is. You still have to be able to hit the ball. They still got to hit the ball and pitch the ball, steroids or not. Like that's a fair point. Yes, you still need to make contact, but it enhances your performance once you do touch the ball.
I've had that argument with so many people over the years saying, yeah, you still have to have the hand-eye, but you don't think your bat speed is increased when your bench press and your weightlifting increases and your ability to swing a bigger, stronger bat is quicker. Come on, man.
I doubt that it helps your contact rate.
Right.
But it helps your barrel rate. Well, maybe not your barrel rate, but it helps your like exit velo. It helps your speed. It helps your power once you do hit the ball. It absolutely helps. Yes, you still have to swing and touch the baseball, and there's still a very difficult thing to do. But it obviously helps your recovery.
From a pitching perspective, you bounce back quicker and have better performances coming off of your last performance when you use stuff like that.
Remember McGuire did that little locker room interview like the players do after the games in front of their locker room. There was Andro.
Yep. It was sitting there in camera's view right over his shoulder on the top shelf of his locker. And that's when everybody started asking questions.
It's crazy.
I also remember seeing Sammy Sosa early in his career as a 180-pound center fielder that had hardly any muscle on him. And then seeing him in the Galleria looking like he was trying to wear clothes that were supposedly for when he was 14 and just being completely like not having any shirts or pants that could fit. He had like his wallet. You could just see the outline of his wallet like protruding from his pants because he was wearing them like tights because he was so jacked up.
And now he's white.
That too.
How did that happen? Oh, 7-1. I'm sure it's like a real thing. I'm ignorant to it. 713-780-ESPN. Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Dave, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's up, Dave?
Hey guys, great to listen to your shows. Let me tell you something. It's a very interesting topic because I'm not the type of guy who talks about race, but I'm telling you, race played a role in this because I remember when Canseco was telling everyone that everyone was juiced, and they kept overlooking it. They wanted to keep overlooking it, and then I would watch Oakland A's. This is back when they both played with Athletics, him and McGuire. You would literally see Canseco hit a homer, and they go, "Oh, he's juiced, he's jacked," and McGuire would come right behind him and hit one. They would go, Oh, that's a big boy. He's just a big country boy. It was little stuff like that. Then, so everything was all fine with it until Bonds started doing it. Because, just like Jeremy said, McGuire and Sosa had a great summer. We get it. It was wonderful, the whole nine. But they was literally, you remember the picture we had for the Astros? I think his name was Lima.
Jose Lima.
He pitched the ball to Sosa. They got hit for a home run. The next day on news, he served up his home guy or the Dominican or his national guy. Well, pretty much every pitcher who's white for United States, I guess you could say the same about they served up McGuire. It started being racial, and I was like, and I'm not that guy, so don't think I'm that guy. I'm not that guy, but some of it was just kind of there, and it wasn't until Bonds started hitting them out. He should have hit 100 if it wasn't for the 8 million walks. He would have hit 100.
Yeah,
but that's my take on the whole thing.
Appreciate it, Dave. Thank you.
So you're not that guy.
Like, I mean, I would disagree. Like, I respect Dave's opinion, and I mean, he could be right. I have no idea. I can't prove it one way or the other. I think it was more about the public outcry that had gotten out of hand, and then they used Bonds and Palmeiro and even Sosa and McGuire.
Palmeiro's the one that
as the
to this
figureheads.
day,
Yeah,
I still can't even believe it. Where he went to testified in front of Congress,
Mitchell report.
Yeah, and slammed his fist down adamantly.
Yeah,
he was doing Viagra commercials, but other than that he hadn't done anything to enhance anything. And then all of a sudden, he's all over the Mitchell report, and you're like, he doesn't even look like he had changed his body type or anything.
Yeah, his numbers were stupid too, though.
Yeah, I mean, but he was also a hell of a hitter his whole career.
Not with the power, though.
No.
Like, Rafael Palmeiro hit more homers in his 30s than he did his 20s. Like, that's fishy. Like,
Yeah.
the ones that were always in like, so I mean, I disagree with Dave's point, but again, can't prove it one way or the other. I just think it got so far out of hand that they needed to crack down, and they used those. I think that's similar to the Astros. Like, the sign stealing had gotten out of hand electronically. So
they were worried it was going to run
Astros the
rampant,
scapegoat.
and then everybody was just going to look like WWE wrestlers in baseball uniforms.
Yeah.
And it was going to be just a home run derby every night.
Right. Yeah. And plus, people became aware to it. They're like, okay, this isn't good. This isn't natural. All that stuff. Canseco, like he's a truth teller though. I watch him sometimes on TikTok.
He tries to tell too much truth. Yeah. He's
well, it's a way to stay relevant, but I mean,
diarrhea of the
kinda
mouth can do
respect
that too. I mean, he likes to throw everybody under the bus.
He does. Palmeiro hit 155 home runs in his 20s, and then in his 30s, he hit 414.
Wow.
It's almost a 4-time multiplier in his
ridiculous.
30s versus
Yeah.
his 20s. Like that,
He
it's
just
insane.
never looked like it to me, and he was always such a good hitter, perennial all-star
He was a
hitter.
good hitter, just didn't have the
he didn't have that power. But at the same time, I would say that from a longevity standpoint, and obviously that probably helped, but he was going to be a Hall of Famer for all of his numbers. I thought for obviously the home runs helped later, but just as a 300 type hitter that was consistently one of the better hitters in baseball, I thought he'd end up being in the Hall of Fame.
Finley was always one that didn't like. He's so small.
Yeah.
Luis Gonzalez so small. But I mean, you look at their career numbers, and it's like okay.
Gonzo here compared to when.
I mean, he's still small though.
Yeah.
He's still small.
But like the Brady Anderson thing, like his forearms went
jacked.
like Steve Garvey times 10.
Branham should get on the juice for a year and see how much his body changes. I mean, if you want to supply it, I mean, we can run a little experiment.
They got a little. I have it in my car wreck for you.
You have steroids in your car?
No, I have a car wreck for you that relates to that.
I heard what you said. MLB did one guy's getting stronger to hit homers, but let's have loaded balls in MLB for more offense. I mean, that happened. Goldilocks balls. If Altuve keeps it up, I'm pretty sure he'll hit more home runs in his 30s than he did in his 20s. Are we saying he's juicing also? I'm going to look at that. I wonder the disparity there.
See, that's the thing, too, when you bring up the Goldilocks balls and everything else. Baseball's so hypocritical that those two guys saved the sport. They want to crush them. Bonds obviously prolonged the summers of baseball where people can't miss, must-see TV every time he got an at-bat. ESPN would break in for their at-bats. But then all of a sudden he wants to be punished. But yet baseball, there's nothing fishy with the fact that they bought the company that makes the baseballs, and suddenly pre-All-Star break in his last year, Albert Pujols had 2 home runs, and then all of a sudden he goes crazy. And then Aaron Judge is chasing records, and suddenly he goes crazy and has this flourish for a finish. But there's nothing to see here. And that didn't help prolong the popularity of the game of baseball? Come on.
Yeah. Altuve isn't getting to the Hall of Fame because he's a cheater, question mark. There's going to be some baseball writers that are pretentious that will not vote Altuve in.
It'll come down to then he won't be a first ballot guy.
Yep.
But at the same time, there's plenty of people that want to, just for that simple fact, they want to put their foot down and try and prevent him from getting in.
Altuve, 128 homers in his 20s, 109 in his 30s. I mean, that's pretty even. Like, he's still more in his 20s. He probably will have more in his 30s eventually. But that's a
But because it's
1-for-1
not
ratio.
egregious like Palmeiro, it won't be. It's not something that you can, put on the table as a bargaining tool.
How many years did Palmeiro play in his 20s versus his 30s? He made his big league debut at 21. So he played all of his, except for the age of 20. He played his ages 21 through 29 years, and then he played all of his years of 30s. He retired after his year 40 year. When did Palmeiro make the majors? Not a fair comparison. He made his big league debut in the 21. He had one more year in his 30s than he did in his 20s.
Well, that documentary on Mississippi State baseball,
that's a good documentary.
Was really good with him and Will Clark and Bobby Thigpen and Jeff Brantley. That team was loaded.
Could you imagine having Will Clark and Rafael Palmeiro in your same college lineup?
Using a metal bat, too. I mean,
yeah, that was back in the day of the aluminums.
Yes.
Pete Incaviglia was hitting 40-something home runs.
Yeah, for Oklahoma State. Yep.
That's Rafael Palmeiro's son went to USF.
Oh, really?
Wasn't as good as the old man. Wasn't as good as Rafi. Most hits in the 90s. Mark Grace. Would love to have seen him juice up. He knew how to break a slump.
I was just going to say the slump buster, though, was something that was effective.
Yeah, he was. He would say so. Guys don't make the majors until the mid-20s. Not Palmeiro. Palmeiro made it when he was 21. How about Hank Aaron? I mean, what about Hank Aaron?
I got to believe Will Clark made it right after his time at Mississippi State, too. He wasn't a guy that was long for the minors.
No, he was so pure of a hitter.
Oh, his swing is beautiful.
I used to love watching him hit. Let's see. He made his big league debut at age 22.
There you go.
So, yeah, right around there. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's relive two trades. The Stephon Diggs trade and the Kyle Tucker trade. It is the Bees broadcasting live from Top Training in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
I'm not falling asleep.
Broadcasting live from the Mobile Veritex Community Bank Studios, located at Top Training Sugarland. Here's the Killer Bees, Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
We're at a Top Training in Sugarland. Great spot, 6,500 square feet. Grand opening officially on Saturday. The DJ's going to be out here, food trucks. They'll be touring the place, dodgeball, raffle drawings. Blanker's going to be out here a little bit, bringing both daughters, or just the one?
Well, I mean, we'll bring the 5-year-old because she is
×2.
She's throwing and swinging, and she'll go wherever we're going anyway and be in on it. But she'll do whatever, try some things out. But at 5, probably not. But at 9, Taylor probably could use some things.
I mean, she'll enjoy the food trucks.
Oh my God! I mean, yeah, and the DJ, she'll be dancing.
You want some Astro news?
Sure.
Pedro Leon is back in Sugarland.
So he's back from Florida extended spring training rehab.
Yeah, he's back from the Florida Coast League, FCL,
something like that.
Is that what it stands for? But he's back in Sugarland. He's a spacer. I'm sure he plays tonight. Espada, by facing pitchers tomorrow, Yordan Alvarez won't need a rehab assignment. So pitching machine on the field today. He will face pitchers tomorrow, and then if all goes well, maybe he is back by the end of the series.
Maybe. Because that sounds like that they would then, but before they leave town on Sunday, that he would get a game in, and you would think he'd want to do it at home. But then my question is that Bracamonte throwing batting practice, or is that pit? Because who do they have that would be a pitcher that they could get some work in?
Maybe some of the bullpen guys who need some work, but
Forrest
I don't
Whitley?
know. I mean, I don't
want Forrest Whitley going wild and hitting him.
I know Whitley's not. He doesn't have enough control. I don't want him facing Yordan. That sounds like a broken hand waiting to happen. I don't know which pitchers he'd be facing.
I'm curious. My curiosity would be is who's the live pitching that he'd be facing?
Maybe they'll bring in somebody on the taxi squad. Christian Walker's day-to-day and could be available off the bench. So it looks like he's not going to get an IL stint. That's good news.
Yeah, it is.
And then Luis Garcia.
Oh, boy.
Will throw a bullpen on Sunday.
What, is that going to be like 20 pitches this time?
Couldn't tell you. I hope he's.
The first one was 15.
I just hope he's got the cardio in. I hope he's been jogging.
He needs to get over here
a little bit. He does.
You got to get him a little top training.
Top training would whip him into shape in no time. He needs to get away from the bars in Washington
there
Avenue.
You go.
And get to top
if he wants to be the face of the league, he better clean up his act on the other front.
He's got to get married too. Is he married, Luis Garcia? I don't know. Will Kunkel, Astros DH, Yordan Alvarez says he hopes to return, quote unquote, soon. Plans to hit live pitching tomorrow. If he does that, then he feels he's on track. Alvarez says this process has taken longer than he'd like because they want to make sure it's not an issue all season.
That's kind of what I said, but at the same time, because of how PTSD we are on everything Astros medical related, it doesn't matter what he says now. We kind of already know, and it's built in that if he's on the IL for 10 days, we'll see you in a month.
If he does this, though, like if okay, I'm going to miss a month, but then he comes back the rest of the year, that's a major win.
It is, but here's the thing. It also might give you more into why he had such a slow start. Maybe there is legitimacy to the fact that he wasn't the normal Yordan, and we were all looking at him going, what the hell happened to him? Maybe because this was already there, and it was bothering him from the time the season started.
It's a huge hypothetical. But
Sure.
if he misses a month-ish and then is ready to go the rest of the year, I would have taken that at the start of this injury.
Well, because we've done it almost every year.
We have.
I mean, it is what Yordan does.
We have done that. One more from Kunkel per Joe Espada. Yordan Alvarez will not need a rehab assignment. Once he says he's ready, he's very close. Quote, this is the best I've seen him. This is the best he's felt.
So maybe that is true, that maybe there is therein lies why he was struggling so much this year as opposed to since he's gotten called up.
I mean, Espada's talking about like in the last month, right? Like certainly this isn't the best you've ever seen Yordan Alvarez. Like he's got to be talking.
It's got to be this year because there can't be. When you talk about, when he was completely locked in playoffs, Phillies, Mariners, and just stretches of his other regular seasons, there's no way he's anywhere. You're looking at that and saying he looks better than he looked back then.
Yeah. 713-780-ESPN. So Stephon Diggs has gotten himself into, I don't know, I wouldn't say trouble because he's not really in trouble. He's gotten himself into
with
a
his
situation.
New lady friend.
Oh, Cardi B's not happy?
Cardi B's not happy that all that was going on while she was on the boat.
If they get married, would she change her name to Cardi Diggs?
Or Cardi D. Just saying.
All right, we're stupid. Anyways, he was like handing out a substance to like friends.
I heard Paul guessing what it was.
What did he guess?
He had a lot of different answers, and none of them were good. They were more like.
What did he say? What did he say they were? What it was?
I said Molly for one of them.
Molly a pill?
And then there's some What is it? Did he
Yeah,
say
you
it was
pretend
some,
like you don't know.
some highfalutin like topping or salt?
I
that
thought
you put
Molly
on
was a
something
pill.
too.
He
He
said
said,
something,
yeah.
What?
Yeah, he had some like top shelf high like food or something like that you put a certain kind of salt or something on, and he was like, it was that. He was just guessing on a bunch of stuff, but Molly was definitely one of them.
I'm pretty sure Molly's a pill. I don't know though.
I think you're right.
What about like the little stuff they put in pixie sticks? Like, there's no chance it was that on the boat. They're handing out the sugar inside of pixie sticks.
Yeah, no.
That they just put in a Ziploc bag. It can't be pixie stick stuff.
So I saw
Sure.
on Twitter earlier today that
Who is this?
Yeah, who is this?
So
I
Mr.
noticed earlier. I was like, BMAC changed his voice.
So
Is this Ryan?
Yeah, it's Ryan. So
Oh, thanks for.
I was on Twitter earlier today, as one does, right? And I saw on a thread about this topic that it might be something like called like Tumo or Tuvo or something like that. That's popular in Miami, a mixture of like cocaine and Molly.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. I mean, he didn't use it. He was just passing it out.
Boy, these youngsters are getting really overconfident with their.
You don't think it
ability
was
to
like
chime in.
turmeric? You don't think he's worried about like
Yeah, no,
anti-inflammatory?
I don't.
Is
No,
that not what it was?
Yeah, no, I don't
that
think
wasn't
so.
a little bit of like ginger substance.
Definitely not.
Like the nature's cure of inflammation.
They were calling him
Crushed
daddy,
up
too,
Pepto.
They were calling Stephon Diggs
Yeah,
daddy.
he said they had to call him daddy to get whatever was in the magic box.
Here was Mike Vrabel talking about Himalayan peak sea salt.
I think that's what Paul something to that degree Paul brought up.
I buy do you buy fancy salt?
No.
There's like fancy salt out there that like it apparently like hydrates you better, and it has like essential ingredients or like amino.
Sensual or essential?
Essential.
Oh, I thought you were looking for a little extra.
Okay, like the way you spell stuff, I'll start throwing that out there too, Blankers. If you want to pick this fight, we certainly can. No, it's got like a bunch of essential ingredients that are good for you. Like, and they're like not chemically enhanced like regular salt, whatever. But anyways, like, yeah, I wonder if they're doing that on the boat. They're passing out some good salts on the boat.
Partying on the boat. I don't think they're looking for the ultimate salt.
It's good hydration. Maybe it keeps the hangover away. But anyways, Mike Vrabel was asked about this. It's this hilarious little Q&A with one of the reporters and Patriot head coach Mike Vrabel about the situation on the boat.
Stephon Diggs has gotten a lot of traction in the last 24 hours or so. He's on a boat, having a good time. But the question comes in as to a certain substance that people are guessing what is and isn't. Is this something that the team has to look into?
Well, it's something that we're aware of, and obviously we want to make great decisions on and off the field. And we're hoping that with our time here on the field today, and that when we don't have a script and we're on the call-up periods, that we're making great decisions. And so the message will be the same for all our players, that we're trying to make great decisions, and any conversations that I've had with Stephon will remain between him and I and the club.
There you go.
That was a little more than Belichick would have given you.
Yeah, Vrabel. I actually like Vrabel.
I do too.
I like Vrabel.
Did he ever get his Super Bowl rings back when they were stolen here?
I didn't know that.
Oh yeah, his house was broken into. I think they lived in Bel Air, and his house got broken into, and I think 5 Super Bowl rings were stolen.
That sucks.
Yeah,
that would be a bad thing to lose. I'd be upset if I lost.
No
those.
question.
So reliving the Texans trade for Stephon Diggs, and we had the benefit of hindsight 2020, like all that stuff. But the Texans traded a second rounder for Stephon Diggs. And he played 1 year, played for a few games. He got hurt. Hindsight 2020, obviously bad trade, right?
Bad trade. I didn't like it at the time simply because I thought, and again, I was banking on the fact that, just being honest as I can be, I thought the Vikings were going to suck. And so I thought that pick was going to be right at the top of the second round. So that's why I really hated it at the time. But still, I mean, yeah, you're right. For the fact that they basically were coddling him, trying to figure out how he fit in for the majority of the time that he was on the field early on, I didn't like it then. I don't like it now.
No, I think if you were to pull back our tape of when the Texans made the trade, it was that's a lot of pick for a rental. And actually, it wasn't a rental at the time. It was actually a 2-year deal. And then they renegotiated it down to the 1-year deal.
You and I were both already iffy on the fact that you gave up a pretty solid second, in our opinion. But then when they renegotiated it and restructured it, then I was completely like, what the hell are we doing?
It made more sense whenever he had 2 years left than one.
Yep.
And it wouldn't have mattered. Well, it would have mattered because, I mean, he'd still be a Houston Texan right now. And so the second round pick would have been more tolerable. But I like where the Texans receiver room is at, but I wouldn't have traded the second rounder for Stephon Diggs. It wasn't worth the return. How about the other big trade the Astros made? reliving the Kyle Tucker trade. And look, jury's still not out on that. Not even halfway through the year. Tucker, final year of his deal. Isak, you have him for club control. Wisniewski, now injury, and then obviously Cam Smith.
Doesn't matter to me. This is the one I have been very firm on this stance as well, in the fact that they were willing to do with this trade what they weren't willing to do with all the other guys, which was you have to admit that you're not going to re-sign him and you're not going to give him $500+ million or whatever he's going to get on the open market. And if you're convinced that you're not going to re-sign him, to get 3 players that look like they're all going to contribute at some point, but the fact that Cam looks like a long-term big-time solution and Paredes is the perfect fit for this team, I make that trade 10 times out of 10.
Me too. Yeah. I actually like that people are coming around on this idea because I used to get criticized for having this idea about players. Like everybody in Houston, I think, likes the Kyle Tucker trade right now. Everybody.
You and I talked about this going into the offseason, that they should explore both Fromber and Tucker if they're convinced that they're not going to resign either one or both. If they still believe that there's hope for re-signing Fromber, okay. But I firmly believe they did the right thing with Tucker.
The only thing I would say about the Fromber thing is you can't just make a trade happen, right? You have to be attracted to what the offer is. I think they actually did shop Fromber. I don't think that they were overwhelmed with any trade offer that they got. Like, it's not as easy as we're going to trade that player to the highest bidder. Because if you don't like any of the bids, you don't want to trade the player.
Well, it's kind of like the conversation we had with Lamont earlier today, too. Like, it takes 2 to tango. You could be willing to trade and do what you need to do from your end. But if you don't get a trade partner that's willing to do what you want them to decide and amicably come up with a mutual agreement, then there's no deal to be done anyway. So maybe that is the case. Because I firmly believe that both should have been. And we talked about this. You should pick up the phone for both guys all off season to try and figure out what the market says.
Yep. All right, 713-780-ESPN HRNP listener line. Let's get to the car wreck of the day. What are you nominated for car wreck of the day? Killer Bees from Top Training in Sugar Land on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Thank you to Top Training and Sugarland for having us out today. Grand opening on Saturday. DJ will be popping in here. Food trucks, giving out tours of the place, some dodgeball. That'll be fun. Blankers, you going to play some dodgeball?
Probably not.
That'd be fun. I'd play.
Yeah, because you'd be drilling kids in the head.
I'd have no problem with that. I like to win.
I know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Winning's the priority,
And
right?
then we would hear the stats on Monday.
I don't usually do that.
No, never, right?
No, I really don't. Raffle drawings, too.
What'd you hit in high school?
I hit 400 in high school. I was 2 for 5.
You ever win a long drive?
I did.
Okay.
Yeah. I
Have
won
we
a
ever-
long drive
I think
contest.
you told us.
Yeah. I did do those things. Those have no comedic reasoning at all. It's just to pat myself on the back
I didn't say
and
that.
talk about all my
I didn't-
accolades.
I
It has
didn't say
nothing to do
that.
with comedy at all. Anyways, grand opening on Saturday. Offer a free class here at Top Training. 6,500 square feet of beauty, really. Soar X equipment, Titan racks, team, group, and private training. Sugarland's elite facility for athletes of all ages, young athletes, high school competitors. If you're aiming for college, this is a great spot to get right for that. Adults is also reclaiming their strength. World-class coaches, including 3 former pros and 5 who train professional athletes, offer structured science-backed programs in a high-energy, results-driven environment. So if you want to better your activity, your physical stature, your strength, this is the place to do it.
Plus, it's right off 59. I mean, the
Very
convenience
easy to get
factor
to.
is fantastic. You're not driving through neighborhoods and trying to fight your way through, like, oodles of buildings. This is right here off of 59. It's convenient, and you're getting the best training out there. And again, like I said, it's not just getting in cages for like baseball, softball stuff, and or pitching. It's how you do the things that you do. They're doing them the right way and getting conditioned the right way.
That's a great point about the highway deal. Like,
Yep.
it's very, very underrated aspect of places. Like, you get to it quick, on and off. You don't have to, like you mentioned, drive through a bunch of different things. All right, car wreck of the day. What are we getting to? Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776.
The first one is apropos for a lot of our subject matter in the latter portion of the show. But in case you didn't know this or not, and I put the picture on, there's a thing now called the enhanced games, where taking performance-enhancing drugs is encouraged. And in doing so, there's competitions. And if you
What?
break a world record in the enhanced games, you get $1 million. They show like an Olympic swimmer who decided he's going for it, named James Magnuson. He's taking whatever he's taking. When you look at his lats and his shoulders, it is so abnormally disproportioned. But this dude's going after $1 million, obviously.
I've heard that name before. I think this might have been one of the guys that he's an Olympic swimmer.
Yeah,
Was this
but-
the guy that would duel with Phelps?
I don't know, but look at the difference in like his lats and his and everything like that. He looks like he's playing O-line.
Kind of looks like I look like when I look in the mirror.
Well, with your eyes closed?
That guy's in excellent shape. You think he's enhanced?
The second one, yeah.
That dude's
Under
jacked.
his arms, it's like he's got pecs growing out of his underarms.
It always fascinates me how many calories these swimmers have to eat. Like these Olympic
Oh,
swimmers,
yeah.
they're like 8,000 calories a day.
Be fun.
I don't know if
The
it would
work
be.
aspect would not be fun to burn it off, but it would be fun.
I don't know if I want to eat 8,000 calories a day. That sounds horrific.
It'd be fun though.
I don't know. I think 3,000, 5,000. I think that's fun. 8,000? Quite a bit. I'm going to nominate Brian for saying Lamar called earlier.
Oh yeah.
Whenever it's obviously Lamont.
We'll keep going because we should
Lamont's a
also
big fan of the show.
nominate the fact that Brian hasn't worked again today.
That's true. He hadn't. Brian's done very little this week.
All week.
He took off Tuesday, took off Wednesday, coming off a 3-day weekend. He has an intern doing, I guess he's not an intern anymore. He has Ryan doing his work for him.
Doesn't tell us, by the way. All it takes is a
Doesn't tell us.
text.
Zero communication. Zero. What is Brian good for?
What's he doing right now? Sitting at home with the kids, watching the family watching TV?
He's not doing much.
No.
If anything. And much might be being nice. So nominate Brian for all of that. All of that is very good. And then also the Timberwolves for losing to the Thunder, getting eliminated by 30.
I got
yesterday.
another one on the Timberwolves.
If Anthony Edwards was married, I think they lose by 20 last night, not 30.
Go check the other one from the Timberwolves.
What do you got?
Naz Reid got into it with a fan on social media.
Did he really?
Because it was a better and the bet didn't go well. And Naz's comments probably shouldn't have been made, but he had a back and forth with a fan.
I don't know if I hate that from Nas. Like you probably should be smarter not to do that. But if you're going to come into his DMs, okay. Like, I hate the bettors that hop into athletes' DMs.
Oh, it's awful.
It's the lowest form of human being that exists.
The league will, like, behind the scenes slap him on the wrist a little bit, but yeah, he did blast the guy pretty good.
I can't stand when people do that. Oh, I'm gonna send this guy hate because he lost me a bet. You probably bet $5. You're probably playing the minimum. Like, come on, dude. All right, what's winning?
I'm going to go with the fact that the T-Wolves laid an egg that bad last night.
Anthony Edwards for not being married. I agree.
Yeah.
All right, T-Wolves win the car wreck of the day. Does it for us. Thanks to Age for doing the work. Brian sitting back, lounging, enjoying vacation. Ryan doing the hard work. He's blank on Branham. Coming up next, Inside the Icebox with Joe George and only Joe George. Coming up next. Thanks again to Top Trading in Sugar Land. Goodbye.